Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Western EU qualifiers. That's right, we are now into the third day of the Western EU Hell qualifiers. But of course, it's hell for the players, but paradise for us as we get to watch some of the best teams in the region. In fact, you know, some of the best teams in the world, some of the best players in the world, playing it out, their hopes and dreams on the line to qualify for the international. My name, of course, is Nomad. I'm joined by T-Gov. T-Gov, how are you doing, and how have you been enjoying the qualifiers thus far?
Pretty good. It's only been what, like, was it 2 days? 1 day? How many days?
2 full days, yeah.
2 days. It just feels like I'm just in a washing machine of Dota, just spinning around until we churn out the winners and whatnot. But yeah, no, we're good. I think couple upsets, of course. Maybe not upsets if you've followed DPC over the year, but of course, Nigma. Spoilers. Nigma already.
We're not doing that, okay? You're about to show the bracket, Tico.
Yeah, see, that's why I said spoilers. I knew production was about to throw up the thingy, so in case that you want to take these qualifiers raw and only watch the stream.
If you're not watching like 9 hours of Dota straight a day, then I don't want you on this stream. Leave. Press the X button. We don't want you here. We want the die-hard, hardcore fans only who have watched every single game, know every single player, and haven't missed a single minute of any segment or pre-show or anything. Okay, and that's the only people who are probably watching the pre-show first thing in the morning as well. So shout out to you guys, you the real ones. But this is how the bracket's looking at the moment. We have some crazy stuff going on. I mean, Alliance, can they continue their warpath, I think is one question here. You know, taking down fan favorites Nigma Galaxy, now moving on to OG as well. Oh my goodness, it could get spicy down in the lower bracket as well. KZ will level up, some amazing matches coming out, but up in the upper bracket, which is where we're going to be starting today, we've also got some incredible matches. That's right, it's Quest versus Luna Galaxy to start us off. Then we'll be moving into Entity versus Secret. Very quickly, T, you know, talk me through what you think is going to happen to Entity versus Secret.
Oh, I think Entity, they're re-emerging a little bit, but I think Secret, they are finding some true form with their two SEA pickups of Armo and FBZ. With the kind of the young guns of Yamich and Crystallis, they are, I wouldn't say favorites, but their performance have been super clean. Like, I'd say like Quest, Secret are probably maybe the top two, and then I think Entity easily is just on the fringe of that, I feel. And then Luna Galaxy is just below. So I think that's kind of like how I power rank the top four in the upper bracket right now. But of course, in any minute, Entity could wake up and pick Pudge again and demolish a game, and suddenly they're now the best, right? So it is super interchangeable, but that's kind of my gut feel based on their performances in their first best of three.
Yeah, we don't have much to go on right now. You know, who knows? It could have been a bad day for one of these teams, or it could have been like, you know, everybody not absolutely switched on. So I'm really excited to see these upper bracket games today. In fact, I think this next series is probably the one I'm looking forward to the most, because it's the one I have the most question marks about. You know, Quest, we know they can do absolute work. You know, we know how good this team can be. And they're playing up against Luna Galaxy, who we don't know how good they can be, to be perfectly honest. You know, they've pulled out some great games, of course, you know, previously playing as Div 1 Hustlers. They pulled off some upsets, but how good are they? We're about to find out. Tell me a little bit more about this team quickly, T.
So I feel like Luna Galaxy is where Quest was as a team like a year ago. Like when you think about like Urdu Thunders being this Div 2, Div 1 middling team, that if you see them against the top team, you're like, they could beat them, but it needs to be a really good day. That's exactly where I see this Luna Galaxy team. And that's why coming into the series, Quest 60-40 favorites probably, maybe even 70-30. But I still have that kind of, with the likes of Shad, Exantic, they can do it. And it also helps for Luna Galaxy that Exantic, Noob, these two players, they have such mirroring playstyles. I've had the privilege to play with both of these players in some UK competitions. And it just feels like they have the same logic when they enter the game. And we have this beautiful graphic here. This is the last 3 months of competitive play. Noob, of course, getting to go to the major, being in kind of that tier 1 grouping, has got to play more Dota. So already in 3 months of play, he's played nearly double the amount of games as Xantic. So just more kind of competitive tier 1 information flowing through his veins. But the heroes as well, slightly different. You know, that we've got some embers being shared, but these pangos, snaps, and pucks that Noob is, you know, crushing the world with, Atlantic, he's not even touching them. Of course, he's got some Timbersaw, but very similar play styles, but their hero pools, you know, quite different.
Yeah. That's it is interesting because I was expecting when you told me about this this kind of graphic you were formatting, I was expecting these guys to be pretty, mirroring each other because as you say, they do have a very, very similar play style. Like they will both play these kind of either mid-dominating heroes or mid-heroes which can roam around a lot and do a lot around the map, but, it's all about the early mid for these two. So the fact that they then also have a very different hero pool on top of that as well, it's going to create a very interesting matchup in the middle lane. And it really comes down to who has the information, who's been spamming the pubs, who's played more matchups in this patch already, and knows that little thing which can get the edge over each other. Because most of the time when we see these mid lanes, we're like, okay, they're going to trade farm, it's going to be fine. But in this matchup, I don't think it's going to be fine. I think they're going to want to be killing each other, and whoever comes out behind, I think their entire team is going to look weaker because of it. So eyes towards the middle lane in the series for sure.
Yeah, and also on that graphic, there was a part which said Atlantic had played 18 unique heroes in like 30 games, right? And only 6 of those heroes, he's played like 2+ matches. So he's got like 12 heroes where he's got one single game on them. It's like 50% of his games, he's playing like a different hero. Compared to Noob, where his side of the pool was like a big fat stack of just heavily dense heroes, right? I think that could also be maybe the undoing of Xantic, is he's still trying to find his heroes. He's still maybe in that kind of team where it's like, let's try this strat. And I think the best teams in the world now often have such a solid foundation where your Quins, your Noobs, your Arbeds, your nothing to say, you kind of expect the heroes they're playing because the mid laner often is the foundation of your draft, and unfortunately that isn't really coming into play right now. But we have further player comparisons as well, and I think when I was looking at the stats as well, Noob does look just like the better polished player, but I expect that, right? When you think about the player's position in their career, Noob I think has the shorter career, but already the more successful career, getting to play bigger competitions, making the deeper runs, getting the top 4 at the major. And so he is naturally going to have that slightly higher XPM. Surprising enough, lower on the last hits, but I would argue that is because Atlantic's playing maybe the Timbersaws and the Kunkers, whilst Noob is playing a little bit more of a utility heavy sometimes. But again, the players are so similar. They are kind of... It pains me to say, I feel like if you haven't followed these players' careers for like 3 years, you might be like, what the hell is this guy saying? But I've seen Noob from like his first ever pro team to now, Atlantic as well to the same degree.
My boy,
they grew up. I also forced Noob to play 4 in a team once because I was like, mate, you play Snapfire really good. You're now a 4 player for me. And then we won some UK competition. And I was like, wait a second. Why did he not just play mid?
So they got top 4 in a major. You're like, I probably shouldn't have done that. That's my B, dude. It's pretty crazy. I mean, I think we need to look at some of the other players as well. I'm definitely looking at Shad as well because he took a pretty big break, honestly, and now he's come back. He's playing for this Nigma Galaxy team. How has he looked? I remember watching a couple of his first games back, and it wasn't the Shad we were seeing before. There was a bit of rust there, but that's totally to be expected. And I think he's really starting to clean it up now.
Yeah, 100%. I think when you look at Nigma Galaxy, outside of the mids that we've been harping on about, Shad is the foundation that you always expect, right? Xantic is kind of still morphing into what the mid he wants to be, and I think the rest of the players can be a little bit volatile, but you know what? I scratch that. Fiorlicor and Shad, they're the two that I think are not the goats of this team. I'm going to say goats in regards to the goats within the team, okay? This isn't the goats of outside of the team, inside the qualifiers, but just inside the team. But yeah, Shad and Fiorlicor are the lads, I think, that are super, super consistent. And again, it's refreshing to see because Shad was such a staple name in the scene. And he kind of course, he took some time off for himself. And then once he came back, he then needed a little bit more time to get into the mix. But you can see from the stats here, he gets into the fight a bit quicker than Tier 2000, I feel, because he has more hero damage, less net worth. He isn't going to be that... I feel like he can be that 1v9 carry, but he doesn't always default to, I need to get that farm. He might make that twin gate rotation. He might make that extra TP. And he's just a little toned down on the farm potentially and a bit amped up on the fight. But that is a product of playing with the likes of Atlantic, Devilama, and Fiorlicor. These players are going to want to drag you into scrappy fights, into constant engagements, because it's kind of ingrained in their DNA.
Yeah, and when we're looking at Shad's hero pool as well, it's a really good patch for him as well, obviously great players are capable of adapting to any patch, but honestly, it's really good if you have like a deep hero pool behind the heroes which are popular at the moment. And when you look at Shad's pub profiles as well, like he's sitting really, really pretty on Faceless Void. You know, his second most played hero of all time is Faceless Void. So he's happy to play that Slark as well. That's his third most played carry. So he's in a really good spot for this current patch. There's a great time for him to come back. He should feel super comfortable playing this one. He's been grinding the pubs as well. So yeah, I mean, I'm fully expecting Shad to be looking just as good as he has been in the past. I'm very in teams like Viking and Tickles. So I'm excited to see him back, really, and to be in this position in the qualifiers as well. Like, man, what a promising start to this team for him and for the rest of Nigma Galaxy. So without further ado, I think we should get things started and jump into the draft, Governor. What do you say?
Yeah, big fan of that. And here we go. So, yeah, it's an interesting start because don't forget that these two teams, upper bracket teams, they are one series away from being in the upper bracket final. And some might say, what's the point in that? It's kind of worthless. There's only one team. Well, no, in Europe, we have two teams qualifying. So if you are to win this best of three, you have two opportunities to qualify to TI. That sounds insane. Like, for teams in the lower bracket, one loss, they're out, right? So I think for either of these two teams, if they are able to net the win here today, having that lifeline of a second best of three to get that coveted TI ticket is just going to maybe take a little bit of stress off. And yeah, we'll see how it plays out. But already, the first pick Invoker for Nigma Galaxy.
Oh, Noob's face, just he sees that Invoker pick and he's just like, I don't really know what that reaction was. It was kind of like an oof combined with a like, okay, you know, fine, whatever. That's really interesting to see him kind of react so viscerally to an Invoker pick up there. But of course, yeah, Azantic, you know, very, very capable of playing this Invoker. Loves his hero.
I can give you the rundown on why, because I believe in the last 6 months of play, Azantic's played one Invoker game competitively, and he's only won none of them. Yeah, he lost all of the games. One game, one loss. So it's not as if it's an Exantic specialty of the current patch and the current, you know, half year. He has played it. It is in his wheelhouse of heroes, but yeah, I wasn't honestly expecting this one to be whipped out by Nigma Galaxy and Quest. Because they see this Invoker, Noob is the type of player within the draft that as soon as he sees an unflexible hero, boom, give me my hero, please. Give me my puck. I don't care. I'm going to play my game. I buy my Witchblade, my Blink, and I just destroy the map. And for Nigma Galaxy, my real question is, can Fiolacor play this Invoker 4? We're yet to see it within Western Europe, but if that is a flex that they can do, maybe this first pick puck as a response isn't that good. But we're yet to see that kind of exist.
Davai Lama, he's got a halo. I mean, as we expect from the Davai Lama, of course, but very holy figure. The sun shining out behind him, he doth cometh. Blessed.
5 seconds remaining.
You a fanboy or something, or what?
I mean, it's respect. It's pious respect, Tigov, you know, and religious figures such as the Dalai Lama, you know, it's a sign from the heavens. But yeah, this is going to create a very big deficit on the map. But we have seen Invokers, when they go for this Quaswex build, they can be a bit more flexible and a bit more kind of moving around the map and creating pressure, especially with the changes like Cold Snap giving you HP and stuff. You can get involved. You can brawl a bit. So it's not like we're going to see this Invoker just AFK in the mid lane like we've seen Invokers do for years and years and years now. However, it's not a puck. It's not got the same tools a puck has to make rotations, to make counter rotations. So I think that's the main thing here, right? Azantic, he's probably going to want to be quite sticky on the middle lane and then make the counter rotations rather than being super active himself. Also, not a big like power rune enjoyer on Invoker either, so it's kind of like, you don't have the same tools to get over to them compared to a puck. So yeah, I think this is a very interesting mid matchup, and it's going to, again, like exactly what we're expecting. Ooh. Test these two players' flexibility, how they're able to play the map, and how involved they want to get early. And they can't give the other opportunities. If they rotate on a lane, they have to know that the other player is going to counter-rotate onto them as well. So it's a big game of mind games in the mid.
And already Quest, with this kind of knowledge, they go for the Shadow Demon. Noob's got a lot of energy as well from his player cam. And yeah, I like Shadow Demon with the puck because he will naturally be in the lane before the puck. So he'll set up the engagement to last longer, which allows the TPs to come in to follow up with the coils. Sure, that person might die, but SD kind of does the small things to just make the engagement healthier for the Puck to play into. And on top of that, when you're expecting this like Cataclysm potentially way down the line and the annoyance of single target kill off potential, SD does well. But Luna Galaxy, they're just going core after core after core here. Just they see a Puck and an SD and their instance Lycan, and Puck is very good against containing the threat of a Lycan, but she needs heroes to kill him off. Like in the early game, it's like, I've coiled, but I can't kill. And as the game goes later, of course, Puck will be super annoying for a Lycan, but there is a big window in the game where there isn't really enough damage to kill him off, and maybe that's why Luna Galaxy see this SD pick and say, okay, well, one support doesn't really do damage, you've got a bit of control, and now if we just run you over, who cares? What a speed draft occurring here.
Core blimey from Luna Galaxy, just all 3 cores. Maybe the Stormbreaker could be a support, actually, because right now they've got 2 offlaners, so things looking a little bit crowded over there.
Yeah, I'd like to think this is the 5 position, just some cheeky Dawn. Don't want to be too crazy with it.
remaining.
Yeah. I can see it working out as well. You know, you've got that annoying Puck ultimate. Throw down a Dawnbreaker on top of you as well, and it'll help you stand your guard on the Invoker and the Lycan and whatever carry hero you pick. So I can see it. My only issue is that this hero can be abused by if you can get kited down in the off lane or in your safe lane. If you don't pick something with like can kind of help the Dawnbreaker out on the carry. And Gyrocopter's banned, which is like the main one I think of in that regard. So it could be a double melee safe lane for Luna Galaxy, and that feels like it's kind of abusable.
I kind of like the idea of a Razor carry here, just because of the idea of break your opponent in the mid game. And Razor naturally is a pretty good carry against Naga Siren because you have AoE damage. You can also itemize for armor with the AC. You can go Shivas. Okay, they go for Alchemist. I'm not opposed to it. I did just say break your opponent in the mid game. Alchemist is, with the farm of the laning phase, Radiance BKB, you can do that if you execute. So yeah, this is very much going to be, oh look, your Naga's still farming that Manta. It's probably, you might skip Orchid in this game just because of how important this mid game is going to be. So maybe just like Manta Heart. Maybe you have to always go Orchid because of the damage capabilities. Either way, that window of the awkward 2 to 3 items of a Naga Siren, Luna Galaxy need to be winning this game. They don't even need to be second guessing themselves as, oh, you're still farming, thank you, we've taken 2 racks. And we'll see if Luna Galaxy can execute on such a kind of a high-paced lineup. Like, this is not a lineup that really has good team fight, good stalling capabilities. When you look at quests, like there's going to be Song, BKB piercing coils down the line, disruptions, still one more pick to go. Oh, I'm excited to see if Luna Galaxy can execute on such a get me out of this game type of draft.
Yeah, no, they picked a very high execution lineup here, and I'm a little worried for them.
Don't be worried,
you know,
it's game 1, all right? Come on.
Yeah. But they haven't given themselves like a big margin for error here. This draft needs to work. You know, things need to go right for them. And yeah, I mean, I'm kind of also excited that they have the confidence to throw these heroes down, but surely Quest can just pick something here to absolutely abuse this safe lane for Luna Galaxy. Like Dawnbreaker Alchemist sounds, I don't know, maybe I'm disrespecting this Dawnbreaker hero, but that sounds kind of shit.
It's all right. Don't forget that there's physical damage from Dawn, plus the acid spray of the Alchemist with the concoction. Alchemist carries sometimes don't even go for the aura level 1 to get the bonus gold. They just go for the stun. So there's windows of kill, but then you remember that there's either going to be a disruption in your lane or a Mirana leaping away from you. So yeah, not great. I think some Tidehunter type hero for Quest would be really good. You soak up all that aggression. You won't allow the Lycan to basically wrap around your lineup. You can buy Meteor Hammer to progress the tower. And we have a really old school combo with Quest with the SD Mirana, where they just walk around, disrupt into arrow, Puck can quickly follow up. Like, this is so much damage and so much jungle invasion that if Luna Galaxy doesn't have a good start to the game, they aren't going to be able to protect their jungle too easily without taking away some death. So this next support pick for Luna Galaxy, I feel like needs to pack a punch in that early game damage that isn't too level dependent, just so you can keep Alchemist in his motions to get to that mid game. And I don't really know what it would be, in all honesty. Quest are banning out Cottle and Lion. They
but to follow on
I wouldn't have ever said Ember.
Yeah,
They flexed
yeah.
the Invoker to 4. They can do it.
There you go. That makes a lot of sense. But to follow up quickly on what you said about the Shadow Demon Mirana, that kind of like doubles down as another reason why this is a great Nagasara game. At least when you're just looking at the quest heroes, like what a dream Nagasaran game to play in here. You've got the Shadow Demon Mirana who want to run around the map together and get stuff done, which is going to create distractions for you to keep farming the jungle. You've got a Puck who's obviously rotation heavy as well. Like, you know these three heroes are going to be out doing shit. And that's exactly what you want into Nagasara. Because you just want to sit in the jungle, you know, you want to shove the lanes out, and you want people to be busy fighting so they can't counter-push the lanes, they can't kill your illusions, they can't come and invade you. So, super sick. And yeah, Brewmaster again, just the Brawl Master coming out as the final pickup for Quest. So, man, this looks like a really, really good draft for Quest. I'm actually loving this. But we didn't really talk too much about the Ember Spirit last pick for the side of Luna Galaxy and the switch over for Theolicor to be playing the Invoker. So just give me the 4-1-1 about the Atlantic Ember.
We saw the graphic. It's his most played hero in the last 3 months. It's one of his best heroes. I think he's Grandmaster on it. It's going to be a good matchup into Puck because your melee hero with Flame Guard inside the inside the Wayne, who can
Don't do the Uwu voice. It's too early.
Sorry, I was just impersonating Xantic. But no, if you get inside the lane and you can get those extra denies off, right? So it's good in that regard. And against Nagasaran, the Aghanims plus Ashivas, there's a lot of just magic damage and jump potential and slight chains to maybe clip that Nagasong. Like, overall, Ember is very good into Nagasiren, good into the lane against Puck, and good against the game against SD Mirana because you always find them. It does maybe give them a little bit of playability as the game goes later, but this Brewmaster pick, it's kind of like the icing on the cake. It's that chaotic hero that can body some early engagement. It can cyclone up one hero to set up for another arrow. It can stall out the game for the Naga. So a lot of emphasis on, can Toby, the noob player in the roster, play with the supports plus noob to keep this game going long enough, so that Naga can actually get the farm she needs, because she'll always be on the back foot into the likes of an Alkan and Ember just because of how good their lanes should be in theory.
Interesting. Well, we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, I mean, I love this Brewmaster hero. I think it's criminally underpicked at the moment, and we'll see what Toby's able to do with it. But yeah, there's Toronto Tokyo saying yesterday that he thought the Luna Galaxy had a ton of potential, but Quest were gonna crush them because they have Toby. He had a lot of good things to say about this offlaner. And of course, it's important to mention that Toby versus Shad, you know, it's a matchup where these two used to play on the same team together. They were both on Viking, right?
Yeah, they are the ones that were left behind, I guess. It's kind of hard to think about.
Kind of sad when you put it like that.
Yeah. And then the rest of them went to Gaming Gladiators and won. Yeah, it's kind of hard.
Won a bunch of majors and got loads of money, got loads of...
This is their redemption here.
Now they have to kill each other to tread over each other's corpses to get to the same position. My God, Dota's a brutal game, T. So Ward's coming out of the middle lane, right on top of each other, is Theolicor in Xantic position to get this rune, but Puck's going to go back to try and get the block, meaning it's just going to be 2 for 2 on the bounty, and Shad's going to stun himself.
Great start to the game. Yeah. Alchemist, though, not starting with the point in Corrosive. Sorry. What am I saying? Of course, it's Corrosive. Oh, my. During the draft, my brain defaulted to, like, old school Alch. His Grievous Greed is, of course, just a default passive.
Innate, yeah. I
God, I'm so dumb. Oh, that's fine.
All right.
That's
You're a
my
support player.
call.
You don't have a look at your carries. You don't click on their items. You know, you just whenever they complain, you give them a tango. That's it, right?
The annoying thing is that's not even a 7.34 change. That's just like a change of like 2 months. I'm still default thinking about it.
People just didn't play Alchemist in the last
exactly.
patch. So
Corrosive Weaponry
I'll
did get a
cut you some
buff.
slack. I can't promise you about anybody else.
No, it's fine.
Lag?
Well,
no. Ruh-roh. That's not what you want to hear. When it's not the servers, you got some issues.
Yeah, so in the pre-show, we were mentioning the importance of mid lane, and now that they've picked an Invoker to flex it to support, to pick up the Ember as a response to, like, it puts even more pressure on Xantic, right? Like, he bamboozled in the draft, he got his Ember into Puck matchup, he needs to get that CS advantage, he needs to get the extra denies, and hopefully get a support to help rotate in. because if these active runes go the way of Puck, it can bring back this matchup to a more even state.
And of course, Theolicore's been like, hey man, I had to play a stupid Invoker here on position 4. You better do well at mid. I tanked the pick for you. But hopefully it's, I mean, this hero still works as a 4, right? Like, Invoker's strong enough to be played in this position.
Yeah, so Invoker 4 will always be a level-dependent hero. Wisdom runes will be even more important now for the side of Lunar Galaxy. But on top of that, it will be... Basically, I'd expect him to go Qualifiers with a Vessel. You do the same motions as an Invoker, maybe slightly later because you're not farming. But yeah, you're providing the EMPs, the Tornadoes, Cold Snaps. You pick up a Vessel and that's basically it. If you get a 4-star, you're happy. If the game goes super late, of course, you will scale. We saw Seb on IO yesterday look to buy a Midas as the game got to the mid-game. Might do the same if they're crushing the game. He might just pick up a 3rd item Midas just to secure that what-if scenario. But yeah.
How exciting.
Very.
Courier has been killed.
Yeah, I'm not sure you'll want to go super late against this Naga Siren. I mean, this is something else which I'd like to talk about a little more. TA2000, Naga Siren, what kind of Naga game is this looking like? If she finds her timings, is there much that Lunar Galaxy can do about it?
There's a lot of layers to that question because in regards to the fight, Lunar Galaxy will have multiple forms of annoying her throughout the entire game, be it the Ags from the Solar Guardian from Dawnbreaker, either Ember's itemization to kill off illusions, and then Alk Lycan just being so aggressive. Like Lycan can buy Ags, throw on the Alk. So I think scaling is not an issue for the side of Lunar Galaxy against this Naga. So there should never really be a point where Lunar is like, I am now the carry of the game.
Okay.
But kind of the macro gameplay, pushing out waves, it's also kind of even. So I think this Naga game it's just like an average Naga game. Like if you misplay and overstep your mark, Naga can punish you, but she's not going to really ever take it over. It's more, can Quest put her in a position of pumping out the damage, tank some key spells.
So I just like that from the Puck in the mid lane. He like throws the orb the other way, goes down south, and then joins back to the orb, and then Xantic just never went for the rune in the first place, so he's just like, oh, all right, bro.
Good one.
Enjoy hope you're having a nice time doing whatever you're doing.
And CS, leading towards the way of noob, but Xantic, he picks his counter matchup that he thinks, and so far not really getting the perfect start. Normally 2-3 extra denies could be the place where he'd be sitting, but yeah, noob doing such a very good job at just spamming the spells and not allowing Xantic to gain any crazy lead. And Naga Siren into Lycan in the bot lane. This is one of the best matchups for a Naga Siren. Lycan applies 0 pressure, really, in the lane. You might get a body block or 2 with a Wolf, but you're never killing off a high armor hero like a Naga Siren. So everything that we spoke about in regards to Naga never really having the best game, if she crushes her lane and takes over the map with her supports before the farm comes in, it could be a whole nother story. So we'll see if this farm really translates into anything beneficial.
Toby in the top lane taking some heavy hits here, but the arrow comes through from Amar to delay it, and that's going to allow Toby a chance to kind of waddle out from here. But yeah, he is the one struggling. I had my doubts about this Alchemist and Dawnbreaker lane, but down at bottom side, that's where the action's taking place. Scriff, our observer, is of course on it as always, as Theolicore will be brought down.
Would you have said his name if he'd missed the kill?
Oh, absolutely. I'd have been more like
just checking, just making sure. I always like to pose the opposite of what you say, just to test you.
Although if he slips me £5, then I'll say it's Webpass instead. Oh, Tornado out onto noob. They're trying to stop him getting to that that water rune, but nope. Gonna get there regardless. That's down at bottom. Oh, he's not liking this. Needs to get himself away, but he's only got the stick to work with. Already used that. Kaori coming in, but they actually don't have to chase out of mana on Kaori to keep on spamming out those poisons. And yeah, Dalai Lama just gonna be able to get himself to the tree line and get himself to safety.
Yeah, what a meme strat, right? It's disruption into then all the illusions plus body of Naga Siren with the 2 illusions of the SD disruption. Like, you can just encapsulate a hero and body block them up, and there'll probably be little ways for them to scuffle out. But yeah, you've got to be careful. Don't want to get 6 illusions on your face at the 4-minute mark.
No, you do not. No, you do not. A noob getting very low in the middle lane. This is where it starts to get painful. You know, level 4 is annoying. Level 3 is annoying, but level 5 is just unplayable for the puck in this mid lane. These sleight of fists with this Blightstone just going to do way too much. Is up on the top side. Stuns coming out onto Toby. Gcalis going pretty deep here. Going to take some harassment in response as well. Toby just desperately trying to get something from this lane. Quick question. Why does Gcalis have 10 CS?
It's quite easy to accidentally CS on Dawnbreaker with Celestial Hammer plus Starbreaker.
Is that a accidentally in quotation marks?
Yes. As a 5 player, there are often ways that you can obtain CS. That is either ganking your offlaner within the creep wave with AoE spells, aka be a Jakiro player or Crystal Maiden player. Of course, the small camp contesting it happens as well, but yeah, there's plenty of ways. Will the Lycan die in the bot lane? That's the real question.
We probably like us SD press Q.
Fucking SD, says Noob.
Wow, savage.
Unluck. Wait, what?
The double exclamation marks really made
I'm
that.
sorry, but what PCs are they using? If a single disruption...
Look, I don't know about the funding of this organization. Panel agility has... Okay, now we're...
Shall I type as well? I know the answer to fix basic lag like this, but shall I tell them or not?
Maybe message the admin or something in the WhatsApp group. Look, I'm not putting my neck on the line, T.
Nah,
we stay silent.
Never will. But basically, guys, a little PSA for all the people. The beautiful observers, Patrick, etc. They all told me this as well. But basically, just go into console and use the command rate, R-A-T-E. Default rate is 80,000. You increase that rate to 200,000, and now suddenly, all those little lags of PL, Warlock, and everything above disappear.
Relax. We're going
We're
too
hacking the
high.
mainframe. But no, I think that it's something that people don't really think about. And when I tried Googling it, like just in general, like increased Dota performance, you always get those like random videos like turn off the tree shaders, turn off VThink. And it's like, come on, man, give me some like actual substance. But using that command rate and then anything bigger than 80,000, basically, it basically passes more information into your game, which when big spells happen, you aren't going to get as choppy of an experience. So yeah, that is the biggest PSA you can ever get as a Dota player. Of course, be mindful that the bigger the number, the more stressful it will be. So if your PC isn't great, might not be the best. But yeah. And there's also other commands that he's now typing out. Oh my god, no.
Back to the game. Davai Lama taking some heavy hits, but of course that tornado might slow things down, but TA2000's upon him. Kaori as well, chasing him down. 5 stacks of the poison. Oh, that's a lot of damage coming out onto Davai Lama, and the Riptide's going to come through and finish the job. Down goes the Lycan in the bottom side.
All right, so Kaori just obtained some very important information that his Q supposedly is lagging the entirety of Lunar Galaxy. Will he just start casting it randomly on himself?
Max it out by Octarine, just sit in the jungle with a bunch of clarities.
We're ganking the Ember, disrupts himself.
Yeah, a bit of shenanigans in the mid lane once again. They're playing up for these power runes at the moment. And yeah, it was going to be Omar who actually ended up grabbing the power rune as Shad getting very low up on the top side.
Yeah, the only really good lane occurring now is going to be this Ember Spirit. He's forced Puck to start poking a couple of these jungle camps, not really farming mid lane anymore. But this Alchemist sitting on low HP bottom. We've seen how Lycan's having quite a doom and gloom start. I would expect this Shadow Demon to potentially even now rotate with Amar to follow this Alchemist. If at the 7-minute mark your SD Morana are following this Alch in the jungle, this could be absolute devastation for the side of Lunar Galaxy, but we are yet to see the support sync up. Amar by himself is trying to at least take away some of the big creeps with that arrow. It does automatically kill off the creep if he is to connect. And oh, Shad, be careful there, sweet little old gamer. You're not strong enough to fight this Morana.
It's been very, very annoying indeed. Just coming in and starstorming, so they're going to have to bring across some heroes. Both support summoned to the jungle to try and deal with Omar here, but I'm not sure it's going to make much of a difference. Of course, Wisdom Runes, one going to Theodical, one going to Toby. The Beastmaster going to be very, very happy to receive that because he can now speed himself up to level 6 even quicker. Is in the middle lane. Noob almost goes down. He's going to have to drop the coil. Xantic, he's still chasing, but doesn't quite close the gap. A little surprised he didn't really commit to that with the remnants, but...
That was so anticlimactic. I was ready for like double remnants. Like,
Shad up on the top side once again being chased down under the tower, trying to get away, but won't be able to do so. They will be able to kill off Omar in the backlines at least, but Toby now hitting level 6 from this as well. So Jucalis and Theolicor, they're going to have to go onto him here and maybe try and force that one out of him. In comes the EMP, but it's a little bit too late. The split comes out from Toby, and now he can start laying in the damage to Jucalis, who's just getting beaten down by all these little pandelings. So much damage coming out onto him, and there's not a lot they could do about it. Starbreaker to turn around. He's getting very, very low here, and with the Flame Panda chasing, he is just going to drop. What an ability.
He killed Carlos?
Yep.
Going back to that, I think Xantic didn't use his double remnants because, of course, if he uses all his resources, doesn't kill the Puck can then respawn back in and go for that threat, and he wouldn't be surviving these moments here if he'd have them still on cooldown. So I think showing some discipline, force out the Puck, but don't go for it. And then top, the supports, they try to force out the split. They do go down, but taking away that split now means the split isn't killing off their Alchemist. So just whittle down the resources of Quest, prevent their ability to make moves on the map, and allow Lycan and Alp to farm for free. Ooh, off the mark with the arrow. Again, this combo dates back to what, 2014. You've had many years to practice it.
True.
When did they actually add? Were these heroes always in the game? Or are these? I guess they were, right?
Yeah, I think they're pretty old school heroes, yeah.
6 point. I'm doing the research. I'm now intrigued.
Okay, I'm not sure that's important right now. But what is important is that Naga Siren's pulled a Midas out from somewhere. So this is a pretty unusual pickup. Not something I've seen a lot on Naga Siren, but 10% pickup rate in pubs. Maybe it's good. Seems very greedy, but yeah, greed's the aim of the game for this team. So fair enough, I guess.
Yeah, I've already outlined a lot of the issues of Naga in this game. Radiance, Shivas, just general optimization that Luna Galaxy can do to annoy her. So I'm not opposed to her just securing her game even further. Get to the point where it's like, okay, you have everything. We also can buy the items to deal with what you can bring. So now it's a game of who's the better team, who's making the better choices. And of course, Quest, being the top 4 at the major, being the Div 1 team, are favorites to just have the better understanding of what to do on the map. So I'm not opposed to this kind of...
Oh my god, Shad, he's going to get comboed up in the top side here. Ducalis coming in, trying to help him out, but the split is available, meaning that Shad is going to be a whole world of trouble right now. Nope. Stun does come down, but he's already dead. Kaori pops him with a Shadow Poison, and now Ducalis, he needs to get himself away, unable to defend his carry, and now just needs to keep himself alive. But Toby, not really giving him much of a chance here, just surrounding him with these Brewlings. Damage coming in, Starbreaker is well timed, but it's not going to make a difference, especially with the ultimate from Kaori coming out. And they're going to get another kill up here on the top side. But Xantic looking to just get one cleanup kill. We'll be able to do that at the very least. But yeah, not really seeing the impact from the Ember Spirit in helping out these top engagements so far.
No, he's kind of grading it up. It's uncharacteristic of Xantic gameplay. He often likes to make a lot of moves. And he's now just hitting the creeps. No split on Brewmaster. Xantic's still in the area.
This kill needs to come through, and it looks like it will. Are they going to leave it for Shad? Absolutely not. It's Xantic. He wants that Maelstrom, and to be fair, this is going to be absolutely insane timing on this Maelstrom for him.
He's having a very good game, but also who's having a very good game? The Naga Siren with the Yasha Midas at the 11-minute mark. Like, the net worth, the fact that Naga is 1,200 ahead of Alchemist is insane. You've got a Brewmaster into an Alch lane. That's a kill-hungry lane. You've got a Lycan into a Naga, complete opposite, awkward passive farm. And we're seeing that now kind of bleed into the entry to the mid-game. This Naga Siren. Nearly 130 CS, by the way, to the 75 of Alchemist. It is quite the tier 2000 show in regards to farm.
Yeah, we're going to need to see Xantic stepping up, and then from that point on, we expect Luna Galaxy to start taking a bit of control of this game. They have managed to find the Shadow Demon on the side, and that'll be scooped up by Davai Lama. Now moving across towards Noob and Omar as well. But it's just going to be a tower. And this is what Luna needs to look for, one kill into tower, one kill into tower. This is kind of their playbook. And it's all about the Brewmaster now. How much impact can he have with these splits? These need to be the things which slow Luna Galaxy down, and by the Naga Siren time to come online and be a hero.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah,
is
if
under attack.
Brewmaster doesn't get a good split off, suddenly their ability to take the fight and their damage is drastically decreased. So I think there's a couple options to Quest. It is that SD Marona goes for the gank, or you play around the Brew split. And of course, Luna Galaxy should be well aware of that. They're already playing quite a very poke-heavy style of play, supports throwing their bodies onto Brewmaster. And of course, the Exantic trying to do a couple cheeky plays, but nothing too crazy yet. I'd expect with the Maelstrom, this gives him just a better position to look for it. And yeah, Quest, they go for option number 1, get that SD Marana to look for that chase. They have the scan available, which I believe has connected onto the Alchemist, so they should be aware of his position.
Yeah, so...
Shad has the Radiance as well.
Oh dear. There's that demonic purge coming out. There needs to be some rotations. There needs to be some response to this, but at the moment there's nothing. I mean, they do have that ultimate, but then again, there's also absolutely no follow-up damage from the side of Quest. So Shad's just like, all right, bros. Oh, and he can get the money from the illusions as well. It's actually a profitable engagement for Shad.
Yeah, and they put a sentry down straight away, but they yet to actually check the cliff. So that should be instant D-ward. Survive the rotation, and another smoke up from Quest. Okay, guys, we can't kill the Alk, but maybe we can kill the Ember.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Down to the bottom side, arrows to follow as well. And yeah, the ultimate comes in from Ducalis just a little bit too late, as he is now just going to be another log on the fire by the looks of it, trying to get away. Celestial Hammer is down, but with that Vessel upon him, I'm not sure there's too much chance of escape here for Ducalis, as he's going to fall as well, and Omar takes another.
Quest, they're the ones playing as a team moving together, and Luna Galaxy yet to really see that anything come into play. The supports aren't helping out the Ember. It does feel like their entire draft is play for yourself, right? Lycan needs to farm his own stuff. Alk needs to farm. The Dawnbreaker needs to react to the engagement. So technically, your only heroes playable on the map is an Invoker and an Ember.
Hold on, they're looking to fight this. Exantic comes flying into the middle of the fight. The lockdown's there onto the puck, but there is the song. There it is. Just get out, my friends. We're getting to safety, but Luna, they still want to chase, but they can't. The song is just easy for the Naga Siren, and they use Shapeshift for this, and Davai Lam is just hitting a hard camp. I mean, I guess at least it's not an easy camp, but still a diabolical waste of Shapeshift.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Other than these
attack.
creeps which are just shoving bottom. All right, whatever.
It does feel like they're feeling some strains on the heroes that they have. I touched on it before that fight broke out, but these two heroes we see on the screen, these are the only heroes that can actually do something right now. Until Lycan has Helm of the Overlord and can dictate a little bit of map pressure, if Luna Galaxy want to do something, then it's all about this. And Divine Lama is still, what, 900 gold away from that item?
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Yeah, it's
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
coming soon, but soon isn't quite good enough for this team at the moment. They're just a little bit stalled out right now. And all this time, the Naga Siren's just farming up a storm. And sure, the Alchemist is as well, but they've got the tools to pressure the Naga Siren. They're just not able to use them at the moment. The timings are very awkward. Tower down to 40 HP, will actually get killed off by the catapult. They're unable to get the denies. They're being distracted by all these spells being thrown at them. So, Luna, at least they get something there.
There will be an incredible timing, though, from Luna Galaxy, where Helm of the Overlord and Lycan, double BKB on Alchemist and Ember coming in, and the mech on Dawnbreaker. So all of the heroes on Luna Galaxy should be getting a big ticket item within the next, call it 3 minutes of the game. The question is, can they utilize that, look towards a fight into Roshan, and instant D ward? You saw the Dawnbreaker appear for a second, you're going to expect them probably placing a ward.
Yeah, I wasn't actually sure if they did spot Ducalis there, but I guess they did. But nevertheless, Ducalis sees the two heroes walking across, so there's a universe where you can argue that that's worthwhile. Neoth Yolikor just unleashing onto Omar here, just trying to force out some spells. Tornado's going to miss those, so Omar's just chilling.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mech complete on Dawnbreaker. One component of the timing has formed.
What are the other two?
BKB on Ember out. And that's basically the big 20-minute timing that Luna Galaxy can play for.
Yep.
And they're pretty close to it, to be fair. I think, if anything, it's just Ember now. Like, once Ember gets to his BKB, I really expect 5-man smokes, Roshan break the map. And I think Quest, they already kind of sense that a little bit. They're not being too crazy. They're not trying to smoke up themselves. They're appreciating the fact that, yes, they've had early kills and early momentum, but at any minute, you are going to expect this Alk to leave the jungle and want to make some moves.
Yeah, still waiting to see any like decisive movement being made from Luna, but we might get a bit of it as bottom side. Theodicor being chased by both Toby and Omar. He's just trying to work him around in circles. The dust's out onto him, and TP's going to get used. No arrow available. See you later. Theodicor is out. Good time wasting. And we have it. Helm of the Dominator finished on up now for Davai Lama.
Luckily, it was the Overlord.
Sorry, yeah. The big one.
If he'd had Dominator 18 minutes, then I'm sorry, Davai, but we're gonna talk. I mean, sure, there's some cool items coming out for Luna Galaxy, but look at this Naga Siren, 13,000 gold. Like, how often do you see a Naga or actually any other carry in the game just outfarm an Alchemist? Maybe it's the current patch, the fact that Quest was able to do a little bit of aggression. Alk seems to be relegated to this top band of the map, whilst Naga has been given literally anything on the Radiant side. So, of course, the greediness of all cores and Luna Galaxy is maybe hurting Shad's ability to farm as quickly. But this timing, T2000 have a Skadi and a Manta by the time that the BKBs come out. Like, that is insane. They've got to somehow initiate, find the heroes, kill them pre-song or during song with your BKB, not get hit by coil or split. This is such a difficult fight, and I think Quest are feeling incredibly comfortable in this game.
My God, 720 GPM at 19 minutes. That is crazy. That's one of the highest I've seen in a long, long time. Definitely of this patch.
Do you think they're aware of the Skadi though? Like, the fact that the BKBs are out, like, if you look at all the items on Luna Galaxy, this is the window to make the play. You've got the BKB on the Ember, the BKB on the Alchemist, the Overlord on the Lycan, a little bit of heal from Dakalis. Like, they farmed for 20 minutes with an aggressive lineup. They have to make a play, but if they just run into this Naga Siren, or if they don't get off the Bruce pre-split, they might have farmed for nothing, and this is just filth. Absolute filth coming out from Tier 2000. What a showing in this first game.
Yeah. They have answers to Naga Siren, but they don't have answers to this Naga Siren. This is scary.
This is the fight we've been farming for.
All right, let's see it. Both teams, they need to bring everything to this. This is going to be the first Roshan as well, which they're really fighting over. Azantic in the middle of everybody, but he's actually going to back himself away. Moonlight Shadow covering the advantage. Theodicor to the tree line here. He's making some nice movements and not getting himself caught out, which is definitely admirable. But the pit is now somewhat uncontested. Ward's being taken down. They've lost control of the area. Azantic is just going to have to come in here and do as much scouting as he can. Alchemist, he is in the area. The only hero who's not here is Ducalis. He's just using the fact that he can just ulti in whenever he needs to put pressure on other lanes and try and create some urgency for Quest to have to get back on this.
He also has Greaves if he wants to TP back to base, but he's currently going for the Wisdom Rune. Naga also TP top. So Naga's not in the engagement right now.
Yeah, this could be big. I mean, down goes the Mirana straight off the bat. Azantic looking to just chase down Kaori here. He knows he wants to go for the easy targets, and well, this is an easy target indeed. Noob, he's going to jump in on this one. He's got the coil, he's got the damage, but there it is. The ultimate comes out from the Dawnbreaker, flying into the fight, giving the heals. Toby, his Brewlings are getting pretty low here. They might just get killed off. Hello, Toby. He's gone. That was not expected. The Brewlings just get turned to mashed potato in the middle of the team fight. Luna Galaxy holding a very, very strong line here at the 21 minutes mark. I mean, all of this farm on the Naga Siren just doing absolutely nothing, especially when she's not in the fight for the first, minute of it.
She used the Twin Gate to go top, but then to TP onto an outpost with the extra TP duration. Her dominance right now is sending out the illusions, getting the Skadi procs and providing the information, but maybe she was looking to kill off a Dawnbreaker who was playing the wider map. In doing so, yeah, this Ember Spirit lives and thrives in the fight, just jumps the backline. Mirana instantly dies. Toby You might have had some good splits in the laning phase, but we're not in the laning phase no more. You're gonna get rinsed. Acid spray plus high physical damage cores. Primal split, they'll eat that one for breakfast. So, plus they gotta be careful. If TO2000, if he ever leaves his team, you're just gonna get run over.
Yep. I've never tried panda meat, but Luna Galaxy just did, and it was delicious. And now Luna Galaxy, well, the one flip side of this is that they weren't able to really gain anything for that engagement. I mean, they got a couple of kills, they couldn't get into Roche, they couldn't take down the big boy, but they just still clutched in Roshan's claws, so not really much gain, not really much of a shift going on, but I mean, look at the Nagasari, you know, the Shad's now kind of closing the gap on her, which we expect to happen. You know, you want your Alchemist to be a little bit further ahead, so...
Do me a favor, click on Lycan. His quick buy looks so comedic.
Yeah. He's had this one kind of in his pocket for a while. And I was like, okay, all right. Interesting.
I love the Hex. Like, I'm a big fan of the Hex on Lycan, especially in this type of game. The Alchemist is already buying the AC, which is a very traditional second item for Lycan. Getting additional control, yeah, I'm down for it. The Manta sounds a bit spicy, but...
I'd like to see an Axe, honestly, but...
Yeah, give Alch more purpose. Big fan of that one too.
Out of here, little bro.
DD on the puck. Again, posturing for another fight. BKBs are in play again.
Patch out the Invoker, but doesn't commit to it. And Chad, actually, he's committed. He's dropped the stun, but I think he's just going to be stunning himself. Oh, no, never mind. They do. Nah, it doesn't take on the puck. Noob, you pesky little devil.
Divine Llama also used one of the Dire's smokes as well. This could bite them later down the line if he's misclicking them in the engagements. I don't know how many smokes they actually have left on the Dire side.
Why does he have it?
They only have one. I don't know.
Do the support dare trust a call with a smoke? Well, while some of these shenanigans are going on, smokes and chasing a puck and running around catching their tails, meanwhile Roshan is down to almost dead. They need to get in on this fight, and they need to get in it now, but they have. The coil's kind of whiffed a little bit, so the Lycan just kind of sitting inside the net. Zantic is going to be able to keep on spamming the side of fists inside this pit to make sure that Quest can't come in and sneak it any longer. TA2000 slowly being whittled down, but it is slow. I mean, it's hella slow. It's going to send the illusions back in, but I'm not sure you want these illusions just to be whittling down Roshan in the middle of a sketchy fight right now, but has the song, if anything goes really bad, so it's hard for them to initiate here on the side of Luna Galaxy, and yeah, Yolo Core just getting pecked away at by the puck on the sidelines. TA2000 using the opportunity to get into the pit, might just be able to take down Roshan all by herself, but Roshan's on the move. Oh no, he's moving. Is anybody waiting on the side? Oh no, it doesn't look like they're able to catch him out, but the orb actually catches Roshan, TPing away, and gets them a very risky Aegis indeed. Oh man.
In all my time of having the Twin Gates in play, I've yet to see the Aegis drop at the Twin Gate, but...
yeah, that's a new one for me as well.
Oh, man.
Well...
But why didn't they just commit for the... Why didn't they just commit for Roshan themselves on Luna Galaxy? You got BKBs. I guess they were afraid of BKBing to preemptively dodge the song to then get the Aegis and just feed the fight straight away after, but... That hesitation, that lack of committing to the fight, like you've still got Solar Guardian, you had everything in play, but somehow Quest got the Aegis and decision making not really on the side of Luna Galaxy, I guess. They second guessed themselves or were really afraid of something that we weren't seeing, but that was the Aegis that they needed with this type of lineup.
I mean, I think it's just a case of that song, you know, like it as you pretty much outlined it. You can't run in with BKBs just to preemptively dodge song, but then you go in to take Roche without BKBs and you're just going to die afterwards. I don't know what the answer is, but yeah, maybe
jump for nothing then.
Yeah.
Like, she's on the low ground and now she's songing to find the Invoker.
Okay. Screw you, I guess, Invoker. Down he goes.
TA2000. Scardy, Heart, looking for that Aghanims. With the Ags, of course, we'll be able to ensnare spell immune targets, which will cut through the likes of an Ember or an Alchemist. Looking towards the high ground.
Yeah, it's a really reliable way to just catch out like an Ember or something. If you manage to just catch them in song and then throw out the net, and there's nothing they can do. And yeah, Dabai Llama just getting pecked away at by the puck once again. And Arrow's going to be coming in through as well. Manta dodge not going to be successful, and down he goes as well. Quest all of a sudden taking this game in a stranglehold as they come up the high ground right now. TA2000's like, I've got all this gold, time to put it to some goddamn use, and yeah, going to be attacking the buildings. Fortify even coming out here for the side of Quest just to keep their creeps alive and keep this push alive. Well, Huck goes in deep once again, just harrying this poor old Invoker. Azantic doing his best to clear out the creeps, but his tower's already dead. TA2000 just doing so much work. Alchemist coming back into this one at last. He wants to try and finish off an item before he really commits to this fight and does get this Assault Cuirass, so maybe that's what they need to try and look for an engagement here. It's so tough. TA2000 is so farmed. Shad, though, gonna commit. Jumps in with the stun. Throws out a bunch of abilities here. He's holding this BKB as long as he possibly can, but they're not leaving on the side of Quest. They're just hanging around on these steps right now, clearing out the waves, forcing Nigma Galaxy into this awkward position where they have to try and hold these barracks. They're still taking so much damage. They need to just stop this Naga Siren from flooding these illusions into their base. Luckily, the backdoor protection does come through here. EMP is coming down as well, draining away the mana, so Quest, they're not deterred though. Send the illusions in once again, and Net comes down on Fiolacor as well. The illusion's just going to be able to take him down. He's done. Fiolacor's out for 40 seconds, and now the coil onto 3. It's perfect from Noob, and now the follow-up can come through. In comes the Solar Guardian, crashing on down, keeping them alive, and again, the BKB still not being used. Azantic is on cooldown, so he's just going to drop. Shad doesn't want to commit to this, but his team is dead. Jukaz and Azantic are gone. Quest now looking for the bottom lane of barracks, and they are going to get it.
Just moving as a unit, Quest, it all starts with that Lycan pickoff, right? He picks up the Manta, tries to Manta dodge an arrow, instantly gets killed off, and at that point, Quest, go for it, why not? And they have numbers advantage. I just think there's a bit of hesitation coming from the side of Nigma Galaxy. Yeah, Naga has an Aegis, respect that one, but they can't overwhelm her with this amount of tankiness she has, and they're just missing their beat. Nigma Galaxy just not on the same page, unlike Quest. It's just constantly be a team, play as a team. The one slip up that they had where Naga TP top, that hasn't happened again. That's instantly been fixed and moved in. Sure, tier 2s are up, so Nigma Galaxy won't be losing too much of their base. But they should be afraid. In 30 seconds time, Nigma Galaxy, they need to kill off this Naga Siren one time. They need to at least threaten Quest's ability to play the entire map. Because once she picks up Butterfly, I don't know how you're going to be killing her.
No, I don't. All that armor, all that evasion makes the very few resources they have of dealing with her suddenly completely useless. I mean, it's not a few resources. They've got good resources of dealing with these AoE targets. They just haven't put it together this game. It's felt like Nigma Galaxy are unsure of their timings, you know? Like, they hit these big items, they went for a decent fight, and then they kind of just haven't really committed to much since then. And yeah, I'm not sure if that's too safe the way they're playing it, or whether it's just a read on the game. I guess we'll save that judgment to when we finish the game and see what state Nigma Galaxy are in.
3 cores and a brew.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Zanski's going to have to BKB through this one once again. Not how you want to be using your BKBs at this point in the game. They're really hoping to get out of the map and get something done on their heroes, but alas, nothing to be done.
So, okay, so I was trying to decide if I wanted to bring it up or not, but I kind of think that Divine Lam is griefing his team a little bit here with this man to pick up. Oh, what an arrow, by the way. And they know it connected because it didn't go the whole way. Hold on, let's just watch Invoker die.
Okay.
So yeah, if we look at Lycan real quick, he was so close to a Hex. Like, he was on the path to some lockdown, but he went for a Manta. And now it's like, after buying Manta, sure, he can skip a couple waves, but there's no instant lockdown, look at my item timing reveal. There's no, oh, I got an Aghanim, so my ult can now crush the fight. He's delayed these big ticket timings just for him to continue farming and split pushing at the point in the game where they're already struggling to contest a Roshan. They're already struggling to find and lock down a Naga. I feel like you need to itemize correctly in these points of the game, because Quest, they're going to keep running at you. They're going to keep pressuring your Alchemist. As you see here, like, the Dire base, it's just Radiant territory now.
This is so miserable.
BKBing off the illusions.
BKB, Chemical Rage, like everything being used, and what do you get for it? Nothing. Maybe a lost barracks. Oh, that's not a good prize.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh boy. Middle lane, looking like it's going to fall here. TA2000 with those Naga illusions on the high ground. Again, she doesn't see any impetus to leave this. She's chilling.
There's no reason.
Doesn't need to use a Midas though. If she hits 2 charges on the Midas, that's completely illegal. There we go, thank God.
I actually think Davai Lama should sell his Manta right now, buy Ags, and that could give them a chance to win a fight. Like that is actually a viable strat right now.
I mean, at this rate, they're just going to get Mega Creep before we can do anything about it.
Yeah.
Like, look at this. It's just a hero without Aegis just sitting on their high ground. And there's no significant gold advantage here. 3k at 30 minutes, like it's something, but it's not much. Oh, Alchemist jumps in, immediately stunned. Doesn't at least stun up the illusions himself, so won't be absolutely taken down. But now the coil comes through Shad. He's still got no BKB. They've gone really early here, and they're still waiting 10 more seconds for this BKB on the Alchemist to come out. But the song is going to delay things just a bit as Ember Spirit kind of just fighting into them right now. And the arrow goes into his BKB, and then the BKB ends, so he's just stunned for ages. This is such an awkward fight. Xantic, he needs to get himself out, but he doesn't actually have the remnants to get away. But Toby looking like he will get killed off here as the Wolves do catch him out. And Davai Lama going around the back looking for Kaori as well. Meanwhile on the front lines, the Yolicor's already gone down. Shad looking for another target, trying to close the gap here. Omar disappears to the side, doesn't have the vision, doesn't have the dust, as Luna in this awkward situation as a Naga Siren coming back in. The arrow comes down onto Xantic, and that's going to seal his fate. Shad trying to bash away into the Naga Siren here. He needs some help, and he is going to find that the team's coming through, but the buyback comes out from Toby as he's back into the engagement. Once again, the vessel, the damage, it's in on Shad, and he is gone. 70 seconds, no Alchemist. Now Davai Lama looking like he's in a spot of bother as well. Manta is out, and well, that Manta, it ain't doing a whole lot to you, Governor. GG comes out from Theolicor as Quest take game number 1.
Decisive game. Quest, you can feel that they are the major attending top 4 team. After the laning phase, they play around the Brewmaster, give him a couple good splits, they give Naga completely free access to her lane and her jungle. And then yeah, there's maybe one shaky point with this bottom Roshan outpost TP scenario, but after that they recalibrate, they re-put themselves in a position to make sure they take Roshan. And if anything, Luna Galaxy, they're the team that could have maybe done something in this game. They had pretty cool timings, 20-minute mark, all the BKBs came into play, but they were yet to get a smoke to connect everyone into a point where they could win the fight, or even just force Song elsewhere on the map to then go to Roshan. So I think mid-game decision-making from Luna Galaxy really fell off, and when you do that against a team like Quest, with a Naga Siren that's already higher net worth, equal net worth to your Alchemist, she will just choke you out of the game, especially with the protection of that Aegis that she got. So yeah, Luna Galaxy, I think they'll be kicking themselves in this game. I mean, they kind of should be, because they need to pick themselves up for the second game, play quicker, play faster, play better. But yeah, Quest, they are just calm, methodical. They will always find a way to win a game.
They will, absolutely. I think some things we need to look back on in this game is, firstly, Xantic, why was he not able to do more with the start he had? Because we know that he's an aggressive player. We know that he likes to get stuck in. So what were the things stopping him from really getting involved in this game? And if I'm to answer my own question, I think it's down to the fact that Quest were just putting so much pressure on the Alchemist in the jungle, forcing those supports to rotate on him and help Shad, rather than being able to actually do things with Xantic. And I think that just opened up the map so much for Quest, Yeah,
I would fully agree. Also, for Xantic, it's not as if he had someone to play on, right? It's like, is he going to go gank a Lycan lane before he has even Dominator? Probably not. Is he going to go gank the Alchemist lane and force heroes to come to the Alch lane? That doesn't really make a lot of sense, especially with the Twin Gate ability. And yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. For MVP, I guess we have to say Tier 2000. I think it would be relatively illegal to give it to anyone else. I think they had pretty good games, but
yeah, only other candidate for me would be Omar just nailing arrows, but I don't like, every single arrow was into like a disruption or into a net, so you got the training wheels on a little bit. Give me some naked arrows and maybe Omar gets it, but there was one cool one on the Evoker, I guess, the ended arrow, pretty sick, but nah, it's TA 2000, farming up a Storm, and sure, his team enabled him to just kind of go AFK and farm with a Midas on a Naga Siren. Disgusting, don't do this in your pubs, but in a game like this, it works, an absolute treat. And TA 2000 putting on an absolute clinic in game number 1.
This is TA 2000. It's why he is one of the uprising carries. The uprising? That's clearly not the phrase, but
he's already risen.
He's already risen, but it's these type of games which makes you excited to watch Quest, because the aggression of the supports plus noob, whatever the offlane is going to bring, because they've obviously had 4 different offlanes throughout the year, but now Toby's kind of fitting the bill of equally as aggressive. You know, tier 2000 is going to be ready behind them to just emerge from the jungle with, hey, look at my farm, I'm gonna win you the game, without these weird choices. So yeah, tier 2000, you either shut him down in the lane or you out-itemize him to beat him in the mid game. And Luna Galaxy, they decided to go for the second option, but fell flat. So in this next game, they're gonna have to rethink of their plans, because think about this carry. He is gonna out-farm you, outscale you, and outplay you. You need to find one of the options and try and deal with him.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to listen in on like what Luna Galaxy are saying to each other right now, and what exactly conversations they're having. Obviously, we can't do that, but we can do the next best thing and listen to what Quest was saying during the last fight. So let's jump to the listening and of course the break, and we'll be back with game number 2 in a very short amount of time.
They're focusing Naga, guys.
I'm chilling.
I can save still. I can still save.
Can you not him?
Kill
I'll arrow.
Keep
I'll
weak
arrow.
at it. Keep weak at it.
He'll be arrowed after.
He's arrow? Right now. Silence. I might need help. Help.
I'm killing Invoker.
I can buy.
I have arrow for you.
No, guys, don't buy, don't buy. Bad. Look here, guys. I'm running. Oh, I bought. Alk is in.
I have arrow.
I can save soon, I can save soon. You can fight, you can fight.
Ember arrow.
I silence all. You can save. I will give you pipe, I will give you pipe.
3 second
Yeah.
grid. I'll give grid, that's all. 4 second arrow.
I'm
Dealing a lot of damage to Alk. Alk 1 HP, Alk 1 HP.
Look more. Like him. Fuck. I ignite. Nice.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh shit. Guys, they picked Stone Lycan to steal my heroes.
Hello and welcome back. That's right, we're getting into game number 2 of Luna Galaxy versus Quest Esports. Game number 1, Quest. They woke up and I think they've all had a shower because they're looking absolutely clean. They're looking spotless today. Luna Galaxy, meanwhile, I don't think they've had their showers yet. I don't think they've even brushed their teeth. Things looking a little bit dirty, a little bit rough around the edges. And yeah, you know, just need to, hopefully during this break, they're able to have that talk and get things back on track for game number 2. And we do have a draft, so let's pull that up before T can complain about all the weird things I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I actually just had you muted, but I could just tell from your lips that you were saying some terrible stuff. So yeah, thanks, mate.
Welcome.
There you go.
Alrighty, well, things looking a little bit interesting this time around indeed. I mean, Luna Galaxy have just said, hey, let's not ban any of that OP stuff. Let's not ban any of the cool stuff. We're just going to get rid of some very targeted stuff. So Phoenix, Pangolier, TA and Terrorblade, all taken out of the pool. All things which Quest can play very, very well. So it's more like targeted towards Quest rather than targeted towards a meta, which is going to leave the pool very, very open for them for their first pick.
Yeah, so Luna Galaxy is now second pick in the draft. So hence why we're seeing maybe some shift up in bans because, for example, TA and TB in the first phase of bans, that is some respect towards Quest for sure, and Tier 2000 specifically. In the previous game, Luna Galaxy did ban Silencer in the first phase, which is sure. They had a lot of respect towards Kaori, right? It's Phoenix and Silencer in the previous draft. In this draft, they're showing a little bit of respect to the specialties of 3 players. It's the Pangolier from Noob, the Phoenix from Kaori, and then the 2 big carries from Tier 2000. Quest, of course, because they're getting these like weird and wacky bans because of their team, they're now getting the likes of Tree and Protector as a first phase pick. What else is actually available based on the meta ban? So Shaker is still available, Sven's still available, Dawnbreaker's still available. Not as if we're going to see these instantly be reacted with, but it's cool to see them slip through the first phase bans.
Yeah, definitely. Shame there's still no Gyrocopter, you know. I would have liked to see some Gyro, but that hero is just very, very good at the moment.
Yeah, that
Shaker
probably would have been the easy dub for whatever team picked that one up, especially if Sven and Troll were banned out.
Yeah. Let's go on then. Give me a Shaker from Atlantic. That's what I want to see. Give me some mid-Atlantic Earth Shaker. Follow in from what they were doing in EEU, but no, I'm going to grab themselves a Shadow Demon instead.
Yeah, I think I prefer the Shadow Demon, mainly because if Quest were... it's kind of cringe, but it's good cringe. Good cringe because Tree's a lot of buff-up spells, right? So
boring.
Dispel that off. Yeah, it's boring, yep. What if Quest got it again? Is that double cringe?
If Quest do what now?
What if Luna didn't pick SD and then Quest picked up SD?
Sure. That's fine. You got Tree and SD support duo. Rubbish. Free game.
Are you really trying to like channel the energy to get Luna Galaxy into a game 3 or?
Look, I want a game 3. You know, we always seem to get them, or at least some ridiculously long series. Anyway, I think every single day of the qualifiers for us is. I don't think we had a day under like 4 hours or something, even though we've been mostly doing best of 3. So I'm just embracing what's going to happen. T. I'm not fighting it anymore.
So I've become one with the qualifiers, but that's how you want it. You don't want teams backing out early. You want them to be giving it their all. Like some of these players, they play. I mean, all of these players have played DPC for a year. With varying success, right? Some have been able to get to the major to get an extra little bit of bonus money. Others have been kind of locked within that Div 1, Div 2 scene. So they got three access points to financial aid, and outside of that, if they don't have sponsors, it can be a little bit difficult, right? So having the ability to play this qualifier, it's not simply the prestige, but for some it really is the livelihood of the year. If they can get there, it's a successful year. If they don't, then they might have to fall back because after this qualifier, there might be maybe a couple tournaments for Tier 1 teams, maybe 1 or 2 for Tier 2 and below, but outside of that, you're going to wait for the next cycle of the DPC, and we have no information on that. So for some players, this really is more than just the Dota. It is the entire year that comes down to it. I think specifically, probably for the likes of Luna Galaxy, who have not had the successes of the likes of Quest and other teams that have support. That is the kind of the factor that we need to apply to some of these teams, and I think we forget about it. It's so easy when we watch Dota to be like, well, yeah, they're a Dota team. Of course, it's good. Dota TI money, it's easy, but yeah, it's very hard. It's a challenging place to be.
Not easy.
No.
And for qualifiers as well, there's the other thing which, people don't like to talk about, but we're not like other casters, so we are going to talk about it. There is, of course, a shuffle, the post-TI shuffle, and what are people going to look back on or look forward to whenever they're trying to look at their team and put heroes together and players together and everything like that? You're going to be looking at the TI qualifier performances. It's the most recent and major point in most of these players' career. And, sure, you don't make it to TI, but if you make a good run at the qualifiers and prove that you can do some cool stuff, then you're more likely to find yourself in a better team or not kicked off your existing team. And that's very important as well. So you want to make sure that you're putting in a good effort.
So I just want to jump on that. Do you know the best example of what you just described?
What was that?
It's a single player, and you know him relatively well. I think you might go as far as saying that you're friends with them.
Ari?
No. Saberlight. 2019 TI qualifiers. Hippomaniac. Saberlight offlane with Axe. Put on a clinic on how to just carry a team. It was a national team back then. Of course, the Czech team. But Saberlight is exactly what you just described. So, yeah, this is hype to see. And look at him now.
My boy. All grown up. Going to TI. Yeah, no, absolutely. So, time for some performances. Fortunately, Dabai Lama not quite in that position with the Manta Lycan, but that was last game. We're going to put that to the side, and hopefully he can perform on the Doom, which has just been picked for him in this draft. So, Venge Doom, I like it. You got some aggression, you got some defense. Definitely slowing things down for game number 2, though. Luna Galaxy. They want to play it at not such a high pace, not such a high execution draft, which I think is smart.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, I gotta ask a really dumb question. I know this is TI qualifiers, but is someone still asleep behind Dabai Lama right now? Is he having to play quiet because his partner's still asleep or something?
It really looks like it.
It really does.
That's not Pillow.
No.
Dire team pick.
Admiral Conker.
That's interesting. Yeah, okay.
Either way,
we'll keep an eye on that.
draft-wise.
If the lump disappears in post-game, then we'll know. But, yeah. Maybe it's just a body pillow.
The coach is just asleep. Like, I don't want to draft for you boys anymore. But no, Luna Galaxy, this is a very robust looking lineup from them. It naturally farms. It has counter-aggressive plays. You're going to be able to doom off the Brewmaster pre-split. And I think that was a key component as well. The split was very potent to enable 2000 to have good vision and access to fights as well. I think the draft is just stable. Of course, Quest, they're going to punish this. They picked a Medusa into Shadow Demon. So the argument of can Medusa now buy Butterfly? If she does, she also needs to buy MKB. There's a couple Doom targets as well, so maybe not going to be the easiest of games. Like, you might want to Doom off the Medusa before she gets anything off, but then also Doom doesn't mute now until 25, so she's going to be able to do things during the Doom. Not the best target. So there's going to be a lot of factors in Luna Galaxy. If you don't execute on your initiation with your big spell, Quest will just run you over. The tankiness, the kite ability, the telekinesis of Rubik, the grasp slow, the amp. Quest is going to be very potent if this Medusa has all the farm. And we expect that from Tier 2000. Like, I don't think there's ever a game where he doesn't have farm.
Yeah. They always secure his lane. They always give him a good time. And we always see Tier 2000 coming out the base with a bunch of extra gold. It's very, very reliable carry player. And I think this Doom is actually just completely... You just don't want to do Medusa anymore, I don't think. Unless you can catch her like pre-Stone Gaze. It's just kind of a waste.
It's kind of, big waste. I think as well, maybe Slark could be an option for Luna Galaxy. You already have a lot of mid-game timings on your lineup. You throw in some Diffusal buy and carry, that could punish a Dusa who still hasn't got Butterfly. Then, if she goes Butterfly to deal with the Slark damage, now SD has a better game. So I think that could be a pretty cool option.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I also feel like there's almost a sense of like, if you've got all this save and then you go for a Slark as well, it kind of just feels like you're picking something which isn't really relying on the saves, which kind of feels like a waste of both these supports. I'd prefer to see something like the Sven just to kind of double down and, someone who, if they get into trouble in a swap out, is going to be very, very valuable.
Trying to see if there's any other carries that would do pretty well. Maybe Monkey King could be an option.
seconds.
okay lane against Brewmaster. You can also buy diffuser if you want to. If you get jumped on, the save inside your Wukong's pretty handy. I'm just trying to think of... I don't want Luna Galaxy to have that awkward position where Dusa has 2-3 items, and what do they do? The Sven that you mentioned, of course, provides you that scaling point. Jumping a Brewmaster, though, with evasion plus a split, you're jumping a Medusa who has Stone Gaze. Like, is it really going to be the best carry? It's a difficult spot, of course, but they're going to see everything. They're going to see all 5 quest heroes before they lock in their carry, and Noob still needs to pick up that Playmaker. Easily could be some just little Snapfire to throw in additional damage to be the mid hero. It could, yeah, just whatever he's feeling, really. I think the rest of their lineups enables him to do whatever he wants, and okay, they still go for the high damage, but it's going to be a Quap, and yeah, the Slark that I mentioned. Okay. Instant pick, by the way. That was 0 cares.
Yeah, they were like, ha, Quap, next. But no, the leash pretty good against Quap. I mean, the conversation was probably had. What are they going to pick against this Kunkka mid? What is left? Queen of Pain, it's a noob hero. It seems pretty good this game. And if they pick that, then our Slark pick kind of gets a bit of extra value with the leash. So, yeah, I mean, the Slark pick is good. It's something they can rely upon, I would say. Again, I still kind of stick to my earlier point of Shadow Demon and Venge. Now maybe feeling like they're not as useful as supports as they could be, but, you know, save for a Slark's never a bad thing. Stop him getting bursted down if he does fail to get off the Dark Pact, so it's kind of like a plan B. But yeah, I mean, I think the Slark pick kind of pulls things together for the side of Luna Galaxy, gives them a way to play into this game. I'm very scared about this Medusa, but, you know, they just got to find their timings on Luna Galaxy. They got to put some pressure on. Can they do that with this draft? I hope so.
Yeah, I think laning phase will be key for Luna Galaxy. Just trying to shut down TA2000, and that's where probably Shad is going to have to step up. I think we saw Nande play one of the most aggressive Slarks we ever saw yesterday on the side of KZ. It was a clinic. Insane. I think that's what Shad needs to replicate. Get to that Diffuser Blade as early as possible, use the Twin Gate, join his team to then take some fight to Medusa. Because Kunkka isn't really the hero to go look for the fight. He'll happily TP in, X-boat, and turn it around, but I think it's on Shad to find that perfect balance between farm and fight in this game. Otherwise, Medusa will just free farm, right? Like, Medusa into Doom, that's not a lane she's going to die in, so you expect her to do well. And that's where either Atlantic needs to over-rotate on Kunkka, or maybe hinder his own game of farm, or Shad needs to use that Twin Gate. But I can't emphasize how important it is this Medusa needs to be threatened in the early game.
So what kind of timings are we looking for on the Slark then? You know, what's the big item you want to see from him, which is going to be his opportunity to go?
Oh, no.
Oh, God. What is this quick buy?
Oh, no, the quick buy is the opposite of what I want to see. So I think copy Nande from yesterday. It's as simple as that. He went for a Diffusal Blade into Echo Saber. Then he double backed for like Ags and then Shard. But something along those lines sounds amazing, because the earlier Diffusal you can get, you can look for the fight. And maybe the argument for Shad right now is if he goes super aggressive with Diffusal Blade, but they don't connect on the kills, then suddenly he will just be fully out-farmed. And he's not ready or confident in that position to keep finding the kills. And
yeah,
I kind of wish we could just call up Nande right now and be like, boss, what would you buy in this game?
Dude, imagine
like, that would actually be
summon pro players at will into the cast.
Yeah, no, because like right now, like this is, I think the entire game boils down to the first like 3 items Slark buys, and often they're super cheap items, because Midas, let's say 2k gold, Diffusal 2k, Echo Saber 2k, like they're all, there's nothing crazy with a Slark item build. It's always just, oh, he's picked up another one of those items, what will he do with it? But they're so impactful, and if he can cross the river or not. And yeah, we'll see if that means he does go for the Midas. If the lanes go really well, I could see him changing that.
All right, so here's our lovely 3-lane view and see how everything's taken off here. I think overall, though, we're expecting reasonably good lanes coming out from the side of Quest. I think I kind of like their lanes and how they've run everything here. Dabai Llama on the Doom, obviously just going to be a bit greedier, not really looking to put too much pressure onto TA2000, and That is the worrying thing, because he had such a good game last game, while just having a free lane. And it looks like Luna Galaxy, they're just going to let the same thing happen again. They're like, yeah, we can do a TA 2000 later. And again, on another Giga Carry hero, we're going to need to see a bit more action coming out from the side of Luna Galaxy. They need to be playing around these timings very, very hard.
So Quest their veins, very, very strong. You've got Quap to dagger annoy the Kunkka in the mid lane. Of course, early levels, Azantic will have a couple Tidebringer hits to be a little bit of a nuisance, but if Noob does opt to go for 2 or 3 points in Shadow Strikes, she's currently holding her levels, so yet to decide what to do with it. And on the flip side as well, like you've got Brew Rubik lane. You shouldn't really be dying in this lane. Like I think Quest may have kill potential and survivability in all 3 of their lanes, which is exactly what you want when you have like a Dusa lineup. You don't want any lane to be offset, and Koyori, he oversteps his mark for a brief second and actually goes down.
Yo! That was unlucky. The creeps come in and block him, and yeah, that's going to be a first blood going the way of the Core. Not what I was anticipating.
No, not at all.
Yeah, wow.
I kind of expected Quest to be the
1,000 daggers in his back.
Yeah, so what Noob did, he didn't bother leveling Shadow Strike level 1. He waited until level 3 to put 2 points in it. Then he started spamming it. He didn't want to waste his mana on just a weaker Shadow Strike. And Koyori, he needs to be careful. He can't really go down now, I'd expect, with Grasp and Leech Seed. You don't want to give away any of these cheap kills, especially into a Doom lane that should only really be trading the farm back towards you.
That's some nice CSing in mid from Azantic there, just showing that he's a bit of a Kunkka specialist. As you can see, level 30 on the hero and pubs, so very much mechanically going to be outstanding on this Kunkka. At least that's what we're anticipating.
It's his most played competitive hero. It's 71 matches, only a 45% win rate, but that is because he plays it in all forms of the meta. Even when no one wants to touch it, he's going for it. Not the best stat to say on a broadcast, but he likes the hero.
Hey man, we don't cherry pick him, all right? We give him naked in the cold light of day. Yeah. So Shad, he is the critical hero. I feel like he's the puzzle piece for the side of Luna Galaxy, and so far he's having an okay lane. The harassment's really starting to pick up from Omar and Toby down here. So they're going to need Decalis to be helping out, but that pull will certainly do a bit of work for him, at least. It's available as well as Kaori once again, getting run down a little bit here. Core does not have the poisons for him. It doesn't have the mana for the poisons either, but still, Kaori being chased away, forced to south. TA 2000 completely out of mana as well, so she looks nice and healthy, but she ain't. And dear, chain lightning creep, that's going to be super annoying as well.
Yep. Doesn't really have too much mana to support it. He is still on the way to mana boots. I think this bot lane is super important to mention. Shad, the hero that you was kind of putting on this kind of pedestal to have to do well, and unfortunately he's laning with Avenge, and they might actually get a kill.
Yeah, they need to get the kill and get out though. Queen of Pain is no mind, she's picking the bounty hunter go, but Shad is just gone. Shad just dies during this. The cool spells come off cooldown for them, and they can just take him out. Ducalis also needs to be a little bit careful here as Toby just continuing to smack him down, but does bring down Omar, gets himself away, and the salve will come out. But yeah, the Slark dying first there, that's absolutely not what they wanted to see on the side of Luna.
Yeah, no points in Cinder Brew, but just so tanky with the clap. Slark wants to come in and just 2 points with Lotus and Fairy Fires, and he might have overstayed his welcome.
This could be really good. If Shad can get a kill here and get himself back into play, that could be huge, but they don't have the lockdown to keep him in range. And the Slark's not just going to be able to peck away at him with Omar coming back in. Meanwhile, Davai Lama up on the top side. It's a little bit too big for his boots and does end up dying trying to kill off TA 2000. So close to killing this Medusa as well, down to 90 HP. One shot away from death, but they weren't able to finish the job.
Quest is doing such a good job at having the stick charges, the Fairy Fires, the Lotus, all the cheap regen to make those turnaround plays. And these are kills that Luna Galaxy would have loved to have. Get a little bit of an early advantage in the laning phase, and it's just not going their way. You can feel the kind of the need to find the kill. I think Luna Galaxy naturally one of the more aggressive teams. They want to hit their stride and never basically stop. Quest doing everything they can to not allow them to get online.
Yeah, just a couple of outplays and a couple of misplays in the laning phase, and things get awkward very, very quickly for Luna. I would like to see them kind of making some rotations, and that's exactly what's happening here. Theolicor gonna go for the minute 6 rune. It is of course going to be a shield rune. Wow, commitment onto Noob here. This is aggressive. The timing is good, but is it good enough? Theolicor comes in with the banishment, and that allows the Queen of Pain to get herself away.
Unfortunately, the SD rotation is not the most impactful of rotations onto a quap, especially when Atlantic had used all his stuns prior. But still, pressure applied. Noob without a bottle charge to his name. Active rune going the way of Atlantic as well.
Yeah,
You might not get the kill, but you're annoying her.
Owning middle lane as well. As down at bottom, we've got to jump forward onto Toby once again. Shad, he does have the leap, will be able to connect with it. Surely he goes down this time around. Wand available. It's not going to do enough though. And Shad finally gets a kill down in this bottom lane. That is key. The puzzle pieces slowly starting to fall into place. And just want to point out, 44 CS on Atlantic compared to the 29 of Noob.
Yeah,
Really good on this Kunkka.
I kind of expected the Shadow Strike to do a little bit more to Atlantic, but clearly not. With the ability to X-Mark TP, plus the bottles that he's able to get, the spam as well. Sure, you Shadow Strike me, but I'm going to hit you with a Tidebringer and also cleave you down. The rotation, putting that Quap to low HP, forced the Rubik to mid lane, which then allowed Brood to be by himself to give Slark the window to get the kill. A lot of the game now riding on Atlantic's shoulders, just in the fact that he's drawing heroes around the map and dictating the pace of the game with his farm.
Yeah,
3,700 net worth compared to, he's got like 1,000 gold lead already at the 7-minute mark. That is just insane.
Even better than last game. But the fact that it is better in last game is big, but also what's he going to be able to do? Well, we're already seeing a rotation coming down. He wants to try and catch out this Brew before he hits level 6, and that's exactly what he's going to try and do here. Boat to come through, and down goes Toby, and Shad gets the kill as well. Big win down on this bottom side. Atlantic, huge rotation coming out from him.
Yeah, ooh, stacks made as well. Pause. Disruptor Q is bugging my game out. That's a joke for the lads who watched game 1. So Atlantic's going for Blade Mail. I actually kind of like this. Big stacks being made. That surely has to be for the Kunkka. Like, there's no other hero that can do that. Getting kicked from Discord.
No, you're
The
not.
best part about all of this is always we get the start of the drama and then it moves to like being spoke about in Discord.
Yeah, we just get to wildly speculate on what's happening. Oof.
He actually went for the Midas. Okay.
All right. Don't love it.
No.
But
Okay, let's not go down this line. Let's look at the fact that Medusa having good farm as well, but she's going for a Midas as well. So it's not as if we're seeing the Medusa do her great rush towards Manta Butterfly. I think if we were looking at a Medusa who was going raw stats, play for the moment, then we could argue the Midas is too slow. But the fact that she's also going one, delaying her own game slightly, it could mirror in regards to farm. On top of that, Kunkka's having such a good game. He alone will stall out the Brewmaster aggression, the Quap aggression. I think not the worst. And X-Mark to follow up onto Noob. You blinked out, mate, but you're going to come straight back to the clutches.
Yeah,
there
he certainly is, and that's going to be him going down. Nice movements once again. Atlantic really kind of starting to feel himself on this Conqueror a bit, putting on a bit of a show. And yeah, how much more can he get done in these early stages of the game? Well, we'll find out.
They don't really have the damage to kill him off. I think this might become the game where Brewmaster is going to have to split and just throw him up in a tornado. The supports of Rubik and Tree, they're not the most damage dealing, and an early lead for a Slark and a Kunkka. They are incredibly tanky heroes, be it from just the innate mobility of Slark and his ultimate, or just the run buff from Kunkka. I'm excited to see how they enter the mid game, because Nigma Galaxy in the previous game, they never really entered it. They were always just scared and on a back foot, and this time around, the game's forcing them to have to be aggressive. Atlantic now farming up all the stacks in the world.
But he's not going to have another course to play with. And this is the same issue we ran into last game. And I'm getting a little bit concerned already. Doom is going to be going for a Midas. You know, we expect this, but, you know, Slark with Midas, okay, well, you can run around when you've got Doom going on, but yeah, it's going to be kind of the three-man squad of Atlantic, Theolicor, and Ducalis to kind of run around and make things happen in this game. And is that going to be enough? Well, we will find out. But still, huge stacks being farmed. Atlantic is just absolutely bulging out of his belt at the moment.
10-minute blade mail. And that's why he might have chosen to go for the blade mail, because he knows that his team will be farming with Midas. So if his team can't do the damage, why not get his opponent to do the damage for him? Throw in the blade mail and get into the middle of the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be the aim of the game, at least for Zantic. And yeah, we'll see how hard he's able to kind of control up the tempo of this game. Once
Level
again,
10.
sees Noob immediately just like, hey friend, back you go, just scare you. Noob, he's keeping his cool. Not overreacting to the X marks coming out. Oh, Shad, Midas complete, going for the defusal. I mean, another way to look at this Midas from the Slark as well, I guess, is like, maybe Shad wants to play aggressive. Maybe Shad wants to be moving around the map as much as possible when he hits this defusal timing. And he's just getting the Midas as like the kind of insurance policy. The other way you can use Midas, other than just being a greedy guy, is to be an active guy. And you always have this Midas to give you the extra XP and gold you need, so when you're moving around with your team, you're not going to fall really far behind. Mid lane, however, going for a bit of a response here. And Theolicore kind of in no man's land. Actually, he's in Quest's land, and he's going to get punished for it. So, 4-man rotation to the middle lane. They kill a position 4. I mean, I don't think they'll be too upset on the side of Zantic. He's initiating 2-on-4. That seems like my kind of fight. Well, he's got that blade mail coming in, and yeah, that's going to come on through, and they actually can't fight him. They don't do anything.
They have the Doom.
When it comes to damage, Doom comes down. Perfect target. No primal split available, but the overgrowth looking pretty damn tasty from the side of Quest. So they're able to kind of delay this engagement. X comes back once again, but the swap comes out stolen from Omar, but at Zantic, he's going to be the one to go down. Davai Lama also taking some heavy hits here as Kaori and Omar able to finish off Davai Lama. Toby survives through it all, but Shad through the backlines finds a beautiful pickoff onto Noob. That'll be the silver lining of this fight, which is going so badly for Noob. They lose yet another hero. Theolicore will be able to at least block Kaori as well, so blood just flowing down the river here in the middle lane. But the fight, you got to say, kind of leaning Quest's way a little bit.
Incredible. Amar just OP in that fight. Free casting on the Rubik. He steals the magic missile, steals the swap, and just, crushes the fight. Divine Lama, he TPs in, throws out the Doom, but then at that point, the desperation for the fight kicks in. It's like, wait a second, we've stopped the Brew from splitting, but now we need to try and kill him off. They're throwing off X marks and swaps and everything just to contain him, and there just really isn't the damage. The Blade Mail looked cute for a second. There's not enough damage to really kind of show its worth at the moment. So Quest bringing the heroes, showing their tankiness, and just outplaying in the scrappy part of the fight. Shad also didn't really have the mana to commit to that engagement. He gets the Quap kill, but then he only has like 112 mana at that point. And with that, it's like, I can pounce but can't ult, and I don't think he really wanted to commit to the engagement.
Big test for Shad here. Can he avoid this engagement? Toby throwing in the Cinder Brew. Shad needs to leave, and I think he's going to be able to do so. Jakalis, he's going to be the distraction.
Still has swap on Amar.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That is it's fine. It's fine. He got out. That was scary, though. Didn't like that.
Like, you do that again, Venge, and we're going to have a chat post-game, all right?
Yep.
Quest group.
Imagine if the Slark died there. I would have. Jesus Christ. But he didn't. The conversation was there. He was like, yeah, swap me, I'll use Dark Pact. All is good. And all was good. So, bottom tower. All is not good for bottom tower. It's being beaten down. Kaori, Toby, Noob. The gang is here. The pressure is coming in. And sure, there's kind of pressure coming on the top side. Shadow Poison going to reveal that Kaori is coming on this as well. So, they'll know that there's heroes coming to defend it, so they won't be able to finish off the tower. And of course, you're playing against a Treant Protector, 3 points of living armor. These towers, they're going to be healed right back up again, so you need to make sure that the pressure is consistent. Bottom lane, Shad going aggressively here onto Noob and popping the ultimate pretty early there just to make sure he doesn't get killed off by the blasts. Scream of Pain, Sonic Wave, Fade Bolt, powerful combo. Got to be ready for it.
It's why this Treant Protector Medusa combo is so potent, because you see how Tree's protecting top with the living armor. There's no real innate tower pressure from Nigma Galaxy. And then you have Medusa farming the far right-hand side of the map. So if you want to kill her off, or she's currently in the middle, but she was just on the triangle, but still. It's like, if you want to kill her off, you're going to either have to smoke through some random Rubik or Tree who's protecting top. And it's just awkward. The twin gates aren't really in play now for Shad. And that would also be the argument of the Midas versus Diffusal. If he went Diffusal Blade first, that would sync up with the time where Medusa naturally is around the twin gate of the top side. But now he's delayed the Diffusal to be a 14-15 minute timing. They're going to have to smoke even deeper into the map to find her. She's only about 800-900 gold away from her Manta style. And still, the game is just all about farm for Luna Galaxy.
Yeah, great point. They've put themselves in this situation. They need to have a plan to kind of answer it. So far, things have fallen a little bit quiet. And this is what we're worried about. Quietness is not our friend. But that said, Xantic, he is heading towards his BKB. Only 600 gold until he's going to be there. So that could be the time they're looking for. But all the while, yeah, TA2000, she's getting the stack, she's getting the money, she's getting the farm.
And Kayora is also getting all the farm. Like, he is just living rent-free in the heads of Luna Galaxy as he just pushes out this top lane. He's going to have a 4-staff complete as well. After feeding away the kill in the start of the game, they're trying to find him. Wave of Terror to start the fight. But off he goes.
Yeah, just slide himself over, but the ultimate's going to come down. Toby's in the neighborhood as well. Ducalis going to go in with the swap, just try and get Dalai Lama out of here, but TA2000 turning up. There's everybody from the side of Quest turning up to this. They're answering this fight with numbers, and that's going to get them a couple of kills. Down goes Ducalis, down goes Dalai Lama. Awkward fight up at the top side, and again, this is what we've been talking about a lot, you know? Luna Galaxy, kind of weird, low committal plays. Meanwhile, Quest, you know, when they answer something, they're answering it. There's 5 heroes here. They have a very clear idea on what their timings are, on what fights to turn up to, and how they want to play this game, which is just kind of proving the difference in experience between the two teams, I feel.
I couldn't ask for it to be any better, right? I'm saying that tree's living rent-free, and then 2 seconds later, you see Avenger and Doom diving to try and find a tree, using all the spells in their arsenal to get a pesky position 5, and yeah, the rotations come in. The tower doesn't fall. It's just disjointed play coming out from Luna Galaxy. Sure, they have a 3k net worth lead, but you're not really seeing the team timing align. Like, Kunka now picked up his BKB, but where's the punch going to come in? I think Shad, he needs to start making a statement in this game. We're yet to see him at any point pressure this Medusa. You pick Slark to buy the Diffusal to basically just run through the jungle and stop her hitting her creeps, and we're yet to see that level of play. Like, Devilam is also going for an Octarine after the... Like, this is the old school build for Doom, and is this the game to go straight minus Octarine? I just feel like everyone's not really spoke about what they want to achieve in the game, and potentially maybe they have, and they've said that they want to play a 45+ minute game and play for the late game. It just doesn't feel to be the case. And Shad, 18 minutes with the Echo Saber complete. This is his window to go. Can they find anyone?
This is the question. And the answer, well, Noob has been spotted here. Nice little pounce through the trees here. Shad just trying to bring him down. Noob going to go for a D-board whilst he's in the area. Doesn't actually commit to that, but just blinks himself away. Again, things looking a little bit awkward. And again, you know, you're just looking for the slot to be one more item ahead. You know, if he has the Aghanims, things might be a little bit easier for this kill, but of course probably wouldn't be there in even in a good game. But yeah, not connecting with yet another play, just not really working out for the side of for Luna Galaxy. So they're going to start trying to whittle down this top lane tower. Do Quest respond to this, do you think?
It is 4 HP. I think maybe if Toby uses the Twin Gate, that's probably be the big indicator of them looking to take the fight. And Kairo's not even allowed him to have a creep wave. He's just dragging it out. He's kind of playing his own like 1v5 mini game right now. And if at any point you do kill him off, you know the TP is going to come in. And I think this is such a Quest strategy where the 5 position is the one doing this. He's either a Phoenix, he's either a Tree and Protector. It's really fun to see him make these plays. And if you are going to be playing up against Quest in the TI qualifiers, you're going to need to watch some replays and see how they do masterfully do this. Noob offers himself up in such aggressive positions, and you either kill off a Noob or you try and dive Kayori and get TP rotations. You always feel uncomfortable with whatever you are being presented by Quest, and TA2000 utilizing all this pressure that Quest are applying through their wide farm.
Yeah. They are really splitting this map wide, Luna Galaxy, just really proving that they're not interested in objectives. They just want to farm. They've got double Midas, you know, just hit creeps. Octarine complete on the Doom as well, so yeah, just chill. Atlantic Moving on to Omar here. Omar using the counter X marks to buy himself a bit of time. Blade Mail has to be used here from Azantic. Sonic Wave going to catch him out on the side as well. Azantic very, very low, so he leaves the engagement. Meanwhile, the split comes through on the back here. Shad just trying to kill off these Brewlings right now. They do have a lot of damage to kill off the Brews, so very close to dying here. Oh, careful. Azantic trying to finish the job. Forced up is out, though, onto the Earth Panda, and the Earth Panda will get itself away. It's weird. I didn't actually know you could full staff it because it is debuff immune, but today I learned. But that's again, you know, just kind of not really coming together through the team that fight, I suppose. Nobody really getting the advantage of each other, and the scoreline is currently 8-9 at 21 minutes into the game. You know, it's quite unusual for Dota in the meta and how it's played at the moment, but. Here we go.
Feels for me, I'm at a crossroads where I feel like Quest are playing the better Dota right now in how they farm the map, but just because of the Midases and the way that Luna Galaxy have itemized, they're just building the better net worth lead. And this net worth could be concerning for Quest down the line, because it easily could become the game where it's Medusa plus 4 people trying to give her a good game. Kunkka, Slark, Doom, all easily scaling with, you know, five-digit net worth, about to enter that mark, and Brewmaster, he will be the key component. He is not really able to keep up with everyone else. He went for a Vessel, he went for a Blink Dagger. He's playing quite a sacrificial offlane, and how quickly did his split die in that fight? One Tidebringer from the Kunkka.
That is true.
This is where Luna Galaxy were maybe content with farming. They've kind of dragged the Brood to play a bit more sacrificial. Corpse had a bad game. We'll see if it pays off. I'm always scared that Medusa will just A-click everyone at the later stages of the game, but...
Me too, man. Me too, but... And also, you know, what... Outside of the context of this game, which would you rather have on your team? A 10k net worth Doom or an 8k net worth Brewmaster?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think I'd always just go for Doom. The thought of deleting a hero sounds really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be fair, Doom also kind of got neutered a little bit in the patch, right? The fact that he doesn't mute now... You're able to suddenly pressure BKB. You can still just use your items. It's kind of crazy, but we have a smoke.
Advantage, everything being used on Tim here. He has got the BKB holding onto it for the time being. Disruption comes through, which is going to help out a lot. And again, holding the BKB for such a long time, finally uses it here, but here comes the damage from TA2000. The swap is out, though. They want to keep him alive, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to do. Toby trying to chase him down, and Zantic will finally fall. Manuba's died in response already. Shad looking around the sidelines for a target. Can't quite connect onto anybody, as the Brewmaster is going to be able to waddle himself out of this engagement. So Quest, they do make the retreat happen. The Olacor's got the Blink Dagger, jumps forward, but can't connect.
Yeah, the value of the SD and the Venge coming in there, keeping the fight drawn out a little bit longer. Sure, both mids go down, and it's actually really hard to say who's meant to win this one. Is it the mid-game timing of Luna Galaxy? Oh, sorry, of Quest. Actually, who even has a mid-game timing? They're both just farming. They're just two farm lineups hitting each other. It's just an even trade. There's no advantage gained.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Beautiful.
Goddamn. That was a little scary. I like the way the Mud Golem threw a rock at the creep next to him just to absolutely terrify him.
I could have stunned you. But this top tier 1 tower still living is actually incredible. Shad, of course, did disassemble that Echo Saber to complete the Aghanims. He'll then turn the
Oblivion Staff.
Oblivion Staff here. My brain just fully lagged for a second. I was like, the Oblivion Staff into a Mage Slayer to then go for Bloodthorn down the line. It's weird. These fights are, for Luna Galaxy, they are incredibly tanky. Disruption, Rum buff, BKB on Exantic, swap. Like, it is really a question of Luna Galaxy, when they commit to an engagement, if they can execute in the moment and actually kill off a hero during the Doom, during the X mark, they should be able to win the fights. But if they don't execute, yes, they're incredibly tanky, but Medusa will eventually whittle you down. Corp will eventually get the Aghanims to throw multiple Shadow Strikes. So it's a lot of nuisance. And a 7k lead, Luna Galaxy, they were the greedier to approach this game, and it's kind of paying off. Quest haven't been able to punish it. The Quap, the Brewmaster, never really synced up to get a kill on the side lane.
Yeah, no, it's, we talked about the lack of Luna Galaxy being able to put a play together, but to be fair, Quest, we haven't really seen them make any real decisive moves on this map either, so both teams being somewhat passive in the way they take the game.
Yeah.
It is more expected for a Medusa lineup, hence why I've kind of been expecting it, I guess, and not really chastising Quest for not really making the moves in response, but, this is Luna Galaxy's read on the game, they're not... It's not like they're not making moves because they're failing to do so, but just because that's their take. And yeah, again, we'll have to reserve judgment and see exactly how that takes shape through the game as Kaori just blinks forward to place a ward. Might have been spotted out there. Or runs forward to place a ward, sorry, as Doom blinks away. You can see Kaori, he's really annoying with his warding as Shad jumping forward here onto Omar, trying to get himself a little Rubik kill, and might just be able to do so. Needs a little bit more. There comes the full stuff coming out from Kaori to help out, but Shad, he's not giving up the chase here, and he is going to be able to get the kill. So finally, Shad able to turn something into a kill for him and get those stacks start coming in as well. Now they're looking to kind of increase the engagement here, but there's nothing really to do. And look at Kaori again, just being so damn annoying down the backlines. He's looking to cut the next wave. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do anything about it.
Will he force for it? Oh, doesn't do the damage.
Ooh. Now they see him. Now they know, but he's got that ward, so he immediately TPs himself out. Oh my god, it's so obnoxious. Yeah, over on the other side, they actually catch out Noob. Okay, all right. Luna making the moves.
Death by 1,000 cuts. Slowly hit them at all angles. But
Where is the snake
does it
lady?
feel like the same as last game, kind of? But just in regards to the fact that Luna Galaxy have yet to make like the game-breaking play, right? We can sweep across the map, smoke and get any kill. We haven't looked towards Roshan as well. And in Tier 2000 just got the Skadi timing again. And okay, they're going for Roshan. They have Wave of Terror, Solar Crest, plenty of ways to hit down this Roshan. Will Quest look to contest this? They aren't really in the area.
Timing on Medusa, like... Oh, they're going to be too slow, though. They're gathering up, they're smoking up, it's very leisurely, pushing out the wave. We'll get there when we get there. No great rush, and well, they should be rushing, because Roshan is basically already dead. Shad going to get the last hit, steals the Aegis up, and takes the Aegis up, and now they're just going to run straight at him.
They're looking for the fight still. If anyone from Luna Galaxy TPs elsewhere, then Quest will rush into the area. And this is the Skadi timing from Medusa. Very powerful for Quest, even into the Aegis. If they can get her to get the clicks off.
Also, another point to mention as well, Depth Shroud are very, very valuable this game versus the Medusa. Everyone just kind of huddle together in the safety of the Depth Shroud and kind of survive, hopefully, through that Stone Gaze duration and not die to the damage. And they are really lacking in damage at the moment on Quest. They have the Queen of Pain, sure, but Medusa, she's just kind of got this Skadi, the Manta. She'll plink, but she won't thwack. Not yet. Especially with the Vengeful Spirit coming into play.
Shad, hello. There's a team here.
Oh, he's chilling. Shout the Chad. Walk into 5 heroes, no worries.
I think who was more surprised? The Slark to find the entire team of Quest, or Quest to see a random Slark?
Yeah, an Aegis Slark. Oh, yep, we're not killing him. But again, reset, smoke, Quest. Reset to them again. They just reset. They went up on the high ground, smoked together. The exact same thing happened. Shad just runs at the ball. Zantic even coming in and takes a chunk out of the tree and Protector. X marks in. Boat as well coming on through. Toby, though, he's going to drop the split and try and bring down the Conquer. This isn't the Aegis target. He has the BKB if he wants to throw it on out here as he actually gets thrown back into the team. But there comes a swap, helping him out. Tier 2000, really, really low here, actually. This Medusa needs to be careful. She's running out of mana, so Stone Gaze used, forcing herself out as Shad, once again, just jumping around in the front lines of the fight. And with that run buff running out at Zantic, he needs to run and save all the way home.
Yeah, the run buff keeping alive. He went down to 1 HP, but Quest showcasing the supports and their dominance in these team fights. These 4-staffs are insanely clutch. On top of that, the pushback from the Brewmaster as well, really just keeping Quest in these engagements when you expect them maybe to drop a hero or two. It was, exceptional item usage and spellcasting from Quest to not just get overrun in that fight.
But that said, they did use Split, and they didn't really get much for it. Like, sure, they kept themselves alive in the engagement, but I'm kind of looking at Nigma Galaxy and saying, hey, ball's in your court. Let's see some magic happening. Let's see some moves being made.
Yeah, I expect Nigma Galaxy to, next time, once they make the... Okay, Quest have made some good saves, reset for a second, and then try and break down Quest. Of course, because Atlantic went quite low, I don't think they had that desire to continue the chase down. You know, it's all on Nigma Galaxy. Ages for 2 minutes. Yep, they're smoking up. They still have the Doom. Divine Llama was very patient in that engagement.
Dire's middle tower
Of course,
is under attack.
Stone Gaze on cooldown, Split on cooldown, Overgrowth on cooldown. These spells are coming back up in about 10 seconds time, so only Split should be the one that is unavailable for this fight. Can Nigma Galaxy find the initiation? Can they find the jump? They're throwing in Shad first to get as much vision as possible to give the entry.
Kaori once again given the information, breaking the smoke, being so goddamn annoying. Shad will take some hits from the Medusa, and she ain't no joke. Jucalis, that's not the target you want to get brought down. He's just going to get blasted on the sidelines instead. Shad, though, does connect onto Noob here, but he's got to be careful. Ultimate's actually used early here by the Slark. They're just going to have to back themselves away, and now they got to wait 30 seconds for their Venge to be back up. That means the Aegis is going to be, you know, about 30 seconds from timing out at that point. Quest, they might have done it. They might have been able to survive through the Aegis timing. And when this Aegis is gone, these fights are going to start looking very, very different. Shad's moves are going to start looking very different as well.
You know, I'll happily say, I apologize if I'm phrasing this as if Quest are playing some exceptional game, but when they're 13k down, the fact that their positioning is allowing it to feel like the net worth is even is incredibly commendable. Like, for Nigma Galaxy, they have done a really good job at farming, getting themselves into a point where they have a net worth lead. But you can see how difficult it is for them to take the fight. Like Shad, he's afraid to get into the middle of them. The general consensus on Nigma Galaxy is if they don't find the perfect jump, they make no jump. It might be their undoing. I really hope for their sake they are able to find a window to get into it. But Quest is just demonstrating how defensive positioning really is a mechanic in itself.
Invisibility.
I'm very conflicted about this game, and like, you know, like, yeah, they've got the money on the side of Nigma Galaxy, and I don't know, no one's come out ahead on any of these fights though. That's the thing. Like 11 and 11, 13k gold advantage. Okay, sure. I'm really looking for that one fight where things go well for the Nigma Galaxy, but I'm not sure what the things to go well are. I guess it's Doom out onto the Brewmaster before he can get off Split, and Slark just being able to stay on Noob for a long time to get the kill. And TA2000 just controlled up, I suppose. They've now got, you know, they've got AC. They've also got themselves a full Heaven's Halberd in the Doom's backpack.
And a Silver is complete on Medusa. Of course, against the SD, you don't want to go for that butterfly that we mentioned earlier. So he's going for a very stat-heavy anti-evasion build. Silver Edge will also help with the Slark. You might argue Shad needs to pick up a little bit of detection now. He's the one leading the charge, but when he breaks his passive, there's either going to be an invisible Medusa or an invisible tree. So a little bit of dust might go in handy to give himself better entry to the fight. We'll see if it pays off. Atlantic and the boys now going towards their Tormentor. It falls in seconds, and Divine Llama is the one gifted with the bonuses. And it did get changed, you know, just gets a little bit of heal from a Scorched Earth, so nothing too crazy, I'd argue.
Yeah, it's kind of rubbish.
Yeah.
It's all right in like a big team fight when you're on top of lots of heroes, and yeah, it's not amazing though. Well, Shad finally able to connect onto Kaori here. Surely this is Kaori going down. Drops the ultimate to try and keep himself alive. This Treant Protector, the boy wants to live. Not a pounce, almost connects. Divine Llama trying to find it out. They have to kill him off here, and I think they're going to be able to. TP cancelled. Kaori does finally die. I mean, it's only his third death of the game, and he spent like 90% of his life on the enemy side of the map, delaying, giving information, killing creep waves, so about time, I would say. But now they're going to try and use this to move across the map, smoke up, and find some more.
I was so scared for a second. I was like, if he lives, because there's not detection. But luckily, the Slug is carrying the gem. The Venge did, of course, complete the Aghanims and then pass over the gem to the Slug. Detection is no more a problem.
Yeah, and they're looking for the big girl. They're looking for TA2000 on the Medusa. Doom comes down, damage coming in. Slark just smacking away at this Medusa. Her mana is gone, her health is to follow as well. They need a little bit more, and they've got it. Down goes the Medusa, and finally, after 35 long minutes, they finally get their hands on this goddamn snake woman. And that'll be our first death of the game, and a huge sigh of relief for the side of Luna Galaxy as they're able to make a decisive play in this, and now they can start looking at some objectives as well.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from them. They kill the tree, and instantly it's like, okay, one of the main defensive capabilities is they just run into the jungle. Ooh. And Shad, he's going to keep going. He can feel the game on his side now. He can feel the lead.
Great time of the BKB, my god, just as the stun connects, BKB comes out, Noob backs himself away, but nevertheless, that's a BKB used, and Medusa's still out of the fight for 50 seconds, so Luna, they will be at very least taking this tier 2. Now, the Fortify can come out because there's still 2 more tier 2s available, so it's going to be refreshed for the side of Quest. High ground looking very unlikely here for the side of Luna Galaxy, but that said, their gold lead just blew up.
It's the same 3 cores in the same position pretty much. Like Kunkka, Doom, and Slark from minute, 12 to the rest of the game have just been this awkward block of 3 behind the Medusa. And in doing so, they've just ran away with the net worth. The Brewmaster, we did say, because of his Vessel Blink build, he probably will be left behind. And he's now 10,000 gold behind, even more, 12,000 gold behind his counterpart of the Doom. Of course, you expect Doom to have more gold. Quest, they've been defensive for this entire game. Late to both Roshans, if anything. The first Roshan, they contested it about 8 seconds late. This time around, easily going to be, 15 plus seconds late to the engagement. Will they look to continue to take the fight? Most likely not. The Doom is back online.
It's high ground time, baby. Quest's going to have to play the mice on this map, run themselves around and try not to get caught for the next 5 minutes as Slark with an Aegis is going to be constantly running at you, trying to find you. And talking of which, Noob has been found by Xantic here. Xantic going to use the Torrent Vision to get off the X marks. So Noob going to be able to BKB, TP away.
Yo, we're in for a long one, mate. You ready? Click on the Treant Protector. What did Boss Man just buy? Hell yeah. We're going to be here for an hour.
Oh my god, okay. I mean, I said earlier, didn't I? I said earlier, we are cursed. I know it's going to happen. I've already accepted it a long time ago. I will embrace the length of this game. Here you go.
Yep. I think Quest have just accepted that they can't even position defensively anymore because of just the lead that they have. Slark is destroying the map in his ability to always find a hero to kill if they look for it. And yeah, Kairi, he's going to have to sneak around the edges of the map. Oh, they just missed the dust. We're going to have to commentate this after the next half hour.
Can't keep getting away with it. Overgrowth on the creep wave as well.
Oh,
it doesn't even kill it.
Doesn't really kill it. Yeah, it's kind of bad.
Really awkward.
Yeah, it's really awkward.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But I mean, kind of just proves the state they're in, that, you know, they're ulting to weaken creep waves at this point. Like,
and now he's throwing his body on the line too. Like,
yeah. And TP away. Yeah, all right, Kaori. You're just such an annoying guy. He's such an annoying tree. But I want to say something here as well. Like, I think what's really impressed me about Luna Galaxy is like their commitment to their ideas, you know?
Yeah.
Like, clearly they had this conversation at the start of the game. We can go late. We can get these Midases. We can fight Quest. We don't need to be scared of this Medusa. We have the answers. And they all committed to that idea. And, you know, we're worrying about, like, their timings and, you know, letting the Medusa get away with it too much. They must be worried about it as well. Like, they're obviously having that conversation, especially after game 1 with the Nagasaran. So the fact that they're willing to come together, commit to this idea so heavily, and make this kind of thing happen for them is, yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy and a great sign for this team.
I think my concerns came from the fact that it's like, if you farm this much and then mis-execute, you suddenly give the game back in. But I think the fundamental difference in game 1 to game 2, with this one, they got 2 Roshans for free. And they're being the greedier team with the Midases in the farm that they're trying to go for. And that alone just gives you such a good position to be in. Rubik getting jumped. He does have the 4 stuff onto the high ground, but Slark with the Aghanims can chase you to the end of day.
Dire's middle tower
Yep.
is under attack.
He's got the axe, he's got the gem. He's an annoying little fishy. Your map is starting to feel very small indeed. Brewmaster just bought a Midas. What is happening?
They're playing for
They're
the
running up the high ground and
game.
Homie's like, hold on, I need my Midas.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Conquer level 25, -2 second on the Tidebringer with the Penta Edge Sword, Satanic Silver Edge AC. As Xantic wants to get out of this game, he can chunk through this living armor as if it's not even there.
Meanwhile, they've managed to find the Doom out onto the Queen of Pain here, so Davai Lama just takes down a Quap. I think Fiolico's helping out with that one. No, she's had a Legion ring. That makes more sense. Jump in. Toby. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Their Rax is being destroyed, and they've literally bought a Midas as they were running up the high ground. Oh man, what a read on this game which Quest have. We talked about Luna being a bit greedy and playing a bit slow, and Quest are like, oh, 41 minutes, we're at the start of the game.
The fun has just begun. I mean, Quest, they are one of the teams that can make incredible comebacks. I would be surprised if this one would be it.
Yep, bye-bye Ducalis. Big swap coming out. Sure, the damage resistance helped him out a bit, but ultimately is going to get brought down, but he has a negative scepter. He don't give no dams. Avalama jumping in. Slark, got to be a little careful on the sidelines here. I mean, Tier 2000 does have the Silver Edge, so not lacking in damage like she used to be, so they will respect the Snake Lady and get themselves back.
At what point do we discuss rapiers? I haven't cast a single game of Western Europe without a rapier being in it so far.
Single series, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be queued up by Tier 2000 in a minute. I don't know, anything else you need? BKB? What are you saying? Oh, it's Xantic.
No. I mean for the Medusa.
Thank God.
That would be lit though. He's going for Daedalus. Like, delete. Okay, Blade Mail gets swapped out for Daedalus. Phase Boots gets removed for Rapier. That's when
We're
the throws can
predicting the
occur.
ending inventories of all these heroes. Yes, Tier 2000 will have 3 Rapiers, a Skadi,
It's
a Lincoln,
they're
and a
30k
Hurricane.
down, and they're the ones smoking up, Nomad. This is just. And Lunar Galaxy, they're reading this. They're fully aware. Look at they're in their own base. 42 minutes in, 30k up. They're not being greedy. This is just an exceptional read.
Well, I mean,
I don't know if they call it on a ward or something, but
pretty sick.
Radiant's middle
Avalama grabs it out. I mean, Quest do need to get out on the map because they need to be able to use these Midases, so.
that is true. They need to be effective. What is the XP saying for? Okay, level 19. We're getting there. Yeah, if you look at the hero levels, you can kind of see why though. Like Brute and Tree both picked up the late game Midas, and look at where they are in regards to the game levels. It is very starved for both of these heroes.
Yeah.
For your offlane to be lower lower level than both of the supports, that's probably when you can pick it up. Worst case, you'll look like you had a better game by the end of the scoreboard.
That's all that matters.
Tier
Talk about getting up for teams. Maybe they just look at scoreboards and go, yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
you did all right. Wasn't his fault.
Oh, okay, Swift Blink. So Tier 2000 has put Swift Blink into his quick buy.
tower is under
I was trying to work out like where's he gonna go with this, and they've got Lincoln's queued up on Quap. Lincoln's queued up on Tree and Protector. So they're gonna triple Lincoln's Lotus Orb the Medusa. Hope she can stand her ground and take the fight. That will help prevent X Mark, the Doom. Trickster's Cloak on Tier 2000. Well, yeah, wow. Okay, you can see from the neutral items, they really are trying to survive. Trickster Cloak for the Medusa, double Ninja Gear for the Brute and the Quap. That just allows them to get onto the map, and Kaori, inefficient with his Philly Stone, not gaining the extra gold now, just keeping that robe in, of course. That is annoying Scriff immensely. Gee, that crit.
There we go. Torment at the full. Ducalis is going to grab it this time around. Magic Missile now bouncing. This is a great one. This is very annoying in fights. Better than the Doom at least.
Oh, yeah, Ninja Gear on Doom. And now it mutes, so all this kite ability removed now. We're back to the good old Doom.
Yep.
What a split push. Overwhelming Blink. Is that still bugged? I need to keep track of that, actually. So the bug was it didn't do the bonus strength damage. It just did the flat damage. So we'll see if it is bugged or not.
So do 100 damage, right?
Yeah. Oh, dropping mangoes. Hey, come get your tasty mango, please. Wait, guys, there's a mango tree in the game. We gotta kill it. Said someone who forgot about patches.
If only. Bring back mango tree. It's the one thing I want. I miss it. The mango tree strats.
Fake people would place it in their base. The real homies would put it on the map for vision.
Hell yeah. A little grove in the tree line to send your couriers to go and collect your mangoes.
Free. It's better when it was free vision on Roshan, and then the support would find it without a quelling blade and be like, "Oh God, guys, come here! Someone run over to the Roshan pit."
Radiant are scared.
Need some deforestation, please. Well, this ward is going to reveal that Luna Galaxy were smoking here, so there'll be no question about where they are on the map right now. Just want to point out as well, I don't know if you missed this, but Conker actually didn't end up going for the Daedalus. He actually went for a Heart instead. So Xantic's going to be even tankier. Heart and Satanic.
And yeah, Boots of Travel on top of that. He is hypermobile, ready to find any pick. And all the Lincolns.
Oh, mid lane.
Divine
Jump in
Armor.
from Davai Lama into a bunch of heroes here. And yeah, Doom onto the Lincolns. Unfortunate.
It was a recent pickup though, so you could argue that was the revealed Divine Lama. Playing the most of the game without seeing the Lincolns in play, and yep, there it is.
You got to be quick. The moment you see that opportunity, it's about to disappear. You just need to go in, drop the Doom, and probably clicked on him as he was dooming and went, oh, crap. Unfortunate.
No boots on Medusa. She went for the butterfly. With the Lincolns, maybe disruption isn't too much of a threat.
Oh, damn.
Roshan has spawned top, and Luna Galaxy didn't rush their way there. If there was ever a fight for Quest to win, down by 30k gold.
Up and down. Run, Decalas, run. And Shad walks into them again.
They've seen Roshan.
I love how these two teams play around each other so carefully, like it's all a game of vision, a game of positioning, and then Shad just runs into 5 heroes all the time, just like, hello everyone, it's me.
Yes, the Slark effect is truly beautiful.
See this? Like everyone's like, oh, who's going to hit the wave first? Who's going to go in and actually...
They didn't deward the ward behind them. They don't have a gem. Luna Galaxy well aware of the Quest positioning right now.
Yeah. They
Have
know
vision
what
all
we're doing.
around them. They're in quite a choke point.
This is the Roche fight, don't forget. You'd be forgiven forgetting about Roshan, as he has not really been much of a factor this game, but he's got a refresher shard on him now, so...
They're just going for it.
Yeah, they're going in. They want to force them to fight around them. If they can just fight the fireman engagement where they can't jump in, but the Doom comes out onto the Medusa. It's a big target. Overgrowth comes down, but Shad doesn't care. Purges off and just continues smacking away into the Medusa, down to 800 mana, but they need a little bit more. Are they going to be able to burn through her? They get down to the soft innie center, and now they'll take down the Medusa. She is gone.
She's buybacking as well.
She needs to. They feel like they cannot give up this fight as Shad finds another on the sidelines. Omar gets brought down, has the buyback available as they'll start unloading onto the Conker here, but Conker, he's a big tanky boy. He's got a heart, he's got a Satanic,
Swap.
and the swap's got to come through to help him out as well. Stone Gaze is there. There is no more Doom to control at this Medusa, do not forget, so she's got a much freer time this time around. It's Yolical caught in the sidelines here, has the Aeon Disc, used it to get away. Shad still hanging out in this engagement as the poor old Ventral Spirit Illusion's just going to get absolutely murdered by TA2000, and yeah, those illusions are actually doing so much work from the Shadow Demon. The Yolical
Middle tower is under attack.
just... TA2000, this is the thing. You go for this butterfly, and this is what you accept. As Shad jumps in again, just trying to find Noob, just trying to find the Queen of Pain. Silenced up for the time being, but did get off the Shadow Dance in time, so we'll be all right. As once again, oh my god, Kaori almost gets smacked by a Xantic. X Marks is out. He's just sitting on the front lines here, challenging Medusa to come and fight him and give them information. That's what they want from this. They have found Noob on the backlines. Davai Lama and Theolikos surrounding the Queen of Pain. Should be able to finish her off. She blinks out. Meanwhile, over on the sidelines, Toby gets finished off by Shad and Xantic as they team up together, and Noob will fall. Now they can look to get back into the pit, but they want to first oust the heroes from the area. TA2000 and Omar smoked up, just running themselves down the south side of the map, trying to get that safe TP away. And it looks like they will be able to do exactly that.
So much kiting from Quest, but Luna Galaxy was just laughing in the face of their opponent. Sure, please, run away from us, hug the top side of the map, but we're just going to hit you down. They've got a heart, the Satanic on Kunkka. He could tank up everything. Shad as well. At no point were the cores on Lunar Galaxy ever put in a position of nearly dying. And the buybacks, what was it, 4 buybacks? No, 3 buybacks used, sorry, there from Quest in the hope to get something. You could see their plan was to get to the Roshan pit, eat through the big spells, the Doom, the boat, and then look to take that secondary fight. But they just don't have the damage compared to the immense 43,000 net worth lead side of Lunar Galaxy, where they laugh. This is...
A game
I don't
of
think
economy.
I've seen a game where 3 cores have always been in the same kind of block of net worth. Like Doom, Kunkka, Slark, at no point have I seen them suddenly spread apart where dire cores have entered in between them. It's just been 3 big boys scaling throughout the entire game. 50 minutes
3
in, nearly
besties
50,000
hanging out.
gold lead. Yeah, they're besties for sure. Besties looking at a game 3 against Quest in the upper bracket.
Huge. Honestly, huge for this team. Like, no one was expecting these guys to run particularly deep. You know, I think a lot of people probably had them bombing out of the upper bracket straight away, but they impressed us once, and now, well, at least in this game too, they're on track to impress us again and bring us to a 3rd game against Quest, which only so many times we can say it. Top 4 at a major.
Yeah, 2000 now queued up the Rapier. He's
Finally.
desperate for some damage.
Oh yeah, we
God.
should have known too. This game can't end until this game can't end until we have a Rapier. Yeah, he's doomed up, in some trouble here. Buyback could be available even if he goes down here. Only 185 gold, but they are able to keep him alive. And the Slark taking some heavy hits. I mean, he's got this Aegis. Heals coming out onto him as well, so he's going to be all right for the time being. See, this is where things get awkward. How do Luna go to the high ground?
That's where part of me was wondering why Quest actually contested this Roshan. If they held their buybacks for the base defense, if they kept the Medusa in a position of farm, don't allow SD to disrupt, because she opted to go for that quick butterfly. Okay, go for the fight. Contest Roshan. I bought butterfly. Go, go, go. But then it's like SD's laughing. He's like, amazing. I now have evasion on my illusions. Interesting choice from Quest. I think in certain games, if the net worth was closer, that's an incredible call to make, to kite out the fight, to play on the fact that it's a nighttime Roshan with your outpost, with the TP advantage, is maybe also one of the factors why they went for it. And now, yeah, like you said, Lunar Galaxy trying to go high ground. Their draft doesn't hit buildings. It's Kunkka basically does it by himself, to be fair. He is so strong, he could probably, like he did in the mid lane, replicate that again. And they kind of want the kills. They're looking for the pick before they go for the building. I don't think the ending of this game is as complicated as it really sounds. It should be as simple as go and hit the base, but Lunar Galaxy aren't opting to do that right now.
I mean, that's a lot, right? Like, there's the Medusa, there's the Stone Gaze, there's the Treant Protector as well. Like, if you get caught in an awkward position with Overgrowth upon you, then Medusa is going to make short work of this team, right?
Yeah, you'd say that, but she's got...
And they also have a 48k gold advantage.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm trying to factor in the fact they're at 50,000 gold nomad. Here we go.
It's fair. It's antique. They're going to need
But look
more
at
than
the
a couple
damage.
of clicks to bring
Wow.
him down. Yeah. That said, though, the slows, the swap is going to need to be there, and it is. Ducalis comes in big. Ooh, it even gets a D-ward here, but Ducalis should be dropping here for the first time, although in comes a Cheese actually healing him straight away back up again, but Quest just very disciplined, holding their high ground. Here comes the Torrent Storm from the Conquer.
You are
100 leagues of dry land couldn't keep these seas at bay. Don't ask me, that's the description for the Torrent Storm. And some Brewlings coming in just to give a bit of vision. Toby just saying what's up. Still has the Void Panda all the way back, so very safe.
Koro just tanking.
Oh,
That
nice
would have been
economy
clutch.
Tormentor. Love to see
No,
it.
so Kaori put the grasp on the Tormentor, so there was a very small chance he could have got a tick of damage to actually take that Tormentor. It's the small plays made, but when you're down 50k gold, you got to appreciate all of them. Maybe I'm just a big fan of Treant Protector and Tormentors over the last couple of days as well.
Yeah, that's true. It's a special place in our hearts for that.
What's the win probability saying right now?
Yeah, that's not something
okay.
we've really looked at a whole lot.
No, it's like, yeah, I think 95, 94%, I think it said. Yeah.
94% at a 48k goal advantage.
Which is
Right.
kind of crazy, right? Maybe
That's
Dota Plus really likes
madness.
Medusa.
That is wild. Well,
To not
maybe
be at
just 'cause the
99.
Aegis ran out.
I think
No,
Tier
take that
2000
into
needs to
account.
get this Rapier, surely. Send your Curry out. Forgo the buyback.
And here's something we haven't seen a whole lot of. What I like to call the bungee cord maneuver.
Yep, tell me more.
X marks onto the Slark, send him up the high ground, hit some buildings. Whenever he gets in trouble, pull that cord. It's not really how bungee jumping works, but
Doesn't
It looks
this make you uncomfortable that the team up by 50k gold is having to do this to Siege? Is there not something like, deep inside of you that like makes you just shiver inside?
yeah, I sympathize very deeply with Nigma Galaxy here. We've all been there.
I actually, for a second, you said Nigma Galaxy. I was like, wait, what?
No, they're not in these qualifiers.
No, I know, yeah, they're not. Yeah.
I'll take that.
Rest in peace. Bless up.
All right, come on, man. Buy the Rapier.
Mon Medusa, I'm not sure how she does. They've got this secret shop kind of surrounded at this point.
It's true. I just feel if they don't have the Rapier for when Lunar Galaxy gets the confidence to go high ground, that's when it'll be this debate of, oh, I wish we had it. I buy back. Oh, I still don't have it. Like, I think there needs to be some plan in play to get these items onto the Medusa. And also, now what are you swapping out? Do you want to get rid of your Manta for that? But even when you're against the threat of the push, it's non-committal wave clear. Or you get rid of your Silver Edge that gives you the crit, the Hurricane Pike for the kite from the Slark. It's not a simple, oh, this is the item I remove from my Rapier.
Yeah. And this is the biggest nerf for Quest here as well.
Yo, Shad, use your... Oh, sorry, hold up. He's got his 2 Midas charges available in his backpack. Come on, man. Are you really waiting for the 60-minute free double tier 5s? That's some gold. That's some economy. Look, you got Butterfly Refresher. You got so much stuff to live for.
No, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Save it for the 60-minute. Get the 2 neutrals. Sell it. That's lit.
And that's
also
why
got a-
Quest
Why are you
27
offended
minutes
by
ago.
the Midas when
bought
he's got
all
the mango
Midas
in his backpack? Because the mango
Wait, who?
taking his backpack at 57 minutes.
Wait, that's the one from the bot. Oh, it's not. No, it's still. So the Radiant Tier 1 tower, if we look there quickly, there's still a mango on the ground there. Radiant Tier 1, that's the Tier 2. There it is. We have 2 mangoes in play.
There's also another mango over in the middle of the dire jungle.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
To the left.
Spot the mango with Scriff. There we go. That's a good one.
Someone's been littering with their shovel.
Maybe they're trying to plant them.
Yeah, so after 70 minutes, the game bugs out and it does become something different. There's 2
the
wisdom
mango
runes on the
trees,
side of
they're trying to
Radiant.
bring
Hold
back
up.
mango trees.
No. There are 2 wisdom runes on the Radiant side. Why?
Oh,
Do you think Quest at any point would accidentally bump into... I mean, there's a lot of levels, but 2 wisdom runes for Quest? That's big. It's
Yeah.
impossible to get there, I feel. You'd need to really have a purpose, but Lunar Galaxy, they just don't care. They are keeping Quest in their base. They clearly are maybe waiting for the tier 5 neutral items. Of course, I would always say the team behind Book of the Dead helps because you can push out and farm without sending your hero. The team ahead, and what do they really need?
Has been killed.
What on earth would you need with 50,000 gold lead? A Stygian Desolator to help chip through the buildings? But at this stage of the game, an extra lane of racks or mega creeps, it really doesn't matter. It
Yeah,
helped for sure, but it's
starting
not
to
as if
feel
it's
that way.
it's not the crippling blow. Mirror shields for Medusa will be very good for her. Even the Ex Machina potentially.
yeah, Ex Machina pretty sick. Maybe, yeah. Oh, she's trying. Something exciting happening, guys. Medusa
happening?
is trying to get the courier to the secret shop in order
Knock
to
on
pick
that
up a
courier.
rapier.
Where is it? Describe
Yeah,
where it is.
I would have
Nomad.
thought the same too. We're not
Where
going to
is
tell
it?
him. Don't give him any hints. Don't give him any hints.
Okay, fair enough.
Come on, Scriff.
Find the courier, Scriff.
That's Doom's courier.
Oh, there it is. Yep, they're not there, Scriff.
Not there.
Oh.
Hey! Well done. Well done.
But
might
they have
make
vision
it.
on the career.
Oh, the Oracle sees it.
Oh,
run.
yeah, more mangoes and
I didn't
sounds.
buy anything. Oh no. Where's it going now?
Are scanning.
It's the Yolacore. We found the culprit. He's the one shoveling around the map.
Oh, he's got his shovels. He's been layering his mangoes everywhere.
Yeah, he's got a Trista cloak and a backpack shovel, and he's just littering the entire map with mangoes and just crap. Either way, Medusa's still trying to get her career.
terrible.
Could you send it to Radiant? Wouldn't this be logical just to send it diagonally
Oh
across the
shit!
map
Tier
right now?
6, tier 5s, tier 5s. Also
Oh,
that.
that's
yeah.
way more important. Okay, what's
So
happening?
yeah, Courier's just chilling. Medusa
Oh,
has
pirate
been
hat.
able to get a
Oh, mirror
pirate-
shield.
How?
Okay.
How did she get a mirror shield? Oh, the
course.
Kaori's out on the map getting some
Yeah.
farm,
Radiant
getting some
are
creeps.
scanning.
They got Midas's. They're
Midas
instantly
is
getting
going
them.
to town. All right.
But more importantly, okay, so Toby gets the pirate hat. When you're down 50k gold, that really can help you get back into it. I'd argue maybe double pirate's hat might be beneficial. And they got the rapier through the
did it.
chaos of the tier 5s.
Ooh, yeah, they did it. Noob even coming out to bodyguard that courier as well. Make sure it makes it home. Godspeed, noble courier.
Oh.
Oh, Noob in some trouble. There's the Book of Shadows though going to work, but he's going to need a little bit
Back up
more than
again.
that. Yeah, it does have a very low cooldown, and there we go. Book of Shadows being used once again, but all right, that is going to doom her. Fair enough. Get the kill. On to the quad. Noob daring to come out a little bit too far, and yeah, does indeed wisely ping out there his vision on this high ground. Is this the invitation which Luna Galaxy need to come up this high ground?
Well, first of all, let's digest the neutral items. This is very important. Roshan going to be falling to Luna Galaxy. They've got themselves the Mirror Shield onto the Slark, the Ex Machina on Atlantic. So we're going to be seeing double BKB, Satanic, Silver Edges, a Giant's Ring on Venge. She's already just a body in the fight, so might not have had better options.
Make
Then
that
on
body
the flip
bigger.
side, even bigger. Seer Stone for Fiolacore, that's really important to find the backlines, even though you know they're going to be in their base, but I guess it makes high value.
Where could they be? We'll use a Seer Stone to find out. They're setting under their tier 4.
Double pirate, nice. They actually got double pirate hat. That is the makings of a true comeback potential. I'm probably not going to happen, but again, I'm down for this timeline. 60,000 gold lead at the 62-minute mark. Surely now Luna Galaxy can break the base of Quest. Quap alive in 36 seconds. Will she use the
Yay.
buyback?
With the rapier, they're going to have to use a depth shout here to get themselves out, but getting themselves out is going to be the plan. Toby has to be a little bit careful. These Brewlings will just absolutely pop if you keep them all together like this. So, yeah, caution is being shown. And yeah, even throughout all of this, the Olicor's still being really careful, just be on the back lines as much as possible. Disruption actually used here, so the Medusa's going to feel a bit more comfortable about coming a little further forward as the Slark actually pops the ultimate here just to get some more hits off onto the buildings. I mean, sure, okay, range barracks down. Again, we've already spoken about this. There's just not that much to be gained from the barracks being in other than constant pressure on the base, so if they ever do decide to leave it, Quest won't be able to stay out for long, but ultimately that's not a realistic prospect at the moment. When you're 60k gold behind these, the sides of your base may as well be brick walls. You are not
In Tier
leaving.
2000, he sold his Lincolns. With the Doom having ags, he doesn't really care about trying to pop
Yeah.
it anymore.
Yeah, the 10 Lincolns as they've bought on the side of Quest suddenly, all just turning to dirt.
Not good. Yeah. Co-op didn't have to use buyback there. They only lost the range racks, and God, what a weird and wacky, wonderful end to the potential of this game.
Ooh, they're trying
Still-
to flit. New strategies coming out from Luna as Shad just smacking away up on the top side. Quest, do they commit to a fight?
Oh, Shad, you gotta be careful there, buddy.
I mean, he's got the Aegis. He's just looking to hit some buildings. We might try to catch him out with the stolen tidal wave, but not going to do the work as the buildings starting to crumble. Bottom barracks starting to fall. But, ooh, Venge getting low once again. Has that cheese and also the butterfly for some reason.
Oh, we got
That's it.
stone case.
Taking hits.
Swap.
There we go. Swap comes out. Chalice stunned up. Does have the Aghanim, so even if he dies here, we'll be coming back. And there's a Torrent Storm coming on through as well, holding back Quest for the time being. Chalice finally going to fall, but also trying to bring down Kaori in the process. Kaori very
Shadows.
low indeed, but in comes the Book of Shadows doing the work to keep him alive. And throughout all of this, they only got a range barrack. So, yeah.
Look at the net worth. The pirate hats are kicking in. There's this little bump going towards Quest. And I mean, it's really small. Like a really, really small bump. But
Hey,
bump
another
nevertheless.
65 minutes and they're back in this team. We're looking at an even game.
Dire's courier.
I'd love to know what the vibes are for people watching right now. Is it like, Luna Galaxy have won, why am I watching? Or are they like actually truly emotionally invested and really think Quest can come back in? I'm at a middle state right now. I really don't know. They're so scared to hit their buildings. Even when they take one side, then it simplifies the game for Quest because now they just need to defend one set of racks. There won't be any split push.
You know, we're gonna hide it. Like, a comeback from Quest would be fucking sick, but also for Luna Galaxy to then lose this game, have to go down to the lower bracket after losing like a 80-minute game in that fashion.
It's soul destroying.
Whoa, man, yeah.
They're
That's gonna
playing
be a
for-
tough series to come back into, the qualifiers to come back into and find the mental strength.
If Quest win this, they win TI. It's how the script works. You know, they need the true side to have some juicy content, and it's all going to start here from this very game.
Yeah.
For that.
Oh, yeah. Hi, True Sight. I'm sure they'll put that in, right?
Hi, yeah, hello.
Hello, True Sight. We're in a 66-minute game. 17k gold on this Medusa. You got to be asking the question, at what point do you start giving the farm to someone else? But that's the problem. You can't really go and give it to anyone else because they'll just die if they try and go for these waves.
And it's not as if these heroes continue to scale. Like a Brewmaster at this stage of the game, his pandas will still die quite quickly to a Tidebringer. You could argue maybe a Hex, but there's so many saves with the Venge swap, the SD disruption. It's really just an awkward game to need to come back into. And on top of that, you got a Tree and Protector with a Midas as well. Like, what's he really going to buy to help the team out? Like an Ags?
Yeah.
There's a Slark. Unfortunately for Quest, their high ground hold really is just... And the Vehicle! He got all the wisdom! He is such a smart cookie!
Oh, he did it. Finally. How many was that? 3? Oh my god.
Yeah.
He's so wise.
Dude, Rubik's level 19 at 67 minutes.
Unlucky.
Very unlucky. Brew's not even hit 25 yet. He's had a Midas for nearly half an hour of the game.
Yeah, that's a kind of good one as well. Like the Cinderbrew Fear would be kind of amazing this game. Oh, here we go. Doom comes down, but onto whom? I don't really know. And
Rubik's done
the
it.
Slark is doomed. Oh
They killed him
no!
off!
Oh dearie me, this isn't how things were meant to go. Finally, I mean, Quest find a way to fight back into the side of Luna Galaxy, and with their Slark dead, there's no way fighting into this. Ducalis, he's going to be going down the twice here, once on his hero and once on the clone, and all of a sudden, Quest, they get to leave their base. They're looking around them, they're going, wow, look at these beautiful lands we haven't seen in years.
And so it begins. Nomad 12,000 gold back in the way of Quest. They were down 56k, and it all starts because Amar stole the Doom. Like, I didn't even know he had it. Doom didn't even use Doom, so that was from the previous fight that we just didn't see. And Amar
Dire are
catches him off guard. He's still gonna. He instantly starts swap after, but the line continues to fall.
Very gently. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Still a lot of Dota to be played, but yeah,
The
that was
line
worrying.
continues to fall.
There's no way. Don't do it to him. But Quest, the hope is there for them, that's for sure. And I think TA2000 just got the backup rapier. Yep, there you go. Inside the courier, that sacred relic sitting locked. So if she does die, she's going to have the buyback, and then she's going to have another rapier sitting ready and waiting. And even another, in fact. So, oh man, I'm just I'm so nervous both these teams as well. Like, and I guess the Quest just aren't really playing for much at this point. Like, they've got a win under their belt. They've already been behind for such a long time. Like, they're just vibing.
Yeah, this will be the game where you'll load up the replay a week later and you'll go, you know what? We could have taken the racks at minute 27 or 33 or... And there are so many points of change that this game could occur, but we are blessed with a 70-minute game. This is the truest form of Dota. I have zero complaints with it. And I gotta ask chat, I need some help. All right, what's the vibe saying right now? All right, who's winning? D2 Hustlers, not D2 Hustlers. That's Luna Galaxy. Luna Galaxy, press 1, Quest, press 2. I need to see who's right and wrong because I can't tell who's gonna win this game. If it was way too torn, I need to get the vibes of chat. Maybe that will help a team out. Let's see what the vibes are in down the line. Whew.
We can imagine if we get some like graphic there. Then again, with the delay, that wouldn't really work.
Okay, this game's lasting half hour.
Haven't seen one of these in a while. Got to be a little careful, but there you go. Yay, money!
And a second rapier already prepared for Medusa, so if she does need to buy back, she can just disassemble and create that one. And the thing is with this net worth lead, it is relatively fake in regards to the scaling, right? Azantic, we've seen him have these items for nearly, 20 minutes of the game? It's not as if he's entering fights with different pickups and different changes. And the same thing with the Slark, he's still having to hold the gem due to the invisibility of Quest. And it's maybe hindering his ability to kill off the Rex or do extra bits of damage. Like 70-minute Slark being your gem holder, especially with like a Seer Stone in play, maybe you could argue that's different. And every single hero on the side of Radiant has an Axe, has a Shard, Moon Shard on the Slark as well. What are they going to do with this one?
They all consumed their Ags? Oh, Theolical hasn't consumed his Ags. There we go. Nice.
Consume it. Yum. And now
sell it.
Please
I know you
pick
like
up your
littering,
Axe and sell it.
Theolical. I know you like littering.
Oh, he's sending his courier out. Okay, he's not just leaving it. He is littering, though, because if you want to update the map, right, there's still the Mango at the Radiant Tier 1. There's still plenty of stuff at the Ancient, but there's a team fight breaking out. Who cares?
Yeah, Kyrie kind of go. Oh, nice tidal wave. Brings do now onto the low ground, but again, that Book of Shadows just going to work. The Medusa, she is out of the base. She's stuck her snaky head out of the base. Can they catch her out? In comes Davai Lama, looking for the Doom, looking for the Sports. Brings down Kaori, moving on to Omar as well here, but Omar, he's managed to get the lift off onto himself, but can't get the throwaway due to the Doom coming out, but the Yules is out onto Davai Lama from that pesky Brewlings, and they will be able to escape back up onto their safe zone. How dare you, Quest? You're not allowed to leave your base. You're not allowed to take fights outside your base.
Why did they leave their base? Whew, they're very spooky.
That's all right. They learned their lesson. Back up to a 50k gold advantage, though, for the side of Luna Galaxy. What do you think they're talking about? Because they're not allowed to listen to podcasts or anything outside of Quest. That's not... As we all know, that's not allowed, so...
I think team comms right now, you would expect the communication to already be at that point of, this is how we win the fight, and they already have that kind of in the back of their minds, and they're just pushing out the wave. So I would honestly expect it to be quite quiet communication, and if the opportunity presents itself, it's like, Slark's available, I've caught the Slark, you know, it's basic stuff like that. I think if you're trying to talk about wishy-washy stuff right now, you would probably allow Windows to get surprised. They're coming back up. This is another
available
attempt at
again in 10 seconds. It's what they need. And Zantic getting to work. This time he is the Aegis holder because they believe he is the one who can go in and hit some towers. Nice tidal wave from the Rubik, bringing back Davai Lama. And now the Scream coming through as well. The Swamp's going to have to be there to keep Zantic safe. Davai Lama still looking pretty low here. He's got that Doom available, but silenced up for the time being, so cannot get it off as Ducalis in the middle of everything right now. Might be going down, but he's pretty damn tanky. He's got a butterfly, he's got a cheese. Can keep fighting up into this one, and Kaori's going to die. No buyback on the Tree and Protector. Rubik also in some trouble trying to make it back to the Phantom, but Davai Lama claims his soul and now moves back towards Toby. Toby's dead as well, and no split available when he comes back. This is bad. This might be it for Quest. How do they fight into this at this point? That is a question. The Mega Creeps are in. Azantic is low. Aegis still in hand, though. Shad just trying to hold his ground here. Heal up inside that Depth Drought. It's the only cause found on the sidelines here. They need to stop him getting off that disruption out onto the Medusa. That has to be stopped. And now, well, he's actually going to disrupt himself. Aeon Disc is there, but disruption stolen from the Rubik, I believe. But that's going to give him a chance to try and blink away. Theolico with the Blink Dagger. Schmoving around this fight right now, and actually it might be Noobs who's in some trouble. The X-Mark gets out untipped just before that Book of Shadows comes on down. No BKB, no chance of survival. Down goes Noob as well. Buyback is available on the Queen of Pain. The Luna Galaxy, they might have smelt the end of this. They might have smelt a chance of finally putting a dagger into the heart of Quest. Can they do it? Ancient exposed, Quest holding.
The train doesn't have buyback. Kunko so much control in these fights. They also got the Mega Creeps during that engagement. You'd expect Luna Galaxy to now go for the final blow. It's going to be a 4v5. Quap needs to buy back to keep herself in this game. They're already onto the Medusa.
They are indeed. Now Medusa has buyback and a rapier ready, but in comes the first fortify, but this is the only fortify they're going to have on the side of Quest. My question is, do they just go for it? Do they just go for the Ancient, ignore the heroes? Can they afford to? TA2000 doing a ton of damage in the middle of this, trying to fight up into her is not really proven too good. Dalai Lama losing his health, might be going down. Mana kind of low on the Medusa. Disruption comes down once again. Constant disruption over and over again. Her own illusions doing a ton of work. The swap back onto TA2000. She's trying to slither back to the safety of her throne, and she's going to be able to because the side of Luna Galaxy have actually backed themselves away.
I'm surprised she hasn't just created that second rapier. I feel like an extra bit of surprise damage could be enough, but Luna Galaxy again shows some discipline. They were able to eat through that first fortification. It's on cooldown now for 4 minutes. So the argument might be, let's reset, go again. I think, yeah. Like Kunkka, he really is just crushing the fights right now, and his ability to get into the middle of the fight with the Torrent Storm, the Tidal Waves, the Ghost Fleet, he is providing so much annoyance that Quest can't reposition. And on top of that, Dalai Lama on the Doom, at this stage of the game, he's easily going to be catching multiple heroes. He's level 30, he applies Break, he applies Mute, he is the Doom of all Dooms.
He really is.
Quest. They've got one fight left to protect their Ancient. Will Luna Galaxy farm for another Aegis? Will Quest be able to defend their Ancient? Find out in this 90-minute episode of Dota 2.
Yeah. But first, a quick word from our sponsors. No, I'm kidding. TA2000 though, I mean, he's got this Monkey King bar and also this Divine Rapier. Now, my concern is, does he actually do enough damage to defend the throne? Considering it's on full HP at the moment, I think he should, but there will come a point in this game, I believe, where TA2000 has to commit to the second Rapier before he's got to buyback, because they could just all in for this.
You have to respect the living armor in these scenarios. Like the extra armor, the extra heal, it's going to be the small things that will factor into this defense. Fresh is now being picked up. Noob, double Hex, double Sonic Wave. The pushback on Sonic Wave will also be very important. It's a triple melee core lineup. So to get onto this Ancient, they're all going to be in proximity of an Overgrowth, a Fade Bolt, the Sonic Wave pushback. There's a lot of ways for Quest to at least prolong the life of their Ancient. But without fortification, they are victim to if Luna Galaxy wants to go for it or not.
Yeah, they just need to have enough damage to bring down the heroes before they can bring down their Ancient. You know, that's what it comes down to.
T2000 tapping in his MKB. Still, the Rapier disassembled in his backpack.
Yeah.
I think he needs to make it. He needs just the damage. I don't know if a buyback will give him enough time to even position himself to defend.
That's the thing, right? If he dies once, the Ancient's just going to drop, and now they jump forward here onto TA2000. They've got everything. The Doom's coming down, everything being thrown at the Medusa right now. All spells being used here as the Medusa is low on mana, but not low on health just yet, but now it comes through. Oh my god, the Torrent Storm just throws her up into the air. Ancient is starting to take a little bit of damage. Ducalis actually picking up the Rapier and going to work on the Vengeful Spirit, the next carry coming out of the woodwork, but TA2000's in. The Stone Gaze is there. It's defending the Ancient for the time being, but this armor's out onto the Medusa. She can't get off the hits, and she needs to fight back, but she's not going to be able to do so. Kaori's already down in the sidelines. TA2000 trying to fight up into everybody. Ducalis is going to drop, but no more mana and almost no more health on TA2000. A little bit more will be required. Do they have it? Yes, they do. The Medusa is dead, and with it, the Ancient will fall. 78 minutes, and Luna Galaxy close out game 2.
And in the deciding moment as well, when the Medusa brought back, she had the Demon Edge and the Relic, but I think she might have panic sold the Relic and didn't create the new Rapier on her buyback. So even at the tail end, yeah, just not able to. What a game. 78 minutes. Luna Galaxy decided to go for the ultra late game, decided to farm up the entire time. Fair play. They had one objective, one game plan. They stuck true to it the entire time. Whew.
Easy game. Nice quick game too.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, simple.
51k net worth on the Medusa, even at the end there after ending. Oh my god, it's 70k net worth on the Kunkka.
But it is 49 minutes into the game in our
Sorry. 69k net worth on the Kunkka, to be exact. But gotta get that one correct.
49 minutes. Look at this replay. 38k, 40,000 gold lead, right? Prior. And then we accelerate to 78 minutes in the game. It's testament to Quest's ability to hold, but also Luna Galaxy clearly backs against the wall, understand if they are to slip away and lose this game somehow, they're going to the lower bracket. So they went ultra disciplined, super careful, wait for every single Roshan, play on the X mark to siege. They did everything in their power not to throw this game. And fair play, because some teams might have rushed. I think, of course, you know, the Twitch chat analysts will say Luna Galaxy easily could have ended this quicker. They easily could get out of this game if they did this play different at 45 minutes, if they did this play different at 36. But don't forget, guys, this is a team that are the underdogs throughout this entire bracket. This is a team that if they lost this game, they wouldn't be in with a shot with that upper bracket easier journey to TI. Like, they're going to do everything carefully. This is the biggest qualifier of their year. So I fully respect them playing it slow, playing it how they want to play it. Don't let Quest dictate stuff. And Exantic, his scoreline, 3-2-16 for a 78-minute game, doesn't look impressive. But what he did in the early game, in the laning phase, if you can remember that far back, was exceptional. The general itemization and play, I think, was impeccable, and this was a banger game for Exantic. And yeah, before I can even say it, production knows what I'm going to do, because he deservedly is the MVP. 979 GPM. Again, the scoreline doesn't look too great, but just his play and what he did for his team to get them into such a winning position allowed them to do whatever they wanted, to farm, to kill creeps, to hit multiple Roshans. What a weird, wacky, wonderful game.
Yeah, ultimately, you know, it's the shot callers and the decision making and like the cohesiveness of Luna Galaxy to stick behind this strategy and say, like, you know, we know what to do in this game. We trust each other to do it, and not just kind of fall victim to the panic which sets in when you're playing against this Medusa. She is so farmed. You know, you just got crushed by tier 2000 on Naga Siren, who absolutely ran you over with a great start to the game. It looked like game 2 was heading in the exact same direction, but Luna Galaxy, you know, they hold steady. They try to just kind of play to their own ideas, and they do that. And, you know, I said in the cast, I'll say it again now, that's super impressive and very promising for this team as well, that they're able to stick to their ideas so solidly, because that's the kind of mentality which can get you out of these qualifiers and to TI. And ultimately, when you're winning games in the upper bracket against the favorite team in probably the whole qualifiers, you know, that's what we're looking at here now. You know, it's only one game, but, you know, it's a very, very good sign for this team. So, you know, not getting carried away here, but this team is showing serious signs of being a threat. But of course, it was still a 1 hour, 18-minute game. You know, Quest held out absolutely brilliantly. Game number 3, I might be expecting it for Quest Esports, but absolutely not counting Luna Galaxy out. I think it's going to be a banger. I'm very much looking forward to it. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it over to a break, and then we're going to be back with game number 3 to find out who's going to win this amazing series between Luna Galaxy and Quest Esports. See you in a minute.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Western EU Regional Qualifiers as we are now jumping into game number 3, Quest Esports versus Nigma Galaxy, and it's a hell of an underdog story here. I mean, Quest, they're no strangers to underdogs, and usually when we're talking about them, you know, that's the first team we're mentioning, but this time around, the underdogs are getting cut. Here, yeah, I'm not going to finish that line, but nevertheless, Nigma Galaxy putting in a hell of a performance in game number 2, ending out the game in 1 hour and 18 minutes, and now we're on to a game number 3, T. I mean, I don't think we're expecting things to go quite the same way, right?
I honestly don't know at this point. I think both teams have proven that they can obviously beat their opponent. We're going to the third game. That's a really cool statement I just made. If anything, Nigma Galaxy looks more comfortable when they either fully outfarm their opponent and they can just overwhelm the side of Quest. Because Tier 2000 in the first game, he outfarmed and put on a clinic on this Naga. In game 2, Nigma Galaxy kind of didn't play Dota for a long period of the time. Everyone hit creeps. We didn't really see Slark try and be too aggressive. He played his own game. And then when all 3 cores were ready to fight, they tried to break the game that way, built up this massive lead. So it kind of feels like a unique way to beat an opponent. I don't know if this is like a simple let's replicate it again strategy. Quest, if they are to go into this and pick a Medusa, they might have an offlaner that can scale as well. Noob might be on a different matchup. So I'll be interested to see if Nigma Galaxy has another strategy to beat Quest. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But we are going to a game 3. Both teams easily could win this final game. Just depends on how they want to approach the draft.
It does as well, and you know, game 2 did kind of feel like a replication of game number 1, where they were happy to give TA 2000 that hard carry hero and kind of put Quest in a box and just say, this is how you're going to play the game, and this is how we're going to play the game. And, you know, they just, game 1, they kind of almost didn't commit hard enough to the greed. They were almost too active in the end, or, you know, it's hard to reflect back on that first game, because it was strange. There was some strange fights. But game number 2, you know, they just went full commitment to the greed, full commitment to the strategy, and yeah, it paid off massively and got them a win versus one of the best teams in these qualifiers. And now we go into a game 3, and I have no idea what to expect. So, well, I think without any further delay, I'd like to get the draft on the screen and see exactly what the mentality is coming into this third and final game of the series.
Team ban.
What's going to change? I'm not trying to rush into this. Like when you do an 80, 90 minute game, you don't want to get carried away and go, oh, draft analysis. I'm going to sit back, savor the slow entry to the draft, and then we'll go for it.
Remaining.
Well, so far the changes have been a Shadow Demon and a Doom ban out from Quest Esports, so 2 targeted bans coming out from them. Trying to put Dalai Lama on the spot a little bit by banning out his Doom. I have to say, his Lycan wasn't particularly convincing in game number 1, but his Doom certainly was, making some huge game-defining plays in the last couple of fights there.
It's a good amount of respect, and it's also potentially a statement of we only care about you playing Doom or Beastmaster because these heroes are easy to rally behind, and maybe he doesn't perform as well on other heroes. I think from my years of casting Dalai Lama, he needs to have a clear path to the team fight, otherwise he often can struggle in high intensity situations. I think Beast and Doom probably are the top 2 offlaners that can fit that bill.
Yeah.
We'll see what he can go for now.
And here's a Quest speciality coming out in the Skywrath Mage. I love this hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Gives him a bit more burst damage, right? Yeah, a bit more play to make.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I think that's the key. Like something they can play the map with. You know, pair them up with one hero with like a stun, a bit of jump, a bit of catch, and all of a sudden they're good to go. More playmaking than they've had in the previous 2 games, to be honest with you.
Oh, we got an update. Look behind Dalai Lama.
It was a seal. Well, that's a twist I didn't see coming, I'll be honest.
To be fair, people about 120 minutes ago, we spoke about how Dalai Lama, that it looked like there was someone in the bed. So we were trying to work out, like, is he having to play quiet? Is he having to affect his gameplay? But clearly, it was a plushy toy the entire time.
A seal, yeah. I mean, I said it was a body pillow the entire time, so I was kind
of... Do you think the admin was like, hi, Dalai Lama, just for tournament integrity, could you please confirm that there is no one behind you?
There's no one else in the
awkwardly,
room, yeah.
after like a 90-minute game, move his duvet like, here you go, admin. I promise you it's not a person. Not PPD under the sheets whispering Roshan times to me.
Yeah. Yeah, no. We've had that one before, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of considerations going on. I mean, this banning phase is so important to get right because then you just kind of go into the pick avenue with no more bans available until the very end, where obviously you get the 2. So got to consider these very, very cautiously, especially for the team with only 1 ban.
Yeah. I think Slark is a very warranted ban for this phase, especially with his Tree and Protector. Like, Tree is such a great laner, but if you know in the mid game, your entire toolkit is removed because the hero has a Dispel. Also, the vision mechanic, where Tree's trying to skip waves with his Shard, he can't be as elusive. On top of that, his Aghanims, if the game goes late enough, is fully removed. Yeah, I like the idea of that ban for sure.
I want to go back to that last game as well and ask you, how do you think those last kind of couple of minutes of the game would have looked if TA 2000 didn't sell the second rapier?
It's honestly hard to say. Without the fortification, 1 rapier, 3 rapiers, 12 rapiers, can't even use 6 of them, but still, I don't know if it would have been enough. It could have been maybe 1 more fight after, but who knows?
There was like 3 heroes which would have been dead, I'm pretty sure, compared to 1.
That's true. No, it's also the argument is like, he could have had 2 rapiers earlier, right? But these are concepts and things that Dota players don't practice for. Viewers aren't going to be too aware of, because how often do we get these games, right? So to try and nitpick should he have held 2 rapiers, should he have had 1? When he buys back and accidentally sells the relic, I believe that's what he did. Again, didn't catch it in the chaos. Would that have changed it? It's the beauty of the game, and we'll never really know. We will never be able to reload that up and truly understand, but they took the L.
So sad.
Yeah.
We'll never know. I think it might have been close, honestly. I really do. Like, he was clicking, because once like that Doom's kind of over and he can kind of get the hits off, that hero is terrifying. It's what Nigma Galaxy were afraid of all game. But yeah, that selling of the relic was very critical. I mean, we don't often get listen backs from the enemy team, but I don't know. I would really love to know the communication, but I imagine it was just something along the lines of, "Oops, sorry, I fucked up, my bad," and then silence. So.
Nah, in that point, he probably didn't even tell his team, to be fair, right? Like, you just take the fight, and then after...
Let them hope.
Yeah, exactly. Because, like, imagine in that clutch moment, you're telling your team, "Hey, guys, I sold the rapier." Like, there's no way your boys... not sold the relic, but still. Either way, this draft has progressed quite quickly. We're going to be seeing Quest with the Sven and the Rubik. A lot of explosive damage, a lot of pick-off potential. They want to play a high-paced game in Nigma Galaxy. They're the ones looking to stall it out. You've got Tree and Protector, you've got the Atrophy Aura plus the Firestorm, the Grasp of Nature Tree and Protector, like a lot of wave clear defense, not a lot of playmaking from Nigma Galaxy, and they go for a Deucer. They actually want to play the 60-minute game. This high ground defense is going to be exceptional. Mystic Snake, just a split shot, all the spells I just mentioned prior for Nigma Galaxy. If they lose a little bit of map control, just know they're going to go mode defense. And I think their mid laner now needs to be a wave skipping mid laner to amplify how defensive Nigma Galaxy has drafted. And Quest, they need to find the kills. They need to be hungry and keep looking and find another mid laner to also be that nuisance and assassin. And yeah, Batrider, not too... pretty good ban. It counters pretty much every hero in the Galaxy in regards to aggression, the play on the map. So yeah, not opposed to it.
Yeah, and, Nigma Galaxy, we just won the first 85-minute game, so let's have another one. Why not? Round 2. Juicer Underlord. And Tree and Protector, my god. These guys have nowhere to be this evening, I'm telling you that.
Well, it's not in the evening. It's 11:55 in the UK. Of course, depending where they are in Europe, it's either going to be... nearly 1 o'clock, nearly 2 o'clock for some unlucky lads who have still got 3 best of 3s after the fact. I'm really sorry, production. I wish you all the best. It is a working day, though, so you're going to be great. That's an internal meme. Anyways, Nigma Galaxy. What are we saying? Final ban. What's the noob active hero that fits the bill of aggression?
Well, it's the Nigma Galaxy pick first, and they're going to grab the Primal Beast, so... they get these two ultra defensive cores, and then they'll get an ultra aggressive core to balance it out. So balancing all things, I suppose. But this is a great hero to have in the front lines of the fight when you're playing a lot, of course, with this Medusa, with its Underlord. You just want someone to go in and get a bit of disruption coming in. But they are going to be able to see the matchup and Quest. They go for the Tiny, and a clap comes out from Noob. High fives across the board as well, trying to get the amps coming up, get the mentality coming on their side, and that's great to see. So, yeah, Quest coming in with a punch into game number 3.
This is Noob's 7th most played hero in competitive Dota. He's got like a 76% win rate on it. He loves to play it when he can have just a player to play with. Amar, he's the player that I think he's played competitive Dota now for like a year plus. He's also played national tournaments with him. And that is the combination you expect. The 4-position Sky, the mid Tiny. This can just run around the map, find all the pickoffs. I love
game. Yeah.
We have a game 3, which is like Quest all out. Go for the fight, break the map with the Lycan, get the kills with the Tiny and the Sky. Kyro just needs to protect Sven basically and farm. And on the flip side, stall out the game, skip the creep waves, keep on farming, keep on waiting and holding. This easily has the makings. If Quest misexecute in the mid game, we could be going for another 60-minute game potentially. That's the vibes I get from Nigma Galaxy. I feel like Nigma Galaxy love the idea of farming in game 2 and have double, triple, quadrupled down coming into this final one. They want to try and get their way to the upper bracket finals, but they don't want to do it in an aggressive form. And can they do it? I don't know. Quest, when they're aggressive, they are ruthless.
They are, yes. And, they're just putting themselves in the driving seat this time around. Game 1 and 2, they drafted themselves kind of this 4-protect-1 style of like 4 heroes play the game. 1 hero just kind of sits back and farms. But this game, they have the pacing on their side. And I'm very excited to see TA 2000 on this Sven, because I feel like a lot of carries have really shown like what they can do at their peak when they're playing this Sven and they hit a good timing. Part of the plays we're expecting to see here are using the first God Strength, using the Twin Gate, coming down and ganking the enemy carry. Against Medusa, that is a sick play. And if we see that, then it's going to set them up for a really, really strong mid game. So I'm hoping that Nigma Galaxy are ready for that and have an answer to it. And also just generally just using that God Strength to lead the team. Every time it's off cooldown, you want to be making the plays, you want to be making the calls, and you want to be doing something with that God Strength, getting kills under tier 1s, that kind of thing. So yeah, tier 2000, he's been on a lot of people's radars, talent, players, everybody's been watching this guy just kind of go from strength to strength. And yeah, in this game, it's really put him on the spot. Let's see what he can do, T.
I mean, high pressure situation, right? Single game means everything. Can they do it? Both teams? What am I thinking?
Immediate tip comes out from Ducalis onto TA 2000. I think he knows. The rapier from last game. He does. Gentle reminder.
We haven't seen much tipping or in any really aggressive forms of psychological warfare in this series. It has been just true to the Dota.
Really freaking out.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's on either team any players who are particularly kind of like loud and tipping and that style. Not in pro games anyway.
You say that, but there are some teams. You checking for the warden, yep.
Well, they already have the vision. They've already got the sentry on top of the observer, interestingly.
Isn't that an observer or an observer?
Oh yeah, it's just the one which is named Sentry Ward and is blue. Yep. Classic. Slow mad.
Yeah, that trick is really annoying.
Quest.
Yeah, I forgot that. That was the snaking strat from TI, right? Get the blue ward, rename it Sentry Ward. Very smart.
Very smart, yeah. Stupid.
Tiny was a pretty good hero.
Players are willing to go to for a tiny advantage.
Millions of dollars are on the line at some point, so I don't in any way.
Yep.
So it's a bad thing.
Take everything you can get. Something you can do once and then they'll just do it forever. Easy. And here's how your lanes are looking today. We got Quest in on the top side with the Lycan Skywrath lane. A lot of harass going to be able to come out from these two. Is it going to be enough to shut down Shad on the Medusa? I think not. This Medusa here is pretty damn annoying, especially when you've got lots of units for your snakes to bounce to.
Yeah, it's more under Carlos. not to step up and overplay his hand. We saw in the previous game the death for Kaori where he was playing the Treant Protector. Same thing can happen here. If he doesn't have the passive up, gets body blocked, plus some concussive shot, he easily can get clicked down in this mid lane. Atlantic already a pretty good start with the 6 CS. And Tiny should do relatively well against a Primal Beast mid lane. You have the Avalanche to stop the trample, you can toss him back to get him off top of you. So I would be surprised if Tiny was ever to really die in the mid lane. So pretty much just a trader farm between the two of them. Who breaks from the lane first? Who gets a 6-minute rune? The constant questions you have to ask when you have two very active mid laners in the form of Atlantic and Noob.
Yeah, I feel like this is a matchup we've been pining for since like that pre-show, you know. We were hyping up the matchup between the two, and then we saw, well, not different to what we were expecting, but just not like these kind of one player would be on a high active hero, the other player on a not so active hero. So yeah, I would say overall though, Atlantic has had Noob's number for this series so far. He's done well out of every single lane so far. So yeah, Noob looking to regain a bit of face perhaps in this final game. It's down at bottom, Kaori taking heavy hits here. The Olicor is going to be able to hit him down, and Davai Lama finishes the job, and that'll be a great first blood in the bottom side.
Really important kill. Get the freebies when you can. If Davai Lama gets to Vanguard, of course Sven with a physical damage build won't be able to kill him off.
Yeah,
You can force him to the jungle potentially.
we see two Underlords in every game, right? There's either the Underlord, which has a good start, sits in lane, forces out the enemy carry, is just super annoying, and you can't really do anything about it. And eventually he takes your tower, he puts pressure on your carry. Always the Underlords, which kind of just go back to the jungle, farm some stacks, build some auras, and try to help out the team from the backlines. And it's all about how the lane goes, which determines which one you end up being. But Davai Lama, excellent start with that first blood with the Olicor.
Yeah, so far so good. And with a Lycan in your offlane, that will pretty much free up, I would say, the opposing position 5, the Treant Protector, to utilize that twin gate further down the line and maybe even just rotate in with some Grasp and some Leech Seed. Of course, right now, Shad is a little bit vulnerable due to Amar still playing the lane, but just expect in the next couple minutes, if things are to go well, suddenly the map could get a little bit spooky. Yes, Nigma Galaxy have this super high scaling defensive looking draft, but with an early lead, Primal and Medusa can just rally the team to play behind them and move from objective to objective. We'll see if they hit that stride. Of course, for now,
Oh, wow.
just a trader farm.
Yeah, Xantic, Fortify, and Trample in the tower, just really putting the pressure onto Noob on this Primal Beast. That is the aim of the game. Onslaught, Trample, just constantly whittling him down. Any chance of a Theolical rotation to the top lane, do you think?
It's also potential, but I feel like when you have big carries, you naturally want to draw the attention away from that carry. Because one bad TP, suddenly the Medusa has a 1v1 matchup, and I'd rather see everything move towards bot lane, give the Underlord purpose to pressure the Sven, to prevent people from making stacks. Whoever makes the first move, you prevent the efficiencies of their supports. So I'd like to see it happen away from the Medusa, ideally.
Yeah.
Unless the perfect opportunity presents itself, of course.
Yeah, very good rule for anybody playing Dota, really. Like, how hard carries, draw the action away from them. If you've got like a more active carry, then let's even create some opportunities for them to get involved early.
Already Atlantic, he wants to get involved early, yeah.
Yeah, he considered it down on the bottom side, but in the end didn't commit to it.
This bottom river rune that wasn't dewarded actually from either team is giving the information needed. Atlantic on his Primal Beast, he loves to get to like level 5 and just poke his head around the map, like, oh, maybe I can get a kill here. And he doesn't really lose out anything, right? The creep wave was still running towards mid, so even if he doesn't hit the rotation, he walks back, gets the creeps, and not losing out on anything. So being very efficient with both where the creeps are in mid, plus the ability to see in the map. And now that it turns nighttime, the observer wards have died, the next time he makes this move, you would argue it should connect, unless the quest is prepared for that rotation.
Yeah. We need to see some action coming out of the 6 minutes here as well, like to add to that. We need to see the supports coming in from both teams to secure these power runes. As you say, active mid laners, so really, really important that everybody tries to enable them. We'll see who comes out ahead when the movements start being made. But the thing about the Primal Beast versus the Tiny is that Primal can push the waves out much, much harder than the Tiny can. So Noob's got to deal with this wave on him, and look at this, every single support coming in towards the middle lane here. It's an absolute
Hatred?
brawl,
Denied.
and it's going to get denied. Kaori, he gives his, well, not his life, but yeah, just comes in. Very, very nice deny on the Haystream. And Bazantic would have surely gotten a kill with that as well. The best possible rune for a Primal Beast to pick up.
Really important rotations from all the supports there. I think both teams identify the fact that the side lane cores aren't going to be making any plays. Lycan wants to farm, Sven needs to farm, Deuce the Underlord. It's 4 farmy boys, and then there's 6 other heroes on the map that want to try and do something. Will bring more light towards, probably, I'd say Quest have the bigger punch to rotate with. Rubik, Sky, Tiny sounds a little bit more kill hungry than the likes of a Treant, Mirana, Primal Beast. Of course, Primal Beast and Mirana together can easily kill anyone on the map. And we are yet to see that look yet. Maybe after the Wisdom Runes with an extra bit of XP gain, they'll look for it. And I think Quest actually should be getting both of the Wisdom Runes. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Which is very important. I just described how these supports can pack a bigger punch in the early fights, and to get double Wisdom Runes, that's just going to amplify their desire to smoke up when Tiny makes the call. Big sad. Observer is a Lunar Galaxy fan, confirmed.
Biased observing. Only going to watch the Lunar Galaxy kills. Yeah, I mean, that's you know, it's Yolocor, unfortunate, but not in the right place at the right time. Got to make sure that you're securing those Wisdom Runes, honestly. Didn't quite track what he was doing at the time where it happened, but yeah. Meanwhile, Davai Lama, he's being a greedy little sausage. Dragging the creep waves over towards the camps and then firestorming them both down. Very, very efficient. Lots of gold coming into his pocket, so yeah, it's going to be a happy little slugger down in the bottom lane.
8-minute mark coming up, and both position 4s are going to be making their first stack of the game. Yet to really see stacks prior. Of course, Sven and Medusa will thrive with any stacks. I would be interested to see if either team wants to maybe even look to invade, potentially, to contest them. Underlord with Firestorm, Medusa split shot, and then just the general presence of Primal Beast could be enough to do it.
Oh, look at this.
Amar.
Primal Beast coming down to bottom. TA2000 has drawn the path he believes that the Primal Beast is going to take. So not only are they reading this, but they're trying to kind of envision which way he's going to come. And yep, doesn't show. So Zantic just has to kind of go back to mid. Meanwhile, he's actually making the rotation down to bottom. They want to try and get a kill onto this Underlord, and with the God Strength on the Sven, they might just be able to do it. The toss is up, the damage is there. Davai Lama, he cannot stand his ground and will be going down. The first big core kill of the game.
Such a great read from Noob there, especially when he gets the kill, so he's now 1,000 gold away from his Blink Dagger. A key thing for Davai Lama, and what changed, after the 5-minute mark, he can just grab the wave, but he decided to grab the wave right next to the tier 1 tower with the stun set up. Free TB for Noob, so a big misplay from Davai. He could have easily just kept playing closer to the Radiant jungle, the tier 2 area, preventing that TP rotation, and it gets a little bit too comfortable in his farming patterns, and yeah, Quest quick with the kill.
Yeah, very much so. You got to make sure you're not giving opportunities. That's the thing, like, you secure these power runes on the spots, and that's like step 1, and then step 2 is making sure you don't give opportunities to them to just rotate in and get a kill before you can make the counter rotation happen or anything like that. So it's another critical key to this game. But all the while, Shad is kind of just farming. You know, we've been watching and talking about bottom lane, and sure, Sven gets a kill out of it all, but Shad completely uncontested and not going for this Midas build, just going straight in for the Manta. So he wants to be able to be shoving out waves and contributing a bit more to the map pressure from his team.
I was worried that we'd be seeing Midases and them really looking for the late game, but in reality, a Medusa in this game with Manta Butterfly very early on can stand her ground and protect her team through her damage, and also be one of the few heroes that can survive the Sven initiation. Any hero that has evasion is going to be really good, and okay, surprisingly enough, the stack's just getting instantly taken by the Primal Beast and Underlord. You take them quick enough, the Medusa won't even know they existed. Still plenty of stacks. Ooh, Noob trying to go for the toss back. But as we saw there on the split screen, Shad already has stacks on his side of the jungle. Just rinsing through it, keep the economy flowing for everyone. And surprising to see the big beefy boys together. They kind of look like they are related in their models, but... What the what? What? Davai Lama just threw out a hit of malice in the lane for some reason. There you go.
Chilling.
Maybe he was checking for a invis here or something? I have no idea.
His spider senses told him something was wrong, but his spider senses were wrong, alas. And yeah, like every other game in the series, just not a ton of action. Both teams are just hyper aware that the enemy mid laner is going to be trying to rotate upon them and just not creating opportunities. And because of that, we're just not seeing much fighting happening. And wow, Zantic actually just picks up the blade mail and just goes for the ancient stacks. I didn't even know a Pro Beast could do this, I'll be honest with you, but gonna try and take the ancients.
Yeah, they're farming a storm. The only one to really keep up is this Tiny right now. Sven, of course, just behind by 300 gold. Sven, once he takes the Ancients, will happily be back into the mix. And no stat contest coming up from Luna Galaxy. Instead, just opting to be efficient, like we have been talking about. Mask of Madness, soon to be Echo Saber on this Sven, and yep, back in the game. And yeah, stack-wise, bang on even. Only one more stack going the way of Quest.
Quick maths.
Thank you. I was scared I'd get it wrong. But we're fine.
Money to good
They do teach addition in the British calculus, so we're good.
My work here.
That's about it, though. 12 minutes into this game, active rune bottled by Zantic once again. Do you want to make a play here? I mean, Noob's got the blink dagger. It's very hard. You can't really get the charge up quick enough for him not to react to that. Omar throws some spells away off for Zantic, but kind of just wasting his mana into the shield rune.
He also has the blink in inventory, so it's not as if it's going to be the grand blink reveal, but they are smoked up. Surely Luna Galaxy are aware of this. Both of the kill combos on Radiant and Dire are smoked up. Primal Murano, the double supports plus Tiny. I feel like Quest is making the smoke that should net them a kill, whilst Luna Galaxy are smoking once again into the empty bot lane. Are they going to find Shad?
Shad needs to schmoove right now. He needs to get out. Ooh, recognizing something is wrong. Well, he doesn't, but also they don't go for the hard chase. They're going to go for the easy pick off here onto Tucalis, and this will be an easy pick onto the Treant Protector and might result in a tower for them. Meanwhile, down on the bottom side, Zantic, Davai Lama, and Theolicor have already dealt with this one. And actually, Theolicor's taken the Twin Gate across, so want to at least throw an arrow in here. Maybe even do a little bit more, but tower already very low indeed. Oh, snipes the Helm of the Dominator creep. Well, that's one way to have a bit of impact in that. Get yourself a ton of gold and trying to get himself out of this one, but Kaori's here with the lift, so TPing could be kind of tricky, but inside the Roche...
He cancels it.
Now he's just pinging himself like, guys, wait, they're not going to check it? Yo, all right. All right, Theolicor, we see you.
I think for Quest, at least, they're very much aware of these position 5s who sit in safe lane for too long, right? And Kaori does it pretty much every single game, Underlord, using the gate to snipe away the Wisdom. They lost out on the 7-minute Wisdom room, so it's a pretty important play to make there, recovering with the slightly better ones at 14. And, it feels
there
like
you go.
Quest, they identified the need to, if they go to a tower, take it properly. And of course, Lycan will help do that. Nigma carry really shut down though. 0-0-1 on the Sven, 7,300 net worth, and 0-0-0 for the Medusa. Only 200 gold ahead.
Yep, but she's about to get her Manta style. Jesus, sorry, PTSD. PTSD. No, it is the Manta style complete on Shad, so you can now start shoving out waves, increasing his own farm a lot as well. Whilst the Sven just continues to pick up damage items, but we're going for the Blink Dagger next. So likely this will be the next time we see Quest making a big movement, is behind this Blink Dagger from the Sven, which will be coming up in the next few minutes. Toby also reaching for the Overlord as well. Won't take him long to get there because everybody's just kind of farming up through this game. Nobody is really poor. Like Lycan and Tiny aren't exactly like smothered in gold, but they're still doing absolutely fine. No one is sad this game at the moment.
The main difference will be between the two lineups is the itemization for Quest feels more aggressive, right? It's the Helm of the Overlord, the double blinks on the Sven plus the Tiny, and then the natural levels of the supports. Whilst Luna Galaxy, you're seeing a BKB complete on the Zantic, maybe a Greaves complete on the Underlord. It's going to be very, very much a... We expect Luna Galaxy not to cross the river with their items, but to place their wards, hold their ground, and it's on Quest to find that entry, to use the summons of the Lycan to get that vision, for Tiny to find that jump, to use the Mystic Flare. We're only minutes away from Quest wanting to smoke up and start just dictating a little bit more of this very farm intense game. It is the 16-minute mark. Only 3 kills so far.
Yep, it's been slow. It's been slow. But Theolical is going to jump down and make it kill number 4 of the game. Noob also taking some heavy hits here. I mean, there comes the overgrowth, and then comes Xantic in from the sideline, pulverized down, and the Tiny is dropped. So bigger kill grabbed by the side of Nigma Galaxy, and they can maybe look to turn this into a tower as well. Shad's turning up for this one. But there is a very critical timing coming up on TA2000. Does he want to use it to make a defense on this middle tower is a question. He's got a Blink Dagger and hopefully a TP scroll coming to him right now. Yes, indeedy. Could this catch out Luna Galaxy? Let's see.
All the items are in play. If they get the jump, they can get the kill.
Needs the right moment. 2 heroes caught. It is perfect. Both the carry and the mid inside that stun. Xantic taking hits, but the Stone Gaze is there. Is that going to give them the space they need to get themselves out? A nice little hop up the high ground with the onslaught. Xantic not being greedy and just getting himself to safety. Toby chasing in so deep here. The pulverize is there, but in comes the fade bot from Kaori to finish off the jump. But another jump in from TA2000. Picked up the Theolical. Davai Lama as well. Also going to get brought down. Quest. They hit their timings at the perfect moment, and they are not giving up, or maybe they will. Shad under the tier 4s will be safe for the time being, so the Medusa doesn't die, but 3 heroes on the side of Luna Galaxy will.
What a way to enter the game on the Sven. You get this Blink Dagger, you hold the tree line, and then you kind of get a little bit baited for Luna Galaxy. You have this Manta, they think they can be a little bit more aggressive, but no. Double blinks to chase down. Toby leading from the front. He doesn't care. It's like, please, if you turn around to jump me, my God Strength Sven is going to rip through you. So much gold gained, 3,000 damage done at the 17-minute mark. Sven is quite the hero.
Yep.
I think, if anything, this will...
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I just thought that was super unhinged from Toby. I was like, what? He's just running at them. Surely he doesn't get away with that, but no, it's absolutely the right play. That blink cooldown comes off, and yeah, you get yourself a great moment. And they want to try and kill off this Ancient Thunderhide here, and well, there goes the resummon. I've got the Ancient Mud Golem.
For Luna Galaxy, it's kind of like I feel Shad just needs the butterfly. Like, he's already got the Eagle Song, so to hit this mid-tier 1, it's a little bit too, we've killed Tiny, we can go. But in the big picture of their game, if they went back to farming, like, your Tiny goes for a play, he dies, my Medusa now farms 2 sets of Ancients, 2 sets of hard camp, plus more jungle, and then the next time we emerge, we'll have Butterfly. I feel like that would have made a bigger kind of punch into the side of Quest. And yeah, I think fair play for Quest to instantly identify, wait a second, why is this Dusa trying to make moves when she's not hit her power spike? And you can compare that between the Sven and the Dusa, right? The Sven, before, he didn't do a single crazy move until he had that Blink Dagger. He found the Mask of Madness, the Treads, the Echo Saber, and it was only once he got the Blink Dagger, he made the call for his team to make that play. So you can see how Quest, all their small moments are synced up together, whilst maybe Luna Galaxy are dragging their heroes into fights that they don't really need to take right now. Again, the game is incredibly even. It hasn't really shifted the power balance too much, but something to be aware of.
Definitely. Yeah, Shad probably going to learn a lesson from that one and stick to the jungle a little bit more. I mean, I kind of liked it that he was willing to make the play. But yeah, they just weren't aware of the Sven Blink Dagger, and they should have been not expecting it as they get the kill onto Xantic. Huge move.
The Stolen Firestorm doing bits as well. You got Mystic Flare, Firestorm, Avalanche Toss, Ancient Seal. Even with a BKB, you're going to lose at least half your HP before you press it, if not more, probably more, to be fair. This is a killer combo Quest having. The kill of the Primal Beast, look, he dies in what? Actually, just during the stun, actually. He gets maybe a little bit of BKB time at the end if he had it in play. Still Quest, getting the Aegis straight off the bat.
Yeah, this is huge. This is huge. Exactly what I wanted to see from TA2000 as well. Pick up that Blink Dagger, get that God Strength, make a play at mid, get the God Strength off cooldown again, go up to top, kill off the Primal Beast, then into Roshan. Whew. Yeah, it sounds quick because it was quick. The movements have been perfect. Now Theolical could be in some trouble as well. Toss-ups there. Leaps, charges available. And yeah, Theolical will get out to safety.
Yeah, Noob went for the Echo Saber build, so he'll be able to disassemble for his own BKB. Just further cementing the mid-game dominance that Quest is going to try and apply.
Ooh, once again, Mirana takes a step too far forward, and this time the Mystic Flare is going to finish the job, so... Yolo got will die to the Omar Skarath Mage, as many in the past have, and that's going to give him a chance to finish off his Atos as well, which again is going to be further annoyance for the Mirana, who's just not really great playing into this item.
Butterfly now complete on Shan. Of course, with Aegis, this would normally be the time where Medusa would move herself to the Roche Pit, rally her team, get a big team fight. If you win it, you get Aegis, and if you lose it, then of course you've kind of thrown the game. But still, either way, that's now not in play because, yeah, the Primal Beast pick off earlier, the mid-tier 1 Siege, all small events that give Quest just comfort as they continue their stride throughout this game. BKB complete on Sven. Toby is on the way to AC. Probably not going to be picked up until a couple fights down the line. It is a very expensive item to complete. He still needs another 2,300 gold.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Davai Lama is just going for the Crimson Guard, which he's almost got finished. One more component needed, so that'll give them a bit more defensive capabilities versus the Sven, versus the Tiny Bet, versus the Lycan as well. Not great versus the Sven, honestly. Like, Sven hits in such massive chunks that the resistance which Crimson gives you is pretty negligible, but still better than nothing. What's interesting is that they gave the Aegis over towards a Tiny. Now, obviously, there's reasons. Sven is the light switch hero, so it makes sense, as Ducalis has been caught out here. They've got the dust upon him. He's got nothing to get rid of it, so moving to the side. Never mind, they can't catch him. Shapeshift for nothing. That's pretty nice.
Zantic going on to Noob.
Yeah, trying to make the play onto the Aegis target here. I mean, maybe not the ideal guy to jump on, as they'll throw him back onto Omar. BKB still available from Zantic should he want to throw that one down, but obviously we've seen him in every previous game be very, very reluctant to throw out BKB charges. And no change here. Still on 9 seconds.
If he uses the BKB and suddenly it really just gives Quest another window to fight. Toby did, of course, use the Shapeshift, like you said at the start, to chase down that Treant Protector.
Yeah. Don't know, maybe would have liked them to see turn that into more of a fight, but obviously...
If Deuce is not there, you don't do anything. That's kind of the mindset I'd be in right now.
Fair enough. Oh, Zantic now running up to the high ground. Will have to BKB this one as he finds Noob once again. Now looks over towards TA2000. TA2000 actually pops a God Strength before getting pulverized. Now at Zantic, he needs to leave. He's got the Onslaught available in just 1 second, but not got a chance to get it off as the Silence comes down. Mystic Flare is there as well. Toss will finish the job. Shad comes in as well. The Stone Gaze, unable to save his teammate, but is able to bring down Noob the once. Now, sticking to the high ground, just trying to bring down Kaori. Will be able to do exactly that, but now they all turn around, look towards the Medusa. Manta is there, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Shad in some trouble. TA2000 doesn't commit to the fight though, backs himself away, respects the big lady, and gets himself to safety. Meanwhile, BKB comes out from Noob, hits off cooldown once again as Shad tries to bring him down, and it looks like Nigma Galaxy will be able to make this kill happen for them. So they actually find a way to win the Aegis fight. That is crazy to me.
Survivability is key. You get a Zantic with this BKB Blade Mail, he's able to tank so much up. And eventually the Juicer joins the fight and slowly starts hitting them down. And even with the Sven, he gets put to such a awkward position that, yeah, he had the tail end of the fight, he gets a couple kills. That wasn't really the best setup for Quest to take the engagement. Lycan didn't have ultimate as well. So for Nigma Galaxy, they are showcasing, if you don't execute on these fights, we will just be able to amp each other up, slowly get through it. And for Quest, you need to be careful. They're an explosive lineup. Avalanche, Toss, into Mystic Flare. If a hero doesn't die, things could get a little bit awkward, especially if Sven and Lycan aren't at maximum power.
They certainly could. We'll see exactly how this continues to play out, but yeah, I don't know, what can you do? Because you can't ignore this Primal Beast on your front lines, you know, he'll do way too much damage to everybody if you don't try and kill him off, but then at the same time, if you use your resource to kill the Primal, Shad's just going to rock it with a Stone Gaze and say, yep, sup fellas, and yeah, nothing you can answer it with.
It's going to be the joy of this entire matchup. Like, Sven can rip through entire lineups, and if you ever waste that blink, if you ever position poorly, Medusa is one of the heroes that can at least rebuttal that onslaught. That is the it's I guess the joy of when meta changes things, right? It's like Sven was pretty much non-existent, and now suddenly it's like he's the lad of the patch.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, one off. Maybe just behind Gyrocopter for me, but we've seen some really good stuff coming out from Sven so far. They can be, in the right situations, the best carry. Not quite as general as some of the other, but in the right game, Sven can just be an absolute monster. But Medusa answering it very well in this game, especially with his early butterfly as well, causing so many issues.
Sven naturally doesn't
But also
really...
the high armor. Sorry, go
Yeah, exactly that. I would say Sven just doesn't really buy MKB in his early items. He can buy it after maybe the 3 or the 4 default options, and that could be the undoing of Sven when we get to TI potentially, as his build is always the same. So certain build-ups or changes that you can do in heroes could thwart his natural power spikes. We're yet to really see it. In this game, at least, it's more a respect Dusa thing rather than anything else, but still surprised Quest haven't been a little bit more decisive with their play. You pick up the BKB, you've got the Lycan. Maybe they were waiting for the AC to be complete, which is about to occur in about 70 gold's time.
It's a big hill troll, and that troll summoner is gone. Nice little bit of farm going the way. Once again, the overwhelming creep just having an underwhelming impact on the game.
And Skadi complete on Medusa.
Wow.
Skadi, Butterfly. She herself is looking to go Daedalus and MGB. Ooh, okay.
Investing in the future, I suppose. Fair enough.
Is there really any evasion she needs to be worried about?
No, but it does
she's just
give you a
going
bit
for
of
raw
magic damage, not just
into the
through
Sven with the high armor. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, Sven's high armor and also the Lycan Howl, I guess.
Yeah,
Is that a factor?
potentially.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Man, Luna just kind of controlling the map at the moment. They take the bottom tier 1, they take the middle tier 1, they kind of just running around with Shad and doing what they want at this point, knowing that the fights should just go well for them. So, imagine Quest, we won't see much coming out from them until their next big timings or until Roshan.
Key difference as well with this Medusa game, they have both of their cores keeping up with the net worth. It's not as if it's Medusa slowly creeping away from everyone else. Like the Primal and the Underlord, they are itemizing to be relevant throughout the entire game. Of course, Underlord, very easy to farm. He is just going to be that aura bot. He's got the Greaves, the Crimson, looking to go for that Halberd on top of it.
And to build upon that point as well, there's also no real hard counts on the side of Quest. Most notably, no Shadow Demon. I can't remember which team banned that, but if they ban that on the side of Luna in the hopes of picking up the Medusa later on in their draft, then that has absolutely paid off for them, because that was one of the biggest factors. You know, they went for the early butterfly again last game. We saw the same thing happening for TA 2000, and it kind of bit him because he then has these illusions which he can't do anything about. But yeah, this time, no disruption, so Shad can just go for the butterfly, and it's just good here. And now Zantic jumps in deep onto Kaori, trying to find the big target, but look at the damage coming down. Oh my goodness, that's not a Primal Beast, that's a Primal Kitten. He's out of the fight, and Shad pops a Stone Gaze early as well. He needs to leave, but TA 2000, he's not going to let him. Gets on top of him, and oh, of course, an uncomfortable moment, yeah.
Hold up.
XDing that one
Phone
indeed.
lagged? What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know. But either way, Shad, the arrow onto the Sven. Oh no, he could be the one in trouble. Now the damage coming through. TA 2000, he can't get out. He's gone.
That pause was criminal.
That was unfortunate.
BKB.
He even had a pause to get it off, but nevertheless, Toby getting away, and
What
Omar gets out. Jeez, maybe his phone lagged as well. I don't know. Omar 2000. Oh, it's a sad TP out for him. He goes into the pit to TP out just as Roshan respawns in front of his very eyes. So he TPs away knowing what they've just given up to the side of Luna.
What a weird chain of events.
Oh dear.
There was like a 3-second window after the pause where Sven could have BKB'd, so plenty of time for him to do it, but still just everything gets disjointed. Fair play, if you get lag, sure, you do it. And what a weird and wonderful, I don't know what to say. Moving on, Shad gets the Roshan, I guess. Like, Atlantic doesn't press BKB at the very start of the fight. Sven doesn't press BKB seconds later in the fight. Like, both big pause, not using the survivability tools.
Got to give Fioli Cole credit there. Absolutely massive full duration arrow coming in. Like, sure, the Sven doesn't BKB it off, but, you know, busy fight. You're not expecting to tank a full duration arrow in the middle of it, but it comes on down and, yeah, pause into arrow. Who needs a setup for arrow when you've got pause?
It comes straight through the northern tree line as well, so the argument is he wouldn't see it. If you're only getting rooted, why would he use it? But, yeah. Luna Galaxy will be the victors of this one with the Aegis. Daedalus now complete on Shad. Quest, they
Goodness
haven't
gracious.
really been able to find the windows to get into this game.
Medusa, considering taking this Wisdom Rune.
Yes.
My support's at a low level, but at the same time, I am the carry. No, Shad, you know, people call him Shad the Chat a lot for when he goes in and does cool things, big plays, you know, but really this is a Chad shit, you know, just leaving the Wisdom Rune
taking
for
it?
somebody else.
No, hold
That
okay,
armor. Yeah,
don't forget, this was the team that had 3 Wisdom Runes last game, right? They had 3 on the left hand.
Yeah.
I was wondering, is this a strat they're doing?
Leave
Fortify
them to
the
ferment.
map, yeah, ferment them.
Big play. It is a big play. And Quest see the Tormentor going down for the Dire side and say, hey, that seems like a neat trick. They'll do the exact same thing. That's going to give them the shard on the Lycan. And what a shard to get as well.
Yes.
Would you say that these wolves are comparable to occasionally having a ranged Rax taken in each of your lanes?
Yeah, pretty much. I think any, without having to play, like basically any passive manipulation to creep waves will always be very good in Dota, right? So for Lycan, well, even needing to think can just offset a certain lane. Yeah, I think that's a very busted tool. And if you were to try and nerf Lycan in the future,
Radiant's bottom tower
probably just changing his shard to something else would drastically reduce his competitive viability, I'd say.
Really? That intense?
Yeah.
Wow.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it is. It is annoying. We've seen it in many games just be like almost the profit effect as well, where just as random ultis coming out, plus the wolves, it's just so obnoxious. So very similar.
Is under attack.
Shad, actually going to TP to top here. I think the rest of the team might see the need to follow.
They gotta leave, yeah.
Yeah. It's always that
Who's
moment
going
when
for
you're
the-
playing ranked with like a completely silent carry who's not communicating, and then they just like
Follow him.
TP away. You're like, oh god, we need to get out.
Go, go, go.
So terrifying.
I like
The rest of the team are
is
smoking
going
into
"Ooh."
area of the map. Yeah.
Yeah, this is fair. It's like TP your carry out, smoke towards them. Very natural moves being made. Shad, he's going for the Aghanims.
Radiant's
I love this
bottom tower
against
is under attack.
lineups where
Radiant's
you don't have perfect control, so Dusa can kind of do it herself. Getting that extra stone gaze through her Mystic Snake. It's only a second, but still enough. She can pick up the shard later down the line to then throw out another snake.
Radiant's
There's a lot of cheap stun to get over control. And Sven, if you don't execute during your BKB, there is too much for him to deal with. Too much just disable and a nuisance. Yeah, big fan. Shad itemizing quite beautifully so far in this game.
Radiant's
Yeah.
top tower is
And I was about to make the point that like, oh, he should finish his Ags like just as the Aegis runs out, but actually the overwhelming creep gets sent in. Shad kills it, gets 250 gold, and all of a sudden, oh yeah, okay, all right, I can pull it out
Yeah,
now.
thanks.
Dire's bottom tower.
And then go for this tower push with it in hand. So very nice. Definitely helps. And now maybe even looking towards the high ground here, at the very least dragging the side of Quest back into their base, which they used to after last game, to be fair. Probably got some nice decorations up at this point.
Has fallen.
Luckily, they're not buying Midas's.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Check those
I did
whip
actually
by
check.
Spriff.
I did check. Yeah.
Bottom tower is under attack.
A much easier way for Luna Galaxy to progress this state of the game, though. With a Medusa, no real threat towards her. She can just chip away, use her Manta, click down, has the Aegis.
Yeah, of
course.
If you get the
Quest.
Fortify here, it's such a big win as well.
Yeah. But the Aegis are in 28 seconds, and with Quest having Noob with the tiny tossback, Rubik with the
Yeah,
lift, you
that's
can
the-
get the Medusa quite deep into the Radiant base.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Separate her from the team, make that separation happen. But look at Davilari, actually throws down the Pit of Malice here, just to make sure that if Tiny does go for it, then at the very least his life will be forfeit. So with 10 seconds left, Shad backs away, not really risking anything too much here.
And look at bottom mid lane. We're speaking about this Lycan shard. This is only the Wolves doing this work. Mid is getting pressured. The bot tower dies because of the Wolves. Like, it is one of the most bonkers shard in the game. And if Luna Galaxy are to take this one late, they're going to always think, we probably won't have multiple waves with us if they aren't skipping it. They were very tunnel visioned on that top siege. They sent all 5 heroes trying to click down the racks. And in doing so, Lycan just gets to do everything else without doing anything. It's the most high skill split push you can do in the game.
TA 2000 Under the cover of Silver Edge, sees Chad here.
Aegis is
This is
out.
who they're looking for. I mean, he's very alone. The rest of the team are like a little bit further behind, but Azatic is now going to jump in with a BKB, but also taking a ton of damage. He's got the cheese. Another Pulverize coming out onto the Spen. They've got a good shot up. They need to bring him down, and they will. Down goes the Spen. Noob gonna follow. Oh, the team, they were certainly close enough. They jump in, they turn it around, and down goes 2 Quest heroes.
This could actually be 2 lanes of Rax or Mega Creeps potentially. Shad with the shard pickup. The Spen initiates onto the Deucer, but he's not ready for the cold-blooded Mystic Snake return. Instantly stone gazed up for a brief second, but that's enough to disjoint his play.
Unfortunate.
And now
And again.
both Tiny and Sven are dead for a minute.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And no
Easily
BKB.
a Rax, if not more.
The one range creep coming up the high ground. Keep it alive at all costs. You can
Okay,
do it, little
all right.
buddy. Living armor out onto it. Come on, little friend. Oh, he dies. Rest in
But they
peace.
have another wave coming in, so
Brave hero. Sinking into the ground as we all do one day. But yeah, the rest of the team went back to escort this next wave in. They have it, and now Shad gets to work on those barracks. Nigma Galaxy, the underdogs of the TI qualifiers, on a warpath right now, coming up the high ground of Quest. This is not what people expected, but this is what we're getting. What a fucking performance from this team throughout this series as well. Still, Quest ready to mount a defense soon. 14 seconds on their Sven. Hopefully he'll get his BKB off this time around, but we're seeing the strength of the Pulverize as well. And, you know, that ability, it does go through BKB. That's why the Sven has been somewhat reluctant to use his BKB. He doesn't want to use it, then get Pulverized, but at the same time, you don't have a choice, my friend.
very, very methodical gameplay coming out from Nigma Galaxy. I think specifically Shad, he is commanding his team to put them in the right place, to take the right sieges. Hasn't really been a window where the Tiny, Sky, and Sven have broken the game and found pickoff after pickoff. There's only 19 kills in the 36-minute mark.
Yeah,
Probably one of the lowest damage games of Sven as well, yeah.
That's the crazy thing. Quest have been the one getting the kills, but doesn't matter.
Not the important ones, yeah.
How do Quest need to shake things up then? And don't just say BKB on your Sven, because I'll punch you.
Go on, dare you. No, I think
I'm sorry.
they just haven't found the initiation for nearly ever since Sven picked up the BKB. There's not been that smoke, there's not been that play on a high ground ward, catch the hero. Again, it's very hard because you're jumping a Primal, an Underlord who are naturally very tanky, a Medusa who can't kill, a tree who's in the tree line, or a Miranda who's just never near the fight, right? So your smoke should never really net a simple initiation. And we're seeing it here as well. Noob starting at the front, and what's he going to find? He might be lucky to get the Mirana, but there is no simple hero that you enjoy ganking.
Look at this. They've read it perfectly. They've gotten themselves back. You know, this could caught out a lot of teams here, but Nigma Galaxy are going to back themselves away, and now they see what they need to see. So they're the ones with the information, and Shad is going to stick his face right in. And this is exactly what they can do. I mean, Shad literally just slithers towards any hero that's seen on the map because they know if you engage on the Medusa, as we've seen 3-4 times in a row, your fight is not going to go well. It is not going to go well.
Roshan
Noob
will
looking
respawn
for
in
a
5
toss back
seconds
onto
now, yeah.
somebody else.
Middle tower is under attack.
There's a sentry, they see him. Ooh, it's nighttime actually, they don't.
Arrow coming through, will not land. Very tense moment here. Been laying down the dust preemptively to allow him to go for Roshan, knowing that if anyone enters his circle, it will be seen. The sentries, dust, everything plastered down. Little Wolf's going to come on through, try and give him the information, and they all see that Roshan has indeed been started. Quest trying to position himself to 80,000. Be careful.
Oh, Underlord.
He's gonna knock on the
Faking it
front
out,
door.
Trying to force out a TP.
Dire's bottom
Yep.
tower is under
He absolutely is. Decides against it. Someone told him not to. Interesting. I mean, that's kind of important because now they won't have it for a TP back and if he has to buy back or something. But here we go. In goes the Sven trying to look for the target, but he gets tossed up by his own teammate. Oh no, Quest. Quest, it was supposed to be perfect and it just all goes to hell. TA 2000 dead. Noob as well. Shad just doesn't have to do anything in this engagement. They both try to go on the stage.
Just GG.
Oh, fuck. Oh.
Oh, what a way to go out. What a way.
I felt that one in my stomach, T.
Oh, they just tossed themselves into the lower bracket. Luna Galaxy, though, fair play. I think the logic of how to beat Quest really shined. In game 2, it was this triple farm core, out farm the Medusa. In game 3, it was just wait for their own Medusa to hit her stride. There's no SD, there's no major counter. Throw your body in. Like, Divine Armor, buy Aura. Atlantic, be annoying. Shad, win you the game. Like, it was, of course, the supports did their job as well, but just, yeah, Shad in this third game was the carry of all carries. And for Quest, it's very unconventional for them, I feel. Like, they hit some of their timings, but it never really connected. Like, this engagement here, this is what you expect Quest to be able to replicate every single time God stripes up, but we saw one little play at 17 minutes and then it all just kind of fell flat. They just petered off a little bit.
It's the TI pressure, I think, and Quest have been a team which has been immune to pressure. This has kind of been their thing as the underdog team, coming into majors, coming into qualifiers, coming into DPC, Western EU, the hardest region, and they just fight into everybody. They find the wins, they don't care, and now they fall to Luna Galaxy in a game which you honestly have to say they were broken in. Luna Galaxy had their number, they played better, they played the map better. And yeah, full credit to them as well, to switch it around and talk about the other side for a bit. Luna Galaxy, on day one, we saw some great players coming out from them. They were making nice smokes across the map. They were catching out their opponents time and time again in some very kind of clean Dota, right? This time around, they were playing against a better opponent, and that was obvious. The smokes they were making weren't really connecting as much. The moves they made weren't as fruitful because, Quest are just a great team. But then you have to rely on your grand strategy. You have to rely on your plans and your game sense to come through. And it did. Luna Galaxy, they stepped up again. And if they can do it one more time, they're going to find themselves at TI, which is crazy for this team. A team which nobody was expecting.
Yeah, this is a team that came 7th in Division 1. Like, in Tour 3, they were eliminated from the division. They weren't able to really best any of the others. But when it comes to the TI qualifiers, they're beating out Quest, who was seed number 1. They beat out the Division 2 champions, who they're going to be replacing in the next circuit of the DPC. So they're beating some of the big names, and they're going to have to play Entity or Secret to lock in their TI spot. If they lose that series, they still have another best of 3 as a lifeline because they are in the upper bracket finals. They are 2 qualification spots, and yeah, that would be quite the story for this team that has put in so much work throughout the entire year. And Shad, without a doubt, is the MVP for this game. Scoreline looks embarrassingly low, but this is not the game where they needed kills. They just needed farm and good decision-making, and a 5-0-2 Medusa just completely crushes Quest in this third and final game.
Absolutely, and I don't like doing this, but I do feel like we should point out something here. Toby, 0, 0, and 12 on this Lycan, okay? To give you an idea of how little he was able to play this game, he did 3,800 damage to heroes in this game. Lycan did not get into the game. He was just completely cut out. It was crazy.
Yeah, and I think that's testament to Luna Galaxy's kind of strategies. I feel like they are a team that is victim to how they draft. I feel, unlike other teams that might have depth of play outside of this isn't perfect, they need the good draft to get the good game, I feel. And that is probably why they came 7th in Division 1. But now they're doing this good run because I think their drafts have that kind of logic and structure behind them. And in this game, you're playing into a Lycan, but who's he running at? The Medusa, the Underlord, the Primal Beast. Like, none of these heroes naturally die to a Lycan. The tree's invisible, and the Mirana has 3 leaps. So you can't expect Lycan to do the damage. It's on everyone else to step up. So this isn't the game for Toby to be pointed at, that's probably an issue. I think if anything, it's just the wider group. You have a Sky, you have a Tiny, you have a Rubik, you have a Sven. Like, this is so much explosive damage. They just didn't use it. And again, less about Quest now. It's more about Luna Galaxy. They are causing up a stir in this Western European qualifier.
Absolutely, a Cinderella story coming through for them, and their hopes of getting to TI very much alive. In fact, only 1 or maybe 2 series away, and playing in that upper bracket finals as kind of like a newer squad, an underdog squad with 2 chances now. You have that lifeline behind you. you can feel pretty free to play in this upper bracket finals, and yeah, bring your best game. And I'm stoked to see it. I'm very excited. It's going to be a banger series, I imagine, as Nigma Galaxy putting on an absolute performance. And yeah, Shad absolutely MVP, no doubt there, but great performances all around. It was just kind of this draft which allowed them to stick together, play as a unit, and it couldn't be broken. You know, Sven, you'd like to see him cleaving through that unit, but he just couldn't this game. Controlled up, beat down, and just every single fight, something going wrong. The pause into Arrow, very unfortunate. Into the Stone Gaze, very unfortunate. Sorry, the Shard from Cold Blooded, that's what it's called.
That was
the
a
Shard
that was
from
cool,
Medusa.
I
Yeah,
think
that
was the coolest thing for me in this game for Shad. I think a lot of carries could have decided a different route, but going for that like 5th item Aghanims to then go for the Shard, there were so many opportunities where once that came into play, Sven, first of all, instantly killed himself because he's mini-stunned himself. Then he was like, uh-oh, this isn't the clean initiation I want. I need to disengage. And there's too much chase down. And then after that, Sven was never confident enough to just commit to the jump. He was always waiting for someone else. And that was probably the undoing. They let Shad farm too much and they just didn't break his motions.
They absolutely didn't. And yeah, Xantic always there to pulverize the Sven where he needed to, always just jumping into the fight and making sure that Sven wasn't getting out okay. And then at the end, the jump in, the toss into immediate GG. I mean, it's not how you want to be going down to the lower bracket, but it's a path which Quest are going to have to take now. Their TI hopes and dreams on the line there, as they'll have to fight the Sharks down in the deep waters. And that's going to do it for the first series of the day. It's finally over. A hell of a ride. And yeah, hell of an entertaining bash between these two teams. So we are now going to throw it over to a break, after which we'll be back. And of course, we've got another listen in for you guys.
Yeah, we have jam, Watch Tiny, I have oh, he went us.
I got Sven.
That's way. I ult Sven. Here, Tiny. Nice.
Go
more?
Finish rush.
Go. Rush.
Refresher on it.
Nice play. Nice.
Go down bottom now.
I'm
Keeping
defending
bottom outpost and going guys.
They go GG.
Really? Oh, nice.
Let's go!
Oh, let's go, boys.
Hit them at their own game, guys. Just hit.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We're continuing the coverage here today of what is looking like it might be a bit long Western European qualifiers. These games just keep going to 3 series. Trent, how you doing this morning? Or
well, I was doing fine until the admin called the English production toxic because we don't type in the lobby when we're ready, apparently.
No.
So we are toxic. No, they're getting our communication from someone else, so he's just joking. But yes,
sorry,
we are.
It's a caster. There you go. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, dogs. Everyone's just everyone's a little excited because they just watched that series. I'm sure you all did as well. That was crazy. Entity and Team Secret, they've also been sitting here like, because, much like us, we have to be ready at game 2. So do these two teams. So they were sitting there watching game 2, go to 70 minutes, being like, are we playing in a second? What's going on? I was like, nah, go back. And they said no. I'm actually stunned. I don't know about you. I had Quest as probably my number 1 team. I think most of us probably did, right?
I mean, I think so. There's some questions about Toby, like they had some success there with Malik and like switching up that system that seemed to be working. Like, was it going to work again? And I'm not exactly sure. It felt like one of those things where it was at the very least a shoe-in to go far. And now we're in a situation where one of these 3 teams between Luna Galaxy, and then Secret and Entity are going to TI. The bottom half of that bracket, the Secret Entity one, is ones that people probably would have anticipated. Luna Galaxy coming out of nowhere. That would be a crazy story.
Yeah, and of course, I know the Entity, the Secret fans, they're just like, ooh, I like this matchup a little better. They weren't looking forward to seeing Quest, but Luna, I mean, they just beat them. They're on fire, some crazy games. I like their drafts as well. So speaking of their drafts, we actually have more drafts because they're already into it.
My God.
Secret and Entity here.
Yeah, they went quick. They were not messing around. Already hot out of the gate, as you said, waiting for a long time, thinking about what they were going to do with their draft. So we're starting off with the Invoker, the Gyrocopter, Earth Spirit, maybe a little bit of a mix-up there in that one getting taken. Something that we haven't seen always first phase ban, but then the Venge. It does leave open a lot of those other heroes. Nature's Prophet, you always like to talk about. Anything else really piquing your curiosity?
Dawn, I guess, would be the other one. Those would be the 2 big heroes to me. And Doom, yeah, this guy, he's been looking really good. No doubt about that. And they have the first pick, though, so they don't necessarily have to ban Nature's Prophet if they're comfortable opening with it. Doesn't look like it's something they have been doing yet, but will they with the chance? They want the Tree Man. So, okay, we talked a lot about Tree yesterday and how he's seeing some picks around. He's not like the most picked, but he's middling around there. But we've been seeing a lot of first phase bans lately. Including all 3 games yesterday with Nigma and Entity. It was banned in the first phase. Entity never had a chance at it. So with the first opportunity to grab it, they're going to take it. And it looked really good in our previous series.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, this guy creates so much annoyance. What is it that you feel like is the strongest piece about Treant? Oh no, they picked Razor.
All right.
What is it about this Treant that makes it look so good nowadays?
So here's the thing. Treant, he pulled the old Uno reverse, okay?
Okay.
Because the thing about Tree, why he was bad before was that rotating mid was pretty bad on this hero, generally. Not the best mid rotator, not the best like TP'er. It was cool when you just had living armor. That helps your mid, right? But you know what is really nice in Dota now? We don't rotate mid. We rotate through the twin gates, right? It's still not optimized, I would say, by everybody. I think we're still learning exactly when it's best to go through the twin gate. Tree, though, Tree goes through that twin gate. He's in the trees. Very frustrating. Really hard to keep track of him. And he can be quicker rotating through those. Plus, again, he is still globally assisting with the living armor too. But you think about that, like level 3, where you generally have 1 point in the vines, the grasp, and then 2 points in the leech seed. That guy comes through the twin gate, you're in for a bad time.
Yeah, that one hurts. He can definitely just make those rotations and kills happen, and suddenly your lanes are all cattywampus, which is a word that I decided I was going to use.
Cattywampus, my goodness. This man starts delayed, he pulls out cattywampus. We're in for a good day, I can tell already.
Absolutely. But Razor, first overall, it has looked on occasion really bad, but Secret have had it first phase banned against them in their previous series against OG, so some something maybe going on in scrims or what have you is signaling that this is something that they want taken out. OG in each of their bans that they had against Secret banned out Razor, Earth Spirit, and Nature's Prophet. But opting to go for the Razor right here, we'll see how they try and build this.
Has not looked too hot for our casts. I know that much. I believe Entity versus Nigma, Razor just got stomped both of our games, right? We had the one first game, Razor got stomped when Entity picked it. Second game, Razor got absolutely stomped when Nigma picked it. So
right.
We never really got a chance to see an actual game of Razor Dota. Maybe this will be our opportunity for it this time. But the Shaker now returning here for Team Secret. They do have that last overall pick, so the availability to put this into a core role is certainly there. That has worked sometimes and certainly not others, like when it was forced to the off lane yesterday in one of our other series. I would much prefer this to either just be position 4, position 5 even, or a mid lane if possible, but we don't want to see it forced into a bad laning matchup.
Right. I mean, that game definitely had other issues besides just the Shaker, but that was definitely one of the things that kind of made the whole rest of the draft fall apart. Team Secret, it's kind of interesting though, right? This opening of Razor Shaker, you talked about running through the twin gates or what have you. If he is in a side lane support position, whether he's in the lane with the Razor himself or whether he's in the other lane, a quick run through fissure block off with static link going, that sounds pretty dangerous.
Yeah, that's really potent. The other combo that's still in there potentially could be an IO if you can make the laning setup work. Whenever I see Razor, think about that. But Entity, they're going to bring this guy back out, the Warlock. Not the Core Lock. March is gone. He has been eliminated alongside Nigma. I don't know if anyone's whispering in the ears of bringing this guy back to a core. It'll just be our lowly position 5 Warlock doing his thing, staying in the box, throwing out the heals, and more importantly, throwing out the fatal bonds, of course, in that laning stage. We've seen a lot of harassment coming out from that. And more than likely, this is probably a pretty early reveal of a mid Coddle.
Yeah, that's the thing I was going to say is one of these heroes is going to be core, and looking down the barrel of 3 supports. And no matter what, 3 heroes that are relatively squishy, maybe not so much Treant, but if you find the tree, he oftentimes will end up dying. Sometimes he manages to get away. And then Secret just dropped down the big bad Elder Titan. Massive team fight coming from Team Secret. Kind of being countered a bit by the Warlock Golem that could come out, but I don't know. I guess with revealing the 2 supports, you can get away with an ET because you're not going to get clocked or something.
I guess, but are they also now revealing something about their draft for Team Secret? Is this Shaker...
Yeah,
I don't know. This seems like a pretty rough support duo if you want to try. I don't see Puppy playing the Shaker. I feel like this is probably going to be core now.
I guess you could, if you take another ranged core, you could maybe make it work.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You definitely could if Yamich plays the Shaker. I feel like I'm more okay with it. And Puppy takes the ET. That could certainly be viable because, you could just do ET Razor and then, Earthshaker and Razor can definitely lane together if you set it up that way. ET or Earthshaker, honestly, they can both just go with the Razor. So, but yeah, we'll see how the team fights go. I am definitely concerned about this idea of overall team fight and being committed into the engagements. And yeah, not surprising that Puppy will get the Ench. I was gonna say if Puppy's picking a different hero, I think Ench is the way to go. So yeah, we're gonna have to figure out either Shaker or ET or Ench, I guess, is going core, but probably gonna be the Shaker, of course. All right, so how do we just end the Shaker's life?
Yeah, I'm unsure. You can, they've already revealed likely their mid is going to be this Coddle, right?
That's true.
Do you take an Ursa again? They're going to run Pango. Okay, maybe Coddle is not. Maybe Pango's off lane?
They can definitely 3 the Coddle or the Pango. I think Coddle 3 looks kind of solid.
Yeah, I feel like Stormstormer's playing Pango. Dude, what if they 3 the tree? Wait, what is going on? This is a weird ass draft, man. I don't know. Because you think about Coddle Pango as the combo to amplify up all of his swipes and stuff, but I feel like playing around that, I don't think about Toby as a Coddle player. Or
No, it's-
Toby. Sorry, Gabby. My bad.
It's Gabby.
My brain's
He's
still
been playing it in
broken.
pubs too. He does.
Okay.
Yeah, he goes earn bots orchid.
10 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
So we'll see if he does it again. Sometimes Spirit Vessel as well. I think it makes sense. Like the 3 Coddle
Yeah,
was
that's
always
better.
viable.
Secrets.
The only thing is the pairing isn't that amazing. Assuming it's the
Right.
tree, it's not really that nasty.
I had Toby on my brain still from last game.
Yeah,
It's
true.
all busted. Okay, well, Faceless Void gets banned out now. Definitely some extra control would look great for
10
Entity.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident about Envy's lineup right now. This looks nice. The Pango matchup into the ET seems like. I mean, I guess at least ET is going to do all right to start, but the matchup not exactly ideal. This should be a
You mean
pretty
into
good
the
start for the
Shaker?
Pango. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I think the Shaker is going to be hurting.
Okay. Is there any chance they swap it around and put Razor mid and Shaker off lane? Is it too crazy?
If Entity pick a weak safe laner, they theoretically could.
Okay.
Like if they don't pick this Ursa that just absolutely dominates them like we saw previously, or something similar like a Monkey King or something like that. They're banning out the Bloodseeker, and then they still go for the bans on the Faceless Void and the TB. They're like, we're not falling for that. Okay, we're not gonna like ban Slark just because you ban
5 seconds
Bloodseeker.
remaining.
Nice try, trying to get your TB. They know how Watson operates. I mean, maybe he will just take Slark and we'll just be like, okay, well that was fine.
Right.
Well done. But Entity, Mr. Watson, he's such a hard farmer. I just feel so much better when he's on one of those big ones. There is still TA.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems interesting. Can kind of play outside the fight before, so that way Razor can't link up on you as easily.
Entities turn.
Oh, yeah, they banned Slark pick TA. I was going to say, yeah, this is good. Watson TA, okay. Yeah, timings look good. They already have lots of team fight. It's a PA. Oh, the other assassin. That's also very strong.
Another
time
A.
for the wiper.
You think so?
No.
Okay.
No, PA has just been looking pretty incredible lately. We haven't found any of these insane counter picks. I mean, MKB heroes. Well, we have TA.
5 seconds.
She's still in, but there's definitely a lot of stuff here that TA doesn't necessarily want to see.
Yeah, too much damage over time, I feel like.
Yeah, but getting blocked down, getting entangled. Still playable if they want to. They don't have a whole lot of time here.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Interesting. God,
Oh.
I can't remember a time ever in my life when I've looked at a troll pick and been like, yeah, that's the one. You know what I mean?
That's my guy.
Like, there's never been a moment where like troll warlord, that's what I need on my team. So there's something I'm not getting about the hero, but what are they seeing right now in Team Secret that makes them like this troll warlord?
That's a fair question. I mean, sometimes you can look at it and be like the eggs can feel kind of strong in certain setups. Typically, he's just a guy who's guaranteed to get out of the lane. That's how I always think of Troll. I like to think of Troll as someone who can enable any support to do whatever they want to do. So if you have like a really weak support, like think like an AA in the laning stage, like theoretically you could even do Troll AA, because even if you don't have a classic setup for the AA, Troll will get out of the lane okay. He has lots of different tools that help him in the laning stage. And then if you have a really strong laner like this Puppy's Enchantress, it means that Puppy can not only help ensure kills even easier because you're Troll Ench, but you can also have a better time rotating towards that mid lane. And overall, the hero has been looking better, right? We're slowly trying to take him away from this just press the alt button and pray that everything's going to go fine. We're slowly getting more control back in the hero. Maybe it'd be crazy. What if we could just control the hero the whole time?
That'd be nuts.
Call me crazy.
But he's raging. He's got the berserkers. He's so upset.
Yeah.
I guess the other thing is like he's probably one of the better MKB builders, I would imagine.
Yeah.
One of the heroes that likes to do that, playing against the PA here. Everybody's been going for Silver Edge nowadays. But it's going to be interesting to watch. Game number 1, Team Secret versus Entity. You were saying earlier that you like the Entity draft more. Do you still stick with that?
I do. There's things that I actually do like about Secret, though, because, like, you know, I'm saying that the Pango, they got the pick after they saw the Shaker. That's generally pretty strong. At the same time, I still don't think the Shaker's getting destroyed. Like, I feel like Armel will at least get off to a good enough start that he'll have a chance to take over this game. I do think it's easier for the Pango, for sure. It's like more likely to occur, partially because I like his support duo a little bit better in terms of those like early skirmishes. Because for Secret, it's going to rely a lot on Yamcha's positioning. You really want to be prepped ahead of time on ET. So if he's really confident in terms of what moves he thinks Envy's going to make, that'll make all the difference in the world. But that could be difficult versus Tree because he tends to get off some pretty solid vision.
Okay. Yeah. I guess the vision always does come down to make a pretty big difference. But likewise, you can send out edge creeps and all the rest of it. Also, I am just excited to see some Puppey Enchantress farming up, getting massive, and then sprinking every which way.
Yeah, they're on it already. Kataomi way down there gets the block on one of the small camps. Gonna try and make things a little bit worse there for Puppey.
At least they'll be able to see what's nearby and come in their direction, if nothing else, too. Yeah, do we have no movement over either to start cutting down trees that much? Just like Chrysalis is sort of in the area. And now moving over for the rune. This should be 2 apiece. Secret kind of set up here to maybe try and go into Stormstormer. No, it's 3 for 1. Never mind. They got there in time. But a little bit of a chase down to Kataomi. Does have another round of axes. The slow is there. They have enchant. Ooh, Gabby gonna push him back.
Value.
Still take the enchant. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Core Shaker gotta be one of the worst bounty rune fighters. Just like, because he wants Totem so bad, right? You gotta secure all that early CS, so you're never using Fissure, which means you just hit hard.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah, it's very annoying not being able to help and secure those runes and what have you. Nice deny up there by FBZ. Did get 2 heroes caught in that fatal bond. Super annoying to play against. Fishman should have the time of his life. This might quietly be one of those heroes that we see really move up the pack of support tier list here. I feel like over the next couple of time before TI comes around.
Yeah, he's benefiting a lot when the big dogs get nerfed. Like after they nerfed Witch Doctor, because he was already good, but he was just outshined by Witch Doctor because he kind of does similar things, but he was just doing it a lot better and had a better spike at 6 with the Death Ward. But yeah, now Warlock's back. Fatal Bonds has been insane for quite a few years. It's more so like the rest of his spells. They've just gotten so much better now. And of course his Shard is also crazy at this point.
Right. Well, speaking of crazy, this start for Armel in the mid lane is pretty nuts. We're taking a look at those other lanes there, but at the top of the screen, you can see 10 and 6 versus 1 and 1. Stormstormer has gotten 2 last hits. He is getting absolutely bodied. I mean, this isn't a great matchup, but I don't know if it's this bad.
I mean, it was a matchup that was obviously much, much better when you could disarm.
Yeah,
it would have been significantly stronger. But yeah, he is just getting absolutely destroyed. This is insane. Like, this is some game-ending shellacking here in the mid lane.
Yeah, a half level ahead already, and I mean, yeah, he's not really getting that much. Has to pull the wave all the way around. So that's going to be the sort of catch-up mechanic, I guess, is just try and pull the waves whenever he can. In the meantime, the other lanes, though, not looking nearly as bad. Although, you know, it's still a little bit behind.
Man, that's crazy. I mean, I did not. I thought, if anything, that Stormstormer would be finding ways to take advantages of this lane using the shield crash and the swashbuckle and to like frustrate him. But and maybe it is something that can turn a little bit once you get more points up into the swash and you're able to like keep your spacing a little bit better. But that is insane. What a ridiculous start from Armel. See if he can keep it going. And the main counterplay, of course, to the rest of the game will be Stormstormer trying to utilize those fissures, because you can get crazy Pango combos off if the fissures are in the middle of the fights.
Oh, yeah. No, messing things up completely there for him later on. It's going to be a thorn in his side for a while. FBZ up there, you can see having a decent time as the fissure is already out onto Stormstormer in the mid lane, trying to set up for just keeping Armel away from his CSing. Armel will give him one chant totem as he passes on by. But yeah, now he's getting a couple levels. Things looking a little bit better for Stormstormer. Still, it is going to be a gold lead. And man, early pressure on, indeed. He doesn't even have a bottle. Stormstormer's just having to survive off the back of the stick. Oh, it's in his bag. Yeah. I was like, God, that's really
yeah, that will be a problem. Just, you old no bottle Pango, yeah. Well, a man who needs no bottle, though, Gabby, he is top of the last hits for his own team right now. Looking good, tied up there now alongside Watson. But looking forward to see how he does with this off-lane Coddle. In the past, it had all kinds of funny builds. It used to build Necronomicon. That was always good. Rest in peace, you know. Dagon builds weren't the craziest thing, but in the modern day, with Orchid, pretty cool that he's been using that in his pubs. I'm not sure if he'll need it necessarily this game. Might not be as strong versus some of the heroes he would have been playing in the pubs, like Spirits or something like that. But the Urn and potentially the Spirit Vessel, I think, is a great choice.
Okay. Seeing if he can get that online early and start making those moves. Obviously, an incredibly mobile hero that can start to deal out some massive damage, and they're going to need the magical damage to deal with Puppy. Speaking of which, he gets brought somewhat low with that round, but Nature's Attendant's already good to go. He's able to heal up through it. And still no kills 5 minutes in. It's been a pretty slow start to this one.
And I'm expecting it to stay a bit of a slow game, too. I think because for Entity, how do you actually pressure towers? I don't think they can. They basically have to drop golems on heroes, get a couple kills, and then hit the tower after. But likewise, you know, the pressure from Secret, it can be a bit scary going into towers versus Overgrowth versus Fatal Bonds, even Pango. So maybe if you go a little bit too aggressive on the side of Secret, you get punished. But it's going to be a battle of farming up this Phantom Assassin and how much space they're willing to give Watson.
Wow, and look at this, running through. They find Chrysalis, able to get him, bringing him very low. Katomi might go down first. No, gets one last hit there, and Puppy ends up dying after. It's a neutral deny for him. Somehow that one little creep took him out. But nonetheless, first blood going the way of Entity. They might also make a go here on the Stormstormer too, depending on what happens. It's going to be an invis up top.
That's crazy. Got Cobalt Formand.
Bottom. Chrysalis comes back in. They're not giving up on this. Puppy TP's in.
Fishman just channeling it again.
He's getting out of there. Does not want to stick around that much longer. It goes on through the gate, and he's going to be fine.
Mid Armel board though.
Ooh, thought about it. Doesn't decide to go for it.
All right, it's a scary one, right? 3 points aftershock with the Echo Slam. That thing can still really hurt you.
Oh yeah.
And now Puppy's going to make a rotation of his own with a Centaur to that top lane, trying to wrap in behind onto Watson.
Mitch has the Titan buff, but it's going to be Fishman wrapping around to steal some Wisdom runes, and Mitch is going to get there just in time.
Watson might die for it, though.
Close. Oh. Watson in some trouble. Moves over, Puppy there, gets the hoof stomp, but the motation coming from Katomi, good damage out, and Stormstormer makes the move for FBZ. And a catch onto him while they're taking down Puppy. So solid rotations and moves coming. Entity on the board with 2 more.
Oh, what a move from Stormstormer indeed. Man, he got him in the best spot on the map for Pango. Up against those crystals there, he had no chance. Just bounce, 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 bounce. Not a chance whatsoever. He had 20 charges on his wand, but not happening. Not today, he says. Doesn't think he'd live with it.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, Entity are getting off to a really hot start here. And, you know, Gabby just keeps farming down bottom. Katomi, Fishman hanging out in the area, hoping that they're going to catch this troll as he comes back over. So much emphasis put onto him. While Armel, chasing Stormstormer, not going to do anything.
What's so insane is that defending Watson up top there is giving them this tower. Like,
yeah,
this is a keeper of the light. I was not expecting them to be able to blast this down. I was more worried about like Yamich rotating through, and then just if they tried to pressure under the tower, a single sleep because I expected FPZ to be a little bit more like isolated, like not needing as much assistance, but Yamich kind of being stuck up here a little bit as they keep trying to pressure Watson.
Dire's top tower is
And
under
they end up
attack.
losing that tower so much earlier than I would have guessed. Really well done here from Entity. I feel like that's just everything for them right now. Especially after what happened mid. Like Stormstormer to get out of there, get those kills. It still means that our ML will be relatively large. We might even see him do an Echo Slam for some farming at some point here, potentially even now. Is he going to do it? Can I get a
Armel?
slam? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. There it is. Right over on the Ancients. Armel drops the Echo, and that is a nice little chunk of change for him. Trying to get into that Blink Dagger as quickly as possible.
The big dunk. They never saw it coming, those poor Ancients. They just followed him unwittingly.
Oh, Puppy's scanning right now. Does he get him? I don't know if he has quite enough damage, although if he takes over the clap... Okay, what am I talking about there?
Yeah, you really confused me for a second.
He's coming in.
He's gonna get him. Guys, listen. Game's been up since like 3 a.m. waiting for this game, okay? Cut him some slack.
Listen.
He's had a rough morning.
Puppy is ready to go, okay?
Yeah.
Puppy, you never know when your friends are going to turn on you, okay?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, God. I've actually done that so many times with Cass. It's painful. Puppy, he's ready to turn on this tower with his troll. All right, time to rally some troops here
Bottom tower.
and knock
that's
this
real
thing
nice.
down.
Dire's middle
It's
tower.
just sending it in, man. Taking it up for all the skeletons. While Stormstormer, makes the roll through move. They thought they were going to be able to fissure block, but not going to happen. And immediately they take it away. And up top, FBZ, he's going to go down. So every move that Secret makes is getting rebuffed by Entity.
The troll haters are just loving this right now. Every troll hater in chat is just like, oh my God, troll warlord. They picked it again,
perfect.
but what has Crystal's even gotten to do this game? Like, he picked a relatively survivable safe laner who's considered to be one of the people who can get away with some rough laning matchups. He gets kicked out of his lane early, sent to the jungle, and now he just has to sit here and farm a Battle Fury. So they're just down a hero right now. To his credit, he is still farming pretty well. Yeah, he's behind the PA, but considering how much space Watson's had, can't blame him too much right now. And perhaps the crystallization will occur, and he'll be strong and powerful.
I mean, yeah, I think it's worth thinking about, right? Like, it's not just Troll either. I feel like they have 3 lane-winning heroes here. They've got Troll, they've got Ench, and they've got Razor, and they lost their lanes. Like, that ain't good. Entity, like you talked about earlier, though, don't really have the best of ways to try and like capitalize on this in terms of pushing the objectives on the map further. Maybe that could be their undoing a little bit, and Secret can kind of just sit back a little bit and farm up if they want.
They certainly can a little bit, but I think that these goals that they've achieved for Entity were like loftier than I would have even hoped for. Like, this is like better than a good case. This is like excellent stuff right now from them because it's just so much space for Watson. He's gonna get this Battle Fury. He's gonna get all big, and then once they have 2 items on their PA, they're gonna make their way to Roche. Pango's probably gonna have like Diffusal Manta by then. He could go Blink though. That is something that they might want considering they have an offlane Coddle.
It was your own
We'll see what he decides to go on the side of Stormstormer. That would be the toughest choice, I think, deciding what to buy after this Diffusal.
Right. Yeah. How does he want to try and sort of progress his game a bit? Is still farming up some more of those Ancients himself. Well, Secret, I mean, this was the blink early for Armel into farming more. And now they see the blink, right? He's on top of this ward here, so no secrets about this at all. It's not really translating into a big timing hit from Secret. Not feeling like they can make it happen.
It's hard to just utilize it too, right? I mean, I remember one of my favorite heroes whenever I play Earthshaker is just Ember. You know, I see this guy in the side lanes. He's trying to get away with the game. I'm going to chase him and dunk him down. You think about a PA, how are you ever going to echo this guy? It's just not going to happen. Yeah. He's just going to be hiding. She's blurring. You can't even reveal it these days. And they're all just isolated right now. Now, this I like. I would not mind if he steals this Ancient stack. This is actually the play. He's going to do it.
Go. The blink on the Ancients. They never expect it.
What a gamer, dude.
Awesome.
I'm out of here.
See you later, nerds. Oh, it's sick. I love that.
Oh, that's so good. This was Battle Fury gold right here. If he had finished up that whole stack.
That's so good. I love that. All right, well, a little bit of economic damage done, and Entity are pissed. They're going to smoke
they're
up
mad.
now and start heading out.
Then we got max level Chakra with this Pangolier. No defusal delivered yet, though. So doesn't have the crazy damage. Also did not get the Lance of Pursuit. So GG.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah. Unfortunate. The Stormstormer did not get the completely busted item. To be fair, every Pango's getting it. So at this point, I actually do feel a little bad when you don't get it.
It's true. It feels like it should come around. You're unlucky if you don't get it there. Entity are still trying to find this jump here towards mid, but you can see that there's nothing really open. And it's what you talked about earlier. I mean, these guys need to get like some freaking meteor hammers or something to start pushing these towers.
Thankfully, Kataomi's not going Meteor Hammer. Very much appreciate him going Blink first. I think tree players that know when it's time to get a Blink, that's a valuable thing to have on your team. You jump on FBZ.
Blink when you just walk in. I find him there, and yeah, FBZ is in trouble. He's gone. And that is Spirit Vessel charges for Gabby. 5-0. Everything going their way.
That's going to help open up a little bit of pressure here as well as they try and jump onto Puppy's creep. But even with the Solar Bind, come on.
That's going to live.
I mean, he's just going to take something anyway.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, it does feel bad when you have 3 heroes up here and you just have to go back to farm afterwards.
Dude, do you think he'll do it again? Sorry, I'm just looking at Harvel.
Radiant's middle tower
Like, is there a chance he does it one more time?
He does. He's used every Echo Slam on creep so far. But that's still great.
It's patience, I guess, huh?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if he gets to Aghanims, he's chilling, then.
Yeah, we're all Battle Furied up here on both sides. Trolls delivered. PA farming. Go towards that Deso, then towards the Roche. And, you know, I was thinking Manta or Blink and Stormstormer, he wants to go the Ags. He's like, we're farming, then I am farming. You know, I got time. We're not making any moves on this map. We got a nice, comfortable lead. I want to get a big, cushy item for myself.
Love that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't, like, at this point, it just does not feel like building damage is going to be done, honestly.
No, the towers are safe.
Like, it's going to be all creeps. Just like pushing in waves in, and whoever doesn't shove them out fast enough is just going to be chilling.
I mean, Kataomi's already healing up theirs. Top is now back to full, and he's working on mid too.
Well, FBZ takes a big hit there from Coddle, but nothing doing after. They're just sitting there. Watson, he's getting towards that Deso. It's going to be a little bit.
He wants to smoke. He wants to go for a play. Look at him. He's itching. He's like, someone will come to this wave. Imagine. Would Watson dare come out to these creeps?
I mean, we would see the first Echo on a hero, but it's not going to happen. It doesn't look like Watson is very safe and going to back up and get some Lotuses, it looks like. Yeah, who needs to go and hit buildings when you've got little items to collect?
Yeah, you know? we got a fun objectives all over the map now. Tormentors are coming up pretty soon. Stormstormer's calling for a rotation up towards the Roche pit right now. See if they can pressure this tower here. And then perhaps even back for Roche after. But again, no Deso yet on PA. No big rush to grab it. Kataomi goes in for some vision. Doesn't drop down a ward though. Just throws a sentry to block off their ancients. Fair enough.
I like that. This is the play. Oh, going through, taking that stack. And Entity, they will be the ones that come out on top if they're just sort of slowly whittling down these towers because of tree. They see Chrysalis here. This is big if they can get him. Drop everything, why don't you? Right onto the head of Chrysalis. He does have Battle Trance ready to go. Stun is there, having already popped it, slowed up, and just whittled down.
Just the golem in there to finish the job. No one committing at all. They just send in the big guy with the pure damage of the flaming fists. He did,
Goodness.
Warlock did 1,057 damage to him right there.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
He did 563 damage with Upheaval. Whoa. Okay, that
spell's
spell
good,
is a little out of control, huh?
I love this spell. I mean, if you're just gonna stand there and you're able to channel it, it's good, right? But that's the problem, is that you know, you're just a fish man sitting there ready to get jumped on.
You're just a fish man. That's it.
What has Secret been able to do this game? I feel like nothing is happening.
Echo some ancients. I mean,
that's literally it.
He stole an ancient stack. That was like their crowning achievement so far this match.
My goodness.
Ooh. Maybe some Gossamer capes for the Radiant. That would be fantastic. That would feel pretty good. We already got one on the Dire.
Accidentally does the first instances of damage that his team has done in a while by that casual fissure, and now he's gonna pay for it as he is caught immediately and dead. And Puppey, he's also going down. Watson right onto him. They are getting completely stomped, and right in the Roche.
Yep. Do you think they can kill before it heads a Radiant? They're force staffing him. Hurry, Watson! Come on
in there.
Nothing's gonna matter. It'll just be a nuisance if they weren't able to.
Right. I mean, they'll get it here surely, and also even Katomi getting in on it takes down that creep. But almost done. 10 seconds left. I think they'll get it even if it passes through on the other end of it, right?
Oh yeah, there's no way. 0% chance. They even scan to see if they're prepping and waiting over there too. Radiant scan, gonna see, hey, they're coming through here or what? And the scan doesn't hit anything, and they decide not to immediately jump through and start hunting after Chrysalis. So he'll stay safe farming these camps down in the Wishing Well.
I don't know if you're getting this at all, but I'm getting some packet loss on my Dota. I'm not sure if it's the same for you or not. But
no, that's just you, bud.
Love that. 8,000 gold lead at 20 minutes in, and Entity have looked in complete control of this game from the start. Is there any way we can get like damage done stats up on this thing? Because I want to see where we're at. It feels like it's just been all Entity.
Well, they do have 0 kills on Secret, so I'm gonna throw out that the damage done is gonna be pretty low for them.
Yeah, that's what
the bold guess. I know.
Oh, what do Entity want to do with this Aegis? Do you think this is the type of play where you're going to be going for some type of a tier 2 tower push? Do you use it to just keep farming up, believing in your draft in the later stages? What's your read of this game right now?
Oh, I'd say very, very chill tier 2 pushes. And they are predicated on knowing where Armel is, though, because pushing tier 2s, you know, if you're just like steamrolling down the lane, you really don't want to make it extremely obvious that, hey, we're all here right now. And you have ET and Earthshaker. That's like the one way to get back into this game, right? But if you do this, solo person defending, that's why Katomi's immediately like, trying to snag him. Because he's like, if I get this one kill, we just get this tower.
True. Yeah, that would be a nice pickup for them for sure. He does go for that Aghanim Scepter like you were talking about for Pango on Stormstormer. So Waves shoving in to bottom, and likewise Entity still protecting all of their other towers. And with Tree there to heal them back up, there is no way that they're taking these. Armel trying to laugh it off.
Yeah, haha.
Game is looking rough, man.
It is indeed, but they'll just keep trying to wait for their moment. Stormstormer now heading back for the blink after, at least on his quick buy. Doesn't really feel the need for any safety nets of the Manta in this one so far. Just wants to make sure he gets that good jump, because they really need that jump. And his jump is going to be the most important, because if he can find the ET, like let's say you blink in with, you know, Tree or something and you don't overgrowth the ET, it's going to be a bad time. Pango, like, yeah, you just jump in. You can roll around a little bit. Have a look-see. See what's going on, because they're not really going to be able to do anything to you during your roll. And if they try, then Fishman's going to be there.
Right. He'll be there for the immediate turnaround. As long as they're all together, it should be good. And now they are going to make that concerted effort together. Stormstormer shoves out the wave. It's going to start pushing into the tier 1. They have one hero to come and contest, and that is the wrong hero to bring to show up here. So close to his BKB. He just wants to finish it off 60 gold away. Get a last hit, my man. That's all he needs in this world. But Armel jumps in, tries to find one. He's on to Fishman. The overgrowth is there, though. Put to sleep for a while.
He's going to lose his
back
mana.
up. The echo, the connection. Fishman, he lives through it all. It is not enough. They can't get their first kill. Entity survive.
How did he live?
I don't even know. Oh, she passed over the healing lotus, I think. Oh, that's nice. I think that's what happened.
I don't even know. That's unreal.
Tower is under attack.
I thought for sure he was going to die. I was like, at least they're going to get one kill. I mean, multiple heroes were coming in. He was so close to losing his man. Oh, good. We got the replay here. All right. The life of Fishman. But how?
I think PA had a healing lotus in her inventory before this, but I don't quite remember. I mean, they're ready to jump in, and it just doesn't happen.
Because he holds the dunk, and there's a couple people in there, right? When he actually finally lets it go. He almost ran out of mana. Oh, I guess there was only the two.
The leech seed was there, too. Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
Damn. Wow.
Bottom tower is under attack.
What a story. The life of Fishman, like you said. Devastating. Entity's killing it.
They're just going to keep stacking up all their various options here, too. I'd love to see them grab a Tormentor. See if we can get a Shard up on one of these two. We already got it on Kataomi, so... I mean, ideally, I would want Pango Shard, but Caudle is a little bit below him. So we need Caudle to farm up like 200 gold and then do Tormentor.
Oh my God. Blur. It's so good. It's so good. They explode Armel. Chrysalis, he's caught after. Gets off Rage, tries to run in with the battle trance. Watson, is he going to die? Has that jump away option, but it's not going to happen. That's the first kill for Secret. It's a good one to get, but can they get any more? FBZ will be rooted, will be found, and finished off. So even when you get the PA kill, it's not good enough.
They tip him. Nice speed, Watson. Yeah.
Man.
Even used a great healing lotus in that one. So yeah, he tried his best to survive, but they do get him. So nicely done. They head out, get aggressive at the end of the Aegis. Obviously still not a large enough victory to be too happy about it though.
Absolutely. I mean, I think this is still feeling just complete control for Entity. And you can tell just, you know, they tipped their carry after he died. That doesn't happen unless you're feeling pretty good about things. Secret, they're going to take the Tormentor, though. And Puppy, he's going to be sprinking.
Well, that's one nice little bonus for them. And, you know, you thought Blur was annoying before. He is very close to purchasing up an Aghanims here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty gnarly.
Absolutely disgusting ability for a disgusting hero, so well done.
I think that was probably the best instance that I've seen of the, like, Blur range just destroying a team fight. Secret completely fell apart with that one.
Yeah, I am still surprised that he even died, honestly. I thought maybe we were going to get a shutout here, so for the sanity of Secret, I'm glad they picked up one. We'll see if they can keep it rolling. They got Armel undercover, grabbing some neutrals up here.
Yeah. He does have that Agnum Scepter done, which, you know, is a pretty nice little boon for him. Definitely helps out a decent amount. They also saw Puppy picking up the Vanguard. He's almost got Crimson Guard done. So just looking for these utility items, in spite of not being the highest strength gain hero in the world.
That is a great choice. I mean, look at the damage, right, that they have coming out here, like Pango and PA. So Stormstormer did purchase up the Shard, so not going to mess around and wait for the Tormentor. Just get that done. And so Warlock or Caudle. We'll have a shot at it if they ever make it, and they're gonna steal it.
Okay.
Perhaps. It's a bold move here to get the Wisdom and the Tormentor, but they got it. All right,
that's
Secret.
really nice.
You got to take risks, right? That's the number one thing that you got to do when you're behind, especially in a match like this where if it just keeps on scaling, I have a hard time imagining that you're going to be happy about that. You have to find these little moments here, and even pressuring this tower. Now, Entity, the reason this is happening is that they feel confident that, like, hey, we really don't want to miss out on Roche, right? They can take it really fast on Secret, so let's ball up. We can pressure some lanes and stuff, but in the end, we just want to have a successful Roche. That's the goal.
Right. And they are in a position right now that, unfortunately for them, since that first Roche was taken so late into the nighttime, they are not going to be able to get it on this side of the river. So that's a little bit spooky because a lot of Secret is down here on the bottom side, and Secret also managed to take their first tower, and taking the tower that's the reinforcements for the Roche fight.
They can actually win this next fight. If Armel hits not even a crazy echo, just a decent echo, and then Yamich has the follow-up too, because he did get the shard. So this is a PA who'll have 0 armor. And Troll he's not quite an MKB, unfortunately, but you roll the dice a few times, maybe you get there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? If he can get to that item and just stays on PA, we've already seen that she is very killable. Well, she's the only one apparently that's killable. But yeah, I mean, they're on this side. They scan. They see that Roche is over there. The TPs are already coming over. They see that somebody is coming through the gate. No, this is a dire sentry in Ops Ward.
The old classic play of sending the ET Spirit.
Yeah. But they're in position. Secret, smoked up, Puppy, the only one that's showing right now. And Roche 30 seconds away. Stormstormer DD.
And he has to rely on this roll-up. That's his one save right now.
Still hanging around this area. Armel. Does he find the right target? Gabby would be a great one to get.
Oh, great time to D-ward. They lose that vision they had over the Twin Gate.
They take it away.
Now they're a little blind here from Enty. They don't see anything on the high ground. They are blind. They are stuck down here blind because they lost this ward. They don't know exactly how close Secret are.
Yeah. Any wards coming out on Courier or anything? They don't have any. It looks like Treant has 1 round of wards.
They actually have to retreat back up here. Yeah. Poppy trying to bait.
Not being able to play under vision.
Oh, Chrysalis. Is he going to start it?
They're smoking again. Secret. Ready to go. Stormstormer. They see FBZ with that plasma field now walking around the high ground. They have the better vision right here on Secret. They see Stormstormer ready to jump. Fissure out to start. Link up, hasn't used it yet. Will-O-Wisp down. And they put Stormstormer to sleep. Have popped the ulti for FBZ. Gonna wait out that one for initiated again by Entity. I mean, the rest of this is kind of just chilling for the moment. Waiting, Armel. Fissure connects, good damage out, pops the ulti, now goes for the roll. There's the BKB, he's fine. Stormstormer's getting run down. Puppy might go down here. He actually lives through it. And Stormstormer has to run away. That is rolled down, and everybody from Secret is still alive. He's looking for it. Big connection there, Fissure to try and block it off. Can they take down Armel? No. Katomi now is completely isolated. He's going to go down. They did kill Armel, but he's TPing back in. FPZ backs away. Golem already used. Stormstormer doesn't have a roll, doesn't have a way to get out. They drop down the Will-O-Wisp. Armel runs back in, wants to find a target. FPZ can't stay onto one. They're really, really low on Chrysalis, but the Echo Slam is there. Stormstormer is gone. FPZ resetting in this fight. They buy back again. Katomi takes over and takes away the Watcher vision. Watson sees one. He thought about it. Watson's still here looking for a pickoff, but they're not giving him a target. It looks like Entity have won the Roche.
Yeah, it cost them a couple buybacks though. Katomi and Stormstormer, like at least they cut into the lead a little bit. It was overall a net gain for Secret, and they managed to get their troll out of there, which was terrifying. Chrysalis was very close to dying. Barely managed to find a way to escape and TP out. Kind of Obi with the insane wraparound play. Truly playing Triet there as they're all hiding on that low ground. He gets right in there for the overgrowth, but they weren't able to fully capitalize, only getting the kill onto Armel. And then, of course, the buyback, bringing him right back in since this was a Radiant side Roche. But you know what? That gold, that bounty, it did give them the MKB now, finished on Chrysalis.
Right.
So he's going to need this Aegis.
Yeah, I think we're in a really interesting point because clearly Entity's still in the lead at this point, but we can see the pathway that you can have the success from Secret. You find a big team fight, you get Troll beaten away at this PA, she will explode. But can they find that perfect fight? We'll have to wait and see. 3-16, 12K gold lead.
And trying to mitigate what Gabby's doing too. Armel is almost in towards his own BKB. So they're going to have this grace period in the fights where the BKBs are up for the Razor, the Earthshaker, as well as the Troll. They have to get as much done as they can during that. And likewise, Yamich, of course, going to be going for that Aghanim Scepter like every single ET does right now because it feels very strong. And they just need ways to try and handle everything that Gabby's throwing at them because you can just see it with the Will-O-Wisp. Very frustrating.
Yeah, it has been a real problem. And even, you know, thinking about the big solution that it feels like Secret has to this control, when FBZ popped that BKB and then just linked up Stormstormer, he wasn't building up the damage quickly enough to kill him off, even in the duration of that BKB. But we'll have to see how it goes. Should be noted too, Elder Titan getting the Ogre Seal Totem, pretty huge item for him.
Yeah.
Can get in with the shard if he wants to and then get out after.
And just give him a little bit of space in these fights too. And sometimes getting blocked out by your own team Fishers can be a problem.
Right.
So let's make sure he's got some better mobility. Any Ghost Scepters in the works at all? Or no, we're just not handling that. I hope that Watson doesn't get you. It's kind of hard to work them in at this point.
True.
Speaking of Ghost Scepters, though, Gabby did just finish out that E-Blade.
That could make the difference. A saving opportunity. Secret up on the high ground. Watson's in the creep wave. Watson, do they realize it's him? The jump forward, looking, Fissure available. Do they want to go? There was a moment where they could have done it. Decide not to jump onto Watson. Watson is playing very far forward with this Aegis.
Yeah, he really wants to try and spend some of these big ultis. Best case scenario is they spend the ulti, they don't even kill you. That would be amazing. Like trying to bait them into kind of a bad fight by dangling the little carrot here. Where are we going on Secret? They just leave.
Like, who needs a base? That is interesting.
They're actually so willing to run out here knowing that they're going to be forced to TP back, defend, and they're going to grab as much as they can before that happens. What a play. Not a lot of teams would do something like that, and it's kind of ending not going like super nectar hard on your base, which they kind of are, but if you only lose tier 3, you're getting a lot of farm on Shaker and Troll.
They saw one, and they get the jump away. So with seeing Armel not in the base, they're willing to make that kind of far forward move.
And I don't think they've seen Armel, have they? I think they
saw him on the mid wave. But yeah, I guess now they don't know.
Yeah, at this point, I think they're probably assuming that he's lurking.
E-Blade, waiting.
Now he shows.
Armel, yeah, he's showing on the wave, and so again, feeling confident. And with Coddle there, just back him up. The sleep comes out, but still they know that Armel's not there. This is a full set of racks. Entity are just taking it. There's no TP over. Armel takes the Wisdom Rune, but I mean, they're getting a lot out of this. Pressure continuing to mount. Watson jumps away before the sleep comes in. Goes back in, hits the melee Rex, and Armel is trying to get some counterplay, pushing down the bottom tier 2. It is starting to fall as FBZ, Manta, thinking about linking up, broken for the moment. Still, they're not taking that melee Rex. Well, Armel is not back in base at all.
30 seconds, though, on his Aegis.
This is interesting. 150 HP left on this melee Rex as Watson gets put to sleep. And they're just going to let him go.
Dude, Armel, you cannot die now. You cannot die.
Oh, my God. This BKB has to TP. Overgrowth is there. Oh, my God. He's dead.
Oh,
dude, what the hell?
The greed. The greed.
What the hell? Fishman gets caught. There's no way this is worth. I mean, I was like, all right, if you're just gonna give up the racks, it's fine, but like then to die afterwards, that really hurts.
I mean, that was a good early move from Kataomi to try and start locking him down. He just went one wave too far. Man, he got so much out of the map when they took his racks. Like, yes, they lost the racks, and that is very bad. But like, he got so much that it was actually a really nice play. And then it got ruined.
Well, Puppy is going to get caught here. Watson jumps in, blows him up. I mean, they don't have an Aegis, but Armel's dead for a minute. And they don't have a fight. I mean, this might be everything. I don't know if they can stop it. This is so... He's dead. Chrysalis is gone too. Dude, they are getting walloped.
He got bashed.
Oh my god.
He just got Pango bashed and E-bladed after and just nuked down.
What a strange way for a game to come close to ending. Can they do anything? Still 25 seconds with no shaker. Buildings falling, but Watson will force staff to get him away. Manta dodge. 2 racks down.
To his credit,
cementing their lead.
I would not have thought that Blinding Light would do 330 damage after all the buffs. Between the E-blade, everything too. Kind of smacked that troll. Chrysalis maybe was trying to min-max it there, but obviously you don't want to BKB. You really don't want to use your ulti. And yeah, now the buyback into run it on the map, and all they can do is play for the next Roche, right? And that one next kill, as it's 4 kills to a 20k gold lead.
Yeah, man. It's
indeed,
it's looking pretty devastating. They want to find a fight, and that fight is not where they wanted it. But the pings are now down in the area where Entity are actually waiting. I mean, can they get what they want here? Smoke coming off cooldown. They break their smoke, jumps away. Blur. They see FBZ. Now the roll up. This is not the way the fight was supposed to start. He has his AC. He links him up, rolls away. No BKB used, thankfully. Armel's still off to the side, but, well, okay, now BKB used. Now jump forward. Now finding and trying to kill him off. 1 second away. He can get the golem. Midair. He can. Oh, but at the same time, Chrysalis. Okay, roll up, rooted. Pushing him, overgrowth the turn. Watson right onto Armel, blows him up. Chrysalis is gone. FBZ is next. Everybody dead. GG called. They got spanked. That was insane.
You know, I gotta give them some credit though. They kept it closer than I expected heading later. They found a couple plays. They actually made it like there was gonna be a chance, like with that bottom Roche fight. There was a possibility that had suddenly come back into a game they had no right having a chance with. So, well played in that regard. But yes, Entity absolutely dominating at the start of this game. And then they maybe appropriately did chill out. They didn't force anything. They had some issues in terms of their overall push. The rest of their lineup, obviously very capable at many other things. So they just chilled. They farmed a little bit. I really like the item choice on Stormstormer. He like perfectly hit the tempo of how they wanted to play this game with his items.
Yeah, I think that definitely Entity came out with the perfect answers, and it felt like Secret weren't even really asking questions, to be honest. They weren't able to get stuff going, starting out in the laning stage and just moving right on from there. Entity, a really good recognition of just when they were strong, making moves together, and yeah, man, they're killing it. This felt like right here, like maybe there was going to be a moment, and when this fight went this poorly, it just all fell apart also. My goodness, Trent.
Yeah, it was very well done. When they knew it was time to finally get moving here, it was bad. Just hoping for that one kill in the Fishman. You just can't do it. It's too strong. And then like the gank later on Chrysalis too, where they just, maybe that was earlier, where they just drop the golem and they just all back away, ensuring that there's no chance for counterplay. The early eggs too from Gabby, thought that was a pretty good choice. Getting that done, because we already talked about how they're kind of clumped and there was some punish versus like the Warlock, and then Gabby just doubles up on that by going for the Will-O-Wisp. Made it really hard for them to fight.
I don't even know who I would give MVP to this game. You know what I mean? I'm kind of at a standstill between so many different people on Entity that just felt like they played a really nice game.
Can I suggest Gabby? Can I go there? Can I go Gabby with the coddle? And I'll tell you why. First, Stormstormer, lots of credit there too, because he had a pretty rough start, but he salvages, he does well. Gabby, though, this guy, he's grinding his coddle in the off lane and his pubs. He's giving them options in their drafting stage because they can throw this mid, they can throw this off lane, they can throw this to support. He opens up a lot of different combos, right? Pango and PA are two great heroes with the chakra. And then he also made the hero individually really powerful in this match. The Spirit Vessel build had tons of use in all those engagements. He was constantly throwing them out. He had the Force Staff plays, threw out a lot of it too to help his teammates around. And then the E-Blade for just the devastating damage at the end of that game. Just all around, really well done. Great spacing in these fights. And, he's the only one who didn't die. So
that's fair.
There you
he
go.
also did double Armel's damage. So, you feel pretty good about that.
Wait, do we have a listen in? Is that what's happening?
I think that's a
that'll
spoiler.
come after.
That'll
come after. Spoiler.
Exactly.
Also, though, shout out to Fishman and his 4 Wraith Bands, because that's also
okay.
Yeah.
I like that. Item apparently is still very good. You need that armor when you're playing against a Razor Troll Warlord. So an impressive showing from Entity that have I don't even know. That's an interesting game, because I feel like at the end of that, for Secret, I'm not really even sure what I would just like throw the whole thing out and come back with a new draft, and maybe you can just be like, hey, we messed up,
Yeah.
It didn't feel like there were huge moments where they were getting completely outplayed. It felt like they weren't in a position where they could even make moves.
Yeah, I think they had some really nice plays throughout this game. The stealing of the Tormentor and the Wisdom Room in 28 was nice. The fight at Roche almost got them back in this game. Like, there was a chance they get back in this game, which is crazy considering how it started. So they obviously have the skill. I do think that the draft was a little bit off on this one, gotta say. I'm not sure about like these early Earthshakers. They still feel, he did so well in his lane too. Like, he absolutely crushed. He's echo slamming the creeps, but it was a situation where it felt like he didn't have the allies that wanted to play with him again. With the Razor too, if you're not going to win that lane as Razor and start just like dominating down the map, then what is Razor supposed to do? Felt like FBZ was just a total loss this game. FBZ, I want this guy on like Brew or Mars. I want him fighting. Get me off this Razor, all right? I need him just going in with RML and just going nuts.
All right, we'll see if they do indeed get off the Razor's edge of getting to TI. They're close to it, but can they fully make it happen? Entity a little bit closer, 1 game away from playing in that best of 3 for 1 spot against Luna Galaxy. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to have game number 2. We'll see you then.
Here is title. Guys, watch. Shake. I manage you, Starman. Keep going.
Go.
Through Wraith Band power, guys.
And just like that, we are back yet again, Dota fans the world over, as we continue to look at the Western European qualifiers. Trent, it's continuing on right now. I'm excited. Game number 2. Hoping that we get a little bit more of a contested game 2. That being said, we would get back on schedule if it was a quick 2-0. We'll see what ends up happening here. What do you think? Do you think we're going to be going to 3 games this series? Can Secret recover from that one?
Yeah, I would hope so. I think that there's no way. There's no way this happens again. I mean, yeah, maybe they still get 2-0'd, but it will not look like that first game. I think Secret they'll figure it out. They're waking up. First game jitters. Surely that's what's going on here. And yeah, I'm just expecting a little bit better performance. Better draft, because I really do think that it's crazy some of the little plays they made. Like, they showed their skill there. So just be warned. If you're Entity, you got to realize that there were chances that you lose a game that you were up so high based off just like tiny little micro plays and these little efficiencies that they were eking out. So make sure that you stay really solid. Very curious to see if we get the Treant again, because they did look really good with it, and I see why it was banned.
No, for sure. I think that's one of the things to watch for is going to be what these first rounds of picks are, because when you compare them, the Treant versus the Razor, it's pretty clear that one of them really helped a lot, both in being able to like push out that bottom lane really safely as the Treant, and then Razor just getting dove over and over and over again and killed. It was a tough time for sure for old FBZ there, but we're already into this draft. We'll see what the changes end up being. Should also note that these two teams, a lot on the line, one series away if they can win this one from going to TI, and both teams with a ton of expectations on them. Entity, after having done so well early in the year, and of course going to TI last year, changing up the roster somewhat, wanting a chance to get back on that international stage. And Secret, been kept out all year, but they're destined to win TI, so they have to make it.
Yes, and Secret will have the first pick this time. So the big value, at least for a lot of teams, has been that first pick. Seems pretty strong. And I was just about to say, first pick Secret. Envy, they want the Treant first pick. Team Secret, I think they want the Avenge first pick. So solid band there. Only big heroes left, probably Dawn and NP. Perhaps a Nature's Prophet first here from Secret.
Could be good if they wanted to take it. I feel like Dawn, I wouldn't mind Dawn on FBZ. He wouldn't be starting the fights most likely then, but at the very least he'd be getting involved in them almost every time, no matter what.
That is true. It does make it a little bit easier. But it's, I mean, for me, I think like OP supports feel the best right now as first overall pick. And I think NP equals OP support.
Okay. They take away the coddle. Okay. Respecting Gabby.
Yeah, it's a lot to deal with in the draft. It's very frustrating. I mean, these are 3 just like, I guess these are our entity bans now, right? The Stormstormer Invoker, get rid of it. We don't want to see this tree, and now we got this Gabby Coddle. Like, bit too much to try and handle here. I mean, Entity themselves even banning out the Coddle when they were playing versus Nigma, so they have a lot of respect for that hero. But yeah, you got it, bud. We're getting the Dawnbreaker. FBZ going to be fighting it out. Of course, could end up being Puppey too. There is definitely a lot of teams willing to flex this to the 5, and I'm sure that Secret is no exception.
Or Yemich, even if they wanted to.
Yep.
You would probably need a better partner to pair with. They could think about like a Darkseer later. That's a really strong lane if they wanted to run something like that. An Entity now going to have to take something new. Please no Razor. Just one time. That's all I want.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe not. I think we're done on that hero. Previously, with their second pick drafts, they had they liked the Doom early, but that's now gone. That's what they went for both times when they were second. And they're going to bring back the Warlock first. Fishman did play quite excellent on that for sure. Don't want to reveal too much right now. So support, and I would agree with still taking a Gabby hero here if they could. But yeah, no Coddle, no Doom. He will also have to play something new since they haven't had to play too many games so far in this qualifier.
Yeah, some new stuff. I think there are still a lot of really good offlaners at this point in time, though. I do feel like a lot of them get banned out, but they haven't really been touched that much in this draft. Underlord is still very much up there.
He's been playing in his pubs. He's been trying out a little bit of Earthshaker. Okay. He's trying to make that work. He's played some ET off lane, Mask Madness Eggs. That did not work out too well, despite having Zeal and SCCC on this team. He could not get carried hard enough, apparently. He's also played some Darkseer, some Ricky offlane. Okay, that was an L. All right. We'll
For Gabby?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then the old classics, Gabby Veno, Gabby Windranger. So he's a little bit more unusual in his hero pool. There's also still just Legion Commander.
Right.
So, if that gets left in, maybe that'll be a choice.
I think one thing that's pretty interesting about the current setup that we're looking at is that with Warlock Taken for Entity, I don't think there are that many heroes that like either are immediate combos that you need to ban out or like counters to it that you'd have to ban out for Entity. It's kind of just a meh but strong pick in a way that gives you a lot of things that you want.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, Secret taking a long time for these bans. That there isn't like, I mean, Entity are going to pick first, but they can go a lot of different directions with this draft.
I think the Shadow Demon ban's interesting because it is a hero that Dawnbreaker doesn't really like playing against. I don't know if it like completely ends your game, but it's not going to give you a very fun time. And then they go for the ET after. Okay. They really respect this hero.
With one support taken, they ban out 2 more supports afterwards. They're just trying to whittle down that pool.
That's very interesting. They're not even going to bother addressing some of the offlaner heroes. I guess just too many. I'm kind of surprised no Legion. I guess Legion versus Dawn isn't great. It's a pretty bad matchup for the Legion, so that's fair. I guess that's the main reasoning is that, like, yeah, sure, if you want to go Legion versus Dawn, that's fine because we'll just ulti in after. But, I mean, she's still just such a strong hero that if you're trying to get a good lane, she's still one of the best offlaners you can get since they're not really going to interact in that instance.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
Shaker, so, all right. We'll see if it goes better for Entity. Gabby has been playing that a little bit, so I'm sure that the option will be there.
Right.
Mad flex.
Yeah, I think any of their heroes, Katomi could play it. Gabby, I think even Stormstormer if you really wanted to, but I don't feel like it's going to be the Stormstormer hero. They take the Lion.
I actually feel like it will be Stormstormer. I think.
You think so?
Yeah, I think they will.
Okay.
I think everyone wants to run Shaker mid because the problem with the offlane Shaker is that it has to go well or it's just over. Like, right. I think your game is just done. Whereas at least the mid Shaker, you get enough levels and you get enough, at least somewhat guaranteed gold that it's going to be okay. Like, at least you get that chance no matter what.
Yeah, you can Echo Slam some Ancients. It's going to go
exactly. Great. Guaranteed gold, baby. That's what we're talking about.
It went so well for them last game. I hear what you're saying, though.
She's back, though.
Yeah.
The Marcy. We've had quite a bit of Marcy. We cast a lot of NA. There was a lot of Marcy there. We've had a few here in Western Europe, and we've been privy to some pretty cool combos with the Marcy. We've had ourselves the classics of the Marcy Visage. Probably not going to see it in this one unless they want to pass the Dawnbreaker off to someone else, which could happen. We've had the Marcy Ember, but Ember into Earthshaker is not a fun time, so we probably won't see that one. Gyro was already banned. Are there any other Marcy combos that we really liked?
The Morphlane looked okay. They paired it together with Tusk, too. That one was really interesting.
That was good. That was pretty
But I don't think you can afford to do that unless you're running, like, Tusk mid or something. I was thinking about Rubik. Rubik is really interesting here because you now reveal that it's, going to be an Earthshaker core, but a lot of great spells to steal.
Yeah, and I guess they keep a little flex open theoretically. This could be a Stormstormer TA and then a Gabby Shaker. It's probably going to be a Watson TA. It's probably going to be a Stormstormer Shaker, but it never hurts to have options going in later.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I love the Watson TA, though. I hope it goes to Watson. Or at least I hope it's in a situation where it looks good enough to go to Watson, I guess is the way to put it.
Okay. Whatever the case ends up being, it's a lot of control to let TA just start beating into people. And that being a win condition, there's definitely worse ones that you could have, but they're going to take the other assassin.
Okay.
It's assassin time.
Of course, 1 hour and 3 minutes is how long it took for Chrysalis to win their last PA game versus OG with the legendary Rapier comeback that they managed.
10 seconds.
So they'll be happy to bust this one back out one more time.
5 seconds. remaining.
Dude, I think that PA is going to start moving up the pick order and like into that second phase bands, and then eventually we're going to get first pick PA. I think it's going to happen at some point.
It is happening faster than I expected, honestly. I was surprised Beastmaster also. I don't think he's even been mentioned today. It wasn't in our first draft, wasn't this one. Our offlaners are coming up pretty fast, and then they picked up the Rubik to make sure that wasn't going to be a case here. So, I mean, they're still covering it. They're going to ban out some Gabby heroes. I mean, I guess that's true because this is probably still Stormstormer Shaker. So, ban out the Tide, ban out maybe the Underlord could be the other one.
Honestly, Darkseer. It feels like it'd be a pretty hype game for it. Play it together with Shaker. You spam it, vacuum with Golem. You have a pretty good lane against PA if you can get through the first opening stages of it.
I can see it. I'm gonna get rid of the Bat Rider. Okay, bit of a uncommon pick these days. I'm kind of curious which lane is
10 seconds remaining.
into the Earthshaker.
5 seconds remaining.
I think, I mean, it's kind of interesting playing Dawn into TA in whatever lane she goes to, right? Burning through Refraction, being able to put some pressure on if you either have Marcy or Lion nearby. Although it's kind of a weird one because like once you're committed with your hammer, you kind of have to kill because otherwise you're just going to get ran down a bit.
Yeah.
Team secrets turn.
They ban it. I mean, it would have been a really good hero for them too.
Yeah, they have first pick and could be a bit of a tough one. So they are, I mean, of course, there's also the mid Marcy. I guess we should also mention that. We've already had that one time. Was that Mikey? Yeah, it was Mikey who played it. Because I remember thinking, oh, this is a good puck player, so this might work. Because he basically just played puck. He just maxed dispose and rebound. And ran around the map trying to nuke people down, but was not super successful.
For a while, it looked good in that game, I remember. But it eventually, I don't remember how they lost that one. It is going to be Pango taken out of the pool now. So Secret, looking for their last hero. A lot of flexibility. Where's it going to go?
And how much flexibility do you want to keep open with this pick too?
Right.
Because we got a lot of potential mid heroes right now. We got mid Lion, mid Dawn, mid Marcy, mid PA, right? You know?
This is mid Lion Secret.
I'm actually surprised.
Gotta go to TI on hard mode.
Yeah. I'm actually kind of surprised no one's busted it out yet, though. I mean, feeling it was hidden pubs right after the patch. Everyone was trying it out, but I guess that was evidence enough that they didn't want to try it in their pro matches.
Last little bit of reserve time. Secret trying to move on in this upper bracket. They're going to run the Dragonite as the last pick out of this stage. And Entity now get to stare this down and say, all right, is it Earthshaker mid? Is it TA mid? What are we doing?
I assume Shaker mid looks pretty solid at this point. Right? You're laning into either Dawn or DK or Marcy. Like, that seems doable enough that you get away with your blink. I mean, the question is there a hero Gabby wants bad enough to make that value? Like, do they just go Viper, for example?
Right.
Like, DK, PA, Dawnbreaker, nice passives, nerds. Keep bringing up Viper. It never happens. It's just...
I know. Soon. Someday.
One of these days, Viper will come out. It's sneakily a good hero. I'm positive.
All right, Stormstormer making the decision with Fishmen, and they're gonna run the Death Prophet. We're back to DK versus DP days.
Oof. Oof.
And they are swapping it, so it's Gabby Shaker.
All right, he's been playing in the pubs. We'll see if it works. Offlane Shaker has not looked great the times we've seen it. Death Prophet also has not looked great. My gut is definitely looking towards game 3, but Fishman Warlock and Watson Templar Assassin are also some pretty solid ones. I don't know. I definitely like Seeker's Draft a lot more than last game. That's for sure.
That's fair. I think it's an interesting decision. It's like you kind of can tell what the way is that Entity want to play this out of just, shoving down lanes, making space for Watson to just become that big carry in the end. And the thing I'm curious about is if this like global potential from the Dawnbreaker, how much they can get done with it. Team Secret definitely look better. We'll see.
Yeah, my main complaint was the inability to just like play with FBZ and do stuff around the map with their support duos.
Sorry, I'm allergic to Death Prophet.
Yeah, that's understandable. Now they can just move, right? They have Dawn, Lion, Marcy. Like, just go. DK, you can move to his lane. They can do something. Give some space over to the PA, much like Entity did in the last game. Gonna feel pretty good about that. So, yeah, I am much happier with what Team Secret have.
Well, I'm excited to see a game where hopefully it's not like 20-0 or whatever the hell it was, because last game it was a little bit rough. But yeah, let's get into this. Game number 2 on the line. Entity 1 away from being in that upper bracket finals against Luna Galaxy. If those two teams are in the upper bracket for a spot at TI, I feel like that's nobody's bracket. It was getting it right. It's absolutely insane. They've been killing it though. So looking good as we get into this one. And already some all chat coming out here. There is a ping. I believe he knows that there is a ward up on that high ground. And I think it was GLHF Chief said Gabby. And then Sero Yosoa, which means something.
Right. Thank you for the translation. That wasn't a translation. Yeah, it was good. I think we should send Gabby and Armel mid for the Battle of C.
It's well. What about FBZ? Does he get to come in?
Well, I mean, none of them are facing each other in the lanes though.
Okay, I see.
Whereas at least sense. I feel like that would work, right? Yeah,
it's true. Well, FBZ at least has his party hat on so thank goodness for that.
yeah. Bless up. Doesn't have a summon though. Those are the good party hat heroes.
Oh yeah.
That was a nice touch.
As CM, if you party hat with the little Sub-Zero thing on, then it's on there.
I think it's on the. Is it on the dog too?
Yeah, I think so.
On the pet? That's kind of crazy.
It's very cool. 2 apiece.
That is funny. I didn't know about the crystal clone though. That's pretty good.
I love that ability. That's so nice. Just a little fake force staff.
It's swag. Yeah, like the little turnaround plays. Do some cliffing work. Very nice. Oh, yeah. But no CMs. She has not been present in our games. Not enough Chens and Enchantresses to make her feel valuable enough.
True. Mid lane, Stormstormer hoping to have a little bit of a better time, and he's starting it off already with a deny right in his face off that miss uphill. Feels bad, but this is a matchup that we've seen a lot of times. Death Prophet facing off against the DK. And should be able to be just a farm fest.
And that, and of course the top lane for Gabby. I think the most important thing for Entity in this game is making sure that Gabby gets some farm. Like it's just a must-have. He has to get towards that Blink Dagger on the earlier part of this game. That might mean stacks are necessary. Whatever you got to do, make sure that he finds it, because a Earthshaker with no Blink Dagger is just a massive paperweight that just holds your team back.
Leaving with nothing else really that they can do for it. Fade, or rather the Fatal Bonds already thrown out here onto both FBZ and Yemich, trying to get some extra harassment in there. Watson will step up for the range creep, able to sneak that one away. Nicely played. And yeah, this lane feeling pretty good so far for Entity down bottom, 8-2. Against that Dawnbreaker, but it does become scary. Level 2 here, it has some potential for kill if Watson's out a bit too far.
Some blocks here. Let's say Yavich is trying to figure out what's going on with the camp block, but he's still holding his 2 sentries. He just puts them back in the backpack as jumps back into the creep. So another game where our first blood will be delayed just a little bit.
Oh, wait a minute. Up top, yeah. Gabby?
Kind of low here with the blood grenades.
That was very scary, but did have stick charges galore, so keeping him back and keeping Chrysalis on his toes too. That is a nice little thing that this, Marcy's going to give you. The sidekick, extra little bit of lifesteal just to try and help sustain in the lane a bit for Chrysalis. But he is getting nuked down a lot. The fissure spam, the fade bolt spam, it is a lot used. And an enchant totem, Puppey in trouble. Low, is he going to die? Does not have any points in the rebound. So one last smash coming from Katomi. That's his death.
That was close. They almost lost that kill by trying to give it over to Gabby. And Katomi just barely able to snag it as the Lotus spawns, so he'll get the one up top, and it looks like down bottom they also snagged that one here too. So is that right? He did get both? Yeah. All the Lotuses to Endly. So the first round of objectives secured here for Endly. Then we'll see the Power Rune at 6, and then the Wisdom at 7, and we'll decide who wins the game.
Absolutely. That'll determine it all.
That's all it takes.
Emmett's trying to drain some mana there from Watson. FBZ 1 round up with that bracer, good to go. And when Fatal Bonds is active, it does become a little bit scary in this lane, just all the extra harassment that these freaking little summons give you, as well as the damage from Watson, who is stepping forward aggressively, turns and ready to hit some more. Man, he is playing very far forward.
Yeah, they're using those bonds really well, just getting aggressive, trying to make sure that they feel a little bit under threat there, especially before there's any luminosity on the hero, so she's not just like passively healing randomly. As Armel will get the bottom water rune. Nobody rotating at all towards mid from either lane, so it'll just be a 1-on-1 to the two mid heroes.
Good play for the moment on FBZ, but you can see when that Fatal Bond starts hitting again, all of these imps summoning and just spamming out damage, it is really beaten into him. Does manage to get that other turnaround stun there. And yeah, mid, nothing really happening here. Waiting for level 6s. We'll see where they decide to go with the Dragon Form and the Exorcism. Armel with a slight lead in terms of experience, just barely.
Yeah, it's still just the one kill. This Katomi's gonna pull the Fly Bear Creep all the way over there. Down bottom though, maybe a second. Fishman, nope. No teammate there. Nearby FBZ, a little bit low to be playing up so close to follow up on that, and then the south comes over Fishman. Is back up top. Maybe?
Going in. They find him. Puppey dead again. Easy couple kills. Entity coming out ahead in these laning stages.
Yeah, Puppey's dying, but the CS is still fine for Chrysalis, so obviously it's good for Entity, but it's not a disaster or anything for Team Secret. As long as you're not losing the carry, and as long as you stay sustained and farming, then it's going to be fine. Also has the Wraith Band and the Blightstone, so some games with PAs this patch, we've just been seeing raw Battle Fury, and that is it. But Chrysalis recognizing that there can be some pressure from this hero, so he wants to stay up in the lane and get the most out of Sidekick too, because like if you're going to be getting this bonus, you want its attack speed and stuff to go in.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Needs to be value there. Although Puppey, dude, no points in the rebound is just really hurting him. Tries to salve up.
Oh,
dude, 10 HP. That's crazy.
I thought for sure he was dead on the second one.
He just TP'd back out. I mean, he's still going to have to walk home, but...
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it probably doesn't, actually. And they're going to dive Chrysalis. Fishman's here. They've got him. TP coming in. Will it be in time? Will it be enough? It does not look like it. In fact, Yamich might go down as well. The enchant totem is there. Armel makes the rotation, though. So finding themselves a quick little Gabby kill is a nice move. It comes at a cost, though. Mid lane. Stormstormer, Shield Rune, and Tower Exorcism.
Yeah, the dream for the Death Prophet, right? You making that rotation. I mean, he'll get back here before everything is completely lost to Stormstorm in this catapult, but that is exactly what they were hoping for with all this pressure on top of Chrysalis. Slowing down this Phantom Assassin. You know, she's already going to be slowed down because Chrysalis decided to go for the earlier items and not just like raw Battle Fury. And now you're adding to that with that kill.
Oh, yeah. Or rather 7 minutes means both teams going to pick up their Wisdom Rune. And Fishman did make the move over here. He's going to be blocked off by FBZ. Oh, yeah. No, he gets around. He's able to walk around him. 11 stick charges. Gets pulled to the low ground. That might keep him alive.
Yeah,
Fishman just TP's out.
Yo, Puppy is kind of blowing it on this Mercy this game, I gotta say.
Oh, no.
He's having a bad start to this game.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, no. That's very rare for Puppy. Like, he's just always so clutch with his mechanics and everything. Like, one of the best supports, honestly, in that regard. And, yeah, I don't know. Tough times on the Mercy. Heroes 2 new, I guess.
Fair enough.
Radiant are
Well,
scanning.
we did force a couple of TP rotations. Stormstormer canceled his. And now recognizing that there was a potential, but Stormstormer, as they rotate in towards his lane, is going to have a Hasterin up top. I mean, when Puppy and Yemich are heading out towards mid, they'd love to be able to get active and make a kill happen, but it's not easy.
FPZ's about to have 6 after this camp. So depending on the timing, with the Soul Ring jumping with the Solar Guardian, there might be a defense.
They just barely spotted Stormstormer coming through this.
He just got 6 as well,
Radiant's
so
middle tower is under attack.
bit of a defensive Dawnbreaker now prepped and ready. And she does have 2 bracers and almost wand complete too. So coming into the fights, FPZ will be swinging pretty hard, despite being the lowest core in the game.
Are they actually going to go for this? Katomi doesn't quite have level 6 either. Stormstormer gets jumped on. If they can kill him, it's big, but the fissure is there. Gabby walking in, wants the echo, takes down Puppy, takes down Yamich. FPZ almost dead. You go on the Death Prophet, you gotta kill her. Oh my God. It was not enough.
I was like kind of close, I guess. I don't know.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I mean, they did 1,500 damage to the Death Prophet, and she has 1,100 HP.
Yeah.
So
it's a bit painful to not be able to grab her there. But man, what a dream for an off-lane shaker. How does that even happen? They managed to find such a good echo this early in the game. He just absolutely crushed them there too, and just that tiny bit of a delay there as well, able to stun them up to make sure they weren't able to get the finish. That's really what it was all about.
Well, starting to look a little bit like last game for Secret, as Entity just appear to have their numbers so far. 5-1 is the scoreline. Yamich makes the move over. He's only level 4 on this Lion. Same with Puppy. The level's just not being there for these supports.
Yeah, they're in desperate need. And they don't have a stack taker either, right? If you're like trying to find a way to get these levels these days and trying to recover, that can be one way to do it. Fishman just getting to chill mid, grab some for himself. He'll be 6 pretty soon. But Yamich is getting close. Went to some camps. Now he's also camping mid.
Yeah. Yeah, they have to give him the lane. I mean, you can't afford to not have your Lion have Finger of Death, at least for a little bit. And Armel needs to be able to make some moves around the map. But he's just
Fishman's
farming
doing
right now.
Check out this Warlock. All right, 1048. I'm gonna grab this. You know what? Honestly, though, he only has, what, 1 point in Aftershock, so it might not be the best for him. But they can work together.
I mean, they've got TA too, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, but I do think that the blink is the most important thing right now.
Yeah. I mean, just get active, make some kills happen. He's getting close on his own for Gabby as the smoke gank is coming, preemptively trying to find Armel and FBZ, who are both down bottom now. FBZ, it feels like they know the scan is there and won't be able to connect onto anybody. But like, I mean, Stormstormer, he's got this Seeds of Serenity. I think they're just going to push another tower with Exorcism. Like clockwork, they're just moving.
And that ward in behind too, still scouting everything on FBZ. And the best person to jump at this point in the game is the Dawnbreaker, because you obviously don't want that Solar Guardian coming in. The heal's very relevant at this point in the game, even at level 1, compared to how much damage you're outputting. So going to her lane and making sure that she's the one that's actually like feeling threatened and can't just like freely Solar Guardian feels great. They're going to try and now hunt after after Gabby rather. Does he feel it coming?
Maybe sensing it, backs away.
Oh, there's 3 Lotuses.
Yeah, that'll be his undoing. So Gabby is going to get hexed, stunned, and Finger of Death brought down. So a nice kill there, shuts down for his Blink Dagger, and actually popping Exorcism and running in. Stormer says, how dare you take my friend?
Yo, Fishman, you got
tries
Golem,
to
right?
slow.
He's trying to get Golem, I think, off the wave because he just got it now.
Oh, it's annoying. Can't get it. So an Exorcism used, not gaining anything. FBZ is getting ran down by Watson. Does they have enough for the kill? Whoo, that was close.
All right, well, a bit of a misfire there from Entity, but still in a very strong position as they're going to stack this Ancients again right now. A humongous piggy bank now being set up and ready.
Oh, yeah. Ancient's ready to go. And interestingly enough, Watson going for a bit of a unique build. He's going for the crit instead of the early Deso.
All right, getting the damage up.
Yeah, just playing around with a Blightstone, it looks like.
And now he's coming. He says, yeah, like you said, Gabby, you're doing fine, man. You got some gold. Your lane went well. The Blink's already on the way. I'll be taking these, and they are going to have a humongous Templar Assassin right now. So she's at, what, 6,700 before doing a gargantuan stack of Ancients.
Yeah, that's really nice. I'm keeping an eye on Fishman's levels that are about to get accelerated quite rapidly. He's gained about half a level off of that, it looks like. So not bad at all for the Warlock. As Blink Dagger done, Gabby, he's ready to get active. Rubik still has 4 points, Celestial Hammer.
Oh, they're still so far from Battle Fury, dude, on Chrysalis.
Yeah.
Like so
all those
far.
little items.
That is tough. I mean, Puppy's just following him around right now. He's got max sidekick, so this idea of trying to make plays around with the support duo and FBZ, I feel like is a little bit lost. It requires the Blink from Armel, which I believe is coming out right now, so it is go time. This next FBZ, 5 minutes determines everything for Team Secret.
FBZ was trying to farm up the Ancients, and they just take it away completely from him. I mean, they're just not getting what they need. There's nothing going the way of Secret right now. Now, they are going to make a move with Yamich and Armel and try and find TA, but Watson is farming so safely here. Unless they bring numbers, it's not going to be easy at all. And Katomi gets the hammer again. This is a tough move.
They finally joined Puppy to the smoke. All right, here we go with the Blink.
Watson looking. Vision down, stun is there. Jump immediately, control, it's enough. They take down Watson.
They have Blink here on Gabby.
This is what they needed, but can they get out? Jump in, Echo onto all of them. Oh, Gabby was there. That is the price you pay for taking down Watson. Everybody gone. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Gabby in the first 15 minutes has done more than Armel was able to all last game. His team is playing around him great.
Oh, his lane went so well. The pub prep of the Shaker was worth it here from Gabby, and FBZ, the only one there with made the wise decision of immediately trying to TP out. Saw the writing on the wall, and Gabby, the quick TP in first to arrive on the scene, and certainly the hero you want. We got the replay here. Oh, and look how close he was to even living here too. He actually had another Greater Lotus in his backpack. So there's, in his inventory. There's a chance he maybe lives. And look at the sacrifice. Kind of only TV's the outpost like you thought. Oof.
My God, man, that was devastating. Complete destruction, and Entity well on their way towards this upper bracket. Continuing on, they with Nigma Galaxy. But I mean, Secret. I don't even know. Like you said, they still don't have Battle Fury. So far away from it.
Yeah. It's well, I mean, it worked last time versus OG, right? You know,
that's true.
They eventually got there. It's a rapier and a prayer. FBZ still has the party hat on, so he still plans on going to the grand final.
True.
Well, the upper bracket final, I should say.
Vision is here. FBZ is wisely going to back out. Does not want to lose that party hat. And NT just taking away the Ancients now. 6,000 gold lead.
is under attack.
And another one of these games where it doesn't feel like Secret can really make that much happen on the map with their lineup.
Yeah, through a combination of low XP for their supports as well as skill builds. Like no early points into the rebound. Like took a while before he took the second point, for example, to try and help out with the cast and the jump range. And then no early smokes because they had to wait for the blink dagger on the DK. At least they felt like they did. And that passiveness being capitalized on Entity once again. Especially by Gabby, just crushing it once more, as he also has a great healing Lotus. They keep getting these Lotuses too. Every time I check one of them, they have these like great healing Lotuses. Like the three of them that were stacked up top, kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
To even snag that, and another pre-20-minute Roche.
That's really good. I mean, the other thing with this too, right, is that if these are heroes for whom Lotuses are so valued, right? You've got Stormer on this Death Prophet, Watson too. If he's able to get Refraction back up again, it's like, you know, suddenly back up to full and impossible to fight against. 18 minutes on the Battle Fury for Chrysalis, whose game has been completely swallowed up. Yeah. And I mean, it's feeling really tough to make a comeback from this point, but it is possible. It is. Entity, you know, going high ground is not easy.
They did just get the shard, though, on Watson. So with the Roche Gold, able to pick that up. And with the addition of the Orb of Destruction, that means he's got a lot of utility. He's actually a terrifying hero right now. He's got the silences. He still has the minus armor just by going for the Chrysalis. And you think about the heroes he's up against, right? Like PA, loss of natural armor. Dawnbreaker, she's currently sitting with plus 13 armor right now. Between the phase boost as well as the blade mail, and then you have the DK too, so lots of high armor here.
Well, speaking of DK, it's just gonna get jumped on. Puppy tries to give him the stuff that just reveals the Puppy's there too, and now Watson will beat him to death. Entity all over it, finding pickoffs, making these kills happen.
Gabby almost has Aghanims. He looks like a mid shaker. And also, Stormstormer, he's really farmed this game too. Like, they've been doing a good job of just playing around the exorcisms. They had that one that was a little bit YOLO where they went up top, but other than that, they've just been securing objectives. This is by far the best Death Prophet performance that we've seen so far. And she is a team-based hero. Like, it's hard to do a lot of things on your own as Death Prophet, so it's mostly just about your whole team being on the same page. And that is something that Entity have shown to be definitely in their wheelhouse today, because they are just looking majorly in sync.
Yeah, they understand how their draft works and are just trying to execute it to the best of their abilities. I mean, you can even see here, right? Like the decision just to back away for a second. Armel.
Yamich might die to this. Oh, Yamich is dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that'll happen. Tormentors are tough, guys. It's a little bit tough out here.
I mean, he got the pity shard for dying to it, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe revealing some of this stuff, but Entity, as the siege wagons approach this top tower, are finally going to try to start putting some concerted effort into taking this one down. I mean, just look at how safe they're being, right?
Yep.
Like, even with an Aegis, they're still popping exorcism. Are they going to go high ground here?
I mean, Gabby just got Ag's gold from that as well, and I think it's already flying in the courier. Yeah, it was waiting there at the secret shop, so he wants to dance. He wants this Warlock to just drop the golems, and he feels like going in.
They missed on the Breathe Fire there.
Yeah, well, they have stolen Breathe Fire, too, in case Chrysalis joins, and he has no Dispel.
Yeah.
And it's maxed.
I mean, that's going to be tough.
A lot of damage.
He does not even want to join. It doesn't have that BKB. This tower is going to fall pretty quickly. No, they're going to back out with the exorcism wearing off. So force everybody back with the exception of Chrysalis, and then retreat to get the farm on again. I mean, again, this gold lead, it's 7K. It's valuable. It's strong. But if they can manage to hold out and get a good fight on Team Secret, I don't think that this is a foregone conclusion they just run away with this.
No, it's definitely not. They were in a much worse position versus OG.
Yeah.
And they managed to find their way back into it, so you cannot count them out. That's just simply the way it is. And this is a PA who's a little bit more juiced up than the last time. having this maxed out sidekick. So there is certainly always a chance. And the BKB will be up by the time they get to fight him, unless they go like right now. And they also have a BKB there on Armel too. So this dependency on Gabby and his Shaker could cause them problems. Gabby, though, does have the Gossamer Cave to try and make sure he doesn't just get one and done by this PA.
Dire's middle tower is under
Kind of the same idea there from FBZ as Fishman needs a bit of a pause.
Sorting out the mic issues as we see Earthshaker jumping through the trees. Watson about to take that Tormentor, as also I believe this is the Daedalus flying out to TA. She is just clapping away there, ready to put the finishing touches on this game if they can pull it together evenly. But like you said, these BKBs, it can make a bit of a difference. I don't exactly know if they're going to have what it takes to burst, but you know, if they can blow up Stormstormer at the start of this engagement with a PA and, you know, Finger of Death coming out, the sidekick like you're talking about, that's the way to win the fight.
They need to not let Puppy die. I feel like Chrysalis needs this sidekick, you know?
Yeah.
Puppy's a high-value target. Can you imagine, though, if they did it again?
Oh, yeah.
Like, could they really achieve another comeback in the upper bracket with a Phantom Assassin?
I mean, I know what I'm banning if they do.
Yeah, there's no way. Just please, never again.
Well, he has the BKB recipe coming out to him right now on the Courier, ready to jump in with the Solar Guardian. This could be the fight that Secret are looking for. Stormstormer out in front. Thinking about it, Chrysalis, BKB just now delivered.
I'm really worried that he dies without BKBing. I think that he has the BKB a little bit early, which is frustrating versus Warlock, but I just think Gabby's too scary.
The wraparound. This is big if they can catch one, but look at him. Entity. Understanding the danger, back away and don't show on that mid wave. They don't want to let Secret get set up on him. I mean, they probably watched that game too. Playing things incredibly safe.
All right. Stormstormer, he's queuing up for the long one. He's already thinking about Sanjay Kaya and a Shiva's Guard. Going through all the big items he wants. Fishman, only one Wraith Band. Oh, wait, sorry. My bad. The other one's on the Courier. So 2 Wraith Bands, working on a 3rd.
Nice.
He wants him again. Kanoe has Blink in 1 gold. If he doesn't want to keep his buyback.
Look at how safe they're being. Like, they ward up this area. Now, it is smoked, and Secret are making the move through, but they're going to see him immediately. The jump. They found the backline. They got him. The Wraith Band Dota. It's not enough, but they do find Lion and blow him up. Now the turn Stormstormer in, trying to find more. Armel hoping to get away, but the slowdown is there. Stormstormer will get stunned. They turn and try to explode him, but that plate mail, it's keeping him alive. Extra armor, very helpful.
Oh, the silence on
Now the jump in, Gabby looking, not quite finding.
Oh, that was so close. He got silenced by the TA trap, and Gabby almost got on him.
And just
running low on mana.
away.
Yeah, and they were prepping for bottom, but it's guaranteed to be a dire Roche on this one, so they are immediately getting up here. They want to try and get some vision. Make sure that Secret can't make their way there for a simple steal or something.
Right.
But it should be pretty free for Entity, let's be honest.
Yeah, they continue to just build up this gold lead and everything. And not sure exactly what Katomi is doing. Does have the Breathe Fire stolen at the moment as Armel shows on the wave. And does he decide to go for a steal? Cutting that wave. Movement down. Stormstormer, Gabby, Fishman all together. Spot Armel. Atos caught. Echo, but the stun. He's able to get it off in time. Not gonna matter. They blow him up and now looking for more. FBZ is gonna get caught. In the meantime, Puppy also dies to Watson. They're getting pulled across the map. Everybody's starting to fall. Chrysalis the only one that might end up getting out of this. Yemich up on the high ground. The fissure.
is under attack.
Thinking about chasing, but Gabby won't go for any more. That's still going to be a tier 2 tower taken as soon as this creeps get caught up here.
Yeah, Watson grabbed a haster and it just ran down Puppy. And Chrysalis could have just watched while his poor Marcy got absolutely obliterated. Now he's going to farm sadly with no sidekick. Puppy, though, going to try and prevent that next time by now picking up a Gossamer Cape. But the lead grows. 1,000 gold for every kill they've achieved. Okay, it just went down. But it was.
I mean, they're slaying it. Vindicator's Act is the picks up for Templar Assassin now. So even if they do manage to sort of find her stunned, it's, you know, it'll be the maximum 20 armor given over. Man, what a clean game from Entity. What a clean series so far from Entity.
It's kind of insane, honestly.
For Secret, get together. Armel, Puppy, Smoked. I mean, again, they need the rest of the damage to be there. PA has just gotten another item being delivered on the courier right now. It's an instant Roche. Oh, man. If they were in there.
Imagine.
I don't know if they're going to be able to get there in time. Maybe they do. Can they steal this?
Like, the Deso's here. And the last time it was the Deso, and then I think the Ags, and then the Rapier. The Rapier came at 40 minutes last time.
I feel like they got to go for this. I mean, it's a bold play to make this move, but the wraparound's there. Stormstormer breaks on Smoke. Puppy tries to back away. Crystal's also retreating.
Run away.
Scan comes out. Great vision. This is about the best you could hope for Secret. Entity.
Is it though? I mean, aren't you just kind of stuck? I'm scared right now.
They're afraid of you taking Roche, maybe? Maybe they feel like they have to run in recklessly.
I'm just scared, like the exorcism pops and then what?
Yeah, that's a good point. You kill her. Simple.
Yeah, it's simple, right, guys?
Stormstormer walks up, stun, no exo, no nothing, but he gets away for the moment. 4-step in. That 4-step was not what it was meant to be. Echo Slam comes out after the fact. Do they have enough? Chrysalis. He's doing a lot of damage, but he stole it. Oh, the Solar Guardian. Gabby cleans up. They take him down.
Almost.
Unreal.
Stormstormer, a noble sacrifice there. Tips Kataomi. I'm not sure if that was his 4-step. It might have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, gets a little chuckle there, perhaps. And then into the Roche pit. So, I mean, almost, you know, picked up a couple kills there, but it is Entity that will get their Aegis and their Shees.
So another round for Watson here. It was looking like it could have been enough, but Gabby came in at the end and was able to help clean up. And Rubik too, you know, Katomi, stolen Solar Guardian. There's a reason that this hero does so well against these big team fight oriented ults, and he's almost at a freaking Aghanim Scepter. Oh man, that would be disgusting.
Well, that bounty rune's gonna help a little bit there if he ever wants to take it. Just wants to look at it, I guess.
They just left that bounty rune.
Am I dumb?
Maybe it's a visual bug. It's a visual bug. There's no bounty rune there, surely.
I'm like looking for a bottle at this point. I'm like, what are we doing here, guys?
Well, Tormentor, Armel gonna get the fireball.
See, Fishman knows that's a support player. He's like, what are you guys doing?
He goes back for it.
I need these. I need more Wraith Bands.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
He's got 3 of them up along with the Solar Crest. This Warlock has 20 armor. It's no joke.
He just sees Crystal Maiden ulting.
Oh wait,
more jealous, you know.
The Defiant Shell. For some reason, it's not showing up for me. Okay, he has 37 armor.
Yes. Yeah.
What the hell?
You know, just normal Warlock things.
What in the heck?
Until he Solar Crest someone.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, that is not an easy pickoff, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, no, it's not. That one is 2,000 HP as well.
Yeah, I don't know why Warlock has 3 strength gain. That hero is a base model. It's pretty good.
He's got to stand still for upheaval, you know?
That's fair.
They have to make you a little bit strong. CM gets 20 armor. You buy some armor, you get some strength gain. Kind of evens out.
Fair. Oh. Nonetheless, at 32 minutes, Entity still holding on to a very substantial lead, farming up, keeping Secret stuck in their base. And Secret gonna just try and head out and get what farm they can with Chrysalis. I mean, he's queued up the Aghanim Scepter. He knows the route that they need to go to pull back into this one. Are Entity going to try and play it a little bit faster than we saw from OG? A DD on TA, this feels like it could be an easy tier 3.
Well, Secret really tried to get as much of the map as they could the last time when they were way behind and they felt like the Rax was guaranteed gone. And this might be another one. The Exorcism's popped. I don't see you saving this one. FBZ has the
God.
BKB. Nearly gets caught anyway.
Well, that is 2 glyphs used in rapid succession, but PA starting to walk back in, and just look at the damage out onto Armel. He's starting to die. He's forced to BKB too, and they jump in with the TA starting to bring her low, but Katomi's there, blinks out after the Solar Garden was used. Chrysalis jumps forward, wants to find Gabby. Not gonna happen. The turnaround is there instead. Chrysalis jumping out, the Fatal Bonds onto 3. And just gonna clean up the rest of this Rax as Entity used just about all their abilities to secure a lane.
That was the shard being utilized there. So Chrysalis, you know, Deso, shard, perhaps eggs. Could he get there? Can he find another rapier? Will he buy it sooner rather than later? Could be the other question as well here, but he's gonna have to find an answer soon because the answer for Templar Assassin has finally arrived. The MKB for Watson. That is bad news for the Phantom Assassin. And an AC for Gabby.
That's tough. That's really hard to contend with now. Their team has so much armor.
I can't wait to see Fishbit in this thing.
Armor, refraction. They've got mobility on Rubik. Blink Force. He's got his shard for the telekinesis. Like, oh my God. Yeah, it is a problem. No doubt about it. Well,
Secret
when he's close, he's got so much armor.
They want to get this Wisdom Rune here. They know they're nearby. Took the outpost.
Making the move. Trying to get set on a good position. They have a gem on Armel. The ping right where he's at. They have a ward here already. Armel's caught.
Stun.
Armel is caught. He's done. Didn't stand a chance. Oh, wait a minute. The turnaround. Stolen Solar Guardian. Watson jumps into it. He has Ags. The evasion, it was almost enough, but they do lose that TA. FBZ starts to fall. They had enough to blow up 1, but can they get more? The chase down, they are eventually going to get that kill into Armel as well. So they took down 2 for Secret, but it cost them a lot.
Yeah, PA unfortunately does not get enough for that to be worth either in that death. So not going to be pushing towards that rapier anytime soon, but the Exorcism at least was further out of the base, so this might make it so it's only 1 lane of Rax and not 2. Could help keep their middle lane alive. They don't want to buy back. They're forced to. The double stun.
Can they get Stormstormer? He still has cheese. Gabby trying to block him out. Oh my God, if they don't get him, they're silenced. They can't chase.
Armel.
Didn't have BKB. That silence was enormous.
They can't reach.
Silence Fisher combo Yamich. Armel, they just want to find 1. Get close, please. Give him an angle. The jump in is there. Gabby's going to get caught. He's still very tanky, hard to kill. Jumps away. And Gabby maybe jumps back up north. No, he's gone. They get him.
Oh, and Chrysalis got it. He needed that. Dude, that's so much gold. Look how much gold he just got. Look how much gold he just gave.
That is important.
That's a lot of gold. Because he was broke from that buyback.
Well, it's something. They did get the other racks off of it though too, and so much tower damage done. It hurts.
Gabe, nothing matters but rapier.
Okay,
right? Remember,
my bad.
That's all that matters. We're just counting the gold until rapier.
Chrysalis, farm your heart out. Can he do it?
I better not see another comment about Chrysalis ever if they win this game. I just like we're gonna ban his name in every chat. He's just gonna be revered as a god, and no one will speak of him.
We'll see if he can do it. I mean, it would be a stuff of legends if he can make it happen. Picks up the Mindbreaker. Pretty good item to get on this PA here. The one issue is that they do keep on seeing him because he doesn't have that Ags yet. All right, I'm a believer again.
yeah, no, we're back.
If he gets Rapier, I think they steal next Roche on Radiant side. He gets an Aghanim Scepter. They win this game. That's how they got to do it, though.
It was crazy how fast Watson dropped in that last fight. I'm not entirely sure how. Just the right place, right time. Good combination of skills. The delay as well from FaZe Solar Guardian. That was a tough call to go in there to try and save Armel. Obviously, he's a very tanky hero, so the worst fight for them to start for Entity is one on Armel. And that, of course, maybe gave the benefit to FPZ to be like, I think this will work. But it was risky nonetheless.
Well, one thing to be concerned about for Secret is that Katomi still has that Solar Guardian ready. So being able to, give that out of Asia is pretty tough.
Oh my God, they're doing it. Even the small camps, everything for my PA, they're softening them up here. They're getting kind of close. Oh, Chrysalis. They're nearby. They're nearby.
Got to be careful.
Retreat.
Jump away. Yeah, and they're running. I mean, they know this is all on him again. Everybody in the game knows this is about PA. How close? 250 gold away. He's going to have to go to the other secret shop.
They're pinging the wave. No, like, leave it.
Pinging it. And then the secret shop.
Dude, there's no way you give it on this courier. They're all there. Does he know? Yeah, he knows. Oh my God. Oh, he's going to buy the courier. Oh, it's so scary.
I can't believe he got that.
The immunity.
That's crazy.
Oh my God, he's nuts.
He got it.
Rapira.
I mean, I guess Entity was just like, there's no way.
They didn't see the courier.
It does kind of change everything, right? Like, it's enough damage now. They immediately smoke up.
And they have a Dawnbreaker, so there's someone at the very least to hold back the waves and also have the global TP. They're scanning. They got to know. They could be in Roche. It's still 50 seconds away. Entity, they're not prepping around this Roche pit. Imagine if Gabby goes through the gate right now and gets caught. They bail on that move. They're all going bottom. Everybody in the game.
That makes sense. All right. Well, this is going to be a potentially very heroic, amazing fight from Secret, or it's going to go quite badly. Okay. Arcane Rune.
That's hype.
20 seconds.
BKB. 6 seconds in heaven.
they have the vision down a little bit right now too on Puppy. Do they have any more smokes? It doesn't look like it. So good vision in the area. They are about to spot him out. Armel jumps high ground, reveals himself. Do they want to go?
The Solar Crest is
not
bottom.
yet.
They're baiting it out.
One. Gabby's there. Thought about going. Jump. Has a dagger ready. Blur. Okay, backs away. Blur back up in 1 second. Now he's got it good to go. They're bringing out a smoke on Warlock. Roche. They're going in. Oh my God, they're going in. They jump. They see it. They're ready. They're looking. Want it bad. Chrysalis, does he have an opportunity? They need to jump in there, but it's going to be too late. Jump forward. Chrysalis wants to find Stormsummer. Dead. Now into Watson. He gets one, too. Watson in trouble. Pulled back for the moment. Trying to bring him down, but there it is. Gabby shuts down the hopes and dreams of the Secret fans as Rapier on the deck. He was ready to go. That's going to do it. Unreal.
Ooh, gives him the wave goodbye. Gabby the GOAT, honestly. This guy, unreal this series. He's playing so well. The coddle to the shaker, making this hero look good in the off lane. something that a lot of teams have struggled with that role, that flex of this great hero right now. And he's making it look like absolutely no problem. What a ridiculous build, too. Picking up the AC in this game because his team needs it, and they want the big march down mid with their own rapier. Can Secret get it back? It's the only hope.
I think the answer is not. One jump forward and he is dead. They have FBZ caught there for the moment. They got to hope for some blade mail hits. It almost one-shots himself unwanted, but he chases forward. GG is called. Entity are going in the upper bracket, one series away from TI.
Gabby, sorry, Mel. Love you.
Oh,
it hurts. Stabbing his brother in the back right there.
My goodness. They're feeling it. Entity are ready.
We got double
up
upsets.
out of his seat. Oh,
am I wrong? Am I wrong? That's double upsets. I mean, especially the 2-0.
I think so. Yeah, definitely. The 2-0 is for sure surprising. But Entity looked good. Gabby's playing out of his mind. The last couple of games, I mean, that Doom performance we saw the other day, and now this one here too, they're looking solid. And what a freaking one of Luna Galaxy and Entity is going to TI.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if it's Luna Galaxy? That'd be crazy.
Some brackets are getting really broken up right now, and it's going to be a complete bloodbath in that lower bracket at this point too, for these Western European teams. Just absolutely vicious. As yeah, I guess we do get back on schedule a little bit here too, which is nice. But yeah, you look at those teams who are playing later today, and they're just thinking, oh man. Like, what do we have in store for us?
Well, and this one, at the very least, you could see it started early. Gabby got so much done on the Shaker, that early move from Stormer, and then a little bit later on, this fight as well, where they take down Watson, but then the jump in and the Echo connecting after they got that vision from Katomi, perfectly played.
Yeah, and we haven't done it yet. I think we have to do it here. Surely 2 games in a row, we're giving Gabby MVP, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, it's got to be done. He just looks too good. I feel like the pressure was on him in both games, and I feel like both times he has this sort of flex role that's been given to him of like, maybe it's not the perfect hero, but it opens up stuff during the draft, and then he ends up having the hero and then just performing extremely well in both of these games. So he's making things a lot easier for the drafting squad of Entity, and then he just plays out of his mind throughout the entire game.
Well, it's exactly what you were hoping for if you're an Entity fan or a Southeast Asia fan, of Gabby making the move on over and immediately making an impact, starting to look pretty freaking good, and a scary team with a couple of tricks up their sleeves here and there. There were a couple of moments where it felt like maybe Secret could do it, but Entity were just too strong.
And they're making the Death Prophet work, a hero that people have been struggling with from the games we've seen. It's hard to make good use of those exorcisms. They did an excellent job getting those objectives down, pushing forward on the map, getting what they needed. And again, with this offlane Shaker too, something that I have not seen be very successful. So very much kudos to them. Secret, heading down that lower bracket. Very rough start to both games, really. Falling far behind in the lanes, something that they're going to have to figure out, like, is it our lanes that are losing so hard that we can't rotate out? Do we need better heroes for those early rotations? Why are our supports under-leveled? How can we fix that? Those are the questions that they'll figure out. Or were Entity just too good? Maybe that's the answer.
No, totally. I mean, that's going to be the thing to watch for. And before we head off to the break, I was hoping maybe we could get a quick look at the bracket before we cut out for this one, as we again seeing our MVP right here. Maximum amounts of kill participation, even building damage. Let's go. 2.5K. You like to see it. But yeah, just an absolute monster. But again, the bracket for this one is kind of insane, because again, you think about where we were at the start of this day. You're anticipating, all right, maybe Quest and Secret are going to be the ones that come through. Now, Secret, Quest, Alliance OG, also KZ team, and Level Up. Only one of those teams is going to be able to make it through to go to TI. An insane situation, and between Luna Galaxy and Entity, that's only a best of 3 for the final.
Insane merch opportunity right here. You just, Luna, all right, hear me out. You guys need to open up a shop and just start selling these little sticker packs that go over all the Nigma Galaxy jerseys, and it just says Luna. All right, they got a lot of fans you guys can really usurp right now. Okay, so
oh man,
I think there's a serious value play.
Well, a really exciting day of Dota that we've had so far, and we're not done yet. There's more to come in just a little bit. We've got the continuation lower bracket. First up is going to be the KZ team versus Level Up, and then a little bit later, it's going to be that Alliance OG matchup. Figure out who is going to go on to play Quest. Oh man, Trent is crazy.
Yeah, Western Europe. I mean, this is what everyone was hoping for when we saw who was going to be in this qualifier, and the madness is just what you wanted. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I know you're all going to stick around because it's lower bracket. It's the best time. So we'll be hanging out and seeing you there, too.
Yeah, we'll be back in just a little bit with the next series, KZ team versus Level Up. See you then.
Wanna go. Take it fast.
It's fine, they cannot.
Can we chase now? Oh, cool.
Get that, Storm.
I go P.
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm watching BKB. Go P.
I stun. Go. I will kill everyone. Go. I have BKB. DK is here. DK is flying. Land. Give me axe.
Yeah.
Does we have no buy, guys? Yes,
yeah, no buy.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome back to the Western Europe TI qualifiers, and it has been a fun one so far. It has been a long series, a short series. Maybe we'll get a little bit of the in-between series coming up on this next one, but so far all the games have been pretty exciting, but that's kind of what you expect when you're coming into a TI qualifier. Joined here by Lacoste and, my partner in crime in nicknaming each other and talking about Dota. It's very fun to break down these games, and we've got ourselves the third series, KZ team against Level Up. This should be a close one, right?
Yeah, I think so. Level Up, their first showing in the qualifiers wasn't as good as I expected it to be. They did, in the end, play against Nigma Galaxy, a team that just beat Quest Esports as well, so they are doing really, really good right now. So Level Up, they will need to step up a bit because from what I've seen on the first day when they played, it wasn't too hot. Because I put them on really high coming into these qualifiers because they also dominated this Division 2. They managed to qualify to Division 1. They looked really good, every single one of them, the team play wise. Maybe it just wasn't that day when they were supposed to show up, but now you have only one life left. If you lose this one, you're out. So better bring your A game to this one.
Yeah, they really need to step it up. And, I've seen some good things from KZ team at times. I love watching Nande play. He's one of my favorite players to watch throughout the DPC. So him against Level Up, I expect the emotion to be there, especially from him and Spartan. It's going to be a fun series. These two teams together, is there any heroes in particular that you think are going to be contested between the two of them that are very popular for both sides?
They haven't been playing much Dota lately. Everyone's experimenting still with the heroes, what they've been playing. I feel like maybe coming from the off lane, I feel like there's some overlapping between their heroes, but other than that, it's pretty much different. Maybe some Terrorblade. I think both of these teams love to play the hero. Maybe some Earthshaker for KZ team. Also, they Level Up, they do play it, but we'll have to see. We've seen a lot of different teams experimenting with the drafts. We've seen Warlock coming out multiple times today. We saw it the previous day as well, just a strong laner. Really glad that Warlock is back. This hero has been constantly buffed and now finally feels good to play.
Yeah, it's definitely fun. I like playing it a bit in my pubs. I love seeing it in some pro games. It's always nice to see different supports kind of come into the mix, especially because I feel like there was this point in time where we were seeing really only a handful of supports, and that was it. You'd get 3 or 4 supports that really you wanted, and then other than that, there's a whole slew of supports that are still available, but they just weren't close enough to being what you needed in a pro game, right?
Pretty much. The best supports right now definitely feels like it's Warlock. Trinity Protector is up there. This hero is insanely good, sitting at 68% win rate at the moment, with 44 times being picked throughout the TI qualifiers. You have Batrider, who's also really high. Sometimes he is played on a core role compared to Trinity Protector. You have Earthshaker, who's also core. Skyward Mage, definitely up there as well. Standard position 4 that gives you a ton of damage, gives you great laning stage. And I think the one that stands out the most is this Warlock that we mentioned. And also Clockwork. Clockwork has been on the rise. A hero that provides you with vision, provides you the ability to pick range carries. There aren't many good melee position 5s that can soak up the damage, go in front, be the body for your carry in the lane. He's one of the heroes that really trades well, can choose where you want to take the fights with the hook shot, have this BKB piercing ability, so has all of these boxes checked. So really glad that Clockwork is also back in the meta, and also some of the heroes being super popular, like Trinity Protector that we mentioned. So you have Rocket to scout him out, hook shot to get on top of them, Skyward Mage as well. So he counters some of these heroes that are very popular right now.
Yeah, and we're seeing some other heroes kind of find themselves in a support role. We've seen Doom kind of find itself in a little bit of a support role here or there. I mean, you can play it 4. It's really not super uncommon to see that. The Devour and the Midas is still just kind of key for that hero. You're getting gold from the 4 position, but it does open up a little bit of a flexible draft. We've seen Earth Spirit, which has been very fun to watch. Those long range initiators, that and Clockwork, which you said you love watching. It's always interesting to see how teams utilize that initiation range and what they like to play with it. So it's fun to see just the slew of different heroes, because there's been a lot of different heroes coming into this qualifier. Like, it's not just this small hero patch. There's only 5 uncontested heroes so far. A little surprising that Ogre Magi is one of them, and maybe even Bane. Like, I thought, I still feel like Bane's in an okay spot where you could have him maybe situationally, and Ogre Magi, like, I'm a little shocked to not see that hero ever. Is there something wrong with Ogre that you think it's not?
Yeah, it has an extra head. It's very hard to coordinate what Ogre wants to do. A weird hero right now. I think if it was the old Ogre with his abilities and everything, not having this dumb block, I think Ogre would be picked, at least by, teams like Team Secret, who's like, yeah, Puppy, he's gonna bang out this position 5 Ogre, snap it on the table. Bane, definitely, I think this hero is playable. I don't think this hero is in that bad of a spot. Sniper, however, always, like, it's either he's super contested or not picked at all. And Arc Warden, we might see some Arc Warden coming out if OG is going to make their lower bracket run. Ragi, he might get the hands on this hero because he plays it really well.
Yeah, Arc Warden's one of those, like, classic TI qualifier heroes. I'm shocked that it's not been picked up. I remember, I think it was last year's TI qualifiers, where I was covering, I think, 520-minute games with Arc Warden. It was kind of insane. There was one game, it was SEA. They had Arc Warden with 2 Divine Rapiers not even on the hero. They were just, like, keeping them just in case. But it was a very fun game. I think that was 23 Savage who was doing that in the qualifier or something like that. But I'm ready to see a qualifier where we see every hero. So those, Winter Wyvern's also the other uncontested hero that we haven't talked about. But we'll see if any of these teams want to pick them up as we have ourselves a draft. So it should be exciting. It should be maybe, I would say, a very competitive series. I think we're going 3 games. I know it's only game 1, and I say it all the time, we're going 3 games.
Yeah, we didn't even start, and you're saying we're going to game 3. I feel like both of these teams are on the similar level right now, both very hot and cold at the same time, especially KZ team. They can play, like, really good Dota if they're ahead. Also not a team that plays well from behind. Most of the time you'll see them, like, dominate their lanes, but they also tend to throw some of the leads. This is the man himself, Nande, very vocal, very aggressive. I'm talking about Diving Fountain, 25 minutes aggressive. Something about this guy is just, it's always fun to watch him play. And the last time these two teams met was in European Pro League. Level Up did 2-0 them, and they also got 2-0'd for 2 or 3 in the open qualifiers, because both of them, had to go through the qualifiers to secure themselves a spot in Division 2. So Level Up, they were victorious, and let's see if they can replicate that one more time. The Hawk, like, I feel like Level Up on the first day when they played in these TI qualifiers, like, their drafts were not that great. Like, I feel like they got out-drafted both of the games, and this is gonna be the first Nature's Prophet game that we're gonna cast.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see this Nature's Prophet. Like, we haven't seen it at all. I've only watched a bit of Nature's Prophet kind of just being that typical rat, pushing, farming hero, and up against this primal beast. It's going to be interesting too, because this is one of those heroes that can kind of catch you out of line of sight, right? Like with that onslaught, pulverize.
It's a great hero against Nature's Prophet, and also a hero that can just roam around the map, get stuff done very easily. Maybe even, like, match this global presence that Nature's Prophet provides you with. Knowing that this is the Hawks, like, one of the better, if not the best hero, there's some potential that this Nature's Prophet is not going to be played as support, which he's been played mostly as a support nowadays, since we changed Sprout to deal damage inside and the outside, then also not reaching up from the Sprout trees. So that's a big upgrade to the hero. Hero that has a lot of stats. In terms of trading, you get him low, he TPs back on level 2, comes back to the lane with the scroll, or the other way around. So very difficult to push out of the lane. very good at scaling as well. Like he buys, because he doesn't need to buy anything. So he can start with the Blight Zone, has really good stats, and then trading against him makes it extremely difficult.
We'll see what they ban now. Is I'm still getting used to this like singular pick back to bans. Look, there's so much pressure on just showing one hero and not giving away too much. Banning the Monkey King, banning the Marcy. Marcy, not a hero we see a lot of, but it was played in that last series. Secret played it. I feel like you kind of show the strengths of that hero for a split second, and all of a sudden, like, people remember, oh, we should maybe get rid of Marcy as well. Or see how good of a hero it can be.
Sweden Strong does play it. This is the hero that they did beat them with in the European Pro League 2 times. This was this like extremely long game, 1 hour and 40 minutes. And both of these games, Sweden Strong did pop off on Marcy. So not really surprised that they banned it out. Because this is the hero that has been changed quite a lot. Pretty much every single patch, there's something different about the hero, the way the spells work. But now she's gone still. I would consider her like, I don't know, B tier right now. That there's no like nothing S or A tier about the hero at the moment. There are much better heroes, and this has been the hero of the patch, I would say. Phantom Assassin, even though it did lose in the last game on this stream, the hero feels really good to play. Just changes to ulti, and also like investing early on in Fan of Knives. People also figuring out that this Aghanim Scepter plus Shard combo is really good, refreshing all of your abilities. Hero that pretty similar to Anti-Mage. If you leave him alone for a couple of minutes, he's just gonna get another item, and then one bad fight, bam, that's another item.
Oof. Which that's how my games went. 1 fight, 1 item. Super farmed. Invoker gets banned. We've seen a lot of this in multiple roles. What was it? We saw in China the 5 position Invoker, right?
Yeah, it was Tian Ming, I believe, 2-3 times that he played it. And this is another support that scales really well. We saw yesterday Hansken on Batrider, I believe 2 games. Yeah, he definitely did not feel like a support. It was more like a core, and he definitely owned on the hero. Like, once you are off to a good start with Batrider, you just scale. Like, you get Blink Dagger, you get Force Staff, you become another core for your team, having this BKB piercing ability, and then roaming around the map, getting pickoffs here and there. So level up will pick up the Doom for themselves.
Doesn't necessarily need to be that 3 position. We were just talking about the fact that, you know, it was being played by FY. It has been played in the 4 position in some of these qualifiers as well elsewhere. Not giving away too much in the draft. Like you said, Nature's Prophet doesn't necessarily need to be a support, but it can be. I like when you see these flexible drafts early on. You're not really giving too much of a hint of what you're doing in the moment. But with the way the draft is now, where you're kind of picking a bunch of heroes in this second phase, you kind of start to give away a lot, right?
Yeah, most definitely. But this Doom, Sweden Strong definitely loves to play position 4 Doom, so I could see him snatching this one. There were also some games throughout the TI qualifiers where Doom looked really good and Mind Control yesterday, where he farmed a lot, but now this means that either NP is core or Doom is core in the game, because they just picked Lion. Most likely that's going to be your position 4 in the game. Very rarely we see Lion being played as position 5, because it's pretty similar to Shaman, not just because they have hacks, but also how you play the hero. The hero like needs some kind of a farm. Like, you need someone else to buy the sentries. He's very item dependent. Like, you want to get to your own Blink Dagger so you can start a fight and then buy 1 defensive item that's going to be like a Force Staff, Aeon Disc, Glimmer Cape, whatever you prefer, whatever is good for the game. They do have a good amount of stuns, like a lot of control with just Sprout, Lion. So that means that the Doom, when you use it, rest of the team can keep them in place and deal damage. So a lot of the times we've seen Dooms being dropped and then like 1 Fisher from the enemy team, or they like use a Stampede, they run away, especially if you don't have enough catch.
The Kaka influences of having a Lion are definitely showing, and there's that Darkseer. Darkseer has been one of those picks that has been kind of that second phase ban. We see it banned a lot in that second phase, and it has kind of not found its place being picked up. But with so many bans here, especially that Marcy one that's more of a respect ban, it does open up some of these picks to come out, and Darkseer is definitely one of them.
Yeah.
And
this is what we mentioned, because like Centaur is pretty standard counter to Doom. Always was, probably always will be, unless we change something. But the thing is, Hero is not as strong right now. Darkseer, similar concept. Someone gets doomed, you search them away. It gives you a lot of team fight, block some of these illusion-based carries like Medusa, because you do not want to pick it. And also takes away Doom target from your carry, from your mid laner to Darkseer, because otherwise there's going to be Surge. Oh man, I miss the times when Darkseer Surge could break max movement speed. There was a time when people played Batrider Darkseer, I immediately like went through my mind, you know, Batrider zooming with over 1,000 movement speed and dragging people from like tier 3 tower to tier 1 tower in a second.
bring that back, please. I like seeing heroes break the max movement speed. It's always fun. They got to bring that back. And Templar Assassin gets picked up. It's been a hero that's been picked up a lot, but to not much success, surprisingly. Only a 37.5% win rate.
Ooh, wouldn't expect that. One hero that I always feel like is picked a lot, but never has high win rate is Ember Spirit. And so far in the TI qualifiers, he did not disappoint. Always, like, even picked in the first phase, but the hero just, you know, everybody picks it, means that he's going to lose a lot.
Yeah.
The KZ team, they needed something that put some tower pressure, because other three heroes, they don't do it. Templar Assassin is a Deso builder, and Level Up will pick up Faceless Void. Good laner against the Darkseer, who can get away from the damage. In terms of lockdown that they have, there is like Lasso, which comes at level 6, and Pulverize, which also comes at level 6. So in terms of like great lockdown for this Faceless Void, there isn't that much, so it feels like a good game for him in terms of damage that they can throw into Chrono. That's like Fingers, Scorched Earth, a couple of right clicks from Nature's Prophet, and PLT. Nothing too significant. There isn't this like gigantic combo that they have with the Chrono.
It's not like the craziest thing, right? I mean, maybe you're going to want to set something up with this last pick. That Death Prophet getting banned, we've seen that a couple times. You know, having that pressure, that tower pressure with the Exorcism. We've seen some games where we've had Death Prophet over in the mid position, get towers 7-8 minutes into the game if the lane goes well enough.
10 seconds remaining.
Pangolier still available. We saw a lot of that yesterday, and we're still seeing a lot of that hero. I mean, this hero, despite the changes, still feels pretty strong, and it has 56 picks in this qualifier. I think it's in the top 5.
Very proud of you.
Even after the nerfs, the hero still feels good to play. Swashbuckle with the Fusel Blade is just too insane, like burning 160 mana. I don't think Level Up would go for it, considering you're playing into Batrider, you're also playing into Primal Beast. Last time I checked, until something has been changed, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, because you know everything, Pulverize did, for some reason, stop Rolling Thunder completely. Like, you just mitigate it. It's like you're Rolling Thunder, bump, and then Pulverize, done. Can't even use it anymore. Even if it doesn't do it, it's still super strong against it.
There's that Ember you were talking about, that top hero. This will be the 79th time this hero has been picked, but despite the fact that it's the top picked hero, it's got an under 50% win rate. Like, a lot of people have confidence in this, but you also said the more teams that are going to pick this up, the more popular it is, the win rate's not going to be as high because not everybody can win. But Ember, I mean, does damage into the Chrono, not that much, but still, I do kind of like the lockdown that this lineup provides for Level Up.
Yeah, they do have decent amount of lockdown, and it's gonna be Raid King Kong in the end. Man, it's a good, like, if you ask me what's the best hero against Faceless Void and Doom, not just me, probably a lot of people would say Raid King. You know, you have to use Chrono, you have to use Doom, and then he has a second life. So in the end, they're gonna put this Templar Assassin on the mid lane, which I don't mind too much. I think it's okay. It's just Raid King, can he do it? I believe in this hero. Some results from what I've seen are not backing it up, but it is I'm wondering what the build is going to be. Like, usually the build that I've seen from Raid King is like Armlet Deso, AC Blink, maybe Blink AC, depends how you think about the game. But you have Templar Assassin on the team. She needs that Deso, so you will need to adjust your item build. Maybe this is going to be slightly more farm-oriented, where you go for like Hand of Midas Radiance type of a build. If your Templar Assassin can be like controlling the tempo of the game. I didn't mind their draft until the last pick. I feel like they overcomplicated their draft with this Raid King. It gives them more late-game security, but I do prefer Level Up, what they drafted for themselves. I believe in Faceless Void as a mid-late game hero, and the Hawk, he really knows how to farm. This guy, if you leave him alone for a good like 3-4 minutes, he's gonna bang out at least one item, and this is Faceless Void we're talking about, so that means Hand of Midas will be available, and also Sweet and Strong on Nature's Prophet. It's a really good scaling lineup coming up from Level Up.
So on a scale from 0 to Erica, how confident are you in this Wraith King?
I might have mixed feelings because I think through the last year or so, there has been decent amount of games where Wraith King could work, and I said it out loud, and then I regretted it after because no one picks it. So not the best, I would say. I want to see what the Nande is going to do. Looking at his item build, it seems like he's going to go for Armlet and then decide what the next item is going to be, because that's a lot of right clicks as well coming out from them. Also, if you want to itemize, playing against Raid King and Templar Assassin, you know that these Heaven's Halberd, Solar Crests, Crimson Guards, this is going to be very valuable. And also what happened was Level Up, Sweet and Strong, he TP'd mid with Nature's Prophet and immediately put down Observer Boards.
Yeah, you know, for that kind of movement, I'm a little surprised he put it right dead center like that. I feel like that's a very common spot to just get dewarded, right?
Well, he wanted to see where they're going to place the wards, so I believe this mid ward provides him with the most vision, like left and right, where people want to plant Observer Board. Not sure if they scouted it out, because this Observer Board has been planted potentially from the high ground. The one from KZ team, that's this one that Desire is underneath right now.
Yeah, this one.
The battle begins.
Sees Spartan on this Bat Rider. Just a little bit of a back and forth, and Wish already losing his courier because Sweet and Strong's in their base. Look at this ward. What? Wait.
Wait. He's baiting. Look at him. That's Nande.
I'm very proud.
That's Nande for you.
Oh my gosh.
Good micro, but can't use the couriers. Okay.
Is he just gonna sit here? Oh my gosh. All right, he's TPing away. I thought he might just sit there.
No.
But he's got a ward on this, so he's gonna know when these couriers are coming out. And that early TP. All right, I've got some new strategy for my pubs to piss off the rest of my team.
Unless they kill you. Imagine you doing that, and they're like,
give up first blood.
Yeah, you give up first blood, but they devoured you.
Grenade?
Desire.
Yeah, Desire's low, and ooh, the right clicks from Milan, but not gonna be quite enough. I'm keeping an eye on these couriers because they're going back and forth. They're under the ward, and Sweet and Strong does have teleportation available, and there's 2 couriers going top.
Yeah, so they swap things around a bit. They're gonna put the Hawk in this bottom lane, starting with just circlet slippers. Seems like they want to have an easier lane, because Raid King doesn't put that much pressure early on. He's like one Wraith Fire Blast, and then what are you gonna do? So the Hawk immediately after them using both spells uses Time Walk. This also means that Doom is gonna have a good lane, because Doom also a hero with like relatively high region, high armored. I remember the days when Doom had 0 armor, then we buffed him, added armor onto Devour. So
Isn't
he's
that the best patch notes? Just no updates to the abilities. Just hero has +1 armor.
This has been treatment for Darkseer. You know, just nerf him, like 1 less armor. Just give him whatever. Nerf him in any kind of way. Literally unplayable for a really long time. Maybe it was boss. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm mixing things up. But it was definitely Darkseer. There was some hater around Darkseer, that's for sure.
Darkseer feels like one of those heroes that just got like 20 straight patches of nerfs. Especially when Universe was playing Darkseer a lot. That hero just got nerfed all the time.
They're gonna try to go. Skylark immediately with the surge. Desire did manage to get the pull off, which might benefit a level up in the end, because they're gonna get the creeps and they're gonna farm the big creep as well. Maybe even both of them.
So this ward seeing all these couriers come out, but Swedenstrong yet to make a move like that. There was actually just this TP where he went from in the lane to right next to the Watcher. He used that teleportation to go like 5 feet forward. It was very interesting when I saw that. But now he's just looking to continue to block the camp. Dahak did it the minute before. Now he's going to do it for this one. Even though they de-warded that, they've also got a block on the Dire side camp too in this bottom lane.
Spartan, he doesn't have Quelling Blade available, which means that this Sprout damage is gonna be full damage. Like, so far, bottom lane doing really good. Nande, he just hits level 3. Spartan needs to use Healing Salve, but they are putting a lot of pressure. You can see Nature's Prophet very good at trading in the lane. One of the reasons why this hero is so contested. Like, usually you'll see him get banned, or he gets picked, and as we said, this is the first game that we're covering Nature's Prophet, and so far, I'm not disappointed. TPing mid, TPing to the enemy base, setting up vision, killing the courier. All the good stuff coming out from NP, and he's coming to the mid lane.
Yeah, he's coming over because they want to go for Wish. They've got the Sprout, and Wish taking some damage. One more right click. Ooh, not enough with the Fairy Fire. Thinks about even going under the tower.
Oof,
so.
Didn't use Blood Grenade, had it available. Maybe he thought it's gonna be enough, but for First Blood, you use that First Blood Grenade, no doubt about it. Even if it means overusing it. I know the item got nerfed. Skylark.
He's going to go down for First Blood. Milan's going to get it with the Lion. And that will be the first kill of the game just 4 minutes in. And themselves a kill onto the Darkseer. Do they even get a +1 here in Desire? There's no way for the Doom to continue forward. I love that Wish also, and realizing that there is an Nature's Prophet in the game, buys this Quelling Blade and makes sure, like, if he comes mid, I have a way out.
Yeah, when you play against NP, pretty much everyone needs to have Quelling Blade nowadays. Before, you could maybe get away with it, just holding some earlier tangos, but now it feels like a complete waste since you don't get any regen from it.
Right. Yeah, and Darkseer's got a Quelling Blade as well. Like, everybody's just trying to make sure that if Nature's Prophet comes their way, it's going to be a bit of an issue. And they're trying to block. They've blocked this. They haven't had a ward in this camp since minute 1, and Swedenstrong as well as Dahak have blocked that camp constantly.
Just a body block.
Yeah.
That's it. Mid lane, a big advantage for Templar Assassin. Wish really playing well. Lorinov struggling. We've seen Lorinov struggling when the matchups are not good, but when I say struggling, just in the laning stage, he's one of the players that did impress me the most in this Division 2 DPC. Because he had some really bad matchups and managed to, like, die 3 times and then didn't die for, like, 50 minutes, beyond godlike. And he did that multiple times throughout the DPC. So watch out for him. Doesn't mean anything for Lorinov that he's losing the laning stage.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those games for level up, especially when they were playing in Division 2 earlier, where it's just Lorinov and Dahak just go unkilled. Onslaught, but a Hex from Milan will stop the trample from being placed right onto Swedenstrong, but they go to the Surge, and Desire moves forward. They're trying to get this kill, but they've got the Sprout to stop them. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Desire. He'll be fine. He'll drop a lollipop on the ground and walk away.
They do secure Rune for Templar Assassin and will TP mid, refill his bottle one more time. Understanding that Wish needs to be this playmaker. Darkseer's not that guy. He wants to farm, get his items, join with the team when they group up as 5. Not really a ganking hero.
Skyward? Onslaught is over towards Milan, because Milan is actually sitting super low and sees these illusions of the Templar Assassin and ends up dying to Desire, so we're even up at 1. Now I'm paying attention to see if Swedenstrong...
Oh, Spartan, that's a bold move. He wants their XP rune.
I was actually waiting to see if Swedenstrong was going to go over for their XP rune, but Desire is already there, so we'll see if even makes that look over. But Desire gets theirs, Swedenstrong gets the other one, and now Spartan Well, you know, he's going to come over with Nande having some help. They throw the stun over to Swedenstrong, but Milan's here. Earth Spike doesn't land on a Nande, but it at least deters him from going under the tier 2 tower to look and get that kill onto this Nature's Prophet. But now it's a 1v1 between him and Dahak as there's a...
Yeah, the Desire, he paused the game. He's like, guys, what the hell is going on? Like, why are there 2 carries battling it out for Bounty Rune 7 minutes, and they're both level 5? So the Hawk, he TPs in, has 3 points in time lock. Let's see if he's going to get that bash. 20% right now. Has 3 time dilation slow, so that's pretty big. Has phase boots available in a second. No boots of speed available, so... Still can outrun him, I believe, but needs to hit at least 1 bash. There's also Lorinov coming from the side with 2 remnants. Yeah, I believe that they're going to get at least 1 kill from this rotation. Spartan also in trouble.
Yeah, he might just die here to the Ember, and then they might get a +1. Flame Break, ooh, good slight. Avoids the Flame Break. Now comes over, activates that Flame Guard. Maybe they still go for Nande. They've got 3 heroes coming. They also have Swedenstrong who could TP in and find some vision, but not committing to the TP just yet. Waiting for an opportunity to maybe see him on the high ground by the Twin Gate. There's a TP for Nande available, but he's just hiding in the trees. They know that he's there with that scan as well.
And this is something that I did mention, because what Raid King wants to buy is Armlet Deso. That's what he has queued up. And look at Templar Assassin's items. Also a Deso, so they're going to need to communicate. Double Deso, double earn. Never a good idea unless you want to grief your team. What if you get, you buy double Deso, and then even if you're not there, you get Deso charges.
Is this your B-Cop moment right now? Or you're coming up with ideas like this? I mean, I'm here for it. I'm always down for whatever. Sure.
Thanks for backing me up.
Global Deso charges? That sounds pretty sick to me.
Yeah, you're backup now, not B-Cop.
Oh, gosh. Always here to back you up every day. So, early games, early days, pretty much even at this point. They finally going back into the lane. He is level 6 and will put that skill point into the reincarnation. Sometimes we see Wraith Kings kind of hold that skill point if they're not getting pressured too much, but he went right into it. Being strong. There's no pulverize, but there is a trap down, and Hill Sprout Wish has himself the Quelling Blade, and now gets a free kill on Swedenstrong.
So pretty even so far as we expected. Also a lot of lane shenanigans happening. People going for XP runes, messing things up, going with the TP rotations, not getting anything done. The Hawk, he just wants to farm. Same goes for Nande. The Hawk even skipping the Boots of Speed, the double Raid Band. Has point available if he wants to put it in Chrono, or if he wants to get something else done. Seems like without Finger, they don't have that much damage inside Chrono. So Milan will need to get his level 6. Right now, lurking around the mid lane, thinking about maybe going on Vish. Double damage is about to expire, and also new runes about to spawn.
New runes about to drop. Here we go. What's a haste rune? But let's see if they use it for a rotation. If we see Lorinov come over anywhere, it's not like the easiest heroes to grab. Maybe if you catch Spartan out, that would be nice. But still, no. We'll see. Own Me, he's got that Midas. You also see the Hawk going for the Midas. I believe already flying out there. Yeah, there it is. So took a little usage of the Midas, and he's going into the treads next.
This is going to be double Midas plus Devour on level up. Seems like they think they can farm, because who's going to put the pressure? It needs to be Desire, it needs to be Spartan. Both of them are still level 5 right now. At least Desire can go in. Has Tumbler's Toy available.
Yeah, they're going
they got a kill
for
here.
Own Me.
Own Me, he's dropping low.
Nande running, the wall even committed to this. They go to the Doom and the Earth Spike landing on a Nande, so that saves Own Me and takes the reincarnation out of the equation. Nande also hit with a blood grenade. They get the kill on a Spartan. Swedenstrong ends up dying, so it's a trade 1-for-1 so far with a stun hitting on a Lorinov, but Own Me survives. Wall was placed down, and if they get this tier 1 tower, which it definitely looks like they will, things are okay.
Self-saving Doom. to get out of the trouble. Don't mind it. Lion definitely would want to be level 6, but also because the Hawk went for 1-1-4 build on Faceless Void, already used the Time Walk. It's 24-second cooldown ability, so can't really reposition himself, go for another chrono attempt. So the Hawk decides to fall back, decides to farm up. A lot of catching up to do. At the moment, lowest net worth core. That Hand of Midas is going to come in handy. Handy of Midas.
I was going to say, he's also got Battle Fury, but it's just the cosmetic. I was making a little
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
cosmetic joke, as I do. Midas should be fun, though. And then get that farm, see what he can do over mid. Now they've got the Pulverize after that last fight, and Wish just jumping in. He's got that early Blink Dagger. That's movement where he's using it to just get in onto these heroes and find himself in position to use that level 3 on the Meld Strike. That'll be level 4 soon. And he's working on that Deso and Nande still has his queued up as well.
Whoever buys it faster, I think that's the motto of Dota. Doesn't matter if you're Invoker, pings earn, you buy components, you get the first blood, you're like, well, sorry guys, I bought it first. Hawk
here, Onslaught.
No Pulverize for a couple of seconds, he's very dead here.
Chrono, yeah, this is expected, but they've got the Blink Dagger with the Meld Strike. Now the Hawk trying to run, but Desire, no Onslaught, can't catch up with the Pulverize. They'll even commit the wall. Oof. And it doesn't work out for them, but Chrono's down.
Maybe with the Blood Grenade, there would be enough slow for them to land another round of spells, another trap. Wish decided to go for Blink Dagger, so chase potential definitely is there. But first Chrono and first Doom usage, defensive. They do get out of the trouble. And they kill Nande, 40-second cooldown on Reincarnation. On me, Tumblerstoy play.
Yeah, there's the Doom, the Earth Spike, the Finger with the Wrath of Nature. That's a kill on Anande. Something that the side of the Radiant weren't able to do to kill off Hawk, so now they're successful in getting that kill into the carry, but they'll get a trade. Sweet and Strong killed off as Desire comes in with the Pulverize, has some help from Wish.
Has some help from Tumblerstoy. Both of these kills setting things up with Tumblers, managing to close the gap, get the spells off. First Finger Charge, very important for that confidence. Oh yeah.
And that stack hits 2 or 3. All of a sudden you're like, is Ags the right item? You know, well, actually, forget that. Once the stack hits 1, you're like, is Ags the right item? Let's be real.
If it's in your like default guide, it's always a good option.
I need to start making guides where it's just Ags guide.
A lot of people would use your guide.
That would be pretty sick.
Midas Ags guide.
Ooh, you're giving me an idea. I do have a lot of time on my hands. It's stack to take here for Wish. He's getting oh so close to that Deso. Deso Race 2023 is on, and Wraith King
he bought
the Blightstone. Yeah, all right. I'm watching.
This is why Dota 2 is a team game. Very important that you communicate with others. Using microphone, drawing on a minimap, tipping, whatever you prefer. Ping it out. I need this much for Deso. That would do a simple trick in this game.
And then the ping return, I already have Deso.
Yeah, Deso 2 charges ready.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
You know what we need to do just for these potential scenarios that could happen? When you ping your item, item timings. Like, this person, date of birth, build Deso.
Wait, date of birth?
Anno Domini, and it's like 1344. This is like Deso timing.
Wall? Okay. Drawing a line in the sand there. But Desire coming around the back. Uh-oh. Time Dilation was used. Pulverized down. Wrath of Nature's going to come out. The Hawk will Time Walk a little bit of that damage off as Own Me TP's over. They've got the root. They'll hit the Doom. Now walking through the wall again, slowing up to Hawk. But they should be able to at least get this kill onto Desire.
Can he get a deny?
No. Oof. Won't kill him.
That would be pretty big. They don't have enough damage to take out Faceless Void, and now you can feel the difference that they're on. It feels like they are forced to do something because they see these two Hand of Midases. Devour is maxed out, so that means there's going to be a lot of extra gold coming out their way. All eyes on Nande.
This Sweet and Strong Nature's Prophet, by the way, going 2-2-3-1. Seen some
mixing it up.
Nature's Prophet builds before, but
Usually you don't put like more than 2 points in Sprout because everybody has Quelling Blade anyway. Kidnap mid.
Lasso, Lornoff, Remnant. Get some distance.
Oof, Desire. Last time he did use Thunderstoy to close the gap. This time did not pop it. Maybe slightly too early of a jump from Spartan. This was his Blink Dagger reveal. He also does have Thunderstoy. But at least this is going to secure them the tower on the mid lane, which will push Temporary Assassin to first Deso.
So, wait, you don't take more than 2 points in Sprout early?
No, you don't have to, because everyone's going to have...
Don't look at my recent games.
Was it 440? Definitely. 440 stats?
Shut up, dude!
You don't have to micro.
Yep. I've been getting a little bit better at microing, though. I've got my Sprouts on too.
Yeah, that's why you took stats.
I've been getting better. I practice late in the game when I've already got the lead. Gosh. By the way, Lornoff going Radiance.
Lornoff is a big Radiance fan, that's for sure. He's
on Dire, though.
He feels like he can get away with it against the Raid King, against Temporary Assassin. I think these... like Eastern European mid players, there was a game during Riyadh Masters where Team Spirit played, and they also picked up Radiance on the mid Ember Spirit. Marl definitely setting up the trend, I would say, with this Radiance build.
We'll see. If he commits to it, looks like with 2100 gold, he is doing so. And Deso Watch 2023.
It is Deso.
He's buying it.
He actually bought it. Uh-oh. That's not a good sign.
Now it's a question of who's going to fight for the charges, because Wish might actually get there first, too. And that's going to be Pulverize, and that will be 2 charges. Do you ping it now? That he got the first charges, and it's his to get charges on now?
Yeah, someone's pinging.
How does priority work?
Yeah, what if they, like, focus different targets? Like, everybody goes for a different target. You get, like, everyone gets hit once by Deso. Not a bad idea, actually. Just kidding. For Ern, it is who is, like, closest to the target. For Deso, not
go to the finger and... on dice. I think... So wait, what did you say? Ern?
Yeah, the way Ern works is whoever is closest to the target that you kill will get the charge.
Luckily, Nande's a melee hero, so he'll be closest.
You still have to hit him. All eyes on Deso. This is a Deso game, that's for sure.
This shard picked up for Nature's Prophet, by the way. He bought it out. He'll have that Curse of the Old Growth. Still working to get the Sacred Relic here for Ember Spirit. Smoke on 2 heroes, having this Chrono up. The last one was used defensively. Desire onslaughting, unsmoking to Hawk. They'll have Sweet and Strong coming through with the TP. He'll pop that Curse of the Old Growth as well as the Wrath of Nature. Blink forward, Infernal Blade, Uproar used, and that is going to be Wish, who's got himself a shard as well. So that silences up the Doom. They hit the Earth Spike on Anande, vacuum back on a 2. Spartan comes in with a lasso. That lands on to Own Me. And with a right-click Wish, he'll get that kill. And the Sleight of Fist and the Searing Chains will take out Desire. Nande still moving forward, but gets hit with an Earth Spike from Milan. They're draining his mana. He'll pop the wand to get back to full on that, just in case.
And Deso, Nande got one. Yeah, he was there. He was the closest. And
does Wish realize he didn't get a charge on that?
This is where you start pinging it. Look, Wish is gonna go for him, follow him. So everyone has 2 charges on this, so keeping things even. Spartan manages to pick up his own XP rune.
Boy,
Sweet and Strong will get him killed. Wish, 1, 2.
Not
enough.
not enough, and it's the Solar Crest doing some work.
Because Solar Crest was used aggressively to get the kill on Batrider, and it just went away. If he was attacked while it was still like active, because it's a 8-second duration, he would definitely die there.
Do you think you should get a Deso charge for killing the Tormentor?
No.
All right, let's continue on watching the game.
It says passive Soul Stealer. Desolator gains +2 damage every time an enemy hero dies. Enemy hero / Tormentor.
Yeah. Tormentor's on a team of its own.
Dire's top tower.
Bailing from the pit and smoking. Let's see how this works out for them. As they've smoked themselves on KZ. Just about has this blink dagger for the Wraith King. Well, Treant's coming over and Spartan not in the smoke, so he gets spotted. Maybe they can get themselves a little bit of a jump. They do have this obs here as well for the side of level up. You're flying out, and that's the blink dagger now available for the Wraith King. He was just a little bit short. Now he's got it in his pocket. Not doing Roche just yet. Their smoke wears out. They're just sitting in the pit at the moment as the side of KZ are wrapping up and down.
This would be massive Pytus thing happening right now, but Faceless Void, both him and Doom have one available. But luckily for them, they do have 2 charges.
Ooh, blink in. There's a stun. Looking for the onslaught, but a good hex from Milan. He's in a great position. They drop down the wall. They go to the Doom. It's going to be here onto this Primal Beast. Vacuum back as well as the finger. Used on Desire. Lornolf will get that kill with a slight. The Remnant back as they land the lasso on a Milan, but nobody's there to help him out. So it's a wasted lasso. He's got buyback, but buyback's going to be used here by Primal Beast. They go and focus their attention on the Sweden Strong. Wish gets credit for that, but who gets the Deso charges?
Wish did. Interesting.
Not sure he was closer, but now the Radiance is finished on Ember. Neither team really having a full-off advantage just yet to go for this Roche. You still have the second life available on the Wraith King. Templar Assassin still ready. Ooh, go through. Wraith King jumped in. One right click doing a lot of damage. And a Meld Strike on him on, but he's able to survive with a sliver of health. They buy back. There's the Chrono down on a Wish as well as the Darkseer, but it traps up Sweden Strong. The right clicks the Maelstrom, not doing enough. Curse of the Ogre is going to be popped here by Sweden Strong. They'll drop down the Earth Spike. That lands on an Onde. Wish is dead. Desire is gone. Sweden Strong falls. They don't have buyback available on the Templar Assassin. Skylark trying to run away here, and so is the rest of KZ team. But Own Me moving in, and they'll get the kill on an Onde, taking out the Wraith King. Looking for more. Spartan trying to run away. But the time dilation keeping them there. They've got the ensnare. They'll get the kill on a Spartan. They'll take out another, and that's going to be a big win for the side of Level Up.
Yeah, they also used buyback, but they also used buyback on Sweden Strong, who came back and died, but I don't think he minds too much. They decided to take a fight. Chrono was still available, and I believe this was the Chrono used after a really, really long time. This, like, defensive one in the top lane. Lion almost dies. He almost gets 2-shotted, but the Glimmer Cape afterwards, and also good Hex. And then Chrono, just like, it's on 2 of them, but no one's dealing damage to Darkseer. It did catch him. Time dilation destroying this fight completely. Darkseer can use his abilities. Nether can Batrider, and I'm really glad that he's actually maxing it out. I've seen Faceless Voids, put 1 value point in it, but it scales really well. I know that stats might be better in some scenarios, but in this one, I feel like time dilation just kills them completely. And you can see Spartan unable to blink out, and this is going to secure Roshan for level up.
Now they've got the Aegis into the hands of the Ember, who did pick up that Radiance. Lornolf now going into the Manta style. We've talked about it time and time again, and I'm probably going to curse him right here, but it's one of those Lornolf games right now. 6-0-4.
Yeah, we said it. Not having a greatest laning stage, but managing to recover. It was a huge amount of time that needed him to buy this Radiance. In the previous fight, he only had Sacred Relic. Then they killed 1 hero. He got the goal, and now Radiance is online. So he packs a punch. Radiance, Maelstrom, plus Orb of Destruction.
Look at Dahak's kill score. 0-0-11.
Is the support, Faceless Void, Slasher's way, blinks in, and heals them with the mech, drops down healing salves, gets out.
So 2K net worth lead, not a big lead after a fight that felt very favorable for the side of Level Up. But Nande still farming. Like we said, he got that Blink Dagger. He's now going into the BKB. He's got 4 charges on the Deso. So does Wish, who's going into the Daedalus next, as he's got his BKB already set. He's top of the net worth by a good margin.
Really thinking if Wish goes Daedalus, is Raid King gonna go Daedalus as well?
Nande just getting blown apart. Wrath of Nature doing some good damage. Earth Spike a little bit early from Milan. Try to get this kill. Still, they're on him. They've got the finger. They'll burst him down. Lornoff with another kill. He's wicked sick. They'll take out the Obs vision that they had as they picked up that early gem here. As Milan's holding on to it.
Interesting build from Lion because he's playing this position 5. So getting the Glimmer Cape, investing into early gem, getting some extra gold from it. Eventually, he's gonna pick up a Blink Dagger. You do have Doom available with the Blink, and also owned me understanding where the real threat's coming from, buying this pipe, buying Crimson Guard against Templar Assassin, against Raid King. This is gonna mitigate most of their damage. So they feel very confident right now, going for the tier 2 tower. They're still holding the Aegis for the next 2 minutes.
They're waiting. They're pushing this tier 2 bot. You know, they could get this tower pretty much for free. They're protecting him just in case anybody comes over, and they've been passing the gem back and forth between Milan as well as Lornoff, who's now holding on to it. He's just that ulti orb away from having himself that Manta style in the Ember Spirit as well.
It's much safer. You do have Aegis, much more difficult to kill than position 5 Lion, who almost got 2-shot by Templar Assassin and Raid King.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still, they pressure the bottom tier 2. They've gone back and forth. They've healed up. They've gotten their mana back. So, let's see. Nobody's going to come here to defend this, and it's just a free tier 2 for the side of Level Up.
Raid King is literally copying what Templar Assassin is doing. Not even kidding. Okay, you're buying this, so I'll get this. So I want a Blink Dagger. I'll have Blink. He switched things around, going for BKB. So now Raid King going for BKB of his own. This is why, like, 2 heroes are very similar, and it's relatively easy to itemize against them. That's why we see this Crimson Guard. We see Solar Crest on Nature's Prophet. We might see Heaven's Halberd later on. Just a casual plate mail on the supports, pretty much on everyone. AC later on to mitigate most of their damage, which is physical.
I haven't really felt a lot of the presence of Skylark, by the way. He's 0-1 and 9. He's gotten a bunch of assists. Obviously, having that Ion Shell on the wall. He's picked up, you know, team items so far, which is pretty typical. Guarding Greaves as well as the Crimson Guard going into the pipe next, and he's almost got that. But yet to really feel like a massive vacuum wall or anything like that. As you said, in the last fight, he got kind of hurt by that time dilation that's maxed out here by Dahak.
And also to talk about the itemization, might need to hold that thought. If Lornoff gets jumped here, Aegis is going to expire in 15 seconds. Can they time it? Maybe get the lasso off? Raking is in.
Ooh, jumping to Milan. But Milan's been able to keep himself safe with that Glimmer Cape so many times. Nande's in trouble, and he'll lose that reincarnation. A little bit of a Meld Strike coming into Omi, but Dahak, ooh, they used the lasso. It's onto an illusion. He had that Manta style, which he popped Confusing Spartan. They dropped down the wall again, but it's not going to do anything. Doom's used onto the Darks here. They get the kill on a Spartan. They'll look for more. They at least get Nande out with his second life, but the Infernal Blade, and this is going to be Skylark not so fortunate. Meanwhile, Desire still getting chased up at the top side of the map. Sweden Strong as well as Milan. Milan doesn't have a Blink Dagger. Wait, a really
6 Lotuses. BKB, pick up 6 Lotuses, TP out. That was the play. I'm not sure if you have enough time. This is like 5 seconds, maybe 6. Second for a Lotus. A Desire.
Himself a greater hero in Lotus. Maybe we'll see that block of cheese. Bottom lane, Nande. Reincarnation still on cooldown. Sweden Strong's here with Own Me, and they will get this kill. Nande will fall. He is yet to have that BKB. And the movements around the map have been pretty on point here for the side of Level Up.
This is also a fight where they didn't use Chrono. It was just Doom, no finger use. So winning a team fight with not heavily investing into anything. And to finish my point about the itemization, both Faceless Void and Ember going for Manta style, they're not afraid like they don't have to buy BKB in this game because you're playing against physical damage. They do have like BKB piercing abilities with Lasso and Pulverize, so they're itemizing to get more farm and remove the silence from Templar Assassin's Aghanim Shard. That's pretty much it. So this is not a BKB game by any means. You could go much more greedy, maybe Lincoln Sphere later on, or there's going to be some kind of a Lotus. Vish again, soloing Tormentor.
Everybody shards. Now it's Darkseer who's got his. So he'll have that upgrade to Surge. Meanwhile, Daedalus for Wish. And he's got the gold, and we'll purchase it. So that courier will come over. He's got a lot more damage going out. But still, like, they haven't gotten a lot of kills, and the charges being split in the Desolator, and only 4 apiece. Now a 9k deficit, like, they are starting to struggle as Wraith King is going to pick up the BKB, but do they have the chances to really fight back? Obviously, there's a shot when you've got the damage-dealing Wish on the Templar Assassin with now a Daedalus, but they have to be able to sustain, right?
It's Daedalus, Enchanted Quiver. If he can lock onto the targets and kill them, but there's way too much control, he gets caught inside of Chronosphere, he's gonna die. Like, Faceless Void with level 20 talent, he might solo kill him. Extra 95 attack speed, because level 15 and level 20 has been swapped around. Before it was the Time Walk and the Time Lock damage, so now you pick up Time Lock damage on level 15, which means you even have more damage at level 20 now.
Blink Lasso coming through in a sweet and strong. Onslaught, Trample, they get the kill onto the Nature's Prophet, who does have buyback. By the way, picking up that Ag, so having the upgrade of the Wrath of Nature, which will entangle all the enemies' hits, and that'll give them a good shot in this fight when they're all locked down as well.
Yeah, this is...
You need to be careful about the positioning.
This is massive. It lowers the cooldown, and also it's almost a 4-second root duration. Keep them in place, deals ton of damage. They want to go. They have buyback available on Sweet and Strong, and he also showed in the previous fight that he's not too afraid to use it, so he'll probably probably get it. If they get the jump, he's buying back.
Omi wanted to throw out that Doom. Now he's kind of caught in a little bit of no man's land, but he does have some help off to the side. Chrono on a 3, and he'll avoid the Wraith Fire Blast with a Manta. They'll get the kill on a Spartan to start this one off. They're looking over at Wish, who's going to go into the middle of the vacuum into the wall. Now it's finally a good one. Earth Spike lands into a couple of these heroes. They get the kill on a Wish. They look over the Darkseer, holding that finger, looking to blast somebody down. It will be Skylark. They take the first life out of the hands of this Wraith King, and it'll be a clean sweep here for level up on the fight.
Yeah, Sweet and Strong is like, okay, you caught 2 inside a Chrono. I don't have to buy back. I'm gonna get out in 10-15 seconds. So this game looks very over for KZ team. There's just not enough damage on their side, even with DD. I'm talking about double Deso. There's just not enough. And maybe they have one extra fight. Roshan is available. Map is gonna open up. They did manage to get like a pick-off before that, but didn't get anything out of it other than the tier 2 tower.
And they have to fight into this Chrono, and they just, you know, you've got Nande trying to stun and trying to help out, but Dahak, in typical Dahak fashion, makes it look easy. So look at the net worth now. Everybody's ahead of the Templar Assassin.
That's a very tanky target to kill.
Oh, the root right as they go for the lasso. And now this is a problem. Time dilation once again, pulverized down, but Desire's not doing any of the damage on Naomi. Here comes Wish. Maybe they could get something going. Maybe they can get themselves at least a kill. The Hawk time walking forward, but the Sprout was there. That might have helped him survive as they land the Earth Spike, and Desire will fall to the Hawk. Meanwhile, the fight of Sweet and Strong as well as Nande is going on. They've got themselves a Sprout. Nande stuck in this, doesn't have a way to break the Sprout, which is a little bit of an issue, and now he's got his treants around him. Pops the BKB, starts to run. Shiva's going off from Lornoff. Lane Break pushing him back as they want to continue to go forward. They've got the Radiance, but the Sleight of Fist not going forward and catching anybody retreating on the side of KZ team.
KZ decided to go for the tankiest target on the team, who has AC, Pipe, Crimson, War Stomp. Still managed to get the kill on him, but it took them a good 30-35 seconds. And Roshan is available on Dire's side, so there's going to be Cheese and Aegis. The Hawk is going to go for it. Needs some kind of a help. Someone else will need to tank it for him. Milan is going to be there, and he's also scaling as a position 5 Lion, having Gossamer Cape. This is the big one. Like this item on supports also feels really good.
are scanning.
When you play against Templar Assassin Raid King, that first hit miss is going to be massive. Not now, because Enchanted Quiver is available. The Hawk, quick in and out, faking the Chronosphere, putting Vish in a difficult spot now. Might get caught right now.
Wrath of Nature, finger follow-up. How many stacks does Milan have? He's got 6 stacks. Ags win.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And that is... He's just been... And he helped in the last fight, like, not that little exchange there, but the fight over mid, he thought about using it on the Wraith King, and as he was just about to do it, he stops it and just blows up the Darkseer instead. So he's been very patient with his targets.
Look what Nande has queued up. Aghanim Scepter on Raid King. It does reduce cooldown, and you know, delaying the death of your allies by 7 seconds.
Well, they have vision on this. They see them. Blink, Hex, Nande in trouble. Curse of the Old Growth. There's the Chronos Sprout. And now Desire. He'll be the one focused up by the Hawk. They'll get the kill. They look over Nande. They got the first life out of his hands, and now they won't have anybody to follow this up. So there's no protection for Nande coming, and with 4 heroes here for level up, they make it look easy. And this vision just completely counters this play that was coming through. As they go to the Doom, it's on a Skylark. Now he's in trouble. They'll have Sweet and Strong TPing in. A little bit south of where this Darkseer was, but he's got the Sprout. And with the Doom on him, there's nowhere for Skylark to go. Sweet and Strong gets that kill, and they've got pickoffs on opposite sides of the map.
Yeah, this Observer Ward that they placed right before they were catching them, caught a glimpse of Darkseer, owned me, gets the jump. This one looks really bad for KZ team. It's like next Chronosphere is gonna be their death. They're gonna go for the high ground. All 3 lanes are getting pushed in terms of scaling. Every single hero on level up scales really well. Lion just hit level 20, so I think that tells you a lot about the game. Raid King, who is position 1, is level 19.
Time walk in, a little time dilation action. This will be the tier 3 Fallen. Not really a way in. They're going to have Skylark available in 14 seconds if they want to try and go for a vacuum wall combo into something big, but they'll just glyph, hold on. There's wards placed on the top of the steps by the side of the Dire. And yeah, Dahak just making sure if you want to come in, you're going to be hit by this time dilation. They've also got this Lotus Orb ready to go if anybody wants to put anything on him, like a potential lasso.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
That's one set of barracks.
Easily done, too.
No real commitment. They still have Aegis up and running. Passed over Cheese to the Hawk, who's about to have Chronosphere in 20 seconds.
Nande's 500 gold off of this Ags, and he is just getting away from where they were pressuring.
Yeah, what I want to see is that Ags being built, completing Ags on Raid King, delaying deaths by 7 seconds, and then calling GG.
Radiant's middle tower.
He might not even finish the Ags. That's the problem. Needs to farm. Find some farm, 400 gold. Lasso.
Lotus a little bit too late. They go to the wall, and now they're going to try and get the kill here onto the Hawk. But the vacuum out of 3, it's not too bad. The Pulverize, the Chrono, though, stops that. Finger used onto Spartan. They get the kill there onto the Bat Rider, who's going to buy back immediately, but it doesn't have a lasso anymore. So Warnoff with the Slight. They get the kill on a Desire. That's going to be 2 heroes dead. Desire doesn't have buyback. Warnoff still moving forward. He's got himself an Aegis to work with for another 2 minutes, so he's not really that afraid. Doom was used and committed on a Wish, but they don't get that kill onto the Templar Assassin.
Raid King, 100 gold away.
Radiant's middle barracks.
Oh, he's nervous about how far out he's going to go. No Chrono this time. No lasso. Remnant forward, Wish sitting low and trying to get away. Just gets back into the base as Nande's going to be up in the front lines as Spartan dies, and so will Nande. Didn't have the mana to reincarnate.
This is the first time he got drained by Lion and not having enough. Buyback is available.
There's
but,
the finger, blows him up.
Dunzo.
On with 8 stacks. They'll call GG. Level up with a very easy game number 1.
Yeah, it looked, I would say, okay for KZ team with some of the rotations, but after 15-minute mark, they look completely lost. And the level up, you know, maybe they had a first bad day of TI qualifiers, because this is the level up that we used to see throughout the DPC in Division 2, where everybody's popping off, especially Loranov. His laning stage was, not the greatest, playing into Templar Assassin, and then suddenly he skyrockets. I think just overall decision making is better on level up. Like, they understand where to ward, how to initiate a fight, to who has buyback, just like where they're standing as well. Some good itemization as well coming out from pretty much everybody. This Radiance into Manta style later on. Faithless Void also going for Manta. Glimmer Cape on Lion to protect himself, finding a good neutral tier 2 item. And Owned Me on Doom, just like tanking up every single aura that there is out there. Pretty much he bought it. Crimson Guard, AC, Pipe to tank everybody up. And also Sweet and Strong showing some really nice stuff from Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, his farm was quite high. I mean, he had more net worth than Nande at the end of the game. And it's typical level up. We've seen it so many times before. There is quite a bit of a evidence on this that Loranov and Dahak have so many games where the two of them together don't die.
Yeah, this happened way too many times. Like, we've seen them every single time they win. There's going to be, like, high chances of the Hawk and Loranov not dying. The Hawk had a bit of a slower start, but again, with Hand of Midas, managed to recover. They knew that coming into the mid-late game with the two Midases and also Devour Gold from Doom, Nature's Prophet, like, being anywhere on the map, getting the farm, plus Wrath of Nature, they can outfarm the opponents, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, we're taking a look at these fights, and it just felt like it was all level up every single time. There really wasn't much of a challenge coming in when they were getting pressured. Even on the fights that KZ started, it was level up coming away with big victories. Like, this is KZ playing aggressive, great chrono, dodges the Wraith Fire Blast, and then it just, from there, it's so easy to just take out Wish. And Milan, he played a very great line.
Yeah, most definitely. Also the way they set up the lanes, putting the Hawk in bottom to play against Wraith King, who's very slow as a hero. Like, his damage output, especially at these early levels, is not there. They know that the Hawk can easily time walk off the damage that has been put on him. So they get the kills at the top lane with the setup that they had. They're also getting kills in the bottom lane. They're killing the couriers, putting pressure onto Wish in the mid lane with Nature's Prophet. Some really good stuff and thinking coming out from level up in this first game.
Yeah. So who do you want to give the MVP to? I know it's easy to give it to Dahak and Loranov, who didn't die, but is there anybody who you think put in a little bit more and helped this game kind of become what it was?
I mean, you already said it. Milan had a great performance on position 5 Lion. Like, he was exactly where he needed to be. This is like 4-3-14 pos 5 Lion. We're talking about level 21. He's the highest, like, he's higher than 4 members of the enemy team as a position 5, which is pretty impressive. His positioning was top tier, not overlapping any of the abilities, and also just like good stuff from Milan. I feel like he's been always a good player. It's just like some of the teams that he was on were not the best. Like, there was not much really a success, but he's always trying. He's always trying his best. Man's always like on the top of the leaderboards as well. And there's some good stuff coming out in this first game. And I want to see how KZ team is going to adjust to what has been thrown on them. I don't want to see this double right click, especially double deso, because it seems like the communication is definitely a problem for KZ team.
Yeah, you know, it's definitely a very emotional team. They kind of run on emotions, and we'll see if they're able to really just, you know, get back to namaste and bring it back to calmness, as they really want to be able to come back in game number 2, because they want to force this to 3 games. Game 1 was definitely all level up, but they're going to be feeling the confidence going in. It's something we've talked about, level up. They really do run together with chemistry quite well. So it's all level up. Game 1, they take a 1-0 lead. We're going to be coming back with game number 2 in just a moment. And we'll see if it's going to be level up moving on or a game 3 in our future. But stay tuned. We'll see you guys in a moment. We'll be right back.
17 seconds for me now.
I can get the guy with you.
Nice.
Guys, I killed Batrider.
TA.
I'm dooming Daxir. I got Ravage on them.
Nice. Nice.
Go invoke twice.
Do not let him blink out. I cannot stop him.
Nice guess.
All right, and welcome back here to the Western Europe TI qualifiers. It is 1-0 here for Level Up over KZ team, and we'll see if they can finish it off and go 2-0 and on to the next round. Based on game number 1, I definitely see them having the advantage, but everything comes down to the draft and, well, maybe a little bit of itemization choices as well, right, Lucas?
Most definitely. I mean, I'm sure that they're going to have a quick talk about this one. You know, you can't just talk about it for 15 minutes. You got to focus on the draft for the second one. But yeah, there's going to be plenty of time once the series is done. Also, a team that, you know, is really hot and cold at the same time. This team is like in between. They're like really good, maybe even too good for Division 2, but competing against some of these Tier 1 teams, they're always like in between, up and down through the open qualifiers. There's always a lot of games going on with Spartan and the boys, but want to see how they're going to approach this second draft, because something that I mentioned at the start of the series is that Level Up, they did get outdrafted. The first series that they played against Nigma Galaxy, like, they got pretty much stomped. They didn't get the chance to play Dota, even though these were like 40-minute games. The games felt like they're slipping away with each team fight. With every 5 minutes, there's just big advantage of the goal coming the enemy side of the map. And I feel like the same thing happened to KZ team in this one. You know, just putting a lot of same things in the game. Deso, Raid King, Templar Assassin with Deso again. Even if they go for different itemization, the outcome would still be the same. I guess it's just, you know, these two heroes don't work well together. You need to have some kind of a playmaker. Sure, Vish did really good in the lane against this Ember Spirit, against Lorenov, but when it comes down to the whole game plan, a lot of things didn't crumble. You have Darkshire as your offlaner because he wants to farm, like pretty similar to Doom. Maybe Doom is going to be slightly more aggressive when it comes down to him hitting level 6, trying to get the kill. So want to see something more aggressive, you know. Spartan, this man is all about the aggression, whether it's something picked for him, whether it's something picked for the team. So I want to see this kind of a draft that can go on the map and do stuff.
Yeah, you know, a little bit of what you said early on in that statement was that we saw Level Up kind of get demolished in that first series, and I felt that that was because they played a similar draft to what was before the patch, and, you know, went to comfort heroes that maybe aren't as good anymore. They went to like a typical draft from their Division 2 slaughter times, and it just got beat. And now they kind of, I would say, changed it up a little bit with the draft that they had in game number 1 to something a little bit more on meta. So we'll see if they stick with that as we get into this second draft, and we see immediately Beastmaster, Earth Spirit, and the Naga Siren band out. And, you know, Naga Siren, we're seeing all these heroes, really. We're seeing a lot of these bands, Earth Spirit being that long-range initiator. Of course, Beastmaster, a lot of people kind of having trouble with those Hawks early on, as well as, you know, just having to deal with the Primal Roar, the push potential of that hero. And Dawnbreaker is one of those ones that we've been talking about feeling really strong in the offlane.
Yeah, same bands from Level Up, at least the two first ones. They did ban out Beastmaster, one of Skylark's better heroes, and also Earth Spirit. This is the hero that can offset a lot of matchups with just one rotation. Desire being ex-professional football player, he knows how to kick, and they don't want to get kicked on the towers, so 3 out of 4 bans are the same. Rubik is the exception from the previous one, and let's see if KZ team is gonna ban out Gyro, because this is what they banned in the previous one. Gyro, like, you can get away with this hero being picked in the first phase and just put it on a support if they have way too many counters, but you can also just play it as position runner. You're like, well, whatever, I'm Gyro, I'm gonna out farm you. There's not many heroes that can get the same amount of farm as Gyro, especially if he's off to a good start. And KZ team, that's
that Marcy.
That's the Marcy. Yeah, this is a hero that we already mentioned it. Like, I wouldn't call it like the best support, best carry by any means. She's somewhere in the middle, but also has very explosive damage. This hero is not good at farming. It's really good at fighting. So one way to deal with Marcy is just like dodge some of the fights, especially if this is going to be some core Marcy.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Like, do you want to go core Marcy? Do you want to do it like the way Secret did with the 5-position Marcy?
Probably going to be 4 or 5. Desire loves to play these weird heroes on position 4. As we've seen in the previous game, not many teams do prefer to play Primal Beast on that position 4. And Level Up will immediately take out the Gyro. Let's see if there's going to be Morphling ban coming out in the second banning phase to protect just the Gyro. Like Morphling turns into Gyro, Flak Cannon, insane amount of attack speed. You become a better version of Gyro almost.
Radiant team pick.
I feel like you have to ban that hero, but it kind of gets left in. At the same time, though, if you pick up the Morphling this early on to the draft, couldn't you get like countered and just throw the Gyro support?
I think they're gonna like probably aim to get that Morphling. It's one of Nande's better heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
Like if you play Marcy Morphling, it doesn't sound too bad having that sidekick for Morphling, having extra lifesteal, and this has been pretty common pairing so far in the TI qualifiers in every region. You have save for Gyro, some damage reduction when he gets swapped out, because this hero like needs to get focused, and you also have ways of amplifying his damage. Good in the laning stage, so most likely we're looking for a position 5 Venge paired up with Gyro. You need to start thinking how to deal with this swap. Like I've seen people just like getting some of these big team fight ultis that and also backline jumpers. Like you need to have good vision. So I'm seeing Doom, I'm seeing Marcy. Both of these heroes can get the jump and also a bit of a silence. So KZ team making an adjustment already. I like what I see compared to the first game. These heroes can play Dota. These heroes can like easily rotate to get stuff done.
Skywrath Mage not too popular at the moment in terms of how much we've been seeing it, but here with Doom and Marcy.
5 seconds.
Still, though, you were talking about Marcy potentially being core. I don't think this really gives anything away. Like, Sky is definitely your support, but Doom could be, you know, whatever it wants to be. It could be the offlaner. Marcy could still be a core as well, and maybe puts that into the support role. But they go back to the Lion for level up. Now Venge and Lion, lots of lockdown already.
That's
that water bottle.
Yeah, that's a gigantic
dumbbell. gotta work out while you also drink water. The water bottle is just 40 kilos. And then back to the Primal Beast. So, you know, Primal gets picked up here. It was for KZ team in the last game. This is a lot of lockdown, a lot of good team fighting here for the side of level up. And you see Victor giving some positive affirmations here for his
just by seeing like what they're doing on a team, I feel like this is gonna be off lane Primal Beast for Own Me. There was a game when they played on the first day of TI qualifiers against Nigma Galaxy. He was unkillable for a really long time, itemizing, getting like Lotus Orb, phase boots, Vanguard disassembling that, then picking up the heart on Primal Beast. So they need some like front body for Gyro, someone that can soak up the damage while the rest are swapping them out, controlling them with the multiple stuns that they have. I like also what Level Up drafted for themselves. I think this is very easy to execute type of a draft. You have Vengeful Spirit, one of the better heroes in the game to stack with. You have Gyro, someone who can clear the stacks. Pretty difficult hero to kill, this Primal Beast, Lion. If they're gonna play these two like on the side lanes, which most likely gonna happen, Level Up drafted themselves 2 really strong lanes. And KZ, they're like, do we want to pick Morphling into this? Morphling into Lion could be tricky. Like, you're always gonna have this burst potential, Hex, stun, something that he doesn't like to play into.
Dire team ban.
So they picked Drow Ranger instead. Drow's been one of those last phase bans that we've seen a lot of, but the lockdown's not amazing here for KZ.
I was expecting something different. Like I mentioned Morphling, maybe they, after seeing Lion, they did not want to go for it, but I think this would have been such a good lifestealer game against Primal Beast, against Gyrocopter as well. This has been like traditional counter to Gyro, where he gets on top of him and just eats him alive. KZ team will ban out Ember Spirit for a good reason.
Do you think that Lifestealer's kind of getting overlooked a lot? I feel like he fits into a lot of drafts, and we're just seeing him kind of not even be banned. He just gets overlooked where it feels like he'd be great.
And most definitely. There are some of these heroes that are not as popular because you might see different heroes being played. You check some of the stats, you're like, oh, this hero has like 60% plus win rate. We're gonna go with that. But these are some like old school counters to the heroes, which are always gonna be popular unless something drastic happens. There was like a big change to Pulverize. Maybe that also deterred him from picking Lifestealer, which goes through debuff immunity, the Pulverize. That was one of the recent changes to it. So maybe they're like, oh, they're still gonna have something to control the Lifestealer, but for the lane, it's really good. If you pair them up with Marcy or Scarlet Mage, you would have really strong lanes. So now your lanes are gonna look like Drow Ranger needs to be with Marcy, so that's gonna be your position 5, and Scarlet Mage plus Doom. You need to have someone to soak up the damage for Drow Ranger, and it can't be Scarlet Mage with 0 armor.
Yeah. One of these days, Skyrath's going to get a patch note.
Plus 1 armor.
Plus 1 armor. Unkillable.
I mean, Skyrath is in a good spot right now. He's been picked a lot of times through the TI qualifiers, over 40, and has 63% win rate.
Ooh. Man, we haven't really seen it, the two of us. But there's been a lot of qualifiers, a lot of regions. We're on the final ones. So let's see what this final ban is here for KZ team. They banned out that Ember. Would they... I was thinking maybe what if they wanted to ban like TA or something like that?
Again, they would have like same problems if they pick TA plus Drow. I think what they're looking for is like some Queen of Pain type of a hero, something elusive, just so that it can like dodge rotations from the Primal Beast if he decides to go. Doesn't have ulti available. This mid hero for them needs to do a lot. Again, Doom is slightly on the slower side.
Would you go Puck at all? Or are you afraid of the Lion, like that instant hex as well?
Radiant team pick.
Kunkka, okay.
Gonna be a big boy in front.
I know you don't like Kunkka that much.
No, I don't like Kunkka at all.
I said not that much. I bailed out of like committing to that on you.
Nah, you should commit. I mean, there's been a lot of stats around Kunkka that I dislike. I think I mentioned that from time to time. The most recent one was during Lima Major, where Kunkka had like 1 out of 10, 1 out of 11 games won. It seems like the hero wins his lane and then just loses the game. Pretty much similar to what happens to Viper. This has always been a thing for the hero. So now you need to figure out... I'm going to throw it out there. Monkey King, definitely an option. Great matchup against Kunkka. You build into like one item, whether that's Echo Saber, Diffusal Blade, and then get a BKB. And it's a great matchup against Kunkka. If this was South America, I would say this is a no-brainer Monkey King game. Also another hero that can get on top of Drow Ranger. But...
would you ever go to something a little bit different if you just throw the Primal Beast mid and go to the offline with something maybe...
That's doable, yeah, if they want to run that scenario. But then you're going to be looking into like different offlaners. Something that can threaten Drow Ranger. I don't mind Mars if they want to swap things around with what you just mentioned.
Mars gives them a little bit more of that control, that arena that they'd have to fight in. I'm a little worried about the Primal Beast, though, if you put it into this core role, which it already is pretty much slated to, but like you try to onslaught away, there's that X to bring it back. And they go to the TA. So, I thought I had said earlier I thought KZ was gonna ban that hero, but they end up picking it on level up.
A different, like Gyro is different than like the pairing Templar Assassin and Gyro is much different than Wraith King plus Templar Assassin, because Gyro can join some of these earlier fights, also has magic damage, farms much faster than Wraith King, so you know that his itemization is not going to be lacking in this game. And also Primal Beast, compared to the previous game, is going to be played as position 3, which means that he's going to get the farm. It's not going to be that position 4. I just don't believe in Kunkka. I feel like Kunkka as a hero, his first item is like, okay, what am I gonna buy? I'm playing into Primal Beast. Maybe I want to get some like Blade Mail into BKB, but then your second item is like, what do I buy afterwards? It's a very difficult hero to make work. That's always been a thing. Maybe you go for like some Halberd, AC, but it's all about damage mitigation. They have also like relatively good front line on side of KZ team. You have 3 melee heroes. You have Marcy providing that extra damage, extra lifesteal to Drow Ranger, but I'm still preferring what Level Up drafted for themselves.
Does Marcy and Sky not just get blown up from Lornoff at a certain point? Like, if you jump in as the Marcy or you look at the Skywrath, like the early Blink Dagger Deso for Lornoff, doesn't he just like blow these 2 heroes to shreds?
Yeah, there's going to be
2 shots.
So much damage on the ground. You'll have Primal Beast running in, also Templar Assassin with the Shard providing silence. Then you'll have like Vengeful Spirits swapping people out and the random flag cannons around. So very difficult game. I would say that this is even more difficult than... They made some adjustments, which I do like. At least it's not Wraith King plus Templar Assassin as your 1 and 2, but I feel like they're also going to have same issues in this game.
Yeah, so we'll see if Level Up can take the 2-0 victory over KZ team, or if KZ can win it on back. It's going to be a tough one for them, and I think that there is some significant lockdown here for the side of Level Up and some pretty hefty damage at a certain point in this game, and that certain point isn't exactly too far into the future. 2 items here for Lornoff, who will certainly feel like you can really do a lot, and Dahak on the gyro, like you said, Flat Cannon is just kind of thrown around and having that damage output, having that lockdown, having the burst damage with the nuke from Swedenstrong and that Lion as you go to the Finger of Death. Like we saw in the last game, Milan did such a good job with it and was able to really just run him down, but well, they might just get caught a little bit too far away. Omi looking like first blood as there's 5 heroes here for KZ, and they're gonna give it over to Wish. So they knew where they were going and wrapped all the way around and got this kill.
Also planted 2 Observer Wards, so they're gonna see stacks in the triangle. They could potentially steal the stacks, especially the big camp, Kunkka. This is mid Kunkka, which does have Tidebringer maxed out early on. It's like level 6, level 7, 7-8 minutes into the game, depending how much he's going to be able to achieve. And having that first blood advantage, which is going to push him closer to his bottle. 2 for 2.
And Wish just 60 gold away from that bottle. So he'll have that pretty quickly. It's not like the last game where you've got Swedenstrong and the Nature's Prophet who will come over and clear up some couriers. Granted, he did that at the beginning, and then we didn't really see much of the courier killing that I thought we would. See how these matchups go and how Lornoff's going to do. Lornoff and Dahak yet to die in this series.
We said that a lot during the DPC, especially at their first 2 showings when they played.
Yeah.
I believe they didn't die at all. Maybe like the Hawk had 1 random death or something, but they're really good at positioning and knowing when to engage, staying off the map. Spartan,
Now, this is a problem as he's going to get hit up and killed off by Swedenstrong. Losing that Marcy early on, and this is definitely a killing here for Level Up, right? Onslaught, Trample, once you get that, like that level 3 marking for Swedenstrong as well, might take an early point in the Hex.
He's playing very aggressive in the top lane. Spartan already down to like 1/3 of the HP. Needs to use the Tango. Another Earth Spike. Once Primal Beast gets to his level 2, I could see like Spartan being in trouble again.
Earth Spike once more, Uproar used, Spartan getting hit up hard, and he's gonna have to pop that salve. Get a double stack of tangos, but it's the regen is starting to slim very quick.
Usually Doom plus Skywrath Mage is a strong lane, you run them down. Blood Grenade, Concussive Shot. Gyro, he deals well with this aggression, and so does Vengeful Spirit. They also bought a lot of stats early on. So that means you get close. Hero like Skyward Mage, still sitting at 0 armor. So Flak Cannon dealing full damage. You get close. Rocket, they don't have enough attack speed. Also, Deforestation happening in the top lane. So they're going to see the angle that Sweet and Strong is coming from.
A little bit of that over bottom as well. Also, by the way, Gyrocopter, he's going straight Crystallis. At least to start it off.
I don't know if he wants to just like commit to you. You need power treads. Like you, you need something in between. Usually there's a Falcon Blade, Mask of Madness from time to time. I don't think you can get away with just like Crystallis. Your power treads is just a much better option.
Sweet and Strong dying here in the top lane, maybe getting a little bit too aggressive. He went to the Mana Drain. There's Earth Spike and Mana Drain for right now. Omi, pretty tanky going to the early Vanguard. He should be able to survive in that lane once he, of course, completes that. I am going to continue to watch this Gyro and see if he just goes out and grabs that Crystallis, because he's got 600 gold saved. Like, he is pretty up there when it comes to saving gold early on like this.
This has to be the first one.
Top lane, Spartan in trouble. Trample, but jumps away with that rebound and finds some space, surviving with 50 health.
If there's one guy I would expect to go for this build, that's Team Secret position 1 player. Just getting Crystallis. I don't know. Maybe I as you said, he has 700 gold now saved up. It's like budget Battle Fury for Gyro.
With Flak Cannon, he's maxing Flak Cannon. You get the Crystallis early on. Magic Missile also does a good amount of damage early. I could definitely see it just being a point where they just dominate the lanes. Top lane though, Nande, he's dead. Omi gets the kill. Spartan needs to run. And Sweet and Strong trying to follow. He's got Earth Spike. Can he get from a distance? Yes, he can. They'll grab the second and get both these kills.
Oof, it's going to be a lot on Vish to achieve things with Kunkka, because both side lanes are not doing too hot. He's off to a great start on top of the net worth by huge margin, having 500-600 more gold than Templar Assassin, level 5 already. See this damage from Gyrocopter.
Yeah, like with Crystallis, I mean, I could see the idea.
There it is. He's committing.
Yeah.
So you show up in the lane and Gyro has Crystallis with Flak Cannon.
And you just die. Interesting. I mean, that, again, with Magic Missile early on, under 80 damage, 1.5 second stun.
Skyward Mage can't deal with this. He might die. One more Flak and Rocket. He's actually dead.
Oh, Rocket.
Yeah, it's done so.
Yeah.
He put a second point in the Rocket. There it is. Fastest Crystallis in the world. I think this might be just the record. Like, no one. I've been watching and playing Dota for a good 20 years now, and I don't think I've ever seen anyone just like rush Crystallis on a hero.
So early phase boots. I mean, how do you jump into this lane now, right? Like Crystallis boots. He's not going Rocket Barrage. He has the homing missile 0-2-2 at the moment. I'm definitely interested as Desire gets that kill on a Sweet and Strong. And they're going to try and at least turn it to get the kill on Anande. The silence is there, but the Magic Missile gets the kill on Anande. If they lose Milan, like, yeah, you lose your supports. But you did just get another kill on Anande, and it's the emotional damage too on Anande. He is a very passionate player, and it is tilting to die like that. Ooh. And level 3 on the Flak Cannon, by the way, for Gyro, so.
Good move from Desire. There's nothing he can do in this bottom lane, so we'll leave some solo XP to Skylark. Still level 4. This really hurts. These Flak Cannons, if Skylark's playing bottom, he just might die. Like one Rocket, one Flak Cannon, he's dead.
Mid lane. Is Wish with a little bit of a lead, but Lauren off. He's going into that early Deso, if it's going to be Blink Dagger first. There's stacks to be had here, too.
There needs to be a lot of stacking happening for level up. Both of their position 1 and 2 are really good at taking it. Spartan wanted to check what's going on the high ground, but seems like he changed his mind.
Don't really wanna be getting caught once again, but they've got the X. They go to the ghost ship. Wish makes a TP up towards top, trying to get a kill here, trying to help out Nande. He's a very tanky primal beast. He eventually dies, but it does take a lot to just get that kill.
Yeah, we said that Wish needs to make rotations early on. It's going to be a lot on his shoulders. That's why he wanted to scout things out with Marcy to see if there are any stacks, lower cooldown. Now with Arcane Rune, this is a difficult kill to get unless they manage to get some body blocks going. Sweden Strong already used all of his abilities, and with Phase Boots, that's not going to happen.
Ornoff just continuing to farm. He's okay with that.
Also the Hawk stacking for himself. Look what he's doing, using the courier to scout things out so that he gets the vision of the camp and then stacks for himself. Pretty efficient.
Very efficient. So he picks up Seeds of Serenity. I'm wondering what else he potentially had there, because that doesn't exactly feel like the best item for him. But he's going into that Axe, of course. Next, he's already got the Crystalist, but they go and they find themselves the Silence. Skylark's here with Desire, Earth Spike, and they should have this kill. But
because it's stacked, they kill him so quickly. Wolf Aura,
wow,
Centaur at camp as well. Skylark will get some prize for it. Will manage to kill the stack, but this is pretty massive. Doom is going to be on cooldown for 2 minutes. Torrent. It's a Morinov.
A little bit of protection for that Marcy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
See, are they going to make another move? I like the aggression coming out from KZ. And they're TPing top. They've got the X. Wish is here again. They'll go for Own Me. Spartan pops that ult. He's got that initial unleash, and this is going to be another kill onto the Primal Beast. Good movements here from KZ, especially needing to help out Nande, and he has gotten 5 assists around the board, so he has definitely gotten some help here to open up some space for himself.
They know that they need to give him something, because he's playing against Gyro, already has 2 deaths to his name, and Nande will go for Hand of Midas. Wants to scale, wants to get more levels, get that extra gold. Feels like that was the thing that happened in the first game. Level up, double Midas, Devour gold, so they are going for the same thing.
Dire's middle tower.
Look at the stack, the Wish. He stacks it again himself. Trying to get a kill here onto the Marcy. Spartan getting run down with the homie missile and the right clicks from the gyrocopter. To Hawk gets himself a kill. Did end up dying for the first time this series over.
Buyback from Spartan. 10 minutes into the game. Usually this means the game is over. Shadow Amulet is queued up, but they wanted to defend their stacks. Let's see how many they can steal. Lorinov managed to get 2 already. Gyrocopter, Black Cannon on cooldown for 10 seconds.
Yeah, he's not coming over. They wanted to protect the stack, so he buys back, but that is a very aggressive buyback timing.
Dire's middle tower is under
Smoke used behind them. Jump in from Spartan. He just bought back. Magic missiles there. Look at the damage. Whoa!
Okay.
Blown up.
I mean, not sure what the idea there was. So he's going to be dead for good 50 seconds now. Swap
That's
available.
A lot of time without him. Look at his net worth. He's got 1,500 net worth. By the way, Blade Mail picked up for Kunkka. You were talking about a lot of this damage being thrown around in these fights.
Yeah.
I think it's a great Blade Mail game, and we'll see if it ends up working out.
For sure. You are playing into Teleport Assassin, which means and Gyro, so it gives you armor, decent amount of uncontrollable damage, Primal Beast,
X-Finger.
Oh,
good gust, pushing him away. He survives.
Well, this is a core kill. Owned Me did not want to use Pulverize. He's like, maybe we can get one more, but yeah, this should definitely use it and swap. on a mid lane.
X, Ghost Ship, and the Torrent. Milan,
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That's a massive kill. Like, this is Drow Ranger we're talking about.
Dire's top tower.
Big amount of gold, big amount of XP as well. Maybe some nerves, you know. Lower bracket, TI qualifiers. If you lose, you're out.
Radiant's
So
bottom tower is under attack.
yeah, if you lose, you're pretty much waiting for next year to play Dota again. TP from Milan gets there.
Has fallen.
It's just supports down bottom. Gyro, by the way, 2 components into the Ags, and sitting top of the net worth is the Templar Assassin. They'll go for Nande again. This time they've got Homing Missile and Call Down. But Nande with the Gust once more. This time, it is not looking like it's going to be enough for him to leave, as the final shot is there for Own Me.
same place. They already placed the deep vision in that area. Sweden strong, goes through the gates. Let's see if he can get
the gate.
Back through the gates. Yes, he can, but Wish will clean up.
Getting blown up by that Tidebringer. And a little bit of a pause from Lornoff. His mouse is lagging. A wireless mouse?
This is why I don't use wireless mouse. I don't trust the technology. If it's...
I don't use wireless anything. Headset, mouse, keyboard. I don't know how you trust it.
Yeah, probably it is faster with, you know, some people in the chat's going to be like, oh, this guy's so dumb. But, you know what I'm saying. If it's connected with the cable, it probably is slightly faster. You can probably not feel it, but in my head, I can. This is also like the difference when you play with 33 and 23 ping. You're like, okay, I died because of it. Just making some excuses.
That's my excuse all the time. Oh, my ping spiked. To what? 30?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm spoiled. If I play on Eastern Europe, I get 11 ping.
Wow. That's pretty perfect ping.
Tower is under attack.
Ornoff going to the Desolator. He picked up that early blink.
Dire are
And Dragonlance. So he's trying to get the Deso. He's got a double damage, and there we're pinging him out for a second, maybe to make that move. But top over near Sweden Strong is Desire and Wish. Wish throwing a Torrent down. Earth Spike hits on the 2, but he's hit up in the air with a Torrent. They've got the X. Mystic Flare, he'll run back into it. And then, eventually, he'll fall to Desire.
I don't see anyone... Okay, who is it? Okay, it's Doom for now having Sidekick from Marcy, but I feel like you need to cast it on Drow Ranger to increase damage on her, just to get some extra farm. If you move away, further away from 2.5k range, like you lose the ability, so you need to stay close to whoever's farming with it. That has been the recent change with Marcy.
Now you know. A little bit of learning on the broadcast. Everybody in chat. So, has 1,600 gold here for Lornoff. He'll have one Mithril Hammer's worth of gold as he starts to farm this ancient stack and makes another for himself. So efficient farming coming through for this Templar Assassin. Trying to get that shard too. Like, the Templar Assassin is very willing to buy this shard. I just think the upgrade's so strong. It's one of the best shards in the game.
Yeah, it is a shard that people will buy like pre-20 minutes, which means that it's a really good shard. It allows you to control people, get the solo kills as well. And speaking of itemization, Doom did pick up Crimson Guard immediately after finishing off Hand of Midas and that Vanguard, so pretty similar to the previous game where you know that damage is going to come out from the right clicks against Emperor Assassin, against Gyro, but Gyro, he's really close to his axe, needs 5 gold. Career is already on the secret shop, so they want to take a fight right now.
Yeah, Wish kind of showing himself up in this top lane, but Desire, he's nearby. They also have the Marcy. As well as that Doom. Pulverized to start. There's the finger, the flat cannon, the onslaught and the kill. Mystic Flare is not going to do enough. They'll soak up that damage. They get the kill on a Wish as well as Spartan.
This is Roche.
Immediately into Roche, yeah.
They have the damage. Like 1 point in Vengeance Aura, Medallion of Courage, right clicks from both of these heroes. Wish was trying to figure out if they're there, use the Torrent, but yeah. After using that Torrent, they're like, yeah, just go. And managed to get the kill. They already have Sentry Ward near the Twin Gates trap as well, so really early Roche. This is 16 minutes we're talking about, and Gyro will pick it up.
So now he's got the Sages to work with to farm if he wants. You've got TA just kind of starting to really pull away from the rest in terms of net worth. The Desolator's flying on out. Again, Milan just double stacking every time. They made a lot of stacks for this Radiant side, for sure.
Again, level up, they have a better scaling lineup when it comes down to the late game. You have this Primal Beast, only going for the same build as he did when they played against Luna Galaxy. Vanguard, which he's gonna disassemble and turn into Lotus Orb, and then probably get a heart. Just be that front line for his team. Let's see how tanky he is here. Well, not that tanky.
Not for now. Doom committed as well as the Mystic Flare, so, you know, it's hard to tank through it all. Also, Heart being built for the Kunkka, so Blade Mail Heart. He's just added the Shivas. How do you feel about that?
We've seen him.
Your Kunkka opinions right now.
My Kunkka opinion, never good. After seeing the blade mail damage before he even like popped it, he returned like decent amount to Gyrocopter. Like Gyro lost, I would say like 20-25% of his HP just by attacking him. So with Heart, he's gonna be super tanky. Shard is also picked up by Kunkka. His items like look kind of weird, but eventually it's all gonna kick in together.
2-1 going down bottom. The Hawk's gonna get that. Really, again, with this Aegis can't be contested. He's got the Ags as well as the Crystallis, that early Crystallis. TA's nearby if they need him. I think this will Dragonlance as well as I believe that Shard flying out. Things are gonna get really tough. They are putting some frontward pressure here from the side of Level Up as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We'll see when they intend to fight. Net worth-wise, the game's sitting pretty even, but the thing that worries me the most is where Nande's net worth is at.
He's really, really low. If Primal Beast had like 2 deaths less, he would be in front of him, but Recovery Midas is there, farming with the sidekick, so extra damage, and going into Aghanim Scepter, wants to have that upgrade to the Frost Arrows, Hypothermia.
Ooh. Finger used, and now the Mystic Flare as well as the Axe to Hawk, though, gonna survive. Homing Missile doesn't connect, and they're able to save the Marcy, but they end up losing the tier 2 mid, so tower after tower just being taken by Level Up. And from the looks of it, just shifting towards top.
Oh, Doom, he just blinked. They saw him trap, caught a vision of him. Let's see.
Whoa,
that's a good spot to PP.
Oh, first spike just off the mark. Sweden Strong was trying. But good job there by Skylark to find the right spot to TP where he doesn't get caught by, say, a swap and or that Earth Spike.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Whole time, though, it's just Gyro and Warnoff farming up, and 1,200 gold already picked up here for the Templar Assassin. We'll wonder what's next as nothing's queued up. They've got the trap that silences up Desire. He'll TP immediately, sensing the fact that the whole team is coming his way.
Yeah, he managed to TP out. They're hunting them down. Every single time someone shows on the lane, Level Up, they're going to go with 2-3 heroes. Now they're going to 5-man smoke. XP Rune is going to be there in 15 seconds, so they assume someone's going to be there. Wish, very tanky. Gets hexed.
Yeah, this is a problem for Wish, but the Doom onto the Templar Assassin to Hawk. He's in a weird spot away from the fight. Mystic Flare, the right clicks, own me, in trouble, ends up dead. They're still going for the Templar Assassin. They've got the swap, but it's going to be towards Skylark, which just focusing their attention on the Templar Assassin. They get the kill on the Sweden Strong. They'll take out Milan, and 3 heroes are dead as they look for a 4th. They'll get the Templar Assassin. Lornoff dies, and it's KZ who find the perfect fight. Dahak was in such an odd spot, not really outputting much damage into that fight. Nothing at all. Only 384. While the rest of his team dies.
Yeah, he was farming. He tried to deal some damage while farming the Ancients with Flag Cannon, but they were far away. Also, this was a fight where they had full vision. Like, they had vision on the high ground, but this Gust into Doom, I believe Nande landed a 3-man Gust, which kind of set things up for the success there. And now does have Aghanim Scepter available. They also killed the Tormentor, so Marcy will have a shard. Not the best shard in the game, but
no, not really.
Yeah, man. The other option was Skyrat Mage, so I think shard,
the best shard in the game.
Shard wise, not the greatest one. Desire, he wants to scale. He wants to be the one, you know, dealing damage in the fights. It has 2 components for his Aghanim Scepter on Skyrat Mage. About the correct level 12.
If you get the eggs, maybe he wants a Shield of the Scion.
Might get it from the second one. Because Kunkka already has his. Drow Ranger. Okay. I never thought I'm going to see this day. Nande Shard queued up as a Drow Ranger.
Once that
Sans fan would be proud. Yeah, Glacier. It got buffed. So now, if I'm not mistaken, even if someone like gets on top of you, you don't lose your marksmanship. So that's pretty big. And there was something else I gotta check.
Okay. Lornoff, by the way. Crystallis on its way. Silver Edge being built. Was wondering what he was gonna pick up, and that's exactly what he wants. And Daedalus next here for Gyrocopter as well as a Blink Dagger. So 2K net worth lead for KZ team, despite the fact that it felt like they were losing control of this game, but good team fight bottom gave him an advantage, and I feel like Skylark's kind of played this Doom perfectly at the moment.
Yeah, he's doing a good job, just like itemization-wise, using this Crimson Guard to soak up most of their damage, so the Flag Cannon is not going to be as strong until Gyro gets another item.
They're coming over to a fully smoked level-up team that are retreating. Oh. All right, never mind. Thought they might want to fight, but bail out of that. Yeah, the proper vision to potentially go for it, and instead just wanted to leave. Blade Mail, homing missile. Okay. So there's the Hex, double Earth Spike on a jumping in Spartan, but they've got the X Torrent, Mystic Flare, and a Silence. Pulling in his corpse with a tidal wave.
Desire's getting gold the last hits, which means that Aghanim Scepter is getting close. Can they maybe catch Lornoff? So yeah, the change roll is Drow Ranger can now freely walk off the Glacier over the barrier. Big upgrade, massive.
I can't tell.
That's why I couldn't remember it, because when I tested it, it also felt kind of awkward. Like the way she's gonna move. I don't know if he wants to commit to that or if he's gonna skip it. Maybe wait for Roche to get it. Things are looking good for KZ team. Like Gyro right now doesn't deal as much damage. This Manta style, I can see what he's trying to do with it. Remove some of these abilities, maybe bait a Doom with the illusion, remove the double silence that they have, dodge the X Torrent combo.
I should say he's got the gold for Glacier if he wants to buy the shard, and he does.
It's coming.
Once Omi gets this BKB, I think he'll feel a little bit more confident in these fights.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But it's a while for the Primal Beast to get there. Never thinking about Roche, but it's still 2 minutes away.
Now you feel the power of Drow Ranger. Solar Crest, Sidekick, has Grobo, Aghanim Scepter available.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
6,000 net worth lead now as it continues to expand for the side of KZ. Thought about maybe Gyro Venge being the ultimate killing duo, but things got very quiet for Level Up in terms of team fighting and getting these kills, right? And they're just sitting here waiting for Roche. There's still 1 minute and 15.
It's gonna be a long time. That's a lot of gold you can farm in a full minute.
Yeah.
Spartan drawing on a minimap. He knows that they need to contest this Roche. But they already set up the vision, so there's a bunch of traps around the area.
Yeah, I'll say it's all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 right there over near the lane. You've got one of the Roche pit, got one down over in this jungle, as well as one up the steps. Eyes are open.
Gem on Wish, which was purchased by Spartan, so they want to kill these traps.
Only he had maybe psionic projection with the Ags. That's always fun to see. Starting to clear up all these traps. We'll blow them up.
Look at Skylark. Full wraparound.
Yeah,
coming out from the
in the right positioning.
Yeah, coming out from the Roche pit, and now they're kind of cornered. They
You need to watch out. Lotus Orb, call down. Now looking for the right clicks. Blade Mail's pop. They'll go to the Doom. It's going to be on to the Templar Assassin once again. Gyro, is he doing enough damage? Doesn't look like it. They've got a swap, but it's only 2 feet behind where he was a moment ago. They've got the X as well as the Torrent. They'll throw the Rod of Atos out, but they won't pull him back just yet. Mystic Flares drop down to the Gyro Company. They've got a buyback on the Vent.
Ornoff's
trying to come back into the fight. Not doing the damage, but they get the kill to the Drown. Now they're going to look over as Ornoff's coming back into it. Spartan gone, Wish dead. There goes Desire, and it's only going to be Skylark left. A full team wipe for the side of Level Up and an ultra kill for Doc.
Yeah, they didn't have anything to follow onto this Templar Assassin. They did Doomer, took her out completely out of the fight, but the Gyro, he went ham. This Daedalus, like he was sitting in the middle of a fight. How many flat cannons is that he used in the previous fight? It says only 2, but that was a lot of damage coming out from him. And now he hits level 20, so that's extra 40 damage on the flat cannon with Daedalus. Has some extra lifesteal coming out finally against Hypothermia. It's not the greatest, but yeah, look at their positioning. Wish, they thought they were inside the pit, and Lotus Orb onto Gyro so he doesn't get doomed, and nicely done there by Templar Assassin. It's the recent change to Doom, because it doesn't mute items, so Templar Assassin, while having Refraction on, she can blink out of the trouble. So nicely done by Lorinov there.
Yes, Mystic Flare doesn't do enough damage. The Hawk's just standing his ground. You see the flat cannon starting to hit Nande, who's in this interesting position, trying to use that Glacier. And the Hawk gets low, but
I believe they lost the fight with Glacier. Yeah. So now they lost the gem. Templar Assassin is holding it. Has Silver Edge. Was Shiva's guard. Didn't have enough gold to buy it. Still needs like 1,300 to finish it off. But this is gonna be another tower. This time, KZ, they do have vision on the high ground. But now the Hawk feels much more comfortable sieging the high ground, or sieging at least the tier 2 tower. The rest of the team is gonna smoke away, maybe look for a kill on the other side of the map.
Looks like KZ are maybe setting up for a smoke of their own.
Radiant are scanning.
They're coming out on the courier.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This Ags looked like it was going to be quicker from Sky. Still doesn't have it. But Omi now has that BKB flying out. He's going to feel more secure in these fights. Gyro back at top of the net worth with TA right behind him, going into the Lincolns, making sure that they can't get doomed. So, definitely a bit of a turnaround compared to where we were just a couple minutes ago when they had a huge lead.
1, 2, 3, dead.
Team, and yeah, Spartan blown up by Lornoff, and that is going to give him more gold towards this Lincolns as they are TPing towards bottom, maybe looking to find someone out, but Desire immediately TPs away.
Doom is very close to multiple members of Level Up. Let's see if he can blink out. Yes, he can.
Good TP.
A lot of items on side of Level Up. Like we just saw Silver Edge being completed. So Drow Ranger against her marksmanship. So that's going to get disabled, even though you do have Glacier, even if you're standing on top of it. And then Primal Beast, as you mentioned, has a 9-second BKB. Milan, 2 components of Aghanim Scepter on position 5 Venge.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't get that big boy Philly.
He did, but sent it back. I think it's...
What?
Yeah, doesn't have it in the inventory.
I just assumed he didn't have it because he wasn't using it if he wants his axe. Well, I appreciate the information.
Maybe.
Let me go back. He's not using Big Boy Philly. That he definitely has.
At least while you're dead, you can use. Maybe in like between the fights when nothing's happening, you can also swap it in. Use a better neutral item afterwards for a team fight. For now, it's going to be Dandelion Amulet. Move speed, mana, magic block.
Dire also, they have their tier 3 tokens available and they're not using them. The only ones who have used it is Sky and Doom. Sky also got that Psychic Ambit, which is going to be great when he's now got his axe.
He was holding onto Gossamer Cape for a really long time, and there it is. The best shard upgrade in the game. Plus,
let's go.
Aghanim Scepter plus Shield of the Scion. The wall of text covers the whole screen.
Woo. They've got to make it longer. So
basically armor and intelligence from Shield of the Scion.
35-second stack duration. We'll get that bonus int.
Was that a clap?
From who? Me?
I don't know. Heard a clap.
You heard it from the Skywrath's Dawn. That's what you heard.
Skywrath very happy about this shard that he picked up.
Wisdom Rune picked up for Lornoff. He is sitting level 23. He's going to do what he does best as a Templar Assassin and take Tormentor solo, and that will give Shard over to Sweden Strong. So now that mana drain upgrade is going to be available.
It's basically just like a BKB now. Because it has been changed. Mana drain doesn't have mana cost, and now you can target allies without even having the 15 talent. Pause into a pause from the teammates.
Okay. A little bit of internet lag.
No mouse lag this time.
Looks like level up. I mean, they're set up on the high ground just in case the side of KZ just wander over. They do have this obs on the high ground. They see somebody, they might just jump and get a kill, so they don't want to move too far forward, especially Desire wants to sit back in these fights and not be caught out initially with this new Ags that he has yet to show off in the fight, but Wish. Hawk is nearby. He's got that Blink Dagger if he wants to make the jump. He's got Satanic as well. Ooh, jumping over. Sweden Strong blinking. Gets the stun on the 2. They've got the call down. Desire's the one caught first. Spartan's dead. Nande falls. Now they look over a Wish. They're going to tip Omi and congratulate him for his jump.
I think you tip Sweden Strong there. Well, that impale, that Urge Spike, it hit onto 3 of them. And then Omi followed up with his own stun onto Drow Ranger. Instant buyback from Spartan. There is no buyback on Drow Ranger. He invested all of his gold into 9-second BKB. They should probably know that he does not have buyback. Considering the amount of gold that he has in the inventory, look at the damage from the Hawk. He's going to drag the creep wave immediately. This might be mega creeps. The Drow Ranger's dead for 30 seconds. Doesn't seem like they want to take the fight. They have a glyph. Okay, so that's going to buy a little bit more time. 20 seconds. These are long 20 seconds.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. There goes that bottom set of racks.
They don't want to risk it. Like they had
bot gone.
They had 10 seconds. Maybe they could have taken the tower, but, you know, considering what's on the line, can't really blame them. And Roshan potentially spawning in 30 seconds, so don't want to risk anything. And there's that shiny new axe on Milan.
Yeah. Comes with the fight win. Oh, Skylark. Losing his courier, losing his life. That courier had full AC on it. Oy.
Okay.
I've heard that cough before.
Oof, nothing's going right for KZ team right now. There's the Glacier inside the base, and he's gonna leave it. So they probably know that he doesn't have buy. They just killed his courier with the full AC on. That means that you're not gonna have it. The Hawk, very aggressive blink onto high ground.
Yeah, double Mystic Flare. That does nothing. There goes that tier 3. Lornoff, by the way, he hit level 25, so he did pick up that 7 refraction instances. Magic Missile is going to be thrown over on a Wish. Meld Strike, Tidal Wave pulling him closer, and have that Lotus Orb is Nande trying to help out Wish, but the level difference is just massive here, too.
Still gonna respect it. 1 melee barracks. Roshan is available. It's on Dire side, so that's gonna be a refresher. Give this to Gyrocopter. Double Satanic, double BKB. He doesn't even have boots at the moment on Gyro. Also, tier 4 neutral items about to be picked up. 37 minutes into the game.
Let's see what everybody's getting. Got Ninja Gear and Telescope for TA and Lion. And, while they take Roche, we do have a little bit of a listen and we can take a look at or listen to.
Meta coming to you.
This is the...
Go. I stand.
I'm on draw.
Yes.
Oh, nice. I'll cancel his TP, good.
Go push guys here, double damage.
As calm as it gets. It really is. So it's like, go, 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 go. I'll cancel his TP.
And that's
it. That's it. That's like perfect communication. I mean, they are super calm.
Yeah, they're really focused. Like you can also see on the cameras, and now with this Aegis, they have double cheese. It's not the block of cheese that we see from time to time. It is just like double cheese right now, and they're trying everything they can because buyback-wise, they don't have buybacks. There's 1 buyback available on Kunkka, but that's about it.
Excellent. Onto himself, but Magic Missile jumping around and splitting onto Spartan as a homing missile will land. Right clicks there from Lornoff, just trying to take out this final Rax. They've got the swap as he steps up. Mystic Flare is down as well as the silence, but the damage coming through in a Wish. They get the kill on a Spartan as well. They'll buy back on Kunkka, the pulverized on Anande, and Onmi is going to refresh. They look over at the Doom. They've got the silence on a 2, and it's going to be Gyro standing his ground despite the fact that he's been doomed up, but they've got the right clicks coming in from Lornoff. Look at the damage that he's throwing out here. It's not looking like much just yet, but he's deterring his growth moving forward. Lornoff still moving in is Nande with the BKB, but they've got themselves a mana drain on a 3 as he stands his ground. They've got this double silence from Skywrath Mage. But Nande, 4-staff back behind the throne. Wish is going to be pushed back with that Hurricane Pike, and that will be some shots coming in from this TA. But, you know, throwing a lot of right clicks in, just not looking like he was putting the bar down just yet.
Mega creeps just spawned, so they're coming out of the base. No Doom available. They also had to use buyback on Vish.
Out of Atos, Mystic Flare again gets Milan low, but he doesn't quite care if he dies. He does have that Ags, and he's looking again for that swap. Only level 2, so...
He kind of wants to die. Also, this Mystic Flare not dealing damage. Nether swap, damage reduction. Level 2, it's 40. Level 3, it's 50%. So that's pretty massive. And also Dandelion Amulet, soaking some of that damage, extra 300. So that's why you don't feel this Skywrath Mage ulti doing much. Also Sweden Strong, replenishing mana to his teammates. And now they can go. They still have Aegis available for 2.5 minutes. They did eat 2 cheeses. Very cheesy, and they have 1 more fight. Finally, Drow Ranger managed to farm her buyback, and look at her on top of the Glacier. Woo.
standing on the Glacier, trying to take out the side of Level Up, just like the Glacier took out the Titanic. But this story's going a little bit differently as Lornoff's going to focus, try to go for the tier 4s. They've got the swap. It's going to be on Anande, and that's an onslaught in as well as the kill with the BKB being popped here by Omi. Jumping in, Milan ends up dead, but he's got that illusion. He'll swap again, looking over at Anande with the BKB, but they've got the control into the illusion, but it's just an illusion. Milan doesn't really care if he dies. He's just going to buy back. They have the pulverize on Anande, who's on the Glacier once more. The right clicks in. Anande one shot till dead for 100. He'll fall. There's the Doom on the TA once again. They get the kill on a Skylark. They'll take out Spartan. 3 heroes dead without buyback. Wish is trying to defend their TI hopes, but it's not looking likely as they've got the Hex. They have the right clicks coming in. Even with the Doom, the TA doesn't care. They'll focus the throne. They'll put the damage on to end this one. The series goes 2-0 for Level Up as they knock out KZ Team.
Yeah, this is a good showing of Level Up. This is what we've seen from the DPC, and you can see the boys being very happy. Unfortunately, Lornoff is not there on the bootcamp with the team, but his performance definitely is like he's there with them. Every single time I watch this guy play, I'm really impressed with what he does, and the whole squad kind of woke up after this first bad day of the TI qualifiers, getting 2-0'd in the upper bracket, falling down to the lower bracket, getting a bye, and then waiting for their opponent, which was KZ in the end. But this one was slightly more competitive compared to the first game. First one was not that close at all. This is the big fight. Like, this is where KZ kind of won the whole fight. Yeah, they were fighting underneath the vision and managed to get to multiple kills, but then again, this like Roshan fight, the second Roshan fight, this is the big one where Gyro went completely ham and Aghanim Scepter, Doom not muting the items anymore, so Lorinov gets the blink out with the refraction on, soaking up some of that damage, and Gyrocopter with the damage reduction from the swap. This has been the common pairing for a good reason throughout the TI qualifiers. These two heroes are just so good together. And also, just to give it a little bit more kick, the Hawk rushing Crystallis as his first item. Yeah, 5 minutes, 10 seconds Crystallis on a hero. Not what you usually see, but he made it work.
Yeah, gets that ultra kill there. It looked like he might die. You know, Sky, he was farmed. He was 6-3 and 5, but as the game went longer, it just, the Mystic players felt like they did no damage, and he really wasn't getting much accomplished, and ultimately fell up short, and so did the side of KZ Team as a whole. So Level Up take the 2-0. You take a look here. Both Dahak and Lornoff dying one time this game, one time this series. And it is a 2-0 here for Level Up. MVP-wise, I feel like I want to give it to Sweden Strong, but we gave it to a support
We
last
gave it
time.
to Lion. Yeah, it can't be Lion 2 times in a row, so I feel like it has to be the Hawk in this one, because all the small things that he was doing, scouting camps with the couriers, stacking them, providing vision for his flak cannon so he can farm more efficiently. And again, just like itemization, really on point, picking up a blink dagger so he can like get out of the trouble once he gets swapped out, and ate his Ags in the end. Still going for Satanic, pretty standard later on, except for the Blink Dagger and the first one, Crystallis. But the Hawk, this man knows how to farm, and this man knows like how to fight. He's really not one of those AFK carry players. He tends to be like very active, and his, I mean, it says here, kill participation over 80%. That's pretty nuts.
Yeah, involved in a lot. This team not afraid to move around as 5 early on, especially with the item progression that they made. It looked really good from Level Up. I think when they kind of strayed away from the drafts that they were using in the DPC, when they went a little bit more meta-oriented, things were much more successful for them, because that first draft where they went into like that 5-position silencer in their first series, and they went to things that were comfort for them, but maybe not so on the meta lines, they got beat pretty handily, and now it looked like they were able to do the opposite of that with drafts that kind of fit the bill a little bit more, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the drafts were on point today. It seems like they did a lot of preparation, and it really shows. I mean, their next opponent in the TI qualifiers in this lower bracket quarterfinals is going to be Team Secret, which is not going to be an easy opponent for them, but seeing how Team Secret played today, they also looked like Level Up on day one, I would say. So might be a very interesting series.
Yeah, it should be an interesting series, and you want to know what's going to be an interesting series? is the next one. It's going to be Alliance against OG, which will be next. We're going to take a quick break and be back with that in just a moment, so stay tuned.
Arrow, I would lie. From far.
Can we stun?
You on the Lotus?
They do me, I'm fine. Soul go out, play with her.
I'm hitting them.
I'm on the row. I'm on the row.
3 seconds, I jump on the row.
He forced into you.
Look at row.
I'm running on the row.
Super low.
I'm running on the row.
I'll kill draw.
Row is the guys.
I'm buying back also.
I have insane shit. I have full stacks. Doom? They're all dead. Only Doom alive.
Guys.
Damn, I got the gun.
Guys, tank Roshan, I cannot.
I'm tanking. Go a bit deeper.
I want you take Aegis and Gyro.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome back to the Western Europe qualifiers here for TI. We're on to the final series, and it is a doozy. It's Alliance against OG in the lower bracket. One of these teams ain't going to TI, and, well, we're going to have to find out who it is. Two classic organizations here, and a lot of veteran players, so it should be interesting. And Lacoste, pre-game one, what are you thinking?
If OG is gonna play like they played against Ancient Tribe, I feel like they might have this one. But on the other side, you know, Alliance, they had a really rough year. Even more. I mean, they really struggled. But the good thing is Alliance played the best Dota that I've seen them in a year. Yesterday, that is, when they played against the Nigma Galaxy. There was a stomp in the first game. Second game, they did get stomped even harder than they did in the first game. And then the third game as well, all Alliance pretty much. So I think this one might be interesting. It really depends like how prepared Alliance is going to be. And looking at the preparation that they did against Nigma Galaxy, I feel like they did great. With the addition of Pablo, this seems to be the missing piece. Pablo, really great position for a player, very active. And it seems like the whole team is utilizing him correctly. He's moving across the map, helping out the lanes when things are like going correctly or incorrectly. He's going to be the one fixing them, also allowing S4 to scale. There was a game against Nigma Galaxy when he played Tusk and he completely popped off. Like, he definitely didn't play or feel like a support. He was more of a core on this Tusk, rushing Blink Dagger, getting the gold from Trusty Shovel, from a lot of stacking happening. And yeah, Alliance, man, you know, a team that hasn't been doing so great, but maybe these TI qualifiers, maybe they can make a lower bracket run. They still need to defend, like beat some of the giants. This is how you start. Like, first you started with the Nigma Galaxy, and now against OG, not going to be an easy matchup, because from what I've seen as well, Yuragi and BZM, they're really playing Dota when they were like winning majors, and that's what I like to see. Also, Kitrak, great addition to the team. I feel like after him playing at the Berlin Major as a stand-in, they're like, you know what, maybe it's time to get this guy permanently on the team.
Yeah, that was going to be my question to you is how do you feel about these additions? Like, obviously now they've changed to Seb being in the 4 position. We got Kitrak coming into the 5 position. He's got some experience around the NA region mostly, Kitrak, as he was playing for Forward Gaming as well as, you know, Beast Coast and EG. And do you like him as a 5 compared to what they've had in the past for OG? Is he on pace with that, on par with that? Like,
yeah, he does the job. That's what matters. Like, he's good at laning, and it also allows Seb to play, even though like when they were playing with different rosters, Seb was kind of like 4-5, but he was never really positioned 5. He always like tended to get more farm compared to Taiga, and now he can play this like position 4. He can do whatever he wants, whether that's going to be Io with Hand of Midas that he did the other day, or just something even more greedy. I think some of the key heroes for this one, if you are OG to ban out, that's definitely Naga Siren for Charlie, even though illusion-based heroes have been nerfed. Charlie had really great performance on it. Also, this like second game when they played against Nigma Galaxy, I don't think Alliance did utilize the last pick correctly. This was 24th pick Luna into Slark. Game that they should forget. Just don't make the same mistake like that. In the third game, they picked up Charlie's heroes relatively early on, going for that Faceless Void. And Alliance, removing BZM's Invoker. Chuen played insanely good Invoker in that first game when they played against Nigma Galaxy. They don't have the first pick, so they have to remove it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's something that you can't really let out there as much as you want to play it yourself. And there's that Brewmaster ban too. That is a hero that we haven't seen. Well, the two of us haven't seen today, but definitely has felt like a strong hero in the games that we've covered on it, and it's a second ban here for OG, and it's not too surprising. But what is it leaving open when you ban the Brewmaster like that right now? I'm not seeing a Dawnbreaker ban that's still available. That, you know, there's 2 bans remaining now. Doom gets banned. You've got first pick for OG. If they don't ban the Dawnbreaker, I could see them taking it with their first pick.
Yeah, I could see that happen. S4 had an amazing game on it, where like I liked his itemization a lot, where he didn't itemize for himself, picking up that Shard Deso Echo Saber. He was more of a team fight oriented, picking up the pipe and also getting Aghanim Scepter. They were playing against Enigma, so wanted to have something always that goes, it's been a buff in 7.34, which does allow you to have the Pierce debuff immunity. So Enigma couldn't really play the game. There's still Gyro left in the pool, but OG decided to ban out Gyrocopter. Batrider. We already talked about it in the previous series, how Hanskin had a great game on Batrider. Like, he was the MVP of that series when they played against Nigma, moving across the map, setting the ganks, picking up the Blink Dagger as his first item, and then going for Lasso every single time someone showed in the lane, he punished it.
Yeah, so that Batrider is not in play. A lot of time being taken here on this ban. And, we'll have to see what they end up choosing, what they could be talking about at the moment, as they're down to minute 4 and they ban the Treant Protector and go first pick Gyro. So Gyro is that first pick. We just saw it in a game play for Dahak, play perfectly. Early Chrysalis, not sure we'll see that again, but it will be interesting to see what they want to ban out now to protect this hero, and we've talked about it in the draft prior, which was the Morphling.
Yeah. Also, the question is, Gyro doesn't need IO anymore, but you might get it. OG already played it 2 times throughout TI qualifiers. There's no Vengeful Spirit. If you feel like you need some kind of an amp for Gyro, I think Vengeful Spirit is now a better version than IO plus Gyro. It's been probably the best duo in the game for a really long time. I don't think there was a better combo. It's not Slark, maybe Jug, Jug plus Crystal Maiden is up there in the pub games when it comes down to professional Dota. IO Gyro is definitely on the top. And the Lions, they will take Nature's Prophet. We've seen the power of Nature's Prophet in our previous series, TPing around the map, getting teleport level 1, setting vision in the mid lane, setting vision in the enemy base, getting the courier snipes, and also TPing around, having this global presence early on. Blood Grenade, Sprout, also forcing enemies to buy Quelling Blade on the heroes that they don't want to buy it on. Just puts a ton of pressure onto the whole map, pretty much.
Now they ban the Ancient Apparition, and
This has to be now IO after seeing Ancient Apparition. This has been the old school counter. So let's see if Alliance wants to ban out this IO that we mentioned.
I was about to say we haven't seen that hero banned too much, or the priority is not really there to ban it, but maybe giving an idea of what they want in the draft. Would they potentially ban it to have Alliance use a ban on IO instead of something else?
Potentially, yeah. So they are okay, we're gonna ban this Ancient Apparition, and there's gonna be blink, blink, blink. We have to ban IO because of the healing.
And what's it giving up, right?
Yes. So now I want to see the trade that they're getting. If this is some camouflaged stuff from OG.
Earthshaker, which we've seen in a core role quite a bit.
Good core hero. Enchant Totem has been buffed, the range on it. Aghanim Scepter still very good. Hero that does lane well into every single melee hero, even into some range heroes that don't put pressure on him. He's the hero that can get on top of Gyrocopter.
OG's turn to pick.
There you go, Beastmaster. So Beastmaster we saw banned a lot in the last series. Beastmaster here picked up. This is definitely pushing potential. Team fighting potential, having that lockdown, and immediately after they go into the Elder Titan, which is seeing some favorability coming through. Do you like Elder Titan as a whole? I know a lot of people were missing this hero as it was not really in the meta for a while.
He's been very popular during Riyadh Masters. This hero always shows up on the big tournaments, so no surprise that it's coming up in the TI qualifiers as well. Every single time it matters, there's gonna be like these Earthshakers, Enigmas, ETs coming up. He's a lane dominator with the addition of the Blood Grenade. He has so much more kill threat in the lane, and it's also Gyrocopter, ET. They're finding a way. The OG as an organization, when like Seb won multiple TIs, they always try to figure out how to break the game. What's like super strong with the like damage reduction at one of TIs, and now you have Beastmaster with the Aura, Gyrocopter Flak, you got a Solar Crest, ET with his Aura removing their armor, so amplifying damage of Gyrocopter, finding a way just how to deal more damage. And there's that Dawnbreaker that we mentioned, having a global presence, so now you have Nature's Prophet, Dawnbreaker, you might have Earthshaker with the Aghanim Scepter, if this is going to be core Earthshaker roaming around, because it might be it in the end. I mean, they could still run NP as position 5, Shaker 4 with the Dawnbreaker. You have multiple stuns in the lane, TP from the Nature's Prophet, so Alliance putting a lot of emphasis onto the laning stage here.
And then pick up Pango afterwards. You know, this Dawnbreaker, especially when you're in fights with Gyrocopter where the damage isn't exactly instant, you come in with the Solar Guardian. Once it gets to level 2, it feels like so much heal, and it can really turn around fights if you're not too quick with your kills here for the side of OG.
5 seconds remaining.
So, like, a lot of long-distance spells that they have on Alliance. Swashbuckle, Dawnbreaker with the Celestial Hammer, Fissure, Wrath of Nature. And also another hero, like they have multiple heroes that can get close to Gyro and just make his life much more difficult. This is the classic counter to Pangolier. In the lane, you'll have Searing Chains, and throughout the whole game, Pango doesn't like to play into any kind of root mechanic, so stopping him from using his abilities or using the shield crash in the place where he doesn't want it. So we'll not get all the benefits, we'll not get that shield. OG, I mean, both of these teams, I would say that so far they got what they wanted from the draft, and OG needs to figure out some like late game carry that is going to be good, like just to ban, because if there was no ET, I would still say that this is a good Morphling game. It's also Charlie's better heroes. He even named himself Aqua for a brief period of time. That is Morphling himself, H2O. But they still might want to pick it up. Like there's a possibility that they go for it. I think these illusion-based heroes like Naga Siren, PL, they're definitely out of the pool since you have Ember Spirit, you have Gyrocopter, multiple ways of dealing with the illusions. So Charlie will need to find something different.
I'm wondering, would you do Elder Titan like 4 and then pick up the Treant Protector for OG?
Treant is banned.
Oh, yeah, 3. Never mind. Sorry.
Oh,
never mind.
Grimstroke. So they're protecting Pango, and there might be even a Faceless Void or some kind of a hero that does not like to get leashed.
Yay, ban.
And yeah, PA is a good one, an interesting hero for sure in this current meta. Also a hero that builds into early Shard, which does apply break, and even if Gyrocopter has Aghanim Scepter, like your side gunner is not dealing damage, it is disabled by the break.
And what's another banned hero I can suggest?
That is already been banned? Say Brewmaster.
Yeah. Could they go Brewmaster for this last pick? Gosh. Sorry, Treant was in Nature's Guise, and I just didn't see him.
Radiant team pick.
His band picture was in the trees. Rubik. All right. Final pick, Rubik. Good things to steal in this draft. And Terrorblade. I was thinking about this hero, but I swear I've heard a lot that Elder Titan really does a good deal to Terrorblade with his passive.
He does, that's for sure. But it's also one of Charlie's better heroes. So they, like in the first game, in a best of 3 elimination, you want to put him in a good spot. Also a hero that like builds into Satanic. When it comes down to damage that they have, like magic damage, there isn't really that much, so it's a really good TB game to start with. Rubik might steal some of the spells. Again, I feel like both teams got drafts that they wanted. Alliance especially, Pablo's going to be playing this Earthshaker with the Dawnbreaker Twin on the Pangolier, and Hanskin, we've seen him roam around with the Batrider. Now with the Nature's Prophet, things might be even slightly easier for him.
And Pablo is on this Earthshaker. We've talked about how aggressive he plays. This is definitely a hero for him to do so. We'll see how the lanes go. You were talking about it as we saw those three heroes, those first three heroes for Alliance, that, you know, you just go in, Fissure, S4, Starbreaker, Hanskin TP's in, and they just get a couple of kills here and play that aggro lane with Hanskin then TPing back. But is this draft lineup for OG something that can handle that early pressure that gets put on by Alliance?
Yeah, most definitely. OG, they have what it takes to punch back. You have Gyrocopter, one of the better late game carries in the game right now. Plus you have Ember Spirit. This is BZM's classic. I believe he's not level 30 on it, level 28 or 29 if I saw this correctly with a glimpse of an eye. But they have good scaling lineup. This is like ET Beastmaster, just like amplifying damage onto Gyrocopter. Some good spells to steal as well, especially from the Earthshaker, Fissure, Dawnbreaker ulti. Maybe you steal Celestial Hammer, Rolling Thunder, Shield Crash. Sunder against Terrorblade is always going to be potent. So pretty much anything other than like Nature's Prophet is really good. Maybe some Sprout could come in clutch. It really depends how many Calling Blades they're going to have. Observe, that's an observer ward placed, but it's called sentry ward, of course, because that's what everyone does in the mid lane by BZM.
I gotta start calling all my sentries. I'll do that as my I'll do that and report back if it works in my pubs.
It works with other professional e-gamers, so I don't see why it wouldn't work in a pub game.
And I'm in the trenches, so I'm ready to do some very good experimentation.
You're going to get reported. They're not going to be able to figure out what's going on.
I'll show up in some Overwatch cases, definitely scripting/hacking. How is this sentry giving him vision?
The battle begins.
So looks like it's just going to be 2 apiece. Maybe. Oh, 3. As Kidrak stands his ground and S4 came over, but the Starbreaker was started a little bit too late. Hanskin in trouble. Blood Grenade thrown. DM chasing. Has that Hawk. That'll be doing some rooting. And that'll allow him to get in front of this Nature's Prophet and grab them first blood.
That's a great start. If he's like very close. They picked up the 3 bounty runes, so less than 300 gold away from Helm of the Iron Will against Terrorblade, having that extra armor, and against Nature's Prophet, plus extra regen. This is a great start for OG.
Yeah,
Courier for Seb might die here.
Oh, yeah, it's dead.
Sebastian. Whew.
Don't have to full name him like that.
That's what your mom does when things are not going well. Yeah, when you mess something up, this is like full middle name, sometimes even a last name.
Oh gosh, please, you're giving me memories. With that Helm of the Iron Will so early, like once he picks it up, this is usually an aggression from Terrorblade comes at level 2, and you've got that Metamorphosis, but DM should be able to just soak it all up, right?
Yeah, the top lane, I think, on side of Alliance, they might struggle. Like they had to start with Starbreaker, not what you want to have. And also ET playing into 2 melee heroes, plus also Gyrocopter playing into 2 melee heroes. So Flak Cannon is going to be dealing that damage. And let's see what Jiragi has in his quick buy. That's Crystallis plus Power Treads, but we'll have to check what he decides to go for. But Gyrocopter very good at these early levels. 4 Flak Cannons, using that on 2 heroes. That's pretty massive. ET also on top of them, and they might even farm this big camp, at least 1 creep from it.
So Gyro, by the way, picking up the Blades of Attack. The reason that we saw that last Gyro of Dahak able to get that Crystal so quick is Seb ends up dead here in this bottom lane, which they were able to get that kill with that level 2 in the meta. The reason that the Gyro was able to get that quick Crystallis is he, in that game, did start with the Blades of Attack.
Gyro's starting with Magic Wand, so getting some extra stats. And they will farm the big camp here. Pablo sees that they're having issues. If this is how the lane's going to be played every single time, Astral in their face, Rocket, Flat Cannon, they're going to completely zone them out. So he wants to drag the creep wave back behind the tower, secure some of the easier CS for S4 here.
Bringing it all the way back, but homie missile, S4. Homie missile will hit, but there's no follow-up to that at the moment, and it will pop that salve. But still, you know, these creeps are here, and, well, the one taking them is Pablo at the moment, because S4, he was low on health and couldn't really come down to farm this at the moment.
And Pablo's like, oh no, it's a shame that you can't take these creeps.
Guess I'll CS myself. Oh, 3? Oh. I'm so fortunate. Blink Dagger will come out a little bit quicker. Mid lane, we haven't really talked about much just yet. BZM is playing this Ember up against the Pangolier, and it's pretty even. Just about.
I give slight advantage to Ember Spirit in this matchup, just because he has point in Searing Chains early on. But I've also seen like Pangos struggle a bit until like after laning stage is done, then they catch up. But it's a very skilled matchup, and Alliance is having some mic issues, which is going to be fixed pretty quickly, and we're going to hop into the game. But to go back to the bottom lane, Seb, one dead to his name, starting with Quelling Blade. Again, you are playing into Tenacious Prophet, so you need to have it, but DM 11 CS, Charlie's the big winner in this lane. I mean, he is playing with Tenacious Prophet, who's soaking up a lot of damage and putting a lot of pressure onto heroes. Like, Charlie's gonna have 20 CS after this wave.
He's doing well. Meanwhile, you got Gyro, who's sitting 19-7. Of course, a couple of those CS. Was that big camp, too? Ooh, Couriers.
Oh, nicely done there by DM. Charlie, he sent Illusion in this bottom to block the big camp, but body blocked from DM, so the pool is left open. Small things. That's what Dota's all about. Blood grenade.
Yeah, homie missile and Kitrak running to try and get the kill. The Celestial Hammer throwing down the fire, slowing him up, but Ragi gets that kill, and they don't end up losing this Elder Titan. So that's a kill that goes their way up in the top lane, and it does end up being Yuragi who gets the last hit on that, as we've been talking about him trying to get into this early crystals. But he picked up boots beforehand, as BZM a little bit low, sleight of fist through. Swashbuckle not going to get that kill, as the Fairy Fire is consumed.
Immediate response. Seb will TP mid, refill his bottle, help him out. Rune's gonna spawn in a minute. Kitrak.
Oh, Starbreaker again. Kitrak's still low, but he's trying to survive here, and they'll turn it around and kill Pablo. He stood his ground.
Sometimes that's what you have to do against these lane bullies. He just stood there and fought back, and this is gonna be a lot of XP going their way as well. Yuragi pulling the camp off his zone in the top lane. And speaking of pulling, they're going to do the same thing in the bottom lane, just maximizing the farm on side of OG.
Really just trying to equalize the lane, as you do see that this Terrorblade's got a lot of CS compared to the Beastmaster. DM only 16-4, but compare that to S4 and it's pretty much even. Blood Grenade, some right clicks, the Metamorphosis, Charlie trying to run out on DM. They've got this board to try and help protect this Beastmaster, who will get under the tower. But mid lane, there's also a couple heroes nearby, as Pablo trying to secure that 6-minute rune, and it will be picked up BZM. It's over bottom.
Kitrak's very aggressive.
Yeah, forced to run back as the Rolling Thunder comes out, but it bounces around. They've got the Nature's Prophet coming. It's bounced up out of the high ground, but it doesn't matter with the Swashbuckle. Now they've got the Sprout. Blood Grenade onto Seb. Kill Die 2. And that will be Hanskin. They have the rotation of both supports here for Alliance. And these supports on OG just giving away their lives, not really able to get anything out of it.
Yeah, we've seen these moves from Alliance when they played against Nigma Galaxy. Both supports 6 minutes into the game, making a rotation, getting stuff done. This also opens up the map on the side lanes to play slightly more aggressive. Starbreaker does not connect. Yuragi is level 6, no mana. for cooldown. But with the flak, let's see how much damage he can deal. This is not Crystallis yet. Ooh. It's being delivered on the courier, but dropping very low. 7 stick charges. S4 did the math. Charlie?
I know where Charlie is. Elder Titan's coming through. Sprout. Nature's Prophet
does have Sunder available.
Sprouted the Terrorblade. There's the Sunder on a DM, but can they still chase him? They've got the Hawk continuing to get the roots.
Oh, someone misclicked the smoke. It was supposed to be something else.
Nobody dies.
50 gold down the drain.
Oh, BZM. That Swashbuckle. Level 4, doing a lot of damage. BZM is taking a lot of damage in this lane, and he goes all the way back, throws a Remnant down. Pangolier, of course, going for that first item in the Diffusal Blade. It's always a big one to fight on.
A bit low in mana, needs to have Rune or needs to have his bottle refilled. BZM going for a solo kill, 1 spell available on Chuen.
Go forward. Pablo. Oh no, Kid Track. He is very dead. BZM gonna pop that Flame Guard, Sleight of Fist, Fissure Land, Solar Guardian coming through, Remnant away. 4 heroes here, but they don't get the kill onto the Ember, who uses that Remnant to escape. And this is just giving Yuragi free farm top while it's all going on.
Alliance bringing in numbers using this global presence with Nature's Prophet. First usage of the Solar Guardian doesn't grant him the kill. Bottle refill, this seems to be the name of the game. Both offlaners understanding that they can't afford to go back, so constant pressure that Alliance is bringing is also pushing OG to play a slightly different game. Both supports also forced to come to the mid lane, refilling the bottle for BZM.
DM, immediate TP, but the Rolling Thunder stops it, and they'll get the kill on a DM.
Already a 2k gold lead for Alliance. We've seen them in the first series of TI qualifiers. When they get the lead, they did not let go. 2 times against Nigma Galaxy.
S4, they hit the sleep. They've got the Searing Chains, and both offlaners do end up dying. While that goes on, though, Terrorblade just takes the bottom tier 1. So Charlie takes that, and if you're DM, where do you go to feel comfortable to farm?
Back to the bottom lane. Even though he had a great start, he was the one who got the first blood. He has almost the same amount of net worth as position 5 Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, that is not great, and he might even get surpassed here as Hanskin is farming a stack.
Level 6 available after this one for Hanskin, so Solar Guardian in 10 seconds.
Wrath of Nature available. Oh, look at S4, he's taking some stacks too. What do you do if you're OG right now? Because your offlaner is getting really bullied in his game, and Ember's kind of evenish, and so is your safe laner, but you're going to be dealing with a lot of global presence and these supports on the side of Alliance who are pretty farmed. Wrath of Nature's going to fly through. Pablo trying to survive as the slight comes in from BZM. So they do end up getting a kill there, a pick off that they desperately need to kind of get these heroes back into fighting form.
And BZM is the one who wants to rotate as much as he can. Chuen, thinking about it, sees level 5 Rubik. Did not.
Seb was low.
Did not want to go too deep. I think maybe he could have committed, but then again, if you die in the process, it's not really worth it. But what he wants to do, again, get his bottle refilled. Pablo TP's mid, refills the bottle 1 more time. I don't know if we're keeping track on that, but if there's stats, I would definitely love to see it, because I believe this has been like 9-10 total bottle refill so far in an 11-minute game.
Feels like you have a Connell in the game. All those sips, getting all that mana back. Smoke used here, Pablo as well as this Pango, and we'll move over towards bottom. He's still trying to get that Diffusal Blade, but we'll take some gold. There's 3 heroes down here for the side of OG. Level 6 now available for Seb. We've got 7 for DM. Oh, the Swashbuckle doesn't land, but goes to the Rolling Thunder. Sleeping and rolling.
Okay. I saw the Z's on the head of this Pangolier.
Forced to use Shield Crash immediately, seeing Rubik is level 6, so doesn't want to get that stolen. Pablo's in trouble.
And he's got an Echo if he wants to drop it, but Totem trying to run. BZM, Remnant forward, gets another kill, takes out Pablo again. He had gotten that kill on a Pablo over in the top lane in that water just a moment ago. BZM now, of course, he's got that Helm of the Dominator. He's going into the Helm of the Overlord. He'll try to take the tier 1 tower over bottom and make maybe the game a little bit more tough for this Terrorblade in terms of farming, but a lot of space here for him to just kind of go to the outer rings and continue to get farm anyway.
They will defend the tower, going through the gate.
They're going to go through the twin gate.
They might need to bring one extra person, knowing that Alliance has 2 heroes with global presence, but if these 2 heroes with global presence are showing in the lanes, that means that they need to, other heroes need to walk. The Fusel Blade now finished on Chuen. This is the big timing. I feel like they need to take a fight, and look at Pablo's inventory. Double Sentry Brown Boots going into Blink Dagger, so gonna be a good timing on a Blink Dagger, because he found a good neutral item for himself.
Yeah.
As an Earthshaker, you need that little bit of mana, so Arcane Ring will provide you with that.
So just with that level 4 shield crash for now.
Hansken is one of these sentries are purchased by Hansken. He's like, bro, your inventory looks really bad. I'll give you 1 sentry.
Now let's get you 6 slotted.
And there's the Blink Dagger now. They're gonna immediately smoke. Try to look for a fight.
A lot of vision down here for OG that would see them coming over if they weren't smoked, and if they were able to break it and maybe catch them making this move. But after the smoke, Pablo's not as close up.
Scan will find someone.
Nearby.
That's DM.
It's going to be Rolling Thunder from a distance, and he's got this Diffusal Blade. Shield Crash to start. Solar Guardian down on top of DM. That'll stun him and line up the Starbreaker, and they'll get the kill. Charlie actually the one who gets credit for that.
1 point in reflection. Gets the kill with it. I mean, you don't mind. It's a Terrorblade. You want to give him the kills. Chuen, he's still chasing. Another swash in a couple of seconds, plus Diffusal Blades. But not going to find it.
Also, while that's going on, Hansken was able to take both Wisdom Runes.
That's what pushed Earthshaker to level 8. He had 2-1-2 builds. Suddenly, your Earthshock is maxed out, so the full combo with the Blink Dagger is going to be much easier to execute. You might even lock down Ember Spirit fully. Enough damage with some connection from the Rolling Thunder, and you might be able to get the kill because they don't have the saves. They do have abilities that go through debuff immunity that can stop Pangolier Rolling Thunder from going off. Oof. Never thinking about it, most definitely.
So, Draghi, all this time he's been given, he's top of the net worth, keeping up with the Terrorblade. He's got that Ags going into the BKB next. But not really willing to fight just yet. So, I mean, it's only 6-6. Neither team has really found themselves the ultimate opening just yet. So, things staying very calm at the moment. Seb having that Cobalt follow him. Getting that gold. And looking to go top to the tier 1 tower once again. But getting defended by DM Satyr. They find themselves Kit Track. Fissure from a distance, as well as Clan coming in with the Diffusal, of course. One Swashbuckle doing a lot of damage and tries to throw it over onto the Ember. EZM able to Remnant away. He's got that early Maelstrom. He's also trying to get into this
DD picked up. Alliance bringing in 4 heroes to put some pressure onto Ember Spirit, secure the rune for Chuen. And now with the Terrorblade meta available, they might not even need to pop it with this Manta style completed. They should be able to grab the tower.
Easy tower for them. As they clear out their second tier 1, and they're going to look towards maybe taking that top tier 1 again. They've been trying to get it a couple times here. But yet to be successful on that one. As BZM getting chased by S4, Starbreaker lands. BZM still just kind of running away. He's got a Remnant near the tier 2 tower. Hanskin comes over, and once that Sprout is off, he leaves. They were looking for that Remnant. Oh, Rolling Thunder as he's TPing. Fissure lands, Sleight of Fist, and the Wrath of Nature gets the kill. BZM caught out.
Very crisp execution there from Alliance. Like, we talked about that they're playing the best Dota that we've seen them throughout the year. The lineups that they had didn't really work out. Pablo's, again, seems to be the missing piece, and they have enough damage to take down this Roche. Some extra minus armor from Pangolier, his Orb of Corrosion, and Terrorblade's gonna pop the meta. I don't think OG could test this one.
Not sure you can. So this will be Aegis here for Alliance. And it's early Solar Crest for Hanskin. He's going into the Crimson Guard after picking up drums.
That's a big item against Ember, Beastmaster, ET, like mostly Gyrocopter with the Flak Cannon. He's like, eventually you're gonna be able to farm that up. So he's building all these like smaller items. Nature's Prophet as a hero, as a support, he doesn't need boots. And this makes him super tanky, so he just popped the drums. I believe he bought the drums. Yeah, that's it. OG trying to put some pressure in this bottom lane. Yuragi, we still haven't seen him in the full force in a team fight, because this is Aghanim Scepter we're talking about, going into BKB next. They will find a way to amplify damage. 2 points in the Inner Beast. Helm of the Overlord, Ancient Ice Shaman, not the hero, like not the creep that gives you any of that, but gives you slightly more tower damage. So now this is going to secure them a tier 2 tower, open up the map a little bit.
They secure the tier 2 tower, and they're trying to kind of hit this double BKB timing, right on OG with BZM and Yuragi.
BZM's relatively close to it. Yuragi, Yuragi is about to finish it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So he'll finish that BKB. They'll have to wait a little bit longer for BZM to get his. But while they're pushing over bottom and forcing some pressure into this bottom lane, it is opening up some space to kind of get this item, right? Without really anything coming out from Alliance just yet. But they're working with an Aegis. They might look for a timing to fight. Still at the same time, Charlie farming the Ancient Camp. He's going into a Scotty. He's already got himself one of those ulti orbs.
Keeping up with Gyro, which is pretty impressive, who had a great start. And a good itemization from Chuen. Lotus Orb picked up against Beastmaster, against like Rubik, against even Ember Spirit, his Searing Chains. This is a really valuable pickup. He did disassemble his mana boots. 250 gold for him. DM has been pretty silent. He's 1-2-0 at the moment.
No roar either.
We haven't heard the roar. Yeah.
And very quiet from him. Butterfly next for Gyrocopter after he picked up that BKB. And 900 gold needed for BZM's BKB. If they can find a pick-off, like, that's really going to boost their gold for a little bit. But going after this Pangolier, probably not who they want. And they're trying to find somebody over bottom. Hanskin just continuing to farm these outer rings while Terrorblade sits over in his triangle. So there's a lot of spots for them to farm. And they'll look for the sleep. It'll be in between, and he just TPs away.
It's a lot of minus armor just from Chuen. He has Orb of Destruction, Orb of Corrosion, 3 points in Lucky Shot. That's 12. Once Lucky Shot is maxed out, that's minus 14 armor.
Oof. And they've also got the Solar Crest available on the Nature's Prophet.
Deso being built on Dawnbreaker. I mean, that's going to come later. Plus also the right clicks from Terrorblade. So that's going to be pretty big. There's still no like big armor item on OG. There's one Solar Crest being built on Kit Track. Needs 20 gold to finish it off.
So minute 14, Wisdom Rune was picked up by Nature's Prophet on both ends. This time it's one apiece.
OG tried to kill Tormentor. Yeah, but they didn't have enough damage. It was Yuragi and Kitrak trying to do it solo. There's not enough damage to do it.
It was really Yuragi trying to do it solo while Kitrak soaks up the damage coming in from Tormentor. And then he almost died. He was like, all right, forget this. DM's had that Helm of the Overlord for a little while. He's been working on that Blink Dagger. The timing's going to be there. Now they've got the double BKB with BZMs coming out. With that with the Blink Dagger, maybe they could get something going with the Primal Roar, have that damage to follow it up while they wait for this Aegis timing. But only 40 seconds left on it. And we'll reflect that homing missile. So that'll come back and hit Yuragi. 22 minutes in, only 14 kills. Both teams kind of silent, despite the fact that Alliance have themselves a 5,000 net worth lead. But maybe giving up a little bit of a timing, right? Like, the fact that they now have double BKB on OG means they're going to be a little bit more secure in these fights, right?
Yeah, the 10 seconds until Aegis expires. Trent needs to be slightly more careful.
And smoking off this timing.
Will smoke. And they're going to be underneath the vision. Observer Ward is scouting them out. All members of Alliance, pretty much.
Painting that Rolling Thunder up on the cliff. Smoke, it's a good spot to break it. Nobody's broken just yet, but Eve might have even seen that boar walking around.
They see Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie sleep lands, and there's a swashbuckler splitter coming through. That'll land on the 2, but they've got the stun. It's on a BZM who move forward, looking over at the Earthshaker. Pablo's in a little bit of trouble. They steal the totem. They get the kill to Pablo with the Primal Roar being used in the Rolling Thunder. That is in trouble for Pango. They lose the 3rd with S4 dropping, and they stop the TP of Charlie. They take out Hanskin. This is going to be a full team wipe. It's just a question of when, and that answer is now.
Ooh, that was pretty massive team fight. I want to see the damage dealt by Gyrocopter, because every single time there's like Gyro in the middle of the fight getting multiple flag cannons off, they got isolated. First they caught Earthshaker. He didn't cast a single spell. They need Pablo to like get the first jump. Not necessarily the first jump, but the way this fight started is catching Charlie, which didn't do as much, but BZM getting the chains onto Pablo. This was, have in mind, like the fight underneath the vision of OG, and then Gyro just does Gyro things, I guess.
Yeah.
Fight's already over here.
Yeah,
like,
that was crazy.
I see that Terrorblade doesn't have like BKB queued up. Sure, you're playing into like ET, you're playing into Beastmaster, Gyro, so you might be looking for different items, but eventually you might need to get it. Right now he's swapping things around. I believe he saw, oh, that's a full butterfly on Yuragi.
Weesh.
Already almost 3k gold difference in items just because of the one fight.
That was gonna be my point. They were neck and neck for so long, and now a 5k lead. It's a 7,000 net worth shift. Pablo maybe can do something here. He never got the Echo Slam off. It's only level 1.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's unable to have anybody really there to play aggressively with, so now all of a sudden Alliance are just kind of on the back foot, right? Like they're playing defensively while OG are taking over the map.
And Roshan's going to be available on Dire's side, so that benefits OG much more. They can set up the vision earlier. You have Ancient Black Dragon to scout things out. You have ET. You have really good ways to fight inside the Roche Pit. And Yuragi is massive. Like he can slowly siege. ET Aura maxed out on top of the Solar Crest, so he's going to be amplifying the damage on him. Beastmaster Aura as well. This is a freebie for them. Alliance, they feel very scared at the moment. Minute and 40 seconds until Roshan is available.
Also, Gyro's about to have that level 20 where he picks up that flat cannon damage. $3k lead. Ags finally finished off. Bangalore. Falling further behind this Gyrocopter.
Hey,
it's gets even in.
It's gonna keep increasing if they keep playing like that. Charlie right now putting some pressure in this bottom lane onto tier 2 tower. There's gonna be a TP response.
Let's see. By the way, DM, after having the slow start he did, is now ahead of this Dawnbreaker.
Getting a tower in the mid lane. He did kill like 2 towers. They did win a team fight. And now they're going to start prepping for Roche. Key track, drawing on a minimap.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Building damage, a lot of zeros on side of OG. And there's like 5k from Gyro, 5k from Beastmaster.
Swipe the Tormentor, get that shard for Seb. He had that queued up, but he's going into the Aether Lens and only needs a 200 gold to finish off the Void Stone, disassemble the Arcane Boots, get the Aether Lens. Now he's got the shard as a save if need be. And there's that flat cannon damage at that level 24 Yuragi now, and he's going into a Silver Edge. So things setting up well for OG, especially if they get this Aegis. Charlie trying to farm up an MKB. And I mean, other than that, what's the item timings here for Alliance? Like, what's looking good for them?
There's Deso about to be completed on Dawnbreaker. Crimson Guard just finished on Hanskin, so he's going to be building even more defensive items. Because Pablo didn't get anything off. Like, he had a good timing on a Blink Dagger. That was like 13 minutes. Then he picked up the shard of his own. But Earthshaker, he doesn't like farming. Like, this hero wants to be fighting, and Pablo will snatch enemy XP rune. Push himself closer to that level 15 talent, the Aftershock damage talent.
Just farming, trying to get himself a 4-staff. OG ready to siege through the top lane. They've got this Aegis. They just picked it up, so it's got a while on it. Also have the cheese on Yuragi. He's looking to just sustain and slowly siege. Of course, that extra damage on the flat cannon. Ready to go and throw this damage out there and clean up this tier 3 tower pretty quickly. They're going to smoke behind him, too. Waiting for a potential move to be made to go for this Gyro Blink Echo. The damage is there, but the telekinesis coming in from Seb to try and save Yuragi. They've also got the Glimmer Cape. He doesn't even die.
Seb
Echo
used
slams
everything,
down.
all 3 defensive abilities, telekinesis, Force Staff, and Glimmer Cape. So now they used meta, now they used Echo Slam. So I feel like they could go back. Gyro has also cheese available if he wants to eat that. Also holding the Aegis for another 3.5 minutes. He can regen up a little bit and they go. Like they should use timing. Alliance, they smoked outside of the base. Looking for something. They definitely don't expect this kind of move. OG already set up the vision in the enemy triangle, in the enemy base. Maybe this observer ward also caught the glimpse of it. Not sure.
What's going on? Hanskin's just trying to push over bottom. He's got this tier 3 down pretty low. So, Trian's pushing in. The rest of the team, most of them are close except for Charlie, who's still trying to farm the jungle. He's got this MKB, but not a lot of gold remaining. He's 1,400 gold short of having.
No one is showing, so they know something is up. Yuragi will get inside of the base. It's not a disarm anymore on Pangolier, unfortunately for them. It does reduce the attack speed, so last glyph from Alliance. They can move to the mid lane. They know that the meta is not available for another minute. Charlie does have DD though, but he's in melee form.
They've got the Primal Warriors. They'll go after S4. They'll get the kill to the Dawnbreaker. Charlie's low, uses that Thunder, but he still dies. So it doesn't matter. They clean him up quickly, and this Pangolier able to just get some distance. Hanskin comes back, but took the tier 3 bottom, but that's not going to be a good trade when you lose the Terrorblade as well as the Dawnbreaker in your mid set of racks as well.
This is game. Like, they don't have Terrorblade. He invested all of his gold. He's going to be dead for 30 seconds. Hanskin's trying to rat a bit. He already killed the tier 3 tower, but OG, they want megas.
They're sending back BZM. So, range racks get taken, but bottom tier 3 is gone. Just straight up mega creeps. Some quick building damage.
Ooh, 31 minutes. You're playing against megas. You have also ways of protecting your base. You have Beastmaster with the Blink Dagger, so if someone tries to go for it one more time. Now Satanic. These items on Gyro, they come so quickly. And they still have a minute and 30 seconds on that Aegis.
Swashbuckle in. Pango trying to make something happen here. Avoids the sweep, but the homing missile's in, and they're going to get a kill out of the Pango anyway.
Jumping forward is BZM, and they've got the Fissure as well as the Echo Slam, but it does no damage. They get the kill on Pablo. He's going to buy back. S4 falls. He's dead too. No buyback available for him. Only 3 heroes alive here for Alliances. OG are going to swarm the base. And Sprout used there by Sep. And they'll get another kill on Hanskin. He'll buy back. Triple kill for Yuragi. Remnant looking into the base for a second as the meta gets used, but you don't have the allies here to really make anything happen.
Look at that flag go.
Not really taking damage as Yuragi as he stands his ground. They've got one tier 4 down. Creeps are in. Fissure lands. Wrath of Nature. They've got the totem. They get the kill on a Kid Track. That's at least something, but the throne's exposed. They don't really have much going on with the Sprout around Charlie. They'll get another kill on the Terrorblade, and he is just gone forever. As the throne will die, OG will take game 1. GG is called by Alliance as OG take this first one away.
It looked really good for Alliance, like the moves that they were making around the mid lane. While all this was happening, they had like 3, even 5k gold lead at one point. They couldn't capitalize on the first Aegis. They got nothing out of it. And OG immediately, they smoke. They take the fight underneath their own vision, which is very important for Gyro. So his flag cannon can deal damage. And this is like another game where we see the power of Gyro. Even though if he had like less net worth coming into a fight, his damage output is like so much easier compared to the Terrorblades. And they found a way how to amplify the damage. Again, Beastmaster Aura, ET Aura, which was maxed out, Solar Crest, and also that save on Aegis when it comes down to sieging the high. This was the fight which should turn the whole game around pretty much. There is that 5k gold lead on Alliance that we mentioned, and cashing Earthshaker, he didn't get anything off. Double BKB timing, you can't sunder, your damage output is very limited. It doesn't go like through BKB, it gets reduced, and immediately this game just flipped 180 completely.
Yeah, that's what, 23 minutes into the game. They had a 5k lead on Alliance, and here we are 7 minutes later, 5k lead for OG, and they're finishing the game at this point. Like, this is Charlie dying, sundering, not mattering. He's dead for 50. It's quickly done after that fight. Like, that was such a turnaround. The timing that they were looking for was that double BKB timing. They got there, and then they used it perfectly to their advantage, right?
Yeah, you can feel that the game here looks pretty over. Like, damage coming out from Terrorblade wasn't really there. I want to see like how much damage was dealt by him. In the end, it's just like very low, almost as low as Earthshaker. They were building up, like they were trying to farm up and maybe secure second Roshan for themselves, but it did belong to OG. After that one fight, you could feel that like game is slipping away from Alliance. Great performance, especially one from Yuragi. BZM is the one who kept them in the game because the laning stage didn't go too well. DM had a bit of a bad game in the lane, like he needed to recover, and it was all about BZM buying a little bit of time until Yuragi comes online, and then Yuragi does come online, and you can see the power of it. I think this hero just needs to go. If you don't have the first pick, you need to ban it.
Yeah, teams are willing to straight up first pick it with no fear. They've protected it well with the bans. They're ready to just play up against anything. And Yuragi, 10-0-6, obviously the MVP. The entire time farmed really well and made sure he stayed safe. And once he was able to have some backup a la BZM and his BKB, he was ready to fight. Nothing stopping him. And you could see here just the hero damage he did, the building damage that he did as well.
And also kill participation. He's super strong in the lane. Like Gyro, I don't recall seeing Gyrocopter losing the lane. You pair him up with the strong melee position 5 that soaks up the damage, provides vision for the team, flag cannon goes out, and then you pull the creep wave, like pull either the small or the big camp, and then you continue to do so with the flag cannon. Very annoying to deal with. Like I don't think there are many heroes in Dota. You might need to find a way how to break this Gyro, or you could try to ban it, because if you lose one fight against Gyro, that's another full item. This is like a big item we're talking about, like either a BKB or a butterfly that suddenly popped up and then won another fight, suddenly Satanic. This is 10,000 gold difference carry to carry in 5-6 minutes.
Yeah, so that is going to be game 1 going the way of OG. They have 1-0 lead over Alliance. We're going to be back in just a short moment. We've got a quick break and a listen in, so stay tuned, take a listen, and we'll see you in a bit.
Obsidian.
It's good, it's good.
Get the Shaker, guys. I'm killing Shaker.
We're guiding her now. We're guiding.
Look at
Pango. There.
I've stopped for the TB in 2. TB doesn't matter, guys. TB kill TB. TB out.
I got him.
Mm-hmm.
Get Thunder.
Kill him. Hit him.
Yeah,
nice.
Fix all the lines, guys.
Welcome back to the Western Europe TI qualifiers as we've got ourselves OG against Alliance, with OG having a 1-0 lead. That first game looked like Alliance were starting to do it, but one fight happens and a Gyro just kind of gets 8 items and finishes the game, which is pretty much what happened in that game. If you're looking for a recap, it was Gyro, he won one fight, game was over. So maybe, just thinking, might need to ban this hero, get it out of here, and hopefully go to something different. You do have a lot of bans to work with before that first pick, so maybe the thought is here going into the second one, if you don't have first pick, get rid of the Gyro, right?
Yeah, most definitely. We'll have to see who has the first pick, who has the second pick in this one. They might take it for themselves, but if they do not have the first pick, I think it's very smart to ban this Gyro, because the hero is just insanely good. Like, he lanes really well, and then after he finishes off his first like small item, which was Crystallis in a lot of the games that we've seen, that we've covered together, goes into Aghanim Scepter. You have heroes that are gonna stack for him at like multiple sides of the map, so he's like just flying and getting the farm everywhere. Very difficult hero to counter. I feel like Alliance got themselves a really good draft. It's just that they couldn't use this first Aegis to their advantage. Playing like really well for the first 15, almost 20 minutes of the game, and then losing that one fight, suddenly the aggression that they had completely stopped.
Yeah. Can I just get that flying sound one more time?
What was it? I don't know. It was just like flying. The classic gyrocopter sound, you know.
Yeah, sure. It was better the first time. I'm disappointed by the second one, but whatever. Maybe they won't pick Gyro. I'll hear it again later from you. So, in this game, Gyro first pick. Is there anything else you'd like to see from Alliance? Like, you liked their draft, but the execution didn't end up being enough. Would you have rather seen them be maybe a little bit more aggressive? They used that first Aegis and didn't really fight. Like, it was just strictly a farm.
They couldn't find openings, and also they fought underneath the vision of OG, which was like, again, Beastmaster's not a vision hero anymore. Hawk has been reworked, so you need to find like different ways. You have ET Spirit that provides vision, but there was also an Observer Ward in the middle of a fight, seeing exactly where Earthshaker stands. BZM catches him. Sometimes it really is that simple. I think if you replicate this fight on a different side of the map, there are really high chances that Alliance takes it.
Yeah, so we'll see what Alliance can do once we do, in fact, get into this draft. But, you know, Alliance look good. What did Alliance do differently yesterday that made them look so good that they didn't do in this first game against OG?
I mean, they got stomped in the second game. This was also, I think it came down to the picks that they had. They didn't counter this immense healing that they had on side of Nigma Galaxy. But also pressure. I feel like Chuen completely exploded on Leshrac in one of those games, and the second game on Invoker as well. They were so much more aggressive when it comes down to moving around the map. I think they had good heroes to do so. It's just that they got outmaneuvered. I think at the end of the day, one of these teams is gonna lose. It's just how Dota works, how best of 3 works in general, and it does work like that. I hope it doesn't get into Alliance's head now that they're one game away from being eliminated. So let's see what they can come up with to salvage this one. OG Alliance this time, they do have first pick, so I want to see if it's going to be like Gyro. Because looking through their heroes, what they played at the Bet Boom tournament, what they played in the EPL, I don't see a single Gyro game. A lot of the times, like, Gyro does get banned. But, okay, there's one. Okay, so they do play Gyro. I was just worried that maybe they don't want to play the hero, even though the hero feels super strong right now.
10 seconds remaining.
So Kato banned, Venge, Nature's Prophet banned there by OG. First pick is there for Alliance, and we were talking about it. If you don't have first pick, do you ban the Gyro? Will we see OG ban the Gyro? You're playing in TI qualifiers. You think you can beat Gyro. You let the other team pick it. You lose. We'll see if that reigns true. Doom banned, and we've seen a lot of that as well. Definitely a big DM hero, and now Treant as well as Invoker getting banned. So Gyro is going to be on the board unless Alliance don't want to take it and ban it themselves.
There's still like a lot of strong heroes left in the pool. OG, they respect Invoker. Last game it was the other way around, where Alliance, even though they would definitely love to get their hands on Invoker, not having first pick is so you have to shift things around a bit. So some of the heroes that were banned in the previous one are left in the pool. There is Batrider available for Alliance. That's definitely a hero that I'm looking to be picked up, maybe even in the first phase. Again, Hansken, he played it so well the other day that I'm just down to first phase this hero, especially if Gyro is not available, if they don't want to first phase Gyro, but let's see how Alliance approaches this one.
Ancient Apparition, and first pick is the Gyro. And that's not really a surprise seeing that. And they go Underlord, so this is a hero we saw DM really love to play during the DPC. And one that was banned in the last game, right? The final phase.
Yeah. Whew. Looking at some of the stats here. Gyrocopter, win rate, 100% here in 5 games. But Underlord, a hero that builds into Crimson Guard, has his aura to reduce damage from Gyrocopter, also having that global presence, percentage-based damage. So good way of thinking how to counter the Gyro, and Alliance will remove Io, even though they are the ones having Gyrocopter themselves. Win rate, oh yeah, that bar was moving real slow. I was worried it might be sub 50%.
But it is just 50%, so close. Let's see what they're going to ban here. Getting rid of that Ancient Apparition, I mean, getting rid of the AA, then the IO seems interesting, right?
Eventually, Gyro will pick up Satanic as his, like, 4th item, sometimes 5th, really depends on the game. So maybe you're even prepping for that. But again, having global presence.
10 seconds.
OG, I don't remember them playing like a lot of IO, a lot of Ancient Apparition through Riyadh Masters. It's been a relatively popular hero there, but now that I'm scrolling, there hasn't been any. There are some like combinations that they did run the other day with Underlord, which provides them with a lot of healing and which can out-sustain in these mid-game fights damage coming out from Gyro.
Right. So Razor Ban, Brew Ban, we've harped on Brew being a very good hero time and time again. So it's no shock to see this hero banned. What do OG want to pair up with this Underlord? What do they want to start picking here in terms of their supports? You see a little bit more of the same come out. Kind of hoping we don't see that 5 position Marcy. I haven't really been liking it too much, but who am I to say what's good and what's bad?
I think the previous series between KZ team and who played, my brain just stopped working.
Level up.
Level up. Yes, you are right. Thank you, B-Cup. I don't think this is the greatest showing of what Marcy can do as a hero, so she might pop up from time to time.
Do they want to go with it? They are taking some time thinking about this hero that they want to go with right now, and it ends up being Lion, which we've seen a lot of. Saw it in both games in the previous series. So no complete shock here to see it again. Gives you a lot of that control that teams really are yearning for.
10 seconds remaining.
So
strong lane. You have ways of keeping them in the Firestorm.
Right.
With Hex, with your Earth Spike.
Also doesn't necessarily need to be in the position 4, right? We saw Milan play it in the 5.
Yeah, it's doable. It's slightly on the greedier side. And Tusk, this has been a hero that I've been mostly impressed when Pablo played it.
10 seconds remaining.
In TI qualifiers, he moved around the map. It also gives you Roshan kill just by maxing out or putting multiple points in the tag team. Between 15 and 20 minute mark, Gyro has And these are the heroes that they feel comfortable. These are the heroes that they look the best. I mentioned Batrider maybe even in the first phase, but since Gyrocopter was available, that's going to be Hanskin's hero. And they're going to be looking something from the offlane for S4. There's I think they're going to be looking for Legion Commander, potentially. Since you're playing into Lion, he loves to play the hero. Maybe even Dawnbreaker one more time to set things up globally, but leaning towards Legion Commander.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Legion that he had those 2 good games on, having, of course, the Dawnbreaker as well as an opportunity. But we'll see. See what this, like, the picks here are, if they're going to be deterring that potential Legion pick, right? What would be a pick here for OG that would make you not want to go to that Legion?
If they're looking for some of the counters to Gyro, like Jug, Sven, the heroes that, like Ursa, that jump on top of them, maybe Legion's good against these heroes. So for now, it will be ET, who caused a lot of issues in the previous game. Like, he laned really well. Kitrak, just being the body in front, getting some kills, also turning, getting a kill without getting killed, understanding how much damage and how much he can tank on the hero.
Right.
Again, any of these heroes that put Gyrocopter in a position where he can get bursted by Firestorm, Lionfinger, ET Aura later on,
ooh,
they're gonna be good.
Void Spirit.
Man, when this hero was changed to when we introduced Universal Heroes, this was the most broken hero. Like, everybody was picking it. Now, I think again he's in a decent spot, since it's pretty similar, like at least in the laning stage, what Ember Spirit does. But then he plays a different game. Like, he wants to assassinate, and another hero that gets on top of Gyrocopter.
Void Spirit only picked 9 times in the TI quals. So will be an interesting pick, and they do go back to that Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, just a strong lane. I feel like it comes down to that. So now they gotta ban some of these, because it's not Legion Commander. I feel like the heroes that I mentioned with like Jug, Ursa, even Sven, I feel like it's even though you're playing into Tusk, into Batrider, you still have to choose. It's never gonna be a good game for everything, but I feel like it could be overall a good Sven game. You're not gonna win your lane, I would say, but also Morphling. I feel like it's a god tier Morphling game, because you do have ET on your side, you're playing into Gyro, and then you have someone in front again, Kitrak on the ET.
And we've usually talked about how Morphling needs to be banned when you're playing this Gyrocopter. See if that ends up being the ban that Alliance think about here, because it's definitely peeking out as being a good Morphling game. Alliance now needing their mid, knowing the matchup too is that Void Spirit. And we'll see what OG want to protect their Void Spirit from. Wondering if Alliance want to go back to that Pangolier.
OG's turn to ban.
So betting out some of these heroes that could be like difficult to kill, OG, until you get to the later stages of the game and your like spells are maxed out. It's also a hero that has extra armor, which ET doesn't like to play into. I think this is a good ban. Dragonite, there might be... It's difficult. I know that Chuen loves to play Queen of Pain, and sometimes you just have to say, screw it. I'm playing into Lion, I'm playing into Pit of Malice, so I might pick it up, but there needs to be some like newer type of hero that Alliance is gonna play against Void Spirit on the mid lane.
Right. So waiting on this final ban from OG. They end up banning out that Death Prophet, something that we're seeing a lot of bans on. A lot of teams starting to pick this hero up again. Seeing some of the strengths of this hero, and they banned the Terrorblade leaving that Morphling available, and they go to the Leshrac.
Yeah, I don't think they had many like options left in the pool. Chuen, again, against Nigma Galaxy, he did have a great performance. I believe he didn't die that game at all. So this is going to round up the draft nicely. Every single hero has a stun on side of Alliance, so relatively easy to play. This is going to be a lot of fighting, I believe, compared to the previous game where we had the decent amount of farming.
So 10 seconds remain.
I mean, you could also get Faceless Void. So you have ET, you have Firestorm. This is also a hero that we've seen in our previous series that worked well for a short period of time. After you get Aghanim Scepter, this healing reduction against Dawnbreaker, against Bloodstone on Leshrac, Gyrocopter later on with Satanic. Maybe this is what they've been looking into. Again, Alliance drafted themselves more comfortable draft compared to the previous game. And like coming into this series, there's been probably a lot of practicing. If X team picks this, I think Alliance should be pretty happy with what they got themselves in the second game. I think their chances are higher compared to the first one. But I also think OG has a really good draft. Having this Void Spirit from the mid lane, great scaling. We've seen BZM in the previous game controlling the tempo of the game. Now, things were not going correctly in the laning phase, and then he popped off, made a couple of rotations on the side lanes, buying slightly more time until Yuragi feels comfortable coming into these fights. So still give an advantage to OG in this one. DM on the Underlord, this is probably, if not the best hero that he plays. A lot of damage reduction coming out from him. So feels good. I think this is like 55-45 for OG.
Yeah, I was about to say, what do you think your percentages are? And 55-45 is a very close game, indeed, and that's definitely a percentage that can shift to even if not the other way with a solid laning phase for the side of Alliance. And is this a lane or is this a lineup here from Alliance that plays it aggressive early? And like, what's their kill lane coming out from this Alliance side?
Well, Draw Ranger might be in trouble in this one. Yuragi had a completely free game. Now you have Dawnbreaker Tusk. These heroes can easily close the gap, get on top of Draw Ranger. So every single time I see S4 play Dawnbreaker, when he's paired up with something strong in the lane, I feel like this lane, like the off-lane duo for Alliance, is going to be much better compared to the previous game.
Yeah, so we'll have to see as we get on into game number 2. But it's do or die time now for Alliance, and maybe they get this win. It's going to be tough. They can force it to a BO1 in that game 3, which is always exciting, especially in the lower bracket when there's elimination at stake. But it's definitely going to be a stressful game for them, and we'll see if they can beat the stress and beat OG in game 2.
Very well. I'm very proud of you.
See if there's any opening fights going on, and if OG can break the 100% win rate that is Gyrocopter.
Plays down Observer Ward. They caught a glimpse of Hanskin, so they should know there is Observer Ward. At least they're pinging it out. If they place Sentry in between those Observer Wards, they're gonna get a D Ward. Still smoked for a couple of seconds, Seb.
Oh.
You can't improve until you make mistakes.
Yeah.
Kitrak hits him with the Gabe and voice line in the old chat. There was a watcher that has been taken by Alliance, so...
I've been told that Gabe and voice lines are the most toxic, apparently, these days.
They're good voice lines.
You know, you can't improve until you make mistakes is definitely a good one. So Seb's standing tall, standing forward. Nothing taken yet by Pablo in terms of what he wants to skill up. And it's going to be 2 bounty runes apiece. Going to have to keep an eye here on this bottom lane. See how safe Yuragi is on this Drow. Not the Drow Arcana. For someone who I feel like plays Drow a lot in pro games. A little surprising.
Maybe he prefers this set for some reason. There are players that prefer, certain sets. Let's see how this lane's gonna go. That's all eyes in this bottom lane, and they're already playing aggressive. Pablo, tag team, Starbreaker, Kitrak down to half HP. Kitrak making adjustments, starting with Ring of Protection.
Yeah, early Ring of Protection, some Frost Arrows coming through on Uragi. By the way, I took a look. Uragi's wearing the boots of the Arcana, and that's it.
Doesn't have full Arcana.
just bought the boots. A little bit of an exchange up at the top lane, as well as in Aether Remnant grabbing onto this little Shrek. Mid lane, not really seen a lot of Void Spirits, but how does this matchup go for BZM?
So far, so good. It seems like he's CSing nicely. With the point and dissimulate, maybe at level 4 you can dodge the stun, but we can see stun landing right now. Chuen, he's very comfortable on Leshrac. That's for sure. And I've seen him put multiple points in Lightning Storm. By multiple, I mean 4. And this is the lane that we mentioned during the draft, that it's going to be a killer lane for Alliance. Gonna work much better. Pablo. Again, thinking about snatching the creep wave, dragging it closer to the tier 2 tower. This is the second time.
He'll try. He might need some damage from Kitrak, so this is an interesting spot for him to be in while Uragi's taking some damage from S4. He doesn't have any more mana. Eventually, Kitrak gives up on doing as much damage to Pablo there.
If they had mana on S4, I think they dive underneath the tower. Glyph was unavailable. It comes at 3 minutes, but I could see them diving the tower with the heroes that they have. Pablo's still level 1, giving some extra levels to S4.
And BZM just unable to avoid these stuns. CSing as best he can in the moment, 13-2, so he is ahead of the Leshrac, though, despite the fact that he is eating the damage on these stuns. I haven't really talked about top lane, but I expect DM to kind of feel safe with the Firestorm, but only 7 CS in the moment.
Seb is in the jungle, stacking just a big camp for now, while they're making a move. Trying to steal this Lotus. Uragi will get it.
Celestial Hammer, ooh, actually using it to go the other way towards Uragi. He's got that level 1 in the Gust. Throwing some Frost Arrows from the low ground. Kitrak doing some damage, and Pablo's gonna die here. I believe to the Blood Grenade at the end of the day, and they get a kill with Uragi on the low ground of that, and a good job splitting up, having that early level in Gust, stopping him from getting jumped on and killed.
It's not just what saves him there, but it also what gives them the kill.
It's definitely a big moment to survive, because Drow feels like one of those heroes that is quite fragile. Celestial Hammer again. You talked about not wanting that level 1 in the Starbreaker, and now, of course, level 3, you got the 1-2 build with Celestial Hammer, doing quite a bit at that second level.
It's a lot of damage. Level 2 Celestial Hammer is insane amount of damage if you can keep them inside. Alliance making a move in the top lane. Hanskin might go for it.
He's got the Flame Break, but the Earth Spike lands. Hanskin thinking about throwing a Blood Grenade, and that's it. Doesn't go for anything more, and DM just kind of focusing on this stacked big camp, but the Flak Cannon is going to help Charlie just farm that up. We'll see what he does in terms of Crystallis moves, because he's saved up 1,000 gold and has those Blades of Attack.
Yeah, it's going to be Crystallis. But also, this is the magic one plus Crystallis. We've seen the Hawk in the first game that we covered today. Just straight up Crystallis. Nothing else.
Oh, well, shards?
Ooh, shards off the mark.
With a charming personality.
That might have been a kill if they were able to land those shards and keep them from getting under the tier 1 tower. Unfortunately for them, a little bit short, and stops them from keeping that aggression on. And every time this Drow lives, it just makes things feel a little bit better for Uragi.
Uragi's CSing okay. in this one. Not an easy lane for him by any means, but buying all the small items. Like this is casual fluffy hat, which could make the difference, holding the healing lotus, magic wand, which he's gonna turn into Falcon Blade.
Celestial Hammer, there's the gust once again. Yuragi in trouble.
Hanskin is here.
And S4 low, but Yuragi dies. There is no trade until the tower takes it, but Kidtrack dies as well.
Oof, Seb was making a, or at least trying to make a move onto the mid. Chuen very low on HP. Lands a stun. Where's Rune gonna be? It's gonna be top. That's a shield rune.
Held by Seb. So that'll be there to refill the bottle of BZM.
Money changes hands.
Right now, just 3-2 for the moment with a little bit of a lead for Alliance. You see Seb maybe wrapping around and finding an opening. Need to be careful here for Yuragi over in the bottom lane. He picked up that early Falcon Blade, and he's got that Wraith Bam, but you can see the way Pablo and S4 are positioning themselves. They're not afraid.
They're going in again.
They use that snowball, and Starbreaker drops down. They're going to try and TP in the Lion. They've got Hanskin coming around with a Firefly. Earth Spike was used. Blood Grenade as well as the Flame Break. Yuragi's in trouble again. The shards are thrown out, and they'll end up getting another kill on him, and Seb's next. Under the tower, they don't care. Fairy Fire, though, might keep him alive as he's able to juke through the trees. It's away from S4, but Kidtrack, he'll end up dying. He goes into the hands of Hanskin. There's the Celestial Hammer, and all three heroes die on the side of OG.
Hanskin's making a difference. This first rotation kind of offset the whole lane, and now he comes in one more time. Seb was ready with the TP, but didn't manage to do much. Like, they couldn't get any return kills whatsoever other than Pablo. And this is going to be a tower now. S4 off to a great start.
Do you think about just leaving DM by himself? Shrek can get BZM. No, he can't. He'll end up dying himself. So they take out the Lesh. They look over at Pablo. They'll keep this Void Spirit alive. Not a lot of health or mana remaining, but really wants to sit here and be greedy on this creep wave.
S4's getting a lot of levels. He's level 6 right now, so they have Solar Guardian available.
Oh, Aether Remnant Snowball might be 2. Earth Spike before he dies picks up an Arcane Rune. So he'll have some sips on the bottle, turns this around, goes after this Tusk and gets the kill on a Pablo. BZM.
Him. BZM.
The Resonant Pulse. He'll be fine. Oof. Man, they really wanted to get the kill on the BZM, but that Arcane Rune coming in clutch.
BZM using Astral Step to jump over them and then pick up the rune 2 times in a row. S4, he wants some kind of a setup. He wants any stun, Ice Shard, Snowball, so he can land his Solar Guardian. OG needs to be aware of that. Again, Alliance winning the laning phase. Like, if one thing I've been impressed the most so far throughout the qualifiers is that Alliance, they improved so much when it comes down to laning.
By the way, Gyro has a 1,000 net worth lead over Yuragi, so he's in the jungle here just trying to farm, stacking efficiently, trying to get as many creeps as he can, but you can see it's Treads Midas for Yuragi on the list.
Gyro farms so much faster. He's level 8. Drow Ranger is level 5. She needs that marksmanship. She needs that extra damage coming out from her ulti. Hanskin getting initiated on.
Yeah, good Earth Spike with the Hex and the Astral Steps will kill off this Bat Rider. Yuragi was coming over maybe even to snipe a last hit, but DM, he might be caught. Snowball, level 6 is not available for Tusk, but it's not going to matter with a level 8 Charlie throwing that Rocket Barrage on him. Only level 1, but has the damage of the Crystallis too to get that kill onto the Underlord.
This should be the tower for Alliance. Charlie's farming way too much.
You're playing any game of professional Dota and you give up Gyro thinking you can beat it. Well, right now it's looking good for Alliance. Teams might need to really rethink that approach. As S4 just continuing to farm, he's going into the Spirit Vessel this time. Last game he went into the Blade Mill. Shards on Kid Track. Pablo's still not level 6. One creep away from it, but they do have level 6 on the Bat Rider, so Lasso becomes a part of this game. Seb on the run, but the snowball is there, and they've got the Solar Guardian that will drop down onto Seb, and they'll get the kill.
Lions.
This is going to be a tier 1 mid.
Bringing in numbers every single game I see them play. They're pretty much playing 4 as 4 for a whole 15-20 minutes. Then Charlie's going to join, and he might join slightly faster in this one, considering the amount of farm that he has.
Boy, yeah. Aether Remnant's not in a good spot. Now they go to the Celestial Hammer with the Walrus Punch and the level 6 for Pablo. They get the kill on the Kid Track. They'll take him out. The Astral Step looking for this Tusk. Fingers there to blow him up. So they get a stack. They get a kill. They CS4 TP out. Wait. Almost. I was looking for that Aether Remnant to get the catch. This is starting to open up a little bit of space for Yuragi. He wants to get to the Midas. S4 is still sitting down here, but Falcon Blade has the treads. Maybe he can start to catch up a little bit. Still just sitting at about 1,200 gold behind. And Celestial Hammer will try to take that CS away from the Drow. They're also bringing 2 heroes over in BZM as well as Kid Track. So they're trying to get a kill on an S4, and taking out this 6, 1, and 2 Dawnbreaker is going to be some good gold. Gus, the silence, the chance of getting out is slim.
Like he picked up the Lotus.
To pick up a Lotus. One shot, but the Blood Grenade, a little bit of a toss there from Kid Track, will get the kill while Seb over in the mid lane is dying.
That was a nice play. Almost got him through all this damage coming out from them, and the Spark of Courage providing him with extra armor when he's up 50% HP. That could have been massive. Like, this is a really cool play that he did. In the end, he dies, but they also managed to get the kill in the mid lane, so plus a tower. So
I have a question. Is 7 armor for a tier 1 neutral too much?
The Spark of Courage is just too good of an item. This is like Fairy's Trinket when it was released. It's still a good, Fairy's Trinket is still in a good spot. It's just that other items are also
good. Solar Guardian jumping in onto DM. They'll also use the Lasso, and like you said, they love rolling his 4. That's exactly what they do to get this kill onto this Underlord.
Hanskin's getting a lot of farm. The most farm hero. When it comes down to supports, has Tumbler's Toy to get closer to people, and going for the Blink Dagger. So eventually you will pick it up, and then you'll have this combo that we've seen. Drag people into Gyrocopter, Leshrac, or just a setup for Dawnbreaker to come with that ulti. So Midas is online. It's not online yet. We haven't seen it being used, but it's being delivered. This is like when you order something from Amazon, and then like immediately you check if it has been shipped when it's arriving.
Problem is, then it comes broken 2 times. Definitely didn't happen to me recently.
Broken Midas. Imagine if you can't use it.
It gets dropped on the way to delivery. Gosh. So Hurricane Pike's the idea for Yuragi next, and then the Aghanim's to give that hypothermia. You can see BZM, DM, and Seb combining to take an Ancient stack. Well, Seb, I believe, yeah, he's got that Blink Dagger. So they're going to group up. I don't think Yuragi's going to be a part of this. I think he's just, going to the triangle. TP'd while they were kind of grouping together. And Kid Track just trying to find some farm. He's got that early medallion, trying to grab himself that Solar Crest. So can they find anything? Can they put some pressure on? Take a tower finally for the side of OG as this net worth lead starts to get higher and higher for Alliance. And like you said, it's because Gyro just farms so much quicker than Drow and is maintaining about that 1,000 to 1,500 net worth lead above the Drow Ranger.
We can see Kid Track drawing on minimap. It's like, not sure what it is, but they can be anywhere. Right now, Yuragi's farming underneath the enemy observer board. He's been underneath the whole time, so he might get punished. Hanskin, no Blink Dagger yet, but there is Blink Dagger on Pablo.
Charlie circling where he saw some heroes. And this ward here for Hanskin has quite some time left.
Oh, Charlie's showing.
But is that too dangerous enough? I mean, he's kind of drawing them in.
Solar Guardian, like that's why he can maybe afford to play slightly more aggressive. Rest of the team is connecting.
Pablo and Leshrac. So level 1 of it assimilate. That's a long cooldown, but sticks with him. This is a blink dagger on the Tusk early on. That's something we saw from Pablo playing aggressive rocket barrage, and now BZM can't get out. Did not have another astral step for 5 seconds, and it's the Leshrac who gets the kill there. The silver lining is, yes, that you've got some farm being built here on the Drow, but BZM being silenced in this game at that point and becoming the lowest net worth core.
There's a lot of catching up to do for OG. There's Drow Ranger with Hand of Midas. She needs like one big item. For now, it's just the Falcon Blade. Alliance doing a very good job maintaining vision on the map, which is going to give them another kill here. All they need to do is get a jump.
Seb. Oh. Blink. Oh, blink. Blink, blink. Avoiding Pablo's aggression, which he is just not afraid to do. And this is kind of what we were expecting from Pablo in game number 1. But with this Tusk and this early blink, he's been able to really execute it a lot more, especially with the way Alliance is playing as a 4-stack, waiting for Char to get his farm.
And speaking of stacks, Hansken making another big stack of Ancients that Charlie is going to farm.
Axe Crystal is going into the BKB. That might just be the timing there for the gyro. Now exceeding what was that line of marker of 1,000 to 1,500 net worth ahead of the Drow.
I love this item on Gyro. Specialist Array with Flat Cannon. It's so good. It's like having a budget Flat Cannon.
Bottom lane, they're going. They've got the Hex onto the Bat Rider, but look at how quickly they take out Seb. There's nothing he can do in that. And they were looking for more. It's only a support that dies, but they're putting pressure onto the tier 2 bottom after. I'll have to wait for him to be back live to maybe have a response to this. BZM constantly using these Astral Steps to farm up, and he's sitting over in the top lane at the moment, still trying to get his hands onto a Yasha going into the Manta style.
I think we might see all of 3 wards from Alliance that they just placed to go full duration, that they're not gonna get dewarded. These are wards in not the common spots, so they might get the full value out of it. Philosopher's Stone, found by Kitrak. He wants to get some farm. It's being pinged out. BZM is like, it's on the top, but this little hill, okay, he gets it.
There it is.
Had to use Astral Step.
D-ward. It's a utility spell.
Money changes hands.
It's all fine and dandy. So Dragonlance finished for the Drow now level 12. I'm keeping a big eye on Yuragi with how much his game's kind of teetering on the edge. But while he's farming, Roche is the idea for Alliance.
That's something that we did talk about during the draft. You have Tusk, you have Gyrocopter, who's super farmed between 15 and 20 minute mark, and with multiple points in tag team, they have enough to bring it down. There's not going to be any contest from OG.
So this is about the lead that Alliance had in game number 1, right? Obviously, they were against the Gyro prior. So it'll be interesting to see how they approach this second game.
It's going to be more of like high ground defense for OG. They might go, or at least try to go for pickoffs. The problem is there's Dawnbreaker with Solar Guardian Pipe, so you need to like burst them, maybe reposition them out of that Solar Guardian so the stun doesn't connect. The thing is, you don't have repositioning tools. Like you can't, maybe like Remnant, which is a slight pull, but it's not the best one.
Break game piking a little bit, but they get the lasso on a Seb, and this will be another kill onto the line. Seb unable to escape the grasp of a lasso around you. He's picked up that Gossamer's Cape. He's also got the Trusty Shovel on the Lion, but now they've got some vision on the BZM. Assimilate going out of the low ground. Celestial Hammer thrown down, and they've got the shards blocking, and Kitrak goes to the Earth Splitter, but this is only going to hit onto the Tusk. He's just basically becoming a body to get the attention on, so BZM can get out of this one.
Look where Yoragi was farming, near the enemy outer ring of Ancients, and now he's gonna TP to his own.
He's got the Hurricane Pike and going into the Ags next.
They need that Ags. I think they're just gonna dodge the fights until he gets that Aghanim Scepter to counter the Bloodstone, healing from the Dawnbreaker. Gyro will have like one extra item at that time, maybe even two, depending how the next fight's gonna go. I see AC on Gyro, not your traditional item, but you're playing into Drow Ranger and ET, so you want to build some armor, so that's a good way of thinking. Maybe like Dawnbreaker can't get it later on, but if they want to hit an earlier timing, I'm fine with that.
See how this goes. 6,000 net worth lead, and Wisdom Rune is available on the Radiant side. Might just give that over to Yoragi so he can get some more levels going. 2-man, now 3-man smoke.
Seb is a ward. He's on the top of the hill.
I am the ward. He sees the stack. Photosynthesis. He takes in the sun and
yeah.
Ooh, he's top. Him and BZM, I don't know if they can really combine to get the kill. Now they're invading. They're going over past the tier 2 tower. They've got the lasso. It's going to be on a kid track. Pit of Malice is down, but the call down, the flame break, and the homing missile with the flat cannon, the damage, and Pablo coming in, but from the high ground, this is some damage coming out from the Drow. Not enough with the Solar Guardian. They use the finger. Oh my God, he still can't kill him. The pipe is going to keep him alive. Now they're going to blink in. They've got the Shrek, but the Hurricane Pike from the high ground. Yoragi, not a lot of mana remaining on him, and not a lot of defense remaining either, as they just walk away on Alliance.
That finger healed him. It dealt no damage whatsoever. Seb, Hex available in a couple of seconds. They need to get some damage, otherwise he's gonna blink out, and they'll get whatever they can. Any kind of kill for OG right now is good. They're farming, they're delaying the game, not allowing Gyrocopter to push the high ground with his huge amount of farm that he has, and also ages for 1 minute and 20 seconds.
And only 1 minute 20 left on that. He's going to the AC next, so not the butterfly that we normally see, or finishing off Daedalus, or going Satanic. Will be AC next for Gyro. Ooh, this is a move here from DM. Can it work out with BZM showing up? Pulse Nova doing some damage, but just not enough.
This is massive.
Good gold for BZM.
500 gold just for him. Want to see what the next item is going to be on him. Whether he wants to like buy some extra stats because he is Universal Hero after finishing off this Manta style. Maybe like Scotty. I wouldn't mind seeing Scotty. And there it is. Just
he's got queued up.
Yeah, because healing. It's all about reducing that healing.
Hoping to reduce that healing. Seb, you know, he's been picked off a couple times recently, but he's still the highest farm support. He has somehow kept his way.
Trust the shovel.
Yeah.
Has Gossamer Cape in his backpack. It's a good item, but doesn't save you from initiation from Tusk. Walrus Punch does have True Strike, so can't dodge that one. But against Gyro, it could keep you alive.
What's Yoragi doing on this Ags? He's got the point booster. He's 900 gold away from him. With the way they converged in that last fight for Alliance, if the Ags was available on Yoragi then, things could have gotten pretty shaky. Lasso on a Seb, holding him within the Solar Guardian. And they will get that kill. Even BZM Big Seb
is like, okay, buy slightly more time. We need that Ags, we need another item on Void Spirit, and then we're gonna be good to go. I know it says 7k gold lead for Alliance, but if they go for the high ground like that one more time, chances of OG winning a fight are really high. Kitrak gets that shard from Tormentor, lowers the cooldown on the Echo Stomp, and then you can like swap position on the sleep, which is really good. Getting on top of Gyro, like post BKB, and just getting on top of him so the Drow Ranger can deal the damage. This Drow, like, she's catching up.
Well,
you can't really expect her to have the same amount of farm as Gyrocopter, considering that he had like 2-3 deaths in the laning stage.
It's a little bit of that rounding up going on that we like to do.
It's 4K. That's not much.
Is it?
I think in a game like this, it really isn't.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Situationally, sometimes the numbers are different. I agree with that. I love the icon for Move Astral Spirit. That short. It just looks like Pac-Man.
Yeah, Pac-Man's to the right. 2 Pac-Mans to the right side.
Yeah. That's it. Like, I don't really understand that one. So, tier 3, I mean, this is what gyros do. Ooh. Silence. BZM's going to be ready to jump in with an Aether Remnant, and he gets the catch. They've got the Pit of Malice. And there's the Force Staff being used by Hanskin to get Charlie some distance.
Seb, he's outside. He's doing his own thing.
He's got this Cobalt.
Checking Roche. That's his job. He wants to check if Roche is going to respawn. He's pinging it out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not available. Potentially 8 seconds, though. For Seb, though, it might end up being another 2.5, right? If somebody's waiting there, it's usually a high cooldown.
Minute and 40. He TP'd in. Pablo might find him. Ooh, it's gonna be Earth Splitter. Seb's Deforestation almost killed him. Multiple TPs immediately. That's a rainbow TP. 4 of them to the tier 2 tower top.
This still isn't like that bad of a potential fight for OG, though, right? Like, if they can get the right positioning towards Roche, I would say the winner of this next fight has full control of the game. If it ends towards an Aegis.
Yeah, they would definitely love to have Scotty for the next fight, but he's 2,000 gold away. Drow Ranger, at least he hit level 18, so marksmanship is level 3. 50, they 50. See him here.
So 50-50 on the Dota plus, 51-49, but see how the positioning works out here, what they're going to be looking for. BZM and Illusion, and it will be hit with the Rocket Barrage. They're going to be jumping S4 while they're focused on that Illusion. BKB gets popped by the Leshrac. They go to this Walrus Punch as well as the Snowball that comes across. They lands on a Seb with the BKB. They pulled in the Leshrac. They'll get the kill on a Seb. He does have buyback. Solar Guardian, Earth Splitter's going to be thrown down. He's going to slam on a nothing, though, with the Solar Guardian. BZM retreating a little bit from the fight, maybe resetting.
DM is alone.
Staying out of the front lines for the moment, but that allows them to go into DM. He is pretty tanky. He's got this pipe. Will pop it. Now the lasso Snowball comes across. It hits on a 3. Charlie cleaning up. Oh my. 4 heroes down on the side of OG, and this will be Alliance's fight as they clean it and clean house and will look for Roche.
They were really like caught off guard with the lasso, with these shards and the punch from Tusk. Leshrac in front of their faces, Bloodstone, BKB. They don't feel comfortable fighting into him. There's just not enough, and this Roshan belongs to Alliance. Charlie will pick it up. You can feel the difference that AC provides for the team, getting that extra armor for the whole team. They get the jump, but immediately jump from Leshrac in the middle of them. They're very tanky. Like, they have multiple ways of saving people with these Lotuses, Snowball save, Force Staffs that they have. And the Drow Ranger, I was watching Uragi. He doesn't feel comfortable. He just used the multi-shot that didn't connect onto anything. And that's your damage. Like, this is like your damage needs to hit. And this fight is already over. As soon as DM is isolated, I believe he did not have buyback available there. Seb used his buyback, and then the fight's completely over. They just explode.
Yeah. A triple kill and taking those 3 heroes out simultaneously for Charlie. And we have talked about what Gyro does. He wins fights like that and then gets another item.
Got it.
So, BZM wants the Scotty pretty badly, but
it doesn't work that way. If you want, like, you type it in the old chat, I want this Scotty real bad.
Well, I was gonna say still some time away from it, though. The sentence wasn't over. I just hiccuped.
That was lame.
2,800 gold, by the way, for Yuragi. Let's see what he wants next. 17 camps stacked. It's the record.
He's been putting in the work. Every single time there's no lasso, he's stacking. That's XP, that's gold. For him, gold out of nothing, 17 camps. This is insane. That's like 20, 25, 27 total for Alliance. This is like what makes the difference.
Man, I mean, that is a lot of gold to be had when you're stacking that much, right?
Still can't
They're
believe...
smoking up. They've got the Sages ready to go.
Yeah, Lion didn't use ulti on Charlie once. I was so ready to say Charlie bit his finger, but there's been only 1, 2 ultis, like the one on Pipe, but that one didn't do anything. Maybe they picked it just for that purpose, because they saw Gyro, immediate like Lion response in the second phase.
16,000 net worth lead. OG trying to hold on here, but they've got the lasso, and that's going to be a start on DM, who's taking a lot of damage. He felt tanky before, but they blew him up pretty quickly.
In the middle of 5 heroes with tag team, no one is tanky unless you have some kind of evasion. These barracks are completely gone. They're going to glyph it.
Interesting. Backdoor, though. It is gone. Draghi just can't find comfortable positioning at all. Standing anywhere close opens you up to Pablo just blinking in and hitting you with that walrus punch, right? And controlling you up.
We talked about Specialist Array on Gyro. Of course, he found Defiant Shell, which is even a better version. So you have like Flax running around, Side Gunner, Defiant Shell whenever you attack him.
Scotty finally finished off for BZM. He's going into the Ags next. That's far ways out. But S4, he picks up his Ags. And that will be coming his way. I mean, the Ags Solar Guardian is so strong. I don't really think OG have the damage to beat through that healing. So the fights now have to be very, like, two-parter for OG almost.
Yeah, it's also 60% evasion. So good luck dealing with that, dealing damage. It also lasts forever. Then he shows up with Pipe, Lotus Orb. It also goes through, like the sun goes through debuff immunity. So no, one of the reasons why Dawnbreaker is highly contested so far in TI qualifiers. Aegis is up for another 2 minutes. OG, they need to be together so the flag deals more damage. Now, they can't allow to just get caught off guard. Every single time someone is outside of the base, Hansken will drag them into the middle of the team and they disappear.
Radiant are scanning.
He holding on for dear life here in his second game, but Alliance holding on for dear life in terms of the series down a game. Not wanting to let this one slip between their fingers.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Gyro also on pace to just keep that 100% win rate. That's for sure.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
That's good. D-ward up over in the triangle. Niragi hit that level 20, so he's got that plus 25% multi-shot damage. Again, standing your ground, throwing the multi-shot is not easy for him.
It's something. He tried to send the courier to the side shop, but couldn't get to it. The rest of the Alliance members are already there. Would definitely love to have this Lincoln so he can't get kicked, he can't get stunned. He's, okay, his courier's damaged. Yeah, you can see that Cool Doggy, or Doge, the name of his courier, did a job and delivered the Lincoln Sphere. So, no lasso, no kick later on, which is being built by Pablo.
Yeah, that repositioning of the kick is so frustrating to deal with. His Aegis is going to expire, though. So we'll see how patient Alliance are going to be. We see a lot of the times these teams become very patient. And Seb's going to be caught. Walrus Punch is there. They'll get the kill. DM just went forward, and now he's blocked in via the shards. S4 comes in with that Ags upgraded Solar Guardian, and the shards stay up for a long time to stun up DM again. Charlie's not even in the fight. Here's Splitter comes through, and Charlie's going to blink in. They've got the Astral Set with the BKB being popped. They go after Yuragi. Now, Walrus Punch again on a DM. He'll finally fall. He has buyback. BKB will be down on Charlie, but that's still a win for Alliance.
Charlie got there worried for a second. They need some kind of a backup when BKB is down, a snowball save, a force staff. So he tried to back off. It was still like not really a good fight for OG. They're holding the high ground, but if they overextend, maybe underneath the tier 2s, like tier 3s, tier 4s even, XP Rune will be picked up by Pablo, so that gets snatched.
Gets him to level 18, so he's got the level 3 on the Walrus Punch. They're also going to pick up this Tormentor. So now he's also got Shard.
This is the only Shard that does amplify the Shard. Like, Shard for the Shards.
Yep.
It does. BCM
Sometimes
got it.
I purposely try to hold back laughing from your jokes, but I couldn't keep that one in. BZM, what are you saying? He's almost got that Axe.
I'm very close to it. That's going to be...
Is that going to be enough, though? Like, is the silence... It's double Resonant Pulse, but...
He needs to survive long enough to get, like, multiple of those. Like, because what Alliance wants to do, Blink Lasso, Blink Punch, Blink Kick in 2-3 minutes, just kill off the target immediately. Because they have enough damage. Like, Void Spirit, sure, you're universal with all these stats that you build, Scotty, Echo Saber, Manta style, you are tanky, but they bring you down. Like, one tag team, one lasso in the middle of them, you're gonna die.
BZM losing his courier, but it was not holding anything, so it's not going to be like he's waiting for this Ags when he gets the gold for it. Do smoke up, they'll send some illusions to push out the creep wave, as they are anticipating Roche being up in 30 seconds. See how long of a secondary timer it ends up being.
Alliance playing it carefully. They know what's on the line. They lose this one, they're completely out. So can't really blame them. Getting a pick off and then continue to farm up. Waiting for next Roche. Let's see the timer. 37 minutes in. That's also tier 4 neutrals.
Oy.
Again, 2 minutes.
All these long Roche timers.
Are scanning.
But that's going to help Alliance, who are continuing to farm, continuing to extend that net worth lead, going for now a Hex for S4 and Refresher for Gyrocopters. He picked up this Swift Blink. BZM get the gold there? Yes, he did. He'll take out the ward, but he's been spotted! Luckily, he's holding some of his gold as he bought that point booster. But that is so much gold going to Alliance. 608 among 4 heroes with the 437 going to the Bat Rider.
Seb again inside the Roche pit. He's really struggling this game to find where to be. I can't really blame him. They caught him so many times, and his job was to delay the game as much as possible, make them use lasso so the carries or the mids they don't die.
It's crazy to think, because look at the splits between these supports. Seb was the highest farm support for a long time, but now they are getting their net worths doubled by their opposing supports.
It does happen when you die multiple times in a row. You're also Lion, so you're not good at farming, clearing the waves. You're pretty much waiting. Everyone else is getting the farm. Drow Ranger, Lincoln Sphere finished. Next on the menu is Shadowblade, Silver Edge later on. It's going to be a long way until he farms that.
So, a little bit of voice lag, but almost a 30,000 net worth lead for Alliance. seeming impossible for OG to come back. But somehow, Lord Gaben of Dota Plus is giving a 22% chance.
Dire's middle tower
I have seen games like this that are 100-0.
Pretty much, but I guess high ground defense, ET, Drow Ranger, all this minus armor, Underlord as well. DM, he's been, silent on this Underlord, trying to farm up as much as he can, building all these aura items. Nothing too flashy. Needs to finish off this Lotus Orb, which is going to protect him against like the kick, lasso, good against homing missile, Hex, that's been purchased by Twin in the last few minutes. And of course, he finds Timeless Relic because how would Leshrac play the game if he doesn't have Timeless? It's some other tier 4s that I'm seeing. Gyro didn't pick up anything yet. There's a Trickster's Cloak in his backpack, but still having this Defiant Shell. And he will send it back. He's like, yeah, Defiant Shell, I prefer to have this one.
And another Roche picked up by Alliance. Not sure how OG compete at the moment with that. Now Aegis again on Charlie. Maybe they could stop him from putting out damage, but that feels impossible. Killing him twice feels impossible. He's not died this game.
Ooh, DD Gyro now. 8's time to go.
Oh,
DD Swift
gosh.
Link, level 25.
Oh, boy.
6 seconds on Flat Cannon. Does have Refresher Shard available. They want to jump the high ground and delete some heroes.
How many shots does it take to kill a lion here?
Oh,
Maybe one. Maybe one. With this Daedalus as well. So playing it very safe. About 1/4 of the duration left on this double damage. And this whole time, BZM's continuing to farm. He hit that level 20. He picks up a tier 4 token, and he will redeem that for a Spell Prism. He's looking for Lincolns as well. What did Yuragi get since he picked up this Lincolns? Nothing yet.
Still has like decent amount of gold on Yuragi, considering everything. Hand of Midas available, going into that Silver Edge, but farming from really far away. He packs a punch. This is Mindbreaker, Drow Ranger with 5-6 slots. So they're still gonna give them respect. Trying to farm.
He just has to position well enough. Maybe he needs that Glacier. Just the delayed laugh. Like, come on. Silver Edge too. Like, if he can get that, it's just it really just comes down to straight up positioning, right?
If he
because they're gonna jump him potentially with the Solar Guardian.
Yeah, I mean he does have Hurricane Pike, BKB, Silver Edge, or Shadow Blade at least coming out soon. So he can keep the distance for now. It's gonna be buyback, but needs to farm some extra gold. Headset lag this time. Had a multiple.
Everybody having problems with their headsets.
Different lags this time. We had mouse lag because it was a wireless mouse.
Got to work on the the voice ping. Imagine you had a delay from your thought to speaking, like instant like that.
But you don't.
Oh.
Level 20, keeping him alive, the Outer Dissimulate ring. By the way, that was level 15 talent a few months ago.
Very balanced. But not getting that kill, BZM, he is short buyback if he were to die.
Alliance, still 2 minutes left in that Aegis. Let's see if they are going to decide to push the high ground, risk it a little bit. There it is, Charlie's in. BM down to half HP already. But so is Charlie.
Step in. Oh. Had a good amount of damage coming through, but not going to be enough just yet. BKB popped here by Pablo. He's on the run. Ooh, Aether Remnant landed. Maybe they can get the kill here. They use the finger to pop the Aegis. They've got the snowball, but it's going to be reflected back with the Lotus Orb. That's going to land. Lotus Orb again. Earth Spike stuns up DM, but they get the kill to Pablo to take him out. The last one's going to be on a BZM. BZM, you got to remember, he didn't have buyback available to him. He's 92 gold short, but they've got themselves the pin of Malice on to 4 of these heroes. They look over the Dawnbreaker. They get the kill to S4. He's got buyback. He's got Sword Guardian. He might need to use it. They go to the refresher, but they've got the Hex. They need to come in, but he's not going to buy back. Don't let Charlie die.
Man, Kid Crack is doing some more.
Die.
That was 4-man Echo Stomp, and then they awake them. Want to see the damage from Drow Ranger, 8,000 damage. Like Charlie, sure, he did a lot, but the rest of the team, they got caught. And this is the reason why you pick up this guy. He can play ET, and when it comes down to the big stage, when it comes down to the games where it matters, ET is gonna be the hero that you need to pick. And Kid Track, like we really haven't seen much from him in the last 20 minutes. And Lotus Orb as well. That rocket got the back at the gyro, and finally we see Charlie biting that finger. From Seb, this is just gonna be some beautiful stuff. Slow it down, enjoy the moment. This was his first death. And good Hex, like they're keeping the distance. You said that the key was Yuragi's positioning, and look where he's standing. And this is the stomp. It's gonna land on every single one of them. Dawnbreaker, Starbreaker just ended, and now they're chasing. They're gonna get another one.
Wow.
Is this it? This might be this is why Dota Plus was also giving them such high percentage of winning this game, 20% while being 30k gold down.
They have just brought back 11,000 of that deficit.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And things start to shake on the side of Alliance. They prove that they can do it, and Gyrocopter may be missing an opportunity, having that double damage, having that Aegis to work with, and they didn't really get much out of it. They weren't even able to take buildings.
Yeah, he also used Refresher in that one. So does not have it for the next fight. Yuragi getting closer to his level 25 talent, and we might see level 25 in Void Spirit kick back.
Pick, DM, Sword Guardian. They might just have to leave him, and by might, they do. He dies very fast.
I was about to say that we haven't seen kick being utilized. So they had, both teams having really mean high ground defense. This is Lasso, Blink Lasso, Force Staff, or kick underneath the tier 4 towers, or just in the middle of the team will do the trick. BCM, Shield Rune available.
So 34,000 net worth here for Charlie, but BZM's catching up.
He's running out of slots. On Gyrocopter has one left. Maybe you can buy a Moon Shard. Your Shard is not really that great. It's more of a support. It's not gonna bring you much.
You potentially just get rid of your boots.
Yeah, but that's one extra slot. So you might, get some damage. Might go for Rapier. Might buy Refresher, which you can also backpack. So might be like Refresher +1. The thing is, you don't have much gold. You're sitting on 1,700 gold. You don't have buyback available. You need to farm 2,000 gold for it.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have buyback. If they were able to take a fight right now for OG and find Charlie out, they could potentially just finish. But creeps are pushing in bottom. They need to be careful about that. This is a massive wave coming into the bottom lane. Alliance now trying to hold on. What does Dota Plus say now? It says 56-44. Whoa.
It's getting there. It's getting very close.
Are also getting relatively close to tier 5s. But 15 minutes, right?
We just picked up tier 4. Some
24, 25%. Everybody gonna disconnect here as we've got the pauses and, a little bit of spiking. People want to have the right ping, maybe. The ping goes from 34 to 35,
maybe
and you lose 11,000 on your net with
pausing it for Alliance because he does have Earth Spike. landed a really good Earth Spike in the previous game.
My God.
Could be. Next Roche also could be spawning in minute and 20 seconds. So everyone's going to restart, come back into the game.
Anything's possible.
Yeah,
every Roche has been taken by Alliance, right?
Yeah.
I sensed the joke coming.
No, there's no joke. There's nothing. Literally nothing. Nada. Zero.
I heard that anything is possible. The response, I was like,
Well, anything is possible if you lie. That's
yeah.
That's how I got this job. I lied on my resume.
MMR is higher than this. Or lower than this.
Radiant are scared.
Ragi is chasing. There's Jam on Ragi. And
oh, they've got the Hex. They missed the stun. And now it might be time to retreat a little bit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They didn't end up getting that second Hex on S4 yet, but I think he disconnected. He's going to have to re-queue it up if that's what he wants. You have DM back. He's got Fiend's Gate. Oh, S4. Shards. Those will get thrown. You've got a Spirit. You've got the Fiend's Gate. Now they're going to come and have DM available into the fight. They're tracking S4 here. Stomp will be used. That doesn't land on anything. You got to remember now, Charlie's still short the buyback.
They place down Observer Ward again.
This Roche.
They see Charlie. Rest of the team, not everyone is close to him.
Ooh, Smokes might break here. Hanskin's in a great position. They'll go, jump in. The BKB's going to be popped. BZM's going to start to retreat on this one. They still see Charlie coming off to the side. Cutting down some of those trees with the Celestial Hammer, not giving options for Alliance or OG to really hide in that area. That's where Hanskin was hiding before. Bottom creep wave pushing in once more. Need to always be careful with that.
It's being pinged out. It's not a catapult wave, so it's not the worst, but these creeps are going to deal some damage. This is very important. Fourth Roche about to respawn in a minute. They don't know about it. BZM did one hell of a job baiting them.
Oh, they're going to jump in at the same time. They use the finger immediately. They look for the right clicks. They don't have the damage to finish him off yet. S4 survives. Now they're going to go to the backlines. They've got Charlie coming in with the BKB. He's going to look and go for Yuragi, who pops his own BKB. He needs to get out. The snowball's in. He's in trouble. He'll die. Oh, the Earth Spike's not going to be enough. They're going to buy back here on S4. They'll get the Solar Guardian that's going to be placed right on top of Charlie, as well as the rest of this team. They get the kick. It's on a kit track right over to Charlie. The damage is there. They get themselves another one. They'll find DM. They'll clean up the Underlord, and that will be 4 dead.
They only used one buyback.
Roche is in 30 seconds, though.
Yeah, OG, they did not want to commit with the buybacks for this one. They barely killed Dawnbreaker. He would have lived. The Firestorm damage did finish him off. They needed like one arrow, but they don't want to go for Roche. They want to go and see how many buybacks they can get out of this one. Yeah.
A tithe to the Imperials.
The Remnant connects. He doesn't have an Aegis. He does have buyback available now, and he goes up out of the high ground. They'll get that glyph. Hanskin looking for a blink opportunity with the lasso, but BZM, he's holding on to a Lincoln's. Call down to deter them from walking forward, and this is looking like it might be a set of racks, but they go to the Earth Spike. They've got the lasso. They get going to Sim.
They need all the buybacks.
Now they're all going to buy back. They're going to have to go here. They've got the right clicks coming up from Yuragi. The Force Staff away. The Pit of Malice is no longer going to be under the feet of Charlie, but there's the Lotus Orb, and they've got the sweep on the 2. Aether Remnant lands. They've got the sleep. They have the Astral Staff. They're looking for the damage that Gust lands to get the kill to Charlie. They'll take out Pablo and the Swoopeless Shrag. Oh my God. It is OG holding again.
They used pretty much all of their buybacks except for Void Spirit, so now they need to get Roche. Roche is on Radiant side, so that's going to be... Where's the Roche? Yeah, he's going through the gate, so that's Aghanim Scepter now, and people still having some lag issues for now, so they're going to keep disconnecting. On side of Alliance, there is no buyback available for Dawnbreaker, so he needs to be careful. He used it in the previous one. Who gets the Aghanim Scepter? That's the question. I think you give it to ET. Draw Ranger has it. Void Spirit has it if it's going to be Alliance not contesting this Roche.
I mean, who else would it be? Lion. He's only got 3 stacks on the finger.
Now, it could be Underlord, but I think you give it to Elder Titan so he can, with Shard, jump in front of them. He's also trying to build BKB of his own, getting closer to that.
I mean, I
level 20
don't
natural
hate it on
radius.
DM, right?
Yeah, on DM, it's also fine. I just don't give it to Lion.
I'm just thinking in my head, like, if you land a Pit of Malice, then you just throw a Fiend's Gate right on top of them, and then it gets another Pit of Malice on them.
It's also just the slow. It's a really good 40% slow.
Oh, Hanskin. Oh, Solar Guardian. But Seb, he might just die, and he doesn't have buyback. The right click's coming in from the high ground. Oh my God, Hanskin needs a little bit, and he's gonna die. BZM goes in, Dissimulate, going towards S4 as well as Pablo.
There's Gem on the ground. It's being pinged out. Duragi wants someone to pick
Roche
it up.
as well.
Hit track already has one. Courier's coming.
Going from Seb.
Seb will pick it up. Pablo, he's there. 30 seconds until Gyrocopter. Pablo setting up some vision. They know. They just saw him.
Duragi into the pit. He's going to start it himself. They got the gem on Seb's Courier, by the way. This is going to be Ag's Blessing. Who's going to take it? It looks like it'll be DM with him, the only one else in the pit. Ag's Blessing.
They're thinking he needs to get the hell out of here.
Being helped by Duragi.
Yeah, it's not safe for now. They want to get out. Gyrocopter, he still needs another item, sitting on 6,000 gold. Has Refresher queued up just for that double BKB, double Satanic.
So it will be passed to DM. He'll have that Ag's Blessing. He'll have the Pit of Malice upgrade, where it gives the 40% movement slow, and also the Pit of Malice that comes around the Fiend's Gate.
You're getting closer to some level 25s. DM 24 right now. Bit of Malice Root, it's a good one, but so is the other one.
As well.
Yeah, so is the other one. Atrophy Allied Hero bonus. Void Spirit did hit his in the previous fight, so having that Astral Step crit. So did Uragi.
Had his.
So marksmanship is 52% chance now, almost 100%.
Of course, Gyro's got his, that Flak Cannon cooldown reduction. They took the Starbreaker cooldown reduction. 1 creep to 25 for Bat Rider. And they're smoked up. I mean, they're coming through bottom. They know they have S4 on the Solar Guardian. Uragi, though, standing his ground. They're going to jump in. They've got themselves the Hex after they're breaking the Lincolns. They've got Charlie going in for the damage. Call down, Rocket Barrage, Force Staff out of the low ground. Kidtrack trying to get out. And he is taking the attention of both this Leshrac as well as this Gyro away from the fight. They go to the left, so it's going to be onto the Lion. They'll catch Sam. They look over Uragi. They get the Aegis out of his hand so quickly. Oh, my God. He is in trouble. Here comes the Pit of Malice because it's going to be placed down with the Fiend's Gate. They're trying to get Uragi out. Oh, he ate the cheese with 1 health left. He's able to survive, and now he's trying to run away from S4. They've got the Leshrac on top of BZM, but Pit of Malice is going to be down. Now, Manta, no, stun, Leshrac cleaning up. They get the kills out of DM and BZM. Whoa, they don't have buyback on 3 of those heroes that are dead. They have buyback on BZM, but that's it.
Oh, that's Alliance, they need to go. This was very nice play from DM. He gave them the cheese. Uragi made the slot, putting power treads in the backpack, but it was not enough. He also blinked in aggressively into them, I believe. That was... this kick was not connecting, and now they're going to go for the high ground. In terms of buybacks, Alliance, they do have one on Gyro. They do have one on Leshrac available, and that's what matters. Just having more buybacks on your cores. Chuen, thinking about jumping in. Blink Hex, Uragi needs to be careful.
They were able to pop the Lincolns. Needs to really watch his positioning. He's got that E-Blade. He has the Hex, and they're going to take Megas. BZM jumping in, has the Dissimulate, jumps back. Now they've got the Sweep, they have the Aether Remnant. Now they're going to throw the Earth Spike, but that's going to be reflected back. The damage coming in. Oh, Charlie dead!
Exploded.
He's got no Mega Creeps just yet. They've got the BKB. Plan trying to run. Blink out from Hanskin, he'll TP away, but Chuan might not be so fortunate. The chase down is there from Kidtrack. They're also looking over at S4. He uses that Starbreaker, but the TP out, he's able to escape. Ooh. Seb keeping vision here on S4, but who else does he have with him? Blink in 3 seconds. Pablo's there with a double damage. He may not want to make this move, but there's the jump in. Has the Boots of Travel level 2, the Celestial Hammer, but the Silence is there with the Resonant Pulse, so he's not able to jump to it. They use the finger, they've got the Hex, they have the control. BKB Starbreaker, no. Yuragi's got the kill.
Boots of Travel too, making a difference. Chuan managing to get out because that 1 extra second less definitely couldn't get out. If he didn't have it, Echo Stomp would connect, and then you would be forced to maybe use a buyback. And now with bots 2 on Void Spirit, he TP's in, and now BZM.
So Seb this time's caught.
BZM, he's stinking. He has way too many items. Bots 2 has Echo Saber in the backpack. Also Divine Rapier queued up.
Queued up.
Yeah, Divine Rapier with level 25 talent. It's, decent amount of damage. Drow Ranger. Also going for Swift Blink. But for now, gonna save the buyback. His buyback's gonna reset in less than 2 minutes. You said we might see... You remember when you said... Tier 5 items? That was like 30 minutes ago with the pauses.
Radiant are scanning.
I was right. Well, not yet. I don't want to jinx it. 3 minutes left on Aegis. Or, on Roche respawning. Speak. Swift Blink next. Wisdom Runes available. That one will be picked up by Pablo, who's level 25, and he's got that Snowball cooldown. Now he'll hit that level 26. Another one picked up by Yuragi, trying to get him potentially just to level 30 as quickly as they can.
Power of this ET plus Drow Ranger. Now with ET having BKB, he can get on top of people. DM?
That Tormentor like 2 shots.
I think you use Firestorm now on Void Spirit, who's going to be jumping in, or on ET, who can swap positions on Echo Stomp with his Shard. Mostly going to be used on Void Spirit.
4-man smoke. Of course, DM can be in there with the upgraded Fiend's Gate. He wants to hit that level 25. Yet to do that just yet. Or, well, yet to do that. I don't know why I said yet twice. But, coming all the way around, and these heroes on Alliance may not be aware of the positioning of OG. Gyro look for the moon chart. He's got 7,000.
BZM has Shield Rune. That's extra 2,000 HP on BZM. Let's see if that can save him.
Coming through. BZM in trouble, but the Pin Mouse comes in. That's because of the Fiend's Gate. They're onto the backlines. They're looking over. Instead, they get the kill there.
On 3 of them.
Now focusing his attention. It's going to be onto the Drow. They've got the Snowball coming onto the ET. Now, Kidtrack gone. 2 heroes down with the buyback being used by Seb. They'll use the refresher. The right click's coming in from Yuragi. He's going to be focused. He goes up to the Glacier. Now he's got the homing missile coming down as well. So they'll call down. They'll get a kill onto the Drow. They'll take him out. BZM is gone as well. 2 minutes. Sidelines gone. Buyback used immediately. Charlie had the damage, went right for this Drow.
Even the Shield Rune, 2,000 extra HP on Void Spirit didn't make the difference. ET sleep onto 3 of them plus Earth Splitter, still not enough. Like Gyro and Leshrac, they're just like doing way too much. The amount of control that they have with the BKBs, like the kicks, the punches, Solar Guardian on top of them, Hexes. And they're gonna run in. They want these Mega Creeps. That's Range Barracks sitting at 500 HP, dies in 2 hits pretty much.
Or just 8x. So Mega Creeps is something that they can defend against, but BZM, he's short the gold on this buyback. He's still dead for over a minute. They'll look at the tier 4. They've got the flak cannon to do the damage, and Seb needs to hide in the trees away from the flak because he does not have a lot of life. Shards call down now. A little bit of a zoning spell.
Level 25
they'll start to go for the throne.
A lot of damage.
Her Spike coming in. Now they've got the Lotus. Seb trying to stand his ground while the right-click damage comes out from Yuragi. But what right-click damage? The creeps are coming in. They need to take him off of the throne. It's down to about half health.
Game.
Hit track is gone. GG is called. We're going to a game 3 between Alliance and OG.
Oh, we've seen Alliance have some good performances against Nigma. This second game was against OG, like really back and forth. Like if you look at the graph, Dota Plus, wild game. Like It's a lot on the line, so I can understand that some mistakes were being made, but the Lions managing to get the dub, evening it out, and now it becomes a best of one. Gyro also becoming the hero of the series. This hero needs to go. I think from OG's perspective, you need to ban this Batrider. Like, this has been hero that caused so many issues. We've seen the records being broken by Hanskin, stacking so many times, and Charlie also uncontested completely on the gyrocopter. It always felt like they were catching up in this game, and in the end they prevailed, like having this 25, 30, 40k gold lead on Alliance is what made the difference. Every single time there's like someone lacking a buyback on OG, and Alliance outmaneuvered them in this like super late game.
I really need to get rid of this gyro. The 100% win rate continues, and it just shows how strong it is. In the last fight that happened near the triangle, I mean, Charlie just ran at Drow. Even with the Glacier, there is no protecting Yuragi from the damage coming out from this hero.
Yeah,
there were a couple times where
Glacier
they had the combo. That's
it. Wasn't the best one.
Wasn't
you need
the best
you need to stand on top of it, and then you can't maneuver. But you do have like Pike, and you can get off the Glacier if you want to. It's just that like this jump, it looked really good. They respected high ground defense from OG for a good reason. ET plus Drow Ranger. This was a fight, also a very awkward one. There's way too much control. You can see Pablo's like causing a lot of problems for them, and also the invisibility tier 4 neutral item, and even like Solar Guardian. You're fighting this gigantic AoE. This is like having Monkey King ulti, but maybe even slightly better, because you can move it with the Aghanim Scepter, and then you decide like where it's gonna land.
And this fight, it looked like OG had a chance in that fight, but the blinking from Yuragi, he goes in and gets hit by the snowball, they take out the Aegis, and then they're all on him. I gotta say, I feel like, for me, MVP-wise, it was S4 in this game.
Yeah,
he did so much. That Solar Guardian was on point every time. I mean, it's hard to miss, but it's just like he knew the build that he needed to help out the team.
Went for a different item build in the previous game. This time it's like Spirit Vessel and then Aghanim Scepter to make them even more tanky, make team fights much more difficult. Also, Lotus Orb was a really good pickup against Lion. Not Ace, so he can't use his abilities, pretty much removing the Pit of Malice, removing the Silence from the Earth Spirit later on when he picked up the Aghanim Scepter. So yeah, well, this has to be, one of those things that now you won the game, and coming into this third game, you'll have advantage because you just managed to beat OG, and we'll have to see who has the first pick. Like, who's gonna say Gyro has to go?
Seriously, I think Gyro has definitely made a case for being banned in the first phase, because how many times are we going to see this hero just dominate? Given too much time and given the right amount of items, then you're strong. Like, he goes into the Crystallis and that's it. Like, he dominates the lanes. He's able to farm very quickly. You saw how much of a split he was able to get over the Drow, even just with that Crystallis and moving to the side camps with the, with the Flak Cannon and everything. And I think you got to take this hero away. So it's a 1-1 series. We're going to a game 3. It is win or you're out in game number 3. And we'll be back with that third game in just a moment. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Wait.
I'm ready.
Going.
I'm ulting respawn.
He got pause.
Yeah, I see.
Is he dying? We're chasing.
Kite spot.
He's here. Oh, whoa, Lion isolated.
Yeah.
Go behind us.
Lion dead.
My blink up! Go! Get the draw! Here!
Go!
Everyone, draw! Nice! No, he's not dead! Yes. Not dead, guys!
Yeah. He's
I can't chase. Killing others.
Yeah, I Lotus Jonas.
Nice!
Look at me.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome back to the Western Europe TI qualifiers. We got ourselves a barn burner on the big court as it's Alliance against OG, and it's 1 apiece. It's now a BO1. Win this game, and you're on to tomorrow. Lose, and that's it. See you next year. Pretty much, right?
Yeah, no way. Maybe, you know, some like visa issues, whatever. One of the players is going to be able to stand in, but that's about it. You're going to be, you know, going home. It's a lot of copium as well, but we'll have to see. Alliance, I already said it once or twice that they've been playing really good Dota so far in the qualifiers. I know that these qualifiers didn't last for a long time, but it's a good showing, you know, managing to beat Nigma Galaxy and also taking a game away from OG and now going to a third game. This was like very convincing. I think OG needs to focus. But when I say convincing, I don't mean, you know, because there have been some like back and forth, a little bit throwy. But what I meant is a laning stage. Like first 10-15 minutes of the game, Alliance stomped OG twice. So I feel like OG needs to shake things up a bit and either like sharpen it up or pick some stronger heroes for the laning stage.
Definitely going to be interested to see whether or not Gyro makes it through the pick phase or that first stand phase, because it is, you say that, we said that last game, we were like, all right, Gyro's strong, don't let it through. And then what did they do? They banned Treant Protector instead and let Gyro get into the game, which is always shocking.
They tried. Like there's one game where you're like 1-0, you're like, yeah, we can beat it. And now you probably don't think you can. We'll have to see. The hero just farms so quickly. It's like, because Gyro both games won the laning stage pretty convincingly. There's not much like you could do. And then he continues to farm up, especially with Alliance, the way they played. They played as 4. Hanskin making a lot of space on the map. Trent, he's been, you know, nothing too flashy, but he gets the job done. Like, especially on these certain heroes, when he plays Invoker, when he plays Leshrac, as he did in the previous game, he tends to get a lot of farm, and he gets involved a lot as well. So he's, you know, farming heroes, if you want to call it.
Yeah, he played the right kind of aggressive in that game. I felt like his itemization worked out. And like you said, it's nothing too crazy. It's not like these flashy heroes. Like, yeah, Pango just kind of is what he is, right? You go in, swashbuckle, rolling thunder. It's not really the craziest of plays. And with Shrek, you just kind of stand there with Pulse Nova and maybe land a stun or two and have a Hex. Like BZM, he plays more of these flashy heroes. Like he's going for Invokers as well as, you know, having the Void Spirit, which is a much flashier hero, I would say. So the matchup's been very interesting between the two players. And I'm really interested to see what they're going to play in game number 3, because it's not like they've stayed on some meta line, right? Kunkka was in the first game. Void Spirit we're not seeing a lot of. So definitely interesting to see what both teams are going to prioritize here, especially in this ban phase, because first pick is for Alliance. So if you're OG, you got to assume Gyro's the ban.
Yeah, you have to. You better do it. Also, as OG, ban Batrider. I think this hero is just too good when Hanskin plays it. For now, it's just gonna be Gyro. And there's the Batrider as well. Is there any other hero that like stands out? I think you need to ban Treant Protector as well, because you don't have the first pick. I don't necessarily think this is like straight up first pick material. It could be for some teams. It's also Hanskin hero, so another hero that doesn't lose the laning stage, and something that we did mention, something that I said, is don't lose the laning stage against Alliance. They play really well when they're ahead, and let's see how OG is going to approach this one. Alliance, they don't want to give Keeper of the Light to BZM. They do not want to give
10 seconds
Doom
OG's turn to
DM, and it's going to be Faceless Void. Okay, OG making a bit of an adjustment here, and all the smiles, looking at Kitrak on camera, some big smiles. It's a good sign.
I think they're happy that they don't have to play against the Gyrocopter. Might be a little bit of a sign of relief. TA gets banned, and Brew as well. But there's that first pick Invoker we talked about.
As an Invoker spammer, BZM, he should know like how to counter it. Let's see if they take the immediate counter for it. Doesn't seem to be the case. This is most likely going to be 4 or 5. Might be shifted down towards position 3 even, if it's a good game for it, but most likely just a 4 or 5 here.
Yeah, DM used to play this hero a little bit, right?
He did, yeah.
In DPC.
5 seconds remaining.
So back to the bans. Lockdown available for both teams with Tornado, with Magic Missile, having swap opportunities. Win rate for Invoker, though, not high. It's looking like a little bit of a bait pick.
Everyone's playing this hero when it's available. I don't think many teams will miss out on picking Invoker unless you don't have Invoker players on your team. I think right now, considering how hero functions after being like universal, you could play him as position 4, which we've seen in China. It can be played as position 4, like even off lane. So you need to have multiple heroes, multiple players that can play the hero.
Do you potentially not want to show the mid matchup if you're OG? Just because if you show that mid matchup, maybe they do shift that Invoker down?
I don't think Alliance will do it. I'm pretty sure Pablo, being the player that he is, that he can play the hero. I don't think they're going to shift it. I think this is like 99% Chuan is going to play it. So banning out some of the matchups against Invoker, Pango, even though we've seen it the other day that Pango sometimes does struggle dealing the damage using his abilities, EMP Tornado, mostly EMP, it does destroy him because he can't get like the swashbuckle. Maybe he needs a shield crash there. Also, his shield crash gets dispelled by Tornado. So like it's not just for the lane, it's also for the game because this hero just does everything. One of the most contested heroes for a really long time. I think for the past year, this hero has been banned and picked so many times. It also comes down to Gaming Gladiators being very good with the hero and other teams copying what they've been doing with it.
You always copy the best. I mean, back when LGD were at the top, a lot of teams talked about how they watched their games quite a bit. It's no surprise when you're taking influence from a team that's constantly winning, right?
Yeah, you're not looking at the Archon bracket and like, oh, look at what this guy's doing.
I swore I thought you were going to be like, look at what B-Cop's building. Look at what this B-Cop dude is doing. 440 on Nature's Prophet.